All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to what's officially day number 2 when it comes to our coverage here of the South American TI qualifiers. I'm Breaky CBK, joined by Kiz, who wants to kick things off for today, and what's going to be another 3 series here from the elimination matches. We're going to the lower bracket. 3 teams, unfortunately, their dreams of TI are going to end today. But before we get into all that, first things first, Kezu, how's it going?
That's going pretty good. I'm dealing with a little bit of a cold. I feel like one of my ears is like I can't hear anything on my left side. But we'll deal with it. It's I guess I'm doing better than all the teams that will sadly have to lose today, because I've been there before, and you just kind of get your dream crushed whether you lose here or at TI. It breaks your heart. It really does.
Yeah. And for some of these teams, again, the very realistic side of it is that, frankly, several of these teams are coming into this event and like, our chances were very low anyways, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, knowing that you're still kind of so close, especially with those 2 spots on the line, it certainly it has to be a devastating feeling. But it is what it is. It's competition, baby. And that's what it comes down to. So, again, 3 teams. And I say 3 teams because, again, just to inform, one of the teams unfortunately had to drop out. So one of the matches that originally was supposed to be today as well, automatically moving on with Mad Kings. Actually happened to get that chance of having that bye there and advancing on. But the other 3 series should be some good ones here throughout today. But with that said, the first day yesterday, we definitely had some solid series. In fact, all of them, though, going 2-0. One team's having to be the dominant teams in each of those series. So, your thoughts throughout what happened yesterday?
I mean, so I guess you just have a very clear separation, right, between the more favorite teams, or perhaps even just the straight up better teams on day 1. I'm just also looking, so the AcatSuki team, they won both their games in 20 and 22 minutes. So that is a bit of a concerning state if you're losing that quickly against a team, or not just losing, but the fact that you were kind of forced to GG out that quickly. So, you'll probably see those teams kind of continue to rise until maybe they start beating each other. Because, I mean, at least today we'll see some new teams from the lower bracket that we have not seen before. Just because you're in the lower bracket doesn't mean that you're a bad team. Like, plenty of teams, they start there or they fall there, and then they adapt throughout. So just looking forward to see more and different teams.
Yeah, definitely. And you look at the brackets right here again, as we were mentioning, this is how it played out yesterday in the Infinity with the 2-0, the last team to move on in the winner bracket. So the winner bracket side set up certainly some good series there. And as we keep going back to, again, 2 spots on the line here for South America. So if you go through the winner bracket, you win 3 series in total. You're in. You're going to TI. So those teams that much closer, and they can definitely start tasting it as far as getting there. But the lower bracket, that first round of the lower bracket is where we're going to focus on today. I guess technically the second round there, as you see. And you mentioned these teams that, just because they're a Division 2 event doesn't necessarily mean that they're a bad team. Lava Esports, I think they're kind of an example of that. They're a team that we're going to check on this first series here, going up against Balrogs, who, of course, got knocked down here by Thunder Awaken. But Lava Esports, they're a team that constantly finished 3rd, 4th, 5th place in Division 2 throughout the season. So, consistently a solid team in that Division 2 spot. Curious how they match up against Balrogs today.
Yeah, it's just, I will say Balrogs yesterday had a little bit of a struggle, but then again, they also played against Thunder Awaken. So maybe for Lava, I mean, I guess for both teams, it kind of depends on what they can take away from it. Like Balrogs, the fact that they lost, maybe they could improve from yesterday to today. And then for Lava, they're like, okay, they like these type of heroes. They maybe had a bonus day to practice and scrim, and maybe a bit of the X factor that I don't know how much info there is on Lava Esports in terms of what they like to play. But the one thing I do know that their offline player Hermit, if that's I'm supposed to pronounce it or whatever, or apparently he's not in this team anymore, so excuse that. But he's another one of the cases where yesterday we had KJ with the Treant. This guy has this with every single summon hero in Dota 2. He's he's like the 3-3 of South America.
Gotcha. So Hermit actually looks like over on Qhali,
exactly,
team over there. Yeah, they're going to be playing later today. In fact, at the end of the second series, they're matched up against Infamous. But yeah, some of these players, again, you get them a specific hero, obviously known for very niche heroes, whether it's the very specific hero or these kind of heroes you see with summoning, you got to be careful with. Now, again, these teams, to that point, obviously in this region, they have played each other. They know each other. They are very familiar with each other. You would think at least throughout competition, throughout scrims or whatever. So, having that a little bit of extra prep going into it and certainly making those adjustments as they call for it. So, yeah, Balrogs, though, a team that certainly a solid one. Of course, they started in the upper bracket, but as you pointed out, they faced what a lot of us believe is the tournament favorite in Thunder Awaken. So it's hard to take what we saw from them yesterday at face value. Certainly expecting a different performance today.
Yeah, they definitely had, I would say, I think one of the games where they had this Gyra against Drow, I don't think they stood much of a chance. But in the other game, they, put up, a fight, which I think when you do that against some of the tournament favorites, that's just a good sign. It's going to give you a little bit of confidence, even if you do end up losing. So just take some of that into today, try to maybe adjust, one or two of your picks. And then, you just got to take every game as it comes, just one game at a time. Yesterday, who cares? Tomorrow, or rather today, it's a new day, it's a new game. Just kind of go for it.
So as we keep mentioning, this is the schedule for today. The 3 series that are ahead of us here. Balrogs versus Lava will kick it off. The series that we're going to be covering. Infamous versus Qhali. And then UE Esports versus No Ping will be the final series. Like I said, this is elimination time, baby. This is, you lose and you are unfortunately done when it comes to these qualifiers. So obviously a very, very important day for all of these teams that are going to be competing throughout. It is a rolling schedule worth reiterating as well one last time. So the first match, of course, set to start here in just a couple of minutes. But after this, the following matches will take place depending on when these ones wrap up. But I think we're getting ready to get things going with our first series here. What's going to be game number 1. But yeah, when it comes to picks and everything, I mean, I'm kind of looking at the stats updated even slightly, and not too much has changed. Ember Spirit's win percentage went up a little bit. So
surprise, he won 2 games, I think, yesterday.
Yeah.
So yeah, gonna help that. I think Treant is still looking good. I've been also looking at some other streams. I think Dawnbreaker is looking pretty good, especially in the off lane, just lanes well, tankiness, and then as we touched on yesterday, there's just so many things you can do, and with the patch being new, there's just. Honestly, you can do, as long as you know how to execute it, I think right now you can pick nearly whatever you want.
Yeah. Yeah, there's, again, it's a patch being very new. It seems like so many potential strategies are open, but there is that fine line, right? Because, yes, you can theory craft, you can go over these ideas, you can try to, come up with these fun ideas that maybe will catch a team off guard, but it can also backfire, especially in a tournament environment. And in a tournament like this, where there really is so much on the line, and hell, in a team like Lava Esports case, they started in the lower bracket. You only really get that one chance, right, to pull that off. So it is that line of well, do we just go for it and hope that it works out as we planned, or do we just play it very safe, which would certainly be understandable, and kind of do what the consistent, best, even despite a patch change. So I've always, been very curious of that mentality with these players and how they go into matches like this.
I would say towards the start of a qualifier, it's always good because obviously you have time to prepare. So you're going to have some ideas that you want to solidify until the tournament starts. So, this is where the last 2 weeks up until today are really important for these teams that, maybe they keep playing Ember every game. They're like, yeah, we really believe in this hero. But then you start losing one match. I mean, if you lose 2 matches in lower bracket, you're done. So you don't have that much room to kind of go around, but you're going to start with comfort, and then if a situation calls for it and you have to get out of your comfort zone, I think when it's crunch time or it's that one elimination game, you just gotta kind of trust your gut and just go for it.
Yeah. So we're dealing with a slight technical issue here with one of the people that's observing even. So getting back in and going to be getting things going with our first game, though, of this series here. Going to load back into it. But yeah, excited for the South American qualifiers. Again, there's been that debate whether or not they deserve the 2 spots. But no matter what you think of that discussion, in the end, the fact is fact. There are 2 spots on the line for these teams that are competing in this event. And we're going to find out who those 2 teams are throughout these next, 3 days or so that we have remaining in this event. But
for now, I at least know that Thunder Awaken look very strong. And I mean, throughout, I would say this qualifier, we'll just see. And I mean, at the end of the day, it's just people's opinion. And honestly, no one cares kind of what you or what I or what the viewers think. This is, Valve made their choice, and that's just how it's going to be.
But my opinion matters so much, King.
Oh, I know, man. Right, mine too.
Hey,
like, why don't they just let us do the invites?
I'll say this. I'll say this about South America. It's a region that, when it comes to passion, when it comes to player base, when it comes to the amount of players,
Yeah, they're up
in this
there.
region, they are absolutely up there and deserving, right? So whether or not from a skill level you necessarily agree, in the end, hey, they, in my opinion, I guess just to get to that point, I'm more than okay with the fact that they have two teams that they're sending here from these qualifiers. So, all right. Anyways, enough of that. We got to. We're riling up the chat right here. I'm sure they're giving their bit. Anyways, let's focus on this
stupid casters.
Right. With these idiots. Lava Esports versus Balrog Esports going at it, and the draft is underway. So. Noticeable bands, you have your Nature's Prophet. You were hyping up. We haven't seen him yet because he's
maybe we just won't see him at all ever. Just seems like he's too good. I see people cry about it, on Twitter, on Reddit. I've heard about it. I read the changes. I've seen it in 1-2 games myself. So Hero looks good. Invoker looks good. I think we've seen Darks here yesterday. Same with Razor. So just some, I think, good heroes being taken out, like just some team comfort, get them out of here. And yeah, the Dawnbreaker that we touched on a little bit just seems like a solid hero. I don't know how much flex potential there is in this particular pick, because generally I have seen it in the offlane, and Balrogs, they just go for the... Yeah, Gyrocopter just seems like the go-to carry from every team.
The carry of the patch early on, I think, is fair to say. Certainly is feeling that way, and is the second most picked hero behind that Ember Spirit, and actually has a winning percentage, go figure, 54%. So, yeah, the numbers are certainly backing that up as well. So, yeah, very comfortable pick for Balrogs to start things off.
Yeah, and I think also, like, they pre-banned the Razor in the first stage. So, I mean, they were banking perhaps a little bit on Lava Esports not picking it, but that's exactly what happened. They didn't. So they got to pick the Gyro with the Razor already being banned. So now they can then look to protect it with one more ban. And overall, yeah, I'm just interested to see how it's going to turn out. Like, because some teams have preferred to, we're just going to first pick our support, but... you were talking about it yesterday. I feel like there's definitely room for you to just pick your core early on and like protect it again and like just build your strategy around it later with heroes that will then furthermore just help him play the game.
It really is going to be one of the most fascinating changes from the patch to watch as not only these qualifiers go on, but as you mentioned, I mean, this is the TI patch, and I figure, of course, that's going to stay the same as well going into it. So intrigued by all of that. But all right, we advance on after the follow-up bans, even heroes like IO getting banned out, but Ancient Apparition being picked up by Balrog Esports. First time we're going to be seeing it, at least. Yeah.
I do like this hero, and I feel like AA is overall, it has been underrated for a bit. We have seen it played, I think, a little bit by like Team Spirit at Riyadh. And overall, I just think this hero is very good. I don't know if this is necessarily... I was looking more at like a potential maybe Marcy pick for them to like help out their Gyro, but looks like they want to take perhaps a more aggressive approach. Like when they go on someone, they drop the Ice Blast, and then if Dawnbreaker comes to save him, then who cares? You're not healing that guy. You kind of know that that hero is going to drop.
Yeah, for me, Ancient Apparition is definitely one of those niche picks for that, dare I say, the Mortal Strike, going back to my gaming roots right there. But of course, the healing reduction that he applies that you're getting at somebody like a Dawnbreaker certainly can make sense. So pairing him up with the Gyrocopter, at least we figure, the idea, the world of a mid AA has been ran before, but support is where you certainly would lean towards.
Yeah, probably. I still feel like if you need AA mid, for me it's more about what players you have in the game. If you have some Thompson or Dindy, I think it's probably here. But I mean, it's a new patch. I would be down to see it, but probably just your 5, I guess, with your Gyro. So just kind of chilling. And we've seen more of Earth Spirit, which honestly I kind of like. I think this hero is very, first of all, he's high skill. He's entertaining to watch. I think like he just makes stuff happen on the map, and I think it's just entertaining for everyone involved.
Yeah, I've stood by, and I think a majority feels like it certainly agrees. This is one of the most entertaining heroes to watch, especially in the hands of a good player that's comfortable with it. But like you said, he's a very high-ceiling hero, and I think that's why people appreciate it, because these players make it look easy, like the Thompsons, Crit, etc., but it ain't easy. You go try it yourself, and you're like, wait a second. Yeah. I can't do exactly what they're doing. This is weird. Visage, though, that's definitely a summoning hero, as you're kind of bringing up earlier.
Yeah, so perhaps there is a potential flex in the Stormbreaker. Looks like there's definitely a high chance that it is not going bottom unless Visage has more flex that I'm not aware of, at least currently. I do think that the summoning type heroes really abuse like AA. The hero does not deal well with summons. You don't protect yourselves. You don't really pressure too much either. So, because most of the Zoo heroes, they're weak early on. So I think the Visage Earth Spirit pairing is pretty good. And looks like Balrogs will just try to get themselves like a bit of an answer now. Maybe some auras, deal with some of, you know, the potential birds coming out in the classic Underlord, which is a very prone hero to being counterpicked. So we'll have to see if Lava can find a good answer to that.
Huge fan of Underlord always, and you know when I was looking at the stats here going into these qualifiers, I noticed that Underlord was up there, top 20 hero as far as being picked up throughout these qualifiers. So it's the first time that we're gonna get to see it in the hands of Balrog Esports. They pair it up with a Treant Protector, so no KJ over there, but still Treant Protector gonna be in the hands of Balrog.
Yeah, this hero is it's just looking good, right? He has good spells early on. He could do some rotations. So maybe there's more space also for, I mean, the AA potentially to be like flexed around on the map as well, whether it's a 4-5 or maybe mid. You never know, it's still open. Lava Esports, at least, they get themselves a Medusa, which is honestly, you don't care much about AA because, you know, Ice Blast doesn't really do much against Medusa. You're also very good against Gyro, but the one thing, Underlord can be very annoying against you, like just lowering your damage, being able to out-CS you in the lane, and he builds annoying items, but I would say overall, pretty damn good Medusa pick.
All right, now they got the two bans to kind of protect it here. So what do we think is, likely going to be mid for both teams, right, at this point? Pango's already banned out on the side of Lava Esports, but would certainly lean that direction as far as your possibilities.
So Balrogs, I would say they definitely need a mid. For Lava Esports, I have not fully made up my mind yet. I feel like Dawn could be mid. I guess Dawn could be a 5. We haven't seen that too much, but I think that could work. I think for nowadays it would make the most sense if Earth Spirit Visage is your offlane duo. Obviously Medusa is your carry. And now you decide whether you want a 2 or a 5 between the Dawn or your last pick.
Okay. Yeah, and I wonder if Balrog, I mean, very possible that they're kind of have that same thought, right? Of like, well, we need to ban these heroes here, but what are they gonna do?
Yeah.
So, yeah, those mind games certainly coming out, and they are spending as they should. As I keep going, you know, you have that reserve time for a reason, so spend that reserve time and make sure you're making the right call here.
I mean, I could see, like, one thing I could like for Lava, if they do want to put the Dawn into mid, I think the only reason you'd maybe pick a new 5 is to like help your Medusa more in the lane, just to like try to get this Underlord away from you the first couple levels so he doesn't get to the stage where he just out-CS's you. I think otherwise, I think these bans are also pretty good from Balrogs. Just ban a mid that is like very simple to play from mid in terms of he's going to be counterpicked, so pick something that doesn't get counterpicked too easily and something that has like playability in the early game. You want to help your Visage to take the bottom tower and like make space for your Medusa.
I mean, Ember's still there. The most picked... Okay, well, never mind.
Not anymore.
And there we go. We get another spirit instead. We get the Storm Spirit.
You have at least a couple of heroes are banned out that generally you would also like to play against Storm, right? Puck would have been perhaps like a nice option for Balrogs, but of course they were banning it out because they were afraid that Lava would potentially pick that. So I think here for Balrogs, you'd want a mid hero that I think kind of fills a similar bill. You want to lane well, you need playmaking potential, but I think ideally it's kind of on you to catch this Storm, or at least have like a semi-lockdown. Otherwise, how are you catching the Storm? You have to like pit him into an overgrowth, and honestly, that's not the type of position you really want to be in the game.
So from like a very basic point of view, being my point of view here looking at this, you know, obviously in mid, but a building hitter, because their lineup so far.
Oh, you could pick Dragon Knight, actually.
And that's exactly where I was going to go. So, yeah, you and I linking up right there.
Yeah, I think that this is also okay. I honestly think the DK choice would have been pretty chill too, but either way, just anything that lanes well and gives you like a sort of initiate engage to catch the Storm. Because what's also great is that you do have AA, and honestly, AA loses nearly all its value if there's no threat with Ice Blast around the map. So Tiny and DK, whatever, they also fit that bill. So I do think this last pick kind of gives them what they need.
All right, so they get the Tiny to match up against the Storm Spirit in the mid lane, and just making sure players that we expect are playing those roles. It looks like that is the case. So Arcano playing the Visage, that is their off lane. So yeah, will be that support Dawnbreaker in the end, as was seeming to be as the draft certainly picked up right there. So
yeah,
all right, we go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just like looking. I guess support Dawn is not something we see too often, but against Underlord, and I don't know if it's a Treant or an AA. I guess it's AA, but we never know because they can still swap it up. I think that lane should be okay for a Dawnbreaker. I think the early game is like really important how the Visage and Earthspirit do in the bot lane. I think like that's going to be very decisive for Lava Esports like early kind of tempo in this game.
Yeah, she certainly can play aggressive as a support in the Dawnbreaker, but yeah, we'll see in the matchup how that works out for her and for Lava Esports as a team. But yeah, so we got the drafts here completed. You've kind of given a little bit of a tease there as far as maybe what direction you're leaning towards. But I mean, looking at both these lineups, do you have a favorite that you really like?
I actually think it's very close. I need to see a little bit more of this Gyro. I do think that this is a pretty damn good Medusa game, apart from perhaps the Underlord, like in the mix of it. But I'm just gonna kind of roll with Lava Esports having a slight advantage. But I don't think that means that means nothing.
Gotcha. Did I see that right there? That Excel has over, what was that? That wasn't just for Treant, because it was something like over 9,000 matches played.
Yeah, it cannot be Treant, I can assure you. It's not only Treant.
That was just overall. Okay, I did like a double take there. I'm like,
he has 9 million matches on Treant.
This guy's a really, we thought KJ played a lot of Treant.
Yeah, but this guy.
Anyway, so I'm sure a good Treant player nonetheless, of course, as we are loaded into game number 1 now, as you can see. And both teams, in fact, all smoked up, and Lava right now, they're getting aggressive. They feel pretty confident, perhaps, about the level 1.
I mean, they do have a pretty decent level 1, right? I would say Visage, like, just that hero on its own is super strong level 1. Dawnbreaker as well. You have a lot of bodies. Whereas, like, Balrogs, yeah, I think you have a little more, like, the pathetic level 1 type hero. So it's going to be good of them to... Oh, Mr. DCMC has to be a little bit careful here. This under ward. He's dropping them the high 5.
Yeah, it's like
because he feels it. Yeah.
Very suspicious about some action going on. I mean, it's the Earth Spirit, the Dawnbreaker. Yeah, if he gets a little too close, definitely something could happen. But apparently, DCMC is those spider senses tingling, and he'll go further south. So he's going to be fine. No action as a result of that, and instead the bounty rune's going to be pretty neutral here as a 2 for 2.
The one other thing we have to keep in mind a little bit about, at least like later in the game, like when a 4-5-6, is that I think Balrog's rotations to mid are not very good. You have Treant AA. They're not very good at camping runes as they have no stuns, but they're also very slow. Like, it's not easy for these heroes to like maneuver to the middle of the map. So that could also be a big difference maker to like help your Storm Spirit pick up some runes by rotating your Earth Spirit there, or maybe your Dawn as well. So we'll kind of have to keep our eyes up on that as well.
Yeah. Yeah, well, definitely watch for those even marks as far as those runes spawning and how much advantage Storm Spirit's able to get as a result of those you're talking about. But top lane, off the bat, Dawnbreaker's in with that Celestial Hammer and thwacking the Ancient Apparition, but now that it's on cooldown for another 10 seconds, of course, has to respect. She did go the Orb of Venom as well on the Dawnbreaker, so wants to be that bully support the best that she can.
Yeah, I do kind of like that as well. When you play against AA, like AA4 is, I think it's very volatile, and I like that Demon on AA has boots first as well to kind of like help him out in this lane. So I think like both of these players like understanding what they need to do, right? You get the Orb of Venom to try and stick on top of him, but he already has boots to like just keep this distance, because that's all you can do as an AA in this lane is keep your distance and get off as many hits as possible.
So mid matchup, and one that we've seen many of times before, Tiny versus Storm Spirit. Tiny with that big tree, and I feel like it just always comes down to the same of Tiny's going to get his farm.
Yeah.
It figures Storm Spirit's probably going to do the same, so this should just be a fairly even one.
Yeah, this just sounds like a very like even type lane. I think like the reason I also mentioned the support rotatabilities earlier is that it generally like the game breaks open more like between minute 5 to 7 in this matchup, depending on how you really use your supports. And I really feel that Lava should have the upper hand there.
Bottom lane, Excel in trouble, and in fact he is in dead trouble. First blood going the way of Lava Esports. Just simply could not get away between Visage and Earth Spirit. And obviously Gyrocopter is not really a core that can assist too much, especially without a rocket barrage threat.
Yeah, like you just have the homing missile. I mean, Visage is just so good against some of these heroes that want to like stand their ground and man fight, because Visage pumps out so much like damage over just a few seconds. You also have the blood grenades. So yeah, I think all in all, just using the heroes properly, they get level 2, they throw out all their stuff, and I don't know, I just feel like Visage is a really strong hero nowadays as well. This hero used to have very low base attack damage, but now being universal, you buy some more stats, suddenly 63 damage level 2. This used to be, you used to have like 52 maybe at this point, so it's a big difference.
And certainly, throughout history as a whole, right there, Earth Spirit trying to knock up Dream, but watching the top lane, the harassment continues back and forth between them. But yeah, one word on the Visage, it used to be like you need those familiars to be any bit relevant in the game, but not really the cases you're talking about there at this time. Between Soul Assumption and Grave Chill, two very good nuking abilities that can provide a lot of threat and even kill potential, as we've seen. So,
gets the Lotus.
Demon, is he dead? One more attack. The Oof, it's not even necessary. The attack is there and gets the kill.
Yeah, just a good play. Like, even with the boots, it's just a little bit hard, right? He gets on you with the hammer, he has the Orb of Venom, and honestly, I love this choice. Just goes to show you how the little things matter a lot. Without Orb of Venom, I don't think that kill will happen. So even in that case alone, it already pays off. Gives you XP, gives you Medusa XP as well. So overall, just good plays from Lava in these lanes right now.
Yeah, giving them the 2-0 start as far as hero kill goes. But I will say, when it comes to CS, all 3 cores on the side of Balrogs are looking very good, consistent across the board. Storm Spirit, that slight advantage as far as the big picture goes. But yeah, the core is doing pretty good, so even despite those 2 deaths happening, Balrog seems to be in a pretty stable spot early on. Yeah,
for sure. Like, you have 21 and 4, as you mentioned already. I guess we'll have to keep our eyes on this Underlord. I think that top lane could go out of control in terms of the CS into Medusa. So I would say it's like the second part of the game. Like, when this guy gets his Vanguard, or even now already, I think he's pretty happy in the lane, which then it would allow Demon to like maybe stack some cams, stack the triangle for your gyro later, or then go play with your tiny mid. So it's just a lot of like small things that need to go right now for Balrogs.
Yeah. Yeah, Underlord, he's feeling pretty tanky at this point. He's about to hit level 4 as well. We'll see if he gets the Pit of Malice for some kill threat, if he keeps the Firestorm leveling up on top of that. But either way, his CS good early on. But Medusa, she's doing pretty good herself. 20-1 now, keeping up with the Underlord.
Yeah, it's definitely doing fine. I think 20 CS at this point, like you're kind of more than happy. I think looks like there's some stuff going on mid.
Oh yeah, that's rotation.
Like some TPs or whatever. Okay.
All right. I guess our Spirit, roaming over. Those are those rotations that you're talking about in the end, having a TP away, but close call.
Well, I guess, making sure that your Visage is going to get some solo XP. I think Visage will be pretty happy about that. Similarly with Gyro. These heroes, they just want some levels. The higher level Flat Cannon, you can just kind of screw off to the jungle. Visage, you're going to get your birds, so you can maybe like rotate down bottom. And I guess, I don't really see much happening anymore to the Underlord. I think he's going to just kind of be A-okay, I think.
And then as a result of that, just building heavy aura, sounds like that's what you're getting at here. Just get the,
I think so. Like,
pipes, things like that.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to have a lot of value, like, out of those. Like, Dawnbreaker, Visage, Storm, that's a lot of, like, magical damage. But then, as the game progresses, there's level 2 birds. Medusa finally joins. Then Crimson Guard is good as well, so... Honestly, not looking too shabby.
Yeah. Does have that early Vanguard to work with, and keep an eye on the progress as far as how that improves. We're coming up to 6 minutes. Speaking of the rune control, top rune, Nengo on Tiny. He might be in trouble. Tossing back the Storm Spirit, but Earth Spirit for the other side kicks him right back in. And Tiny is going to fall. That's exactly as you're talking about, Keizu, and Lava's on top of it. Oh,
it's a very nice rotation. I like that both supports are coming mid. Smoker on the Earth Spirit. He rolls in, he drops the block grenade, kicks him into a storm. And yeah, I mean, this is just, you can like sometimes kind of see it happening. I think Lumpy has also been doing like pretty good. Like he's slightly winning mid, which makes it even easier for this kill to happen. As Tiny, like, he's not full HP. So yeah, all in all, just, understanding what they need to do and just executing it.
Love to see it. And back to their lanes they go for the supports. Dawnbreaker up at top, kind of wrapping around the side here as Underlord's pulling the creep wave into his tower, but that's Dawnbreaker going to be a little tricky here. I guess it will be spotted by the engine apparition thanks to that ice vortex. So any type of sneaky play she was trying to make, not going to be the case. Maybe a creep pull perhaps, but
Like
Either way.
like try to steal some wisdom rune. I feel like he could, you know, if you have, if you really feel it, I think you can go for it because I guess they don't really have like a secure stun. But if they're both there, seems okay to me. You just back off. You're like, okay, 1-for-1 trade, maybe go pull again, allow your Medusa to just get the farm and XP. And I think, yeah, most cores are still pretty happy in this game. It's a bit similar to what we saw yesterday, where every core, they're kind of getting what they want.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you take a look at the Treant Protector right there. Is, if I read that correctly, Treant Protector is undefeated so far in South America.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised. Oh, there you go. It's I don't know, the hero just looks very chill, right? You have, I mean, Treant Armor has always been like a very good spell, but he just had like, I feel like it was hard to like make use of all the other spells, but now Leech Seed is good, and you have a lot of range carries being played, which Treant loves to have, so it just kind of goes hand in hand.
Well, that's good news for Balrogs as far as the success rate of the hero, of course. So, but early on, it is Lava Esports with a slight advantage. We got more rune control happening. Double damage will be bottled up by Tiny this time, and not much resistance put up. He did have both supports in the area. They were ready to fight if need be, but not the case.
Yeah, it's definitely, you kind of have to do it. Like this DD is just like a game changer. Maybe I would say even if you find the Storm now, if he's full HP with just like an Ice Vortex from high range, that could be enough with a DD to just make something happen. I think Fatson on the Underlord touched on it earlier. I think he's going to just be chilling up here. He's got the Vanguard, he's got the level 6. Just going to clear through a triangle with your Ice Vortex. And I'd say one of the next timings is just going to be the Visage 6 perhaps, and you're going to see some pressure down on the bot lane.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Hits level 6, has Familiars, going to summon them out, is Visage, and start putting some pressure on that bottom tower, as mentioned. Storm Spirit finding himself doing a bit of jungling currently and keeping up farm with the Medusa. As a result of that, we're also, of course, having the neutral items starting to drop, so more incentive.
He's got a Tumbler toys. I mean, generally, you kind of want like some form of mana regen, but maybe he's been a little unlucky. And, well, it can help you against like some tiny avalanche, and it increases your mana pool, so he will make use of that. As one thing I will talk about when there is a Medusa against Gyro is that one of them got a Spark of Courage and the other one did not. So this is some win percent increase by at least 3% for the Radiant, I would like to call out here.
There you go, Gyrocopter making the right call apparently. Oh, bottom lane, gonna try to assist for a kill on a Visage as well. Plenty of damage and lockdown.
Easy kill.
Enough. Easy indeed. I mean, Earth Spirit got in there, but it was just way too late at that point. But that was definitely execution at its finest.
That's also like a very nice move, right? Like the way that Lava would kind of like speed up the game right now is we talk about Visage, you get 6, you pressured the bot tower. No, they instantly smoke there. They kill the Visage. I think they also instantly just killed his Spirit, so 1 more minute on them not being alive either. So just allowing your Gyro to just keep farming and living in this bottom area like very safely.
And starting to move back towards that mid lane and hoping for the bottom rune spawn was Balrog, but it spawns top, and that means Storm Spirit will get a bottled up haste rune, and he's currently in the Radiant jungle with Dawnbreaker nearby as well. Definitely could be having some action as a result. Treant Protector going in, throwing down that Nature's Grasp, but unable to get close enough. He just hit level 6, so Overgrowth will be leveled, but didn't have it then, and as a result, no kills taking place there. But yeah, Gyrocopter is certainly benefiting from what happened there at the bottom lane.
Yeah.
He's building towards the early Ags.
Yeah, he's just going to be farming it up, Falcon Blade into Ags, as you mentioned. I also like that when you do have this AA, or you have some of these post 4 heroes who, like let's say like AA, SD, they're not the strongest laners, but what they can do is just stack very easily. And we saw that Demon had already stacked like 7 camps, so helping himself get golden XP, but also his cores. Now he's got the levels, and with this tiny blink, I think this map could be very hard to play for Lava, like in the next coming minutes.
Gyrocopter. Bottom, farming more neutrals down there, but top lane, again, oh, actually here's smoke going up. What was that? Ancient Apparition and Tiny. They're actually heading towards the bottom lane, hoping to maybe go for another play on Visage, really keeping him in check. Arcano currently at his tower, but if he goes any bit down, there is a ward over here to his left, so they're going to see him, and he could be in trouble again.
Well, let's see if he can read this, which it is definitely good if he can, but either way, like just keeping the Visage away here is such a big deal. As Nengo will look for the jump, but they won't quite find it, but Lava are going for a return smoke of their own at the moment.
Tiny running into the Storm Spirit, but Storm Spirit with a haste rune, and Tiny realizing not a fight he wants to take currently. That's walking away, and First Spirit being disciplined. He could have certainly kept going right there and tried to make a play, but knowing he's going pretty deep in the Radiant jungle with lacking vision, not worth it.
That's also like one of the reasons why you often see some of these heroes come out against Storm, like your Tinys, your DKs, maybe Kunkas, is that it's just harder for them to get jumped and killed, as it looks like there's some top rune action. I think we've got some Fiend's Gate as well.
Oh, yeah, the first Fiend's Gate. I love to see it. And that was the case. Ancient Apparition was camping the top Arcane rune. They saw Storm Spirit coming over, though, so picked it up, and I thought that was going to be the death of him, but he had Tiny backing him up right there. And then, of course, Underlord coming in with the Fiend's Gate as mentioned, so well played.
Okay, so we're going to get a mech rush on Fatson here, which I think, is totally okay. I think any type of aura is good.
Sorry. Bottom lane. Yeah, actually, called out. Coming out, going for 2. Donald as well. Not going to save his teammate, and Dawnbreaker regretted that decision. There's just too many numbers here. Earth Spirit running away. Can he get away? The homing missiles channel, but Storm Spirit in the back line. He's going to clean up on Tree and Protector. He's low on mana, though. Lumpy has to be careful with this. Has maybe enough mana for another Ball Lightning if needed. Is not going to need it, though. Smoker also getting low, but numbers-wise, favoring Balrog.
Yeah, they're just doing some nice stuff right now, and also, like, when this Dawnbreaker comes in, there's a lot of, like, AoE that you might just be going into, right? Like, even just an Ice Vortex, some Treant spells, a Call Down, an Avalanche, or even just a Pit of Malice. That stuff is very annoying, as Gyro has an Aghanim's at 30 minutes, and he's actually queuing up the Diffusal Blade right now, which, honestly, I would not be opposed to it at all.
So, wow, yeah, so the Axe, Diffusal Blade. So, the Diffusal Blade, of course, for the Medusa, really?
Yeah. I guess the mana burn against some of the other heroes is also not too shabby. And another, I like how they're like, I like to call this the save the king smoke. Like you smoke behind your most important hero, and it's either like, okay, nothing happens and he just really takes the tower, or if anyone comes, see you later. You just blast him off the map.
Yeah, they are certainly ready. Tiny's got that blink in hand, ready for any kind of commitment to make it. He's like, give me an excuse, please, to use the side. I want to, but they're not going to. Again, the discipline is there from Lava, but do they keep going with this? They're going to maybe infiltrate the Ancients. Now, what I was going to say earlier before that fight broke out, Medusa was farming what had to be a 4, even a 5-stacked Ancient stack there. So her farm was still looking pretty good while that fighting was happening. But yeah, still Balrogs getting the better of it.
I mean, both teams have some, probably some of the best stacking takers of the entire game, right? With Gyro, Medusa, so not too surprising to see some of them come out. And yeah, but I mean, even with all those stacks that Medusa did get, the fact that DCMC, he's been in all these fights, he's been free farming all the time. He's nearly 1k gold ahead, and honestly, he might just stay there, right? With the Aghanim Scepter as well, just enhancing his farm.
So you were touching on Underlord as well before all that chaos happened at the bottom lane with that mech. He's not going to go the full Guardian Greaves just yet. It looks like he's going to transition more into a pipe. As hold that thought though, because middle lane, Ancient Apparition opens
nice
in.
Kick.
Kicked away though, saving his teammates. So Dawnbreaker surviving for now. Those flat cannon attacks though are so much damage from the range, and Tiny will finish the job. In fact, he gets both on top of that call down. Arcana with a bad spot. The Fiend's Gate is up as well. Here comes Underlord, baby. The Pit of Malice. Buyback from Dawnbreaker's mentioned. She flies in. However, is it going to work out of the end? DCMC getting low. DCMC falls. The buyback's proven to be very worth it so far. Fatson, he's trying to get the hell on out of here with the Fiend's Gate, and he will be successful. Takes it back to where he came from. So they did kill Visage as well. This fight breakdown is going to be interesting. It does suggest a slight win for Balrog when it comes to net worth. But
I mean, I guess you bought back both the support, so the next time they die, it will be like a little costly, of course, as they will be dead for quite a bit. But one of the biggest things of this fight is definitely the fact that Medusa got to come in and clean up not just kills, but also XP and DCMC dying. I think his game being slowed down is very crucial, but to be fair, when he respawns, he's got, I think, like a 10 stack waiting for himself in the Ancients. This is disgusting.
Oh gosh. Wow. Yeah, look at where he's teleporting. Yeah, they are protecting him at all costs, because not only is that diffusal going to be finished from this, but oh my god, the game is lagging from just how massive this is.
Honestly, I can see, like, literally, like, the change alone to stacks, it makes heroes like AA4 or just AA and you put in the offlane SD4, as long as you have heroes that can like kind of take it but also protect it if they come to fight it, it just gives them so much. Like even just Demon alone, I think he got like 400 gold from just all these creeps being killed. He's got a phylactery, like he's chilling.
Literally chilling.
Yeah.
Ancient apparition and all. So, yeah, he's feeling pretty good, and yeah, that's one of those cases. Sure, you look at the impressive farm at Gyrocopter, but you give a pat on the back to Demon because he's the one.
Oh yeah, for
doing
sure.
He's doing all the heavy lifting there. So.
Yeah, this is where like, wow, it's Gyrocopter's so good. You know, in the meantime, the AA is like giving away his arms so this guy can play his game and have the most farm ever. But yeah.
True support. True position 6 support right there.
Indeed. Never get the recognition. I feel like it's slowly changing, so it's good. But yeah, for some Medusa, you'll of course just have the most standard build, I think, of all in Dota, which is the Manta into Skadi, even though it looks like, I don't know if he's changing his mind, because he has a butterfly queued up after the point booster. So maybe he's like, okay, this guy is buying a diffuser blade, therefore I buy butterfly. You know, maybe it's some next level generation stuff that I'm not aware of yet, but I can see it.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, though. Maybe, I guess that makes sense. You betcha with that point booster, unless he's going to the Axe route or something like that. But yeah, no, definitely that butterfly queued up. So keep an eye on over the next couple of minutes to see how that continues to progress there. But middle lane, definitely action setting up. Hit a mouse put down with the tiny combo. Earth Spirit didn't stand a chance. And you just got to be so careful pushing out any creep waves like that, even on your own side of the map, because with the tiny initiation, it could be the end.
It's just similar to a game that we casted yesterday, where if one team has like this really strong mid with follow-up damage, it was Ember yesterday with like a Mirana, playing and pushing out these mid waves is like the most dangerous part of the map, because it's so easy to go there, you look for a pick, you find it or you don't find it, and then you just go back to a side lane. So if you're Lava, you really have to be careful around this mid river. Like they will just continue to kill you there.
Yeah.
Maybe even up here too.
Exactly. Hey,
no, that's just
hugging
creepy.
your tower is not even safe. I mean... Dawnbreaker's like, I'm in the trees next to my tier 2 tower. What more can I do? So.
And here you just see like a little bit of the buyback earlier, right? Like sure, earlier they got this kill on Gyro, but now Dawn dead for 50 seconds. Like now suddenly the buyback from earlier, it matters. They had a really nice lane ward as well beyond the tower, which saw the Dawn in the first place. So Balrogs, honestly, just doing a lot of nice things in this game.
They really are. We haven't seen Medusa too much. I mean, not that that's a rare thing, pretty typical when it comes to her just farming, but she did pick up the Eagle Song, so I would think it's safe to say she is committed towards the butterfly now. But, you know, you get the butterfly, it feels like you're getting to that point, okay, Lava Esports, they need to start fighting as a team after that, because this is getting a little bit out of hand with the success of Balrog currently. Yeah,
this at least it will also enhance your farm a little more than Skadi. Like Skadi is more the tank up and like maybe go for a small fight play. And it looks like they might be trying to find our good old friend Demon. He is dead.
Well, Storm wants more, and he's going to get more so far. Will it work out? It looks like it. Dream Protector. Fiend's Gate's down, so Underlord is going to show up in a mouse. Here's Medusa though.
Mana.
Lumpy is out of mana, as you pointed out. Solar Guardian though. Dawnbreaker doing what she can. The flat cannon attack from afar of Gyrocopter, but you see Medusa trying to do the same thing in her sense, running away with that Stone Gaze, playing very defensive, and Balrog absolutely dominating that fight when it's all said and done. The buyback from Ancient Apparition is certainly helping, but yeah, those flat cannon attacks are flying from above, and that's when you knew the Balrog was going to be favored.
Yeah, I mean, this is just like the best case for these type of carries, right? A fight breaks out, they get to come in from the side and just kind of clean up, where it's a pretty similar fight to what we saw earlier. One team is like going very aggressive. You have 2 buybacks come out from both the supports, and yeah, Gyro now 1k ahead of the Medusa, and I think his item build is really damn nice. I love the Ags into the Diffusal, now the BKB. I think that they're just ready to fight. Like, not just that, but also your Underlord is getting all the items he wants, right? We touched on the mech pipe, so I think this Gyro right now is really scary.
And it's going to get scarier because I'm guessing they're going to give Gyro the Aegis as they're doing Roshan currently. So the Dire side, they're really heading down? Not really. I mean, Earth Spirit's scouting it out, but this is definitely not going to be defense. They are just doing the Tormentor in the meantime.
Yeah.
They're trying to, but they're not even going to commit to finishing that, actually.
At least they're getting 2 Wisdom Runes, so that is like one little play. As Smoker, he's looking though. Or he gave himself vision, perhaps, with the roll. Well, not close.
Oh, okay. And now he's just down here.
He's just making space and giving vision. Honestly, I kind of like when, you know, you're just in the area. You know, if you feel it, you can make it happen. If not, whatever. I'm just around. I can't really do anything anyway. So, but yeah, Age is now on the deck as well. Let's see how they want to play the map. Maybe force a tier 2 or smoke over. Looks like it will be the tier 2 or maybe the Tormentor.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, this goes back to they didn't finish the Torment earlier. They actually instead of running away, and now it's just going to be taken by Balrogs instead, from the looks of it. So,
well, maybe this is where the Underlord can come into play. You take this Tormentor, enter tier 2, then you Fiend's Gate, you kill your own, you come back, and suddenly, bam, you get a double. As it looks like they're not sure if they want to do it either.
What is happening? This Tormentor, like, it's
too strong, man.
I guess.
The Torment,
like,
dude, this building is just too good.
Well, that was Balrogs. Yeah, they were definitely on different pages right there because it was only Underlord and Treant trying to kill the Tormentor. There's no way that's going to happen. Anyways, we have a big smoke action. Here we go. DCMC gets exposed. Storm Spirit flies away immediately. Going south. They catch Visage, though, hanging around a little bit too much. The pipe's not going to save him. The combo from Tiny is there. Tiny are in the back. Her Spirit catches Ancient Apparition. Starts to
nice
overgrowth, though, locks down Storm Spirit as well. Solar Guardian coming in. Dawnbreaker trying to help save the day. Keeping the Storm Spirit alive for the time being. The Stone Gaze actually put in the Son of Gyrocopter, but he is still plenty tanky. He's going to BKB and go for it now. He says, all right, you want to fight? I got my Diffusal. Medusa, that life pool's going to start draining. The mana just gets eliminated, and Medusa is dead. As a result, another successful fight for Balrogs.
I love this gyro build. I think it's actually really cool. Like, even when he was stone gazed, he was dealing more damage to Medusa than the other way around, just because of the diffusal with the axe, like, still doing work. They find, like, the Visage at the start of the fight as well, even through, like, the pipe, just burst her out, and it's just making it look, I think, way too easy. Like, you just run in, your gyro here, you get this perfect jump already, and see you later.
Yeah, even with the butterfly, it did not matter for Medusa. But also, Lava Esports was clearly very on, maybe not different page, but I mean, yeah, you're seeing the recap of the fight right here. I think the overgrowth from Treant is what kind of set the tone of the fight because Storm Spirit, they went to the back lines, they tried to kill Ancient Apparition, I think, but the overgrowth came out, and then it was just pure panic at that point. They were split up from the Medusa, and it was kind of like Balrog was in the middle, they killed the right side, and then all of a sudden Medusa was by herself, which we saw what happened. So yeah, just a clean fight for Balrogs in terms of their execution. Lava Esports, on the other hand, just simply got too scattered.
Yeah, it's been very clean. Like, it's only a 3K net worth lead, but I feel like it feels like it's more. So I think, like, in terms of win probability, yeah, that's kind of what it feels like. It feels more like some 70% game, even though it's only a 3K lead. I think this is a little bit scary for Lava.
Look at this Fiend's Gate play. They Fiend Gate to the Tormentor. They finally kill the entire Tormentor, and then they're going to Fiend's Gate all the way back into the other part of the map, into the jungle. So
yeah, all
right, Balrog's making the call there.
No, I liked it too. It was like at the start of this whole, like, when the Tormentors and Wisdom Runes were first introduced, I was like, oh yeah, you know, Io and Underlord, these heroes are gonna be really cool. You can, like, go back and forth, you can steal some Wisdom Runes. So Underlord has died off a little bit, but the same play, it's just still in the game. And okay, looking for some more plays.
Well, zip-zapping around, going for that Treant, but he's not an easy kill, especially with Underlord nearby, and we see this again, the overgrowth happening, and Storm Spirit has to respect that. He's nearly out of mana, dipping back to base, so they go for the jump, but as long as support's nearby, it's not, and no kill's going to be easy for the side of Lava Esports right now.
Yeah, they've got so you have 1 more minute on the Aegis. Butterfly is, it's about to be on the deck for DCMC. He probably wants to go hit a little bit. He is pinging it, as they do have a mid-wave, so you do have some time before backdoor will kick in.
Tier 3, it's already at half life, so what do you do if you're Lava Esports? Dawnbreaker sitting from afar, waiting for the call, whether or not they want to go. So the tower goes down, but yeah, I mean, you look at the minimap, all 3 lanes are being pushed out by the entire side, but they're going to lose the top racks at this point. They got the creep wave. Okay, so backdoor will kick in, and then melee racks at least will survive, but they give up the tower and the ranged racks. Get some presence on the map themselves. I suppose not the worst thing ever.
Yeah, I guess it's okay, at least because you had a lot of heroes on the map, right? Top, mid, bottom, all getting some XP, some gold. Might be dropping a couple birds here to get resummoned, so we'll save that. You get a courier in the meantime. Now Fiends get to another Tormentor. It is Torment time once again.
This is what you're talking about, and I love to see this because, yeah, Underlord, this is one of the reasons in theory why I like Underlord so much. This Fiend's Gate ability, especially, the idea of what you can do with it. But
Yeah.
the times we've seen Underlord, maybe it has been underused, but yeah, no, this is certainly being used very well.
Oh, yeah, for
That's
sure.
him doing his part.
Like, the fact that the map is bigger, it just makes mobility, like, more important too, as Lumpy has to be careful.
Oh, no. I thought there was no way they were gonna catch him. The Pit of Malice cast time, you know, you figure he's gonna be able to react, but he doesn't see him in time.
Yeah, like, even through the shield rune, you have the AA shard as well, which is instantly just gonna stun upon the Ice Blast as well, and it's just too many stuns. Ava, toss, pit, double stun from AA, it's just, yeah, rough.
And, you know, what's the obvious answer at BKB? And sure enough, he does have it queued up on the side of Storm Spirit, but it's a long time in the making because he likely wants to finish the Scythe first, which he just needs the ultimate orb for. So
Yeah.
it's going to be a while before Storm Spirit has that.
How do you defend this now without your storm? You do have a glyph, so that could delay it a bit, but looks like this one is just free. And I feel like if you really want to, you could poke mid a little bit here if you're Balrogs. So let's see how much they want to continue.
Yeah, don't see why they would feel intimidated. I mean, still 10 more seconds on Storm Spirit, but even with Storm Spirit up,
Yeah.
as a team, as long as they're together, which they are right now, they feel certainly superior at this point.
Okay, so they did get the creep wave at least, which means there won't be too much time.
Oh, back lines. That's going to be a jump. It looks like Train Protector will be blasted down before he can ultimate, but the combo of Tiny, Earth Spirit having to fight this. Call down being used. Medusa, she's just trying to run. You can see this whole time from the Gyrocopter. So now Gyrocopter having to stand his ground. The familiar stuns being used. Not the most deaths in this fight. It's a 1-for-1. And it looks like the Dire Side and Lava Esports has retreated back to their base.
But it's just a lot of I mean, they did get to pick the tree and off right, and they also saved their racks, at least for now. I would assume that they're not gonna just force their heads into this. There's a DD rune up top, which they don't know yet, but I think it looks like Tiny is looking for it. So if you can, I mean, I guess you can even bottle it on Tiny, and that's A-okay too, but looks like, okay, he's gonna drop his bottle for his gyro. So yeah, this is gonna be a scary gyro. And he was already scary.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you talking about? He's pretty scary, but yeah, this is a godlike Gyrocopter. Do not want to be in the vicinity.
Yeah.
Especially with that double damage up, and it's hard to not be in the vicinity because again, Flak Cannon. Wait, so is this typical? Am I just being a noob right now? But he does not have any points in the Rocket Barrage.
Yeah, I think there's definitely people who like to do this where you just rely on everything else, that you just tank up, you give yourself more damage, it's fine. I think there's going to be other carry players who would like the Rocket Barrage slash fighting a lot more. But I think if you're playing this build, I'm totally okay with it.
Interesting. All right. They clear out the illusions of Medusa. 5-player smoke. Here's that 4-1 strategy you were talking about earlier. The smoke behind him, although Angelor doesn't care. He's just going to run on up and assist his teammate. He's got that Atrophy Aura. He's also working with, he has a Helvin's Halberd. Yeah, this Underlord is so beefy right now. Guardian Greaves, etc.
I mean, they can just go next. Like, what is stopping them? They need to do something to this Gyrocopter, I think. And it's just not easy.
They keep trying to cut the creep waves. They're playing so defensive in assets, but Earth Spear from behind now for Solar Guardian in the front lines. Gyrocopter, he's standing his ground though. He's got a BKB when it feels necessary. So far, not yet. Dawnbreaker's dead. She's staying dead. Medusa, mana's at half. Has to be careful. Homing missiles.
Look at the
Arcanos die. Oh my god.
Nice,
Visage, like, what is happening? My life is just gone. No buyback for the Visage. And the Death Ball just cannot be stopped, Kizu.
They're just, yeah, I don't know. Like, even when the Storm just zips in, he gets his mana burn, and yeah, Lava, they just call it. I think they kind of know that this is, I don't know, it's just too hard.
Yeah, this impressive performance from Balrogs. I mean, it kind of was an interesting game though, because it's, yes, right now obviously we see the end result, especially the last 10 minutes or so, just how dominant Balrog looked.
Yeah.
Early game, it really was anyone's game. I mean, Lava had the early start, they had the advantage with hero kills. On paper, it seemed like their lineup certainly could stand strong, but was this just a case of maybe Balrogs just playing a bit more precise with their timings?
Yeah, I do think Balrogs is kind of, I think they outplayed them. Like early game, they really understood what they had to do. I think for me, it starts between like minute 7 and 10, where they like go to the Visage once, they kill him around his crucial timing. They force him out of the lane again, so their gyro just keeps farming. Then they stack the Ancients, and honestly, I just think they played super, super clean. So for me, this is more of an outplay.
Well, it's a victory as a result of the outplay for Balrog Esports, certainly looking pretty good. And
yeah,
I mean, Medusa never really felt her, right? I mean, we saw she with that point booster. It's like, okay, go in the eye. Scotty, very typical. Wait a second, she adjusted to the butterfly, as you mentioned, maybe because of the mind games, the defusal. But Medusa just frankly felt zero threat, even despite her farm. Really did very little damage throughout the game. It's just defusal on gyro. Was that just the item that completely set the tone of the game?
Yeah, I think it kind of like nullified a lot. I think it's the defusal on top of the fact that there's an Underlord who's having a very good game, and then Medusa just kind of felt like, yeah, we didn't really see him get involved too much around like maybe this one mid fight, but that's just where he TP'd in like very late to kind of clean up. So yeah, I think all in all, just Balrogs doing nice plays around the map, having the right itemization and right target focus. So yeah, honestly, some pretty impressive stuff.
Because even Storm Spirit, when it came to net worth, like Storm Spirit was actually looking pretty good. Net worth was constantly ahead of Tiny, his counterpart on the other side. So, but again, his impact was not really able to be felt. It's just as a team, they played so precise and so well on the side of Balrog. So, again, all the credit to them here in game number one is finish those highlights off. And yeah, you look at the final stats. Underlord, no surprise, he didn't even die once. I mean, that guy was a truck.
Yeah, he's just, I think, too tanky. His item build was very good too. And I think for Storm, it's just hard to like jump into this lineup, right? They're just a ball. You're gonna get pitted, rooted, avalanche. They all have 2k HP and some pipes. But all in all, I think what stands out to me was Demon stacking in this game, but then overall like DCMCs. I think his gyro was sick. His item build, it was just super cool as well with the defusal. I don't think there's that many people who would do that. So yeah, for me, I think he's a deserving MVP of this game.
Yeah, it is always to give the carry player an MVP. Sometimes it feels a little like, okay, come on, really? What support certainly, but this is one of those games. Yeah, I mean, he played it very well. Again, the itemization, especially, and let's not say the most popular builds transitioning into the defusal blade. Obviously, a lot of people bringing up Thompson. You know, he was notorious for doing that.
Thompson, wow.
TI several years. I know, right? His name feels like it always comes up.
Yeah, it does.
It just made sense though. It absolutely made sense, and so DCMC very well played from that perspective as well as just the game. And this is the carry of the qualifiers right now. As we talked about going when they made the pick, it's like this there's a reason he's the top picked position 1 in these qualifiers.
I mean, it just seems like the heroes is good, right? A lot of supports like laning with ranged heroes. You have good laning, you have wave shove, you have team fight, you have like a helpful stun in the lane, you scale well, you can take stacks. I don't know, it just feels like if I have a gyro in my team or in my lane, you just feel good because you know you have like all the options in the game to do whatever you want. So yeah, I mean, you gotta put more emphasis and I think more attention to this hero, because if he has even just a good game, like this hero seems damn good.
Yeah, he's a powerful one. So then that leads into the discussion of, all right, if you're Lava, obviously, try to get it for yourself maybe. If not, banning it out initially. That certainly becomes kind of the topic moving forward to what's going to be game number 2, of course, around the. I mean, what's your initial reaction to that? Is this do you let them first pick a gyro if it comes to it once again, or do you just eliminate that chance?
I mean, maybe like when they do some of these bans, like where they ban Razor and Darkseer, where it's kind of obvious that they probably want to pick gyro, like maybe then you just snatch it instead of going Dawnbreaker. And like I think the first picks were a little awkward, but yeah, they'll just have to change something up in the next game.
That is true. They did pick the Dawnbreaker first, didn't they, over the Dark Opter option. But anyways, easy to say that in hindsight, but now looking forward, we'll see what Lava Esports does as far as adjustments go. But ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 in the books. It's a 1-0 lead for Balrogs. Game number 2 going to be coming up next. I'm Brick CBK, joined by Keizu. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. What's going to be game number 2 here between Lava Esports and Balrog Esports? This is an elimination match here from the South American TI qualifiers. Loser, unfortunately, is done. The winner keeps hope alive at TI with those 2 South American spots on the line. I'm Breaking CPK, joined by Keizu once again, and we are into the draft for game number 2. Again, the story of game 1 really was that gyrocopter. It's been the carry of choice for so many teams here in these qualifiers, so we'll see if it gets addressed. So far, it hasn't yet.
Yeah, so this time around, I think Lava will be second pick. They were first pick around last game, so okay, this time around they will ban the gyrocopter. I think also like perhaps, so you did try the Dawnbreaker like flex, where you then played at 5. I wouldn't say it was necessarily bad or horrible, but perhaps there's something better and easier just to like set yourself up. So maybe you skip that or you put it in the offlane, but either way, new pick order, no gyrocopter, fresh game for Lava Esports at least.
So the next kind of in-line carry option, I guess you could say, with according to the numbers, is Terrorblade. Terrorblade, one that is still available. So, and again, it goes back to that idea, especially with only having one pick on the other side of it with all these initial bans and even a couple more bans after. Is Terrorblade a valuable first pick option, you think?
He seems a little more counterable to me than like some of the others, or at least if you want to pick him, I think you need like very targeted first phase bans. Like I think you need to like straight up take out some, I don't know, perhaps Darkseer even like comes to mind, one of these type of heroes. So I think this is maybe where you go for, well, some of the supports. I think Venge, from what we've seen, looks pretty good. I think we saw her once or twice yesterday. Lots of buffs on the stun, some buff on the base attack speed, buff on your Wave of Terror as well. So just buffs on buffs on buffs. So overall, hero looking pretty good.
10 seconds
and one that has a little bit of flex to it, right? Like
that is
support
true.
Vengeful certainly would expect, but running as a core, whether it's offlane or even a safe lane, isn't out of the question.
Yep.
So that option is there. So now Lava Esports having to think about, as you see it on their screen right there, in terms of what direction they want to go. Do they go that carry and knowing that they have a couple of at least one ban themselves at least to protect with, or do they go more of a flex? You mentioned Dawnbreaker last game.
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't the best, having those debates.
I mean, you could just pick, so they just do the Darkseer anyway. I guess it just seems like the type of hero where I think if you're comfortable with it, I'm okay with you picking it early. You see, I would say, some sort of purpose. Venge isn't like the strongest 5 in bullying you out. If you get the illusion later, of course, you give it to your team. And it's not the highest damage hero, so building auras, I think, is pretty good as well. So yeah, I think it's just an easier setup to your draft, and I think it just makes the next steps like easier for you. So I'm pretty happy about this pick.
That is an interesting point you make about the illusion creating the aura for your team. So like that, there is certainly that counterplay there and that benefit for yourselves as a result of the Darkseer. So Perhaps I'm sure that was at least part of the thinking. But the two bans coming out from Balrogs, and now it's Lava's turn to ban out their 5th hero before we go into the 3 picks for either side. But
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, they will pick first, so it's kind of up to them. Okay, do you just want to like straight up pick a melee hero and then like pair it with the Darkseer, or do you rather want to pick the 5 and then maybe Balrogs, like they show their carry, and then in response to that, then you pick your 4 with the Darkseer? So I think here it is quite important for them to decide which route they want to take, but I would be surprised if it's not a 4 or 5.
Earth Spirit comes to mind, right? They played the last game in the hands of Smoker. I don't think Earth Spirit necessarily had a bad game. It was just a very Balrog played it well. So of course, Earth Spirit pairs up well with the Darkseer, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that as kind of just a safe option here.
For sure. I think that would be pretty good. Chaos also later down the line for Balrogs looking at a hero like Lone Druid, but that hero's banned out, so I think that was also pretty good for Lava. I don't know if it was necessarily for the Darkseer, but that hero is very good against him, so they take that out. As we have a Bad Rider is a little interesting for me into Venge, because obviously you can break Lasso with Swap, so we'll have to see if it's more of like is it a laning counter or something else, but yeah, somewhat interesting.
I mean, I think I'm just gonna say it. I don't know if I like the Bat Rider here. It's kind of, you already just talked about. It's already, in a sense, I'm doing air quotes, you're countered by Vengeful Spirit with a swap ability. But then you already have your offlaner. So the idea of running a Bat Rider offlane is kind of out of the question now, right? So you certainly could run a mid, maybe a support Bat Rider, but it just feels like if you want to run a mid, it usually be because of a matchup purpose. They don't even know the matchup though, so yeah, it feels a little off to me.
Yeah, I would say, for some of the rare cases, I think that this is not a very good pick, at least when it comes to like following it up. So they must have an idea that I at least currently can't see. Like they probably think that some Darkseer Bad Rider is just really good. You throw the shell on him, he fireflies on you and kills you. But yeah, overall, I think you're gonna have to like outperform like your average performance to make your Bad Rider worthwhile here.
Well, Balrog going with a bit of comfort with the Ancient Apparition. We saw him play the last game, of course, played it well in the hands of Demon. Mars to pair up with them. Mars likely to be their offlaner themselves. So we haven't seen Mars yet ourselves, but I think Mars has actually been a fairly popular pick overall.
Yeah, I think, like Mars is, I think, still just like a very... not a staple, but I think like just a solid hero. I would say that's the right word. He's a good laner. He gives you some team fight, right? He locks people down. You can pin the Darkseer, so Surge is kind of whatever, Fireflies, whatever. So I think all in all, like just it's a good setup to your draft for Balrogs.
Yeah, he's a top 30 hero, 15 games, 5-10 record though, so not the friendliest 1%.
Not the best.
Still has been played, a fair amount, pretty average as you're getting out there. So, yeah, this time around though, some synergy perhaps already, but we'll see how it works out for Balrog. Tusk coming out for Lava, and they also do get the 4th pick. Of course, one of those cores, whether it's the mid or the safe lane, is likely to be the case, of course.
I mean, it would just make sense, I think, here if you just take your carry, you give last pick to your mid, because you don't see that yet, but you already see what is presumably the offlane and Mars, so I think you go for that. But, I mean, your supports, if these are your supports, they're not the strongest, right? Like, Bad Rider 5 is not something that particularly impresses me, or if I'm a carry, I feel like Bad Rider 5 is not really, if I could choose one, that's not the support I would take. So maybe you want to take a carry that synergizes more nicely in terms of kill pressure, or someone who can kind of stand on his own, but I think that would make the most sense.
Well, they're using plenty of reserve time to think about what they want to do here. You see the discussions are flowing on the side of Lava Esports, getting their perspective.
I mean, something that I feel like helps you, because I think right now you have a very similar trend between your 3 heroes with Darkseer, Bat, Tusk. These heroes, they want to go. Like, minute 10, minute 15, they're just going to want to run at your opponent. I think at this point, you should like kind of commit to your strat and keep going for it. So I don't mind this PA pick. I think it fits into like the rest, or like it just fits in the archetype of what you're looking for in your draft, and you either double down here or you like let go, and I think you just lose. So double downing and just going balls to the walls into it and like committing, I think is the way to go.
Like that response though. The war cry itself especially is of course going to be great against the likes of a Phantom Assassin, even a Tusk, but especially PA. So yeah, they were very confident with that response too. I mean, they did not really think too much about that, and I can see why with the Sven pick.
Yeah, I think they already like saw it coming. Like they liked it. You like it against Darks here. You free farm. The illusion isn't good. You have all this high damage, and you mentioned already, Warcry is so damn good against PA, especially for your two supports. Like AA Venge, they're kind of food. What does PA want to do? Kind of like jump your backline, kill your supports. If you're just around, you pop this Warcry. You can literally just change the entire fight with like a spell that people generally don't really look to Sven for, like all that much.
Yeah. Unless they're playing more of a support style, especially.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, this is going to be the core. But yeah, you still figure he is going to get that value here. And even if it's just a 1 point, it's still doing quite a bit. As we saw, there was that Sven yesterday at level 20, I think it is. You get the plus 10 armor, if I'm not mistaken. That itself is, that's a huge boost right there. So in the mid to late game, that Warcry is going to be good.
Yeah, and I think for Balrogs now, I would say that their draft was like pretty... Yeah, I think it's very solid. You have some teamfight in the offlane, you have initiation, you have damage, you have multiple sources of initiation even. You have decent early games. So I think all your mid kind of has to do is, I don't know, like kind of be a chill mid hero that doesn't get counterpicked too easily. Maybe you have some rotation on the side lanes. Like I think you have a lot of options. You could Ember, I think you can Puck, maybe you could even Storm. Like any of these heroes, I don't know, just seem kind of chill to me.
Yeah, to that, it's like almost like you... Not really an obvious wrong answer, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Puck especially I definitely like, but there still is one more ban to go. Has the Tiny and the Pango taken out. There's the Ember ban, so no longer that option. But yeah, Puck's certainly one that stands out as a very viable pick. We saw Queen of Pain banned last game as well, so that's another one maybe that's a
I mean, one thing that is like somewhat interesting about Queen is the fact that it shuts down the fact that Bad Rider could go mid. It's like the worst matchup of, I think, Bad Rider's history or of his entire life. So that's one thing, and you can rotate very nicely against the PA. So Queen is definitely one thing I could see too. I feel like Puck is similar, but just better with a bit of the lockdown. But, I would like both of them.
Well, Balrog, it's in their hands. They of course, get the last ban now, and then their pick, but again, Lava does have the final overall pick, so.
Dire team pick.
Ooh, interesting. Earth Spirit ban. So, okay, and yeah, there's the Puck. So they have a thought that this could be a Bat Rider mid, I'm guessing, or even a Tusk, I guess. I mean, we've seen Tusk mid before.
Yeah, actually, I'm kind of okay with that ban, I think. We've talked about the Darkseer Earth Spirit before. He could like kind of rotate on other lanes as well. Like maybe they're like, okay, if they can do well top and then Earth Spirit comes bottom to tri-lane with the PA, maybe that would make our Mars's game very hard. So totally okay with that. I think Puck pick is good. We talked about it. I think Lava should have kind of seen it coming. So let's see what they respond with.
Okay, our first Void Spirit we're going to be seeing at least is the pick for Lava Esports. So that'll be their mid matched up against Nengo playing the Puck. Your thoughts on the Void Spirit?
Yeah, I've seen this. This matchup was played a lot, like a couple months back. It's obviously, I mean, Void Spirit's a very skill-heavy hero, and I think he can do well against Puck. I think you do lane well, but when you get coiled later and there's a AA6 and that connects on you, I think that's gonna be a little hard for you to deal with. So he's gonna rely on having a good lane. Hopefully, Darkseer will have a good timing on the pipe. Maybe you can get snowball saves and stuff like that. But overall, I think it's kind of what you wanted. I think without the AA being in the game, maybe you can go Dragon Knight, but with AA being there, I think that makes that pick worse. So Void Spirit, all in all, I think solid pick.
Yeah, so, I mean, I do go back to this Bat Rider. The second pick Bat Rider, it's going to end up being a position 5 support in the end for the side of Lava Esports. And it's like, what is there? I want to give you the chance, kids. Is there kind of value here with a support Bat Rider that you see that's like, it actually still kind of works for them?
I mean, it can work. I do think it's better than it used to be. Like you go the flame break early on, you go for some like blood grenades and it can help you, and being universal you have a bit more damage, so maybe it allows you to like lane well into the AA. But I think these first couple minutes in this bottom lane are so crucial. Like if this PA Bad Rider don't get off to a good start, I think they're in a lot of trouble, like a lot of trouble.
For sure. Yeah, definitely need Phantom Assassin to have a good start. And you were mentioning earlier the tempo potential of this lineup for Lava Esports certainly could be a fast one. And if they can get off to that good start and obviously amplify off of that out of the laning phase, then that's going to be their win condition, you could even argue, for the side of Lava Esports. But yeah, Balrogs lineup, at least for me, and it sounds like maybe even for you, overall the potential feels like it's a bit even easier to execute on. I think
I would
actually
agree.
the best way to put it, right?
Yeah, like you have solid lanes, you can rotate to each other. Your Sven is gonna do his stuff later. He can help you. You can help him. You have like Coil with follow up, Mars Arena with follow up. Yeah, I think all in all, just more chill and ease of execution. Whereas I think Lava, it has like more. I think it has more volatility. And the more you have of that in Dota, I think the games just gets... yeah, you don't really want to have that. The Dota's already so complicated and so hard. You just want to take out all this random other garbage, really.
And this tournament play with TI on the line, it's not much more of an argument to be made. It's like, just keep it... Sometimes it's best to just keep it simple when it comes to the expected execution of a lineup. But hey, Lava, they're up for the challenge. They're going to go with it, and we'll see how it works out. So both teams once again smoked up, as we can see. This time it's Balrogs, the one playing very aggressive off the bat. Wrap it around. They have Sven to lead the way with a Stormhammer. He's going to find his first target. It's Batrider. Wave of Terror comes out. They had a Spear from Mars if he wanted to, but hasn't leveled it yet. Didn't really find the opportunity, and so no first blood.
Smoker, he's looking. He's got some ice shards. There's a lot of heroes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. We're fighting, baby. So no Spirit gets the God's Rebuke, actually. It's a couple Lumpies getting low. Lumpies going to fall. They did kill Ancient Apparition. Who got the first blood? It was actually Mars getting the first blood.
Not a flip break.
Advantage for Bout. What is happening? It's just a cluster. They're just literally right-clicking one another. On time, it's a 5 versus 5. It's kind of mid-wars, but off to the side. I mean, Mars is going to die. Now,
the 3 for 1, baby. It's going to be a 4 for 1.
Yeah, the numbers actually favoring Lava big time. A double kill for Pake. I mean, we're sitting here. Okay, first blood for Mars. It's looking good for Bout. Wait a second. It's 4-1 Lava in the end.
A PA is level 1.5 before the creeps even meet. That is ridiculous. I've not seen that in a while. And PA... Like he has nearly, he has more than half of half of an orb of corrosion. This is incredible. So yeah, Lava, if they win this game, it's like 20% thanks to what just happened.
You said it. It's like they need the early game start, and what better way to do that? I mean, that kind of goes to Balrog. It's like, the decision to kind of commit as much as they did to the fight right there. Very curious one, and obviously in hindsight, maybe not as good of a deal. Good of an idea, even. Anyways, point is it happened. Lava has that advantage, and we are officially into the laning phase, despite all that.
And now it's more like Balrogs to at least try and nullify, I would say, like the next 1 or 2 minutes in this bottom lane. They are doing a lot of pressure up here, at least on Darkseer. It's going to be okay, as they're going to pull his wave. He at least lost a lot of mana early on, but this PA, being buffed up to nearly an Orb of Corrosion, that is the biggest deal for me right now.
Right. Yeah, so expect to see CS to feel pretty good in the early stage. In fact, bottom lane, we do see initiation here. Demon, he's dead. Needs you see Batrider doing a good job of letting Phantom Assassin, get that last hit in there. And Batrider is the support Batrider clearly working out early on. So
I mean, you're in AA and you're laning against a PA at minute 130 who has been in 5 kills with an Orb of Corrosion. I feel like you kind of want to not play anymore.
Remake.
Yeah, you've got some hard work ahead of you for sure.
If this was a pub, let's be honest.
He would have broke his items. Yeah. It's like, guys, what the hell are you doing? Yeah. Smoker.
Oh, top lane, he's dead. All right, so Tusk going down at the tower. I mean, that's quite the dive there from Balrog, diving that tier 1 tower, and Arcano. Not much more he could do at that point, but yeah, this is a heavy creep wave being pushed into the tower. I mean, so is this the way to play against Darkseer? Is you kind of push it up like this, or?
So generally it's good if you can, but it's more so like Lava, they were pulling themselves as, okay, we've got the shell, the snowball, pretty damn strong. This looks like they can go for more. Good stun though.
God, we already have 8 kills at 2.5 minutes.
I love it. Just continue. Don't stop, guys.
Oh, but with this lane positioning, though, it feels like, is that good for Sven, or it seems like it's this maybe not?
Yeah, I think Sven, either way, she should just do well. But if they ever pull the wave behind and you have a lot of creeps, just go ham behind the tower and clap them in the lane. Whenever you get these hits off, you just take them.
Well, the one lane, go figure, we really haven't addressed yet is that mid lane of Void Spirit versus Puck. And right now it's Void Spirit 14-1, Puck 13-1. So very, very even back and forth here in the mid lane matchup, perhaps expected anyways.
Yeah, I think it's like a very skill-heavy matchup. I think it's like a kind of a 50-50 lane, like by default. But then if anyone does like a small outplay, as Fanson down bottom in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, Phantom Assassin also in a little bit of trouble, had to back off, but Chris is just like a Batrider support. Yeah, I'm going to make this work beautifully, and he certainly is. So all the props to him so far. I know I had the call out there of maybe, is this going to be the best? But hey, early on, it is working beautifully.
Yeah, it definitely works if your PA is just helping you with the Orb of Corrosion from high range. So honestly, they're just making this lane work, and credit to them. You get all these kills early on, you transition it into more. So just doing good stuff.
No surprise, Phantom Assassin, Cornucopia being queued up. And of course, the Battle Fury is likely to come there. So everything is on cue after that early Orb of Corrosion. For me, it's, what direction Sven goes. And it is going to be the Mask of Madness and the Echo Saber, it looks like. So pretty typical there.
Yeah, it seems like the most normal, right? You go to Mask, Echo, split into some BKB or Blink, play fast. You have a Vanguard now on Darks here, so I don't think it's really going to be pressured too much. Smoker is here as well, so could turn into more.
Sitting on top of Excel, you got the tag team coming out. The Shard block, going to force him the other direction. Stormhammer already used. There's the Magic Missile, the Vacuum pull-in.
Blocks.
The shell's not enough, but the Surge on forward, and they get the kill. Good coordination right there. Surge with the Ion Shell, and now DCMC. Hammer in 1 second. Going to pop the stick. He does have a Fairy Fire as well. That's going to need to come into play most likely. Yep, he'll pop it right here. Kiting around with the tower. Has support coming in from Ancient Apparition. Can he save him? Demon doing what he can. Puts down the Ice Vortex, but the Snowball at DCS, he's like, are you kidding me? Just get away. They're not going to get away. They take him out first. Here comes Vengeful, and nope, that's going to be canceled. And that'll be the end of that.
All right. Well, if 4 spells won't do the trick, your 5th and 6th spell will, as now Demon also in trouble.
And they know...
I think he's dead.
Yeah, Sven's not here. Obviously, he's still resurrecting, and that is an easy kill. They could just literally run at the Ancient Apparition. 10
kills in 5 minutes, not too bad. I think most of the Lava Cores should be pretty happy with the state of the game right now.
They're getting the early start. They heard you, Casey. They're like, we will show you an early start.
Here you go, bro. 10 kills.
Yeah, this is quite the performance, and exactly what they needed. Create the chaos, have the advantage early on. A 2,000 net worth lead. This Phantom Assassin feeling very good and is going to go for a play here on Fatson. He'll just teleport back to the base, but taking plenty of damage in the process.
Yeah, that's like, even though you don't get this kill, this is like a 200 net worth lead that you get out of Mars. He has to TP to the tower, he has to salve up, so realistically you're just lowering his net worth just with a dagger, a blink strike, and a firefly. So if you can do that over and over, this net worth is just going to continue to rise.
Again, the mid lane matchup I continue to put focus on because despite it being 10-2 right now, both mid laners only just have 1 assist, and that's it. That was from the very initial brawl that took place. So obviously they're going to start coming online now. Puck just, in theory, makes a little more sense, right? Because he has the ultimate, he has the Dream Coat, this team's behind. So is it fair to say that Nengo maybe needs to move earlier?
Yeah, especially with how the lanes go, right? Like maybe you wait for a couple more levels on some of these heroes to come out. Of course, Demon is stacking a lot again, as he did last game on the AA, but the only one who can really take those stacks nicely, I would say, is kind of your Sven, and he needs a couple more levels. Unless you want Puck to clear the Harkon with the Arcane Rune, sure he can, but it's also a little annoying. Oh, Arcane Rune TP.
Yep, deep into the top lane. There we go. They were diving them yet again, and this time Puck's going to try to make them pay, but is he able to do enough? The Green Coil, Snowball in, pulls them in, Nengo, another phase shift. There's the orb on through. They get the kill on Tusk. Now they're going for Darks here, but with that Vanguard, he is so tanky. He's managing to run away. Batrider burning down the
PA is here too.
Third forwards. Arcana's going to survive it, and yep, here comes Void Spirit.
Oh my goodness.
Well. Phantom Assassin here showing up, and this is a clash at the top lane. What is going on? Oh man, but yeah, with Phantom Assassin showing up especially, he's just gonna go Twin Gate back and advantage Lava.
I've seen this more, I feel like, out of the SA teams where their carries will push into bottom lane and then just twin gate to any fight that happens up here. And honestly, I love it. Like the fact that he doesn't even have boots, but like he shows up with Orb of Corrosion, more gold, more XP. His entire team is there, and yeah, they just played it beautifully. They have 14 kills at 7:40.
That's actually crazy, doesn't it?
That's ridiculous.
He's choosing not to go boots. Oh yeah, that itself is crazy. But okay, there we go. He does have power treads now, so he will finish that in full. with the cornucopia cat. He is farmed, man.
Yeah, he is fat. He is a real big boy. As DCMC, you know, he's got the god strength. Looks like he will clear through this. As yeah, honestly, I like that they go for this play because you need all the XP right now. I don't care so much about the gold that Sven is getting, but you need your supports to get online. Help them get 6 so that you can coil into Ice Blast or whatever you have and just throw it in there.
Yeah, doing it as a team. Oh, the timing of Lava. If they went 5 seconds earlier, maybe, but doesn't look like they're going to hit them as a result. The scan is going to hit them over here, though. Oh, they know they're over here. Tusk going uphill. The Ancient still left, but the Mars Arena going to be put down. Playing very defensive. Fatson trying to hang inside of it. That's not going to be enough. Bat Rider. Easy kill on him. Phantom Assassin able to take out the Ancient Apparition. The lasso in on Vengeful. No chance for him. A double kill for the PA. They are just not letting up on the side of Lava.
Yeah, this looks like it looks like a type of game where your PA is smurfing. Like he's 6-0, 6k net worth at 9 minutes. He's got everything he wants. Your Bad Rider nearly has drums. Yeah, this is going to be on Balrogs to get 6 on your supports and somehow try to nullify this game. Which I'm telling you right now is a hard ask.
You're right. I mean, it's crazy to be 9 minutes in and you have a level 4 Vengeful still and level 5 Ancient Apparition. Yeah, your support's not even having their level 6s yet. And despite 17-4 hero kills, it definitely does not feel good. But yeah, one step at a time, as you pointed out. And Balrog, they got to think of what they need to do immediately, not how this is overall going. But they're trying to find Darkseer up here at the top lane as we see the mid push taking place.
Any kill right now would be big, but he does have Vanguard, and of course he is very tanky. They're trying to bring the Mars as well. Yeah, they will get him. This is a big kill.
Okay. I mean, it took them quite a bit, but hey, they get it. And now the mid tower, while that was happening, as I mentioned, the mid tower, though, taking plenty of pressure, is going to stay alive just barely for now.
Well, PA is killing the bot tower on his own, and he's going to have a Fury upon getting the last plus some creep kills here. So a 10-30 Battle Fury.
With power treads and Orb of Corrosion, like
and Magic Wand. Yeah, this is I think the most fat PA I've seen in the last couple of years, probably.
Where's Knoxville? I mean, we need these stats. Yeah,
we need Knoxville. Hello, mate. It's time to tweet.
Is he tuning in, maybe? But anyways, yeah, I'll get that tweet out after the fact. Because, yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, this has to be one of the most fun PAs we've seen at this time in the game. But anyways, hey, it's up to Balrogs to figure out how to deal with that.
And I would say that a PA with this net worth at this stage has a pretty high win rate.
Yeah. There's a good chance there.
Yeah.
Hey, but there is Warcry.
True. Let's not forget that.
6 armor. It's suddenly not seeming as impactful as it was in the draft when we were talking about it. But hey, it is still something that they have to benefit from. But no, again, on a serious note, this is still a chance here for Balrog. Yeah. Just again, keeping things calm. And I keep going back to this puck, especially. So I didn't talk about the sports, but yeah, Nengo, he has another Dream Coil. You got Mars, maybe looking to make a play here in the near future, which is possible coming up.
Yeah, you're going to have to allow your Sven to keep farming creeps. You do the same on puck until you feel like you can make a move every here and there with like Coil, Ice Blast, as of course very nice win probability here for Team Radiant. But yeah, Balrogs, 30% is not too shabby. Being down 6k and that's your win probability, you should be pretty happy with that.
I would be very happy with that. Yeah, I was taking a look at that myself, and you know what? That's not too bad considering the circumstances right here. So 12-minute rune regen will be picked up by Tusk, prevents the puck from getting it actually. So well played, as puck does have that full Witchblade. Of course, Blink is, I'm sure, going to be of a thought here perhaps next, but so far not yet.
Definitely, as a voice spirit, I like the itemization as well. Nothing too crazy. You've got the treads, magic wand, you've got raindrop going, Echo Saber, you just want to tank up. Darkseer already has a pipe. Like, if you go together, they're picking out the mid tower, and I really like this timing. You're up so much, you've got the aura completed, you can just go mid. They do see Venge. Good Tumbler's Toy.
Oh, look at this Bat Rider, too. Again, Tranquil Boots with drums, a position 5 Bat Rider. Yeah, but gets a pretty good positioning. However, Void Spirit in trouble. He gets locked down with the Arena. Spirit in as well to swap back, and Void Spirit's dead. This is a chance for
That's
Balrogs.
a good stun.
Two-man stun with
That's
the
a good
hammer,
vacuum.
but the wall of vacuums put down, and it's time for the turn on the Radiant side. The pulling on DCMC with the lasso. He's standing his ground with the God Strength fighting, but he finally gets taken out. Able to kill Tusk slightly before, so with Sven dead, you know Balrogs is not going to be as comfortable. I will say Phantom Assassin is keeping his distance, going for Puck. Nice job with the phase shift, trying to finish Arcano. Arcano running back to the wall, though. He stays alive, and Puck is dead. And so is Mars in the longevity. It will be Lava Esports coming out on top. And look who's back to full life already, is that Phantom Assassin.
I mean, the start looked like it was pretty good. You got a 2-for-1 trade as Balrogs, but then the fight continues. Bad Rider gets another round of spells. Here comes PA, stealing some of your Ancients. Okay, it looked like he was maybe rushing Deso. He hasn't decided yet. Okay, so he's just gonna go BKB. They're just gonna continue to fight. Like, this PA is disgusting. I'll just say.
I love the BKB choice because it's literally with the BKB at this time in the game, unstoppable. And I don't
also
mean that
love this.
Yeah, they're just going to go. Speaking of unstoppable, they're going to be that absolute wrecking ball and continue to do so. The supports are dead. Pake is going to be sitting on top of Mars. A couple more auto attacks needed. Puck's going to end up falling to the burn of Fat Rider, and it's a triple kill for Phantom. I don't want to necessarily say they need to be thinking about game number 3 at this moment, but that's definitely running through their mind, I'm sure.
Yeah, I can tell you that it is, if no one's saying it yet, they're all thinking it. Like, this is a 11-0 PA with, like, at this time, most PAs, they're just getting their Battle Fury right now. My bro is about to send out his BKB. Yeah. This is not a good sign if you're Balrogs. And not only that, they also stole your Wisdom Rune. That's why they smoked there in the first place. So you're not just starving in gold, you're starving in XP too.
Yeah, that's crazy. Just you open up the scoreboard, you look at the levels in comparison between these two teams. It's obviously vastly superior. And yeah, you see the graphs right there being shown by the observer. And on the left-hand side of your screen, it is quite the lead in many aspects.
11 levels. yeah, that's quite a lot. It's like they have a whole bonus hero. Like the highest level on Balrogs is Sven, being level 11 himself. So yeah, that is not good.
Deso is finished by Phantom. So he actually does change his mind. He did get the Ogre Axe. He builds it into a Deso instead. And now he's going the Ags on top of that.
He is no stranger to swapping his item build. He did the same with the Medusa last game, right? With the point booster into the fly. So yeah, I don't mind this choice. You can abuse the fact that you're up 10k gold. Your Darkseer has all the auras to kind of protect you with like Pipe Crimson. So as long as you don't go in first and they blast all your spells on you and you die, if you just play around that, the Deso will pay off. And honestly, you just go Roche. This is kind of your BKB on its own. You're gonna get the Aegis, so yeah, I like it.
100% agree there. Exactly. I think with this Roshan happening, communication so there, it's like, you know what? Yeah, why would I waste money on the BKB when I could just instead amplify my damage that much more and have the second life anyways? Oh, I love this too. Look at this. Oh, never mind. That's Vengeful Spirit anyways. He's scattered throughout the jungle on the Radiant side. But the top lane, Lava's pushing. I mean, you got to address this if you're Balrog.
Yeah. I mean, what do you... Yeah, you can de-push a little bit, right? You have Wave of Terror, you have some Ice Vortexes and Puck Orbs. Like, that's kind of your way to go about it. And yeah, the rest of your team, you have to get all the farm you can. So DCMC popping his ulti to just like get whatever he can on the map, I'm all for it.
Yeah, there's been so much attention on the Phantom Assassin, but all these other heroes, I mean, the mid-hero Void Spirit, you look at what he has. He has an Echo Saber. He's going to be building into the Axe, and the Axe, which of course is fantastic against the likes of somebody like Puck.
Yeah.
With that Resonant Pulse. So that is going to be coming along in the next about 2,000 gold or so. Just another tool that they'll have on the side of Lava Esports.
Yeah, like it also makes you more tanky against these heroes, which is great. You can even split your Echo Saber, so you get it even faster, like to like surprise your enemies a little bit as well. So yeah, honestly, there's just a lot of things coming together. And if you're Balrogs, you need to just keep splitting, try to keep the map open, get a couple items, and then try to fight back eventually. Oh, Mass
win
Deep is the
probability.
bottom.
You know, they're trying to get the catch there on Sven, but he's got the Shadow Blade now and using that to get on out. And so he's getting a little greedy, farming the camp here, but he is going to be fine. As mid lane, it was Mars that could be in trouble. The lasso forward, Batrider with the blink already at position 5. That arena is not saving Mars.
Yep, that's the first stack on the Desolator, getting closer to our Ags. So yeah, it's scary, scary days.
So Vengeful just stacked these camps again.
Yeah, for who?
Venomous is like, thank you, I'll take these.
I'll take those. I'm not fat enough, so help me out a little bit, guys.
And that's you can't blame Excel there by any means, but that just feels so bad. Sven is coming in, but what is he gonna do? Like, he just has to watch his ancient stacks disappear in front of him.
Yeah, I guess he is leeching experience, which is the best thing he can do in that case. So Ags is completed, still at a 10k gold lead with the Aegis as well. So yeah, just a hard situation to deal with right now.
Darkseer with the full Crimson Guard to go with the pipe. So his auras are basically online. He's thinking about the blink next to have yet another initiation tool in this Radiant side with, you already have the Batrider doing what he is. Obviously, Void Spirit's got that mobility. Tusk has his with the blink as well. So I don't even know if blink on Darkseer necessarily feels like it's necessary, but hey, why not with the way this game is going?
Nope, they catch Fatson. Looks like Tusk misclicked his blink a little bit, going back to base, but all good. It's got the snowball. I mean, when you're this far ahead, I think like buying items that allow you to move a bit more quickly that's just a free kill. We'll take that, of course. Not a stack on a Desolator, because why not? So, yeah. We got a Silver Edge coming up, so maybe when the Aegis falls, when we get a break on the PA, maybe with some stuns, you can still kill her. There is no BKB, or he's not building it yet at least. He has a queued. So there are some openings.
Props to DCMC. With the way this game especially is going, the fact he is as farmed as he is what is allowing that, 20% win probability still to exist. Like,
for sure.
And you mentioned the Silver Edge, of course, a great tool against a farmed PA especially. So.
He's got the, not just for the break later, but allows you to move around the map with the Shadow Blade. Just keep popping your ult. You've got the God Strength on level 15 to lower that a little bit. And just try to live and get as much gold as you can. It looks like Lava will just take a free Tormentor. That's a quick one.
Yeah, this time they commit to it, and Tusk says thank you very much. And we'll take a shard, so those ice shards a bit more powerful now.
Super ice shards. This looks like, so Sven is pushing top. They were maybe looking at, okay, maybe someone TPs and we smoke at the same time to then catch him. It looks like Lava, they don't give a damn that you're pushing top. As instead, they just kill you.
Especially as a support, if you appear in any, with all these blinks, you are just dead. As you see there. Nothing you can do about that. So that's going to be a tier 2 tower dead, and that's the last one to fall in favor of Lava. Oh, they know Sven's over here. The dust. DCMC, he has to fight this. He doesn't have God Strength though either. He's going to go for the TP. That's not going to work. Oh, DCMC, he is just dead. He's out for 50.
I didn't see if maybe he clicked the Watcher to take it over. I think it was just Wisdom Rune timing and someone had to play okay, I think Sven is here, let's TP. They find him with a dust, just nicely done. And yeah, that's just, you do this kill one more time and I think it just kind of seals the deal. Even at this point already, it sets Balrog back so far.
Yeah, with where you need to be, that's absolutely the case. But yeah, with you there, one more time, then it's just might as well GG at that point. But hey, give yourself one last chance. And for the sake of entertainment, I do want to see Sven able to pop God Strength and see what damage he can put it, because it is a lot of potential there. So there is that chance, but as difficult as it's going to prove to be.
Yeah, they're going to need to be very on point. He's going to have a BKB on PA as well, so you really need to do some, I don't know, coil and maybe insta-break it with swap, or you start with a blink spear and just, you're going to have to make plays like that. But even then, there's a blink snowball from the Tusk if he's on the ball, so yeah, you're going to have to execute on some really high level.
Yeah, Void Spirit's been sitting with his gem as well this whole time. That's just the fact he's able to invest in getting a gem early on in the game. That, of course, is great, especially against the Silver Edge of Sven. And Balrog is grouped up. There's smoke. Sven leading the way. They're trying to find something. They obviously understand that this is not the best game state to be in.
Yeah, I at least like like Puck's itemization, like because in this case I think you can't just build fighting items and like kind of ram your head into the problem. You need to go like Boots of Travel, Blink, try to be mobile on the map, get some farm, get the XP, split up the map, and then try to work from there. So I think he's kind of understanding the situation that they are in, of course, which is not a good one.
Not a good one at all. Mars, he's got a blink. That's essentially what his inventory looks like right now. And so yeah, that's hey, honestly, that's good, of course, to have, but we'd like to see more out of him as well if you're Balrog. But 5 players smoke on the side of Lava this time around as they go bottom, and look who's down here.
Oh, hello.
Oh man.
Okay, looks like he might get out with. Oh, they even nearly call it murder. It's like next to 5 heroes just chilling.
Yeah, that was 2 more seconds maybe if he sticks around. I mean, he is definitely dead. So that's very close call, but I guess there's going to be plenty of those, and the game is as it is right now.
You've got to take risks for sure, as they are pinging him now, so they're still looking for more.
Oh, they just saw him dump in. They got the gem. There's no chance to escape. And eventually, your hand's in the cookie jar a little too long. Sven is caught.
This time around, Lava is just they're the aggressors, right? They're playing the map well, they played their early game well, they pick up this gem that you mentioned, you just remove all these wards that they need to split push, but also to then see the Sven. And honestly, like this pos 5 Bad Rider, I don't know if we should call him a pos 5. He's 5th in net worth. He's higher than the enemy mid. So honestly, he's kind of owning in this game.
He's making me eat my words, that is for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I'm nice and full right now from all the words I've eaten as far as what I was saying earlier about this Bat Rider, because, yeah, he is playing it very well and showing that even at position 5 Bat Rider and the game like this with counters on the other side, it just doesn't matter. They had the great start, and he's certainly accelerated with that as well, so deserve credit there.
Anything can work, a wise man once said in Dota 2, showing it here.
Oh, they're going to go Twin Gate? No, we got Roshan. It's 18 seconds, actually, still, before Roshan could spawn. Or will spawn, I should say.
Yeah, so that's just going to be, a freebie, of course. I don't see any way of Balrogs to really contest it. So for them, it's all about, okay, push waves, get XP, get gold, and try to just, like, gear up for this one fight later when we're ready. I would say, like, this AC timing and trying to split up Lava is really the only way. Like 5-on-5s are still really difficult.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tusk waiting around to check for the Roshan respawn. They see it, and the call is made to go in and murder this Roshan very quickly. As Phantom Assassin is there to do, so that's going to be the Aegis, of course, as well as Cheese going their way. Aegis in the hands of Phantom Assassin. Cheese for Void Spirit would be my guess.
Yeah.
He's
got a shield rune on Void Spirit plus Cheese. This guy has like 7,000 HP right now, so I think he's quite unkillable.
Yep, and they scanned the Sven. What a perfect scan right there on Sven. Don't think they're gonna catch him though. DCMC happened to be getting out just at the right time, so
yeah, he will walk it off for now. Okay, I mean, it's just hard, right? They're doing a good job at holding the map, I think. Like, you have Mars split pushing, they're mass TPing though this time. You do have one step. Let's see if they will find him. Doesn't look like it.
It's just like an every man for their own, on their own even kind of strategy, right, for Balrog. It's like you just do what you can, spread out throughout the map. Just don't clump up, because if we do that, they're going to engage on us and then just wipe us out. So hey, if we lose one, okay.
Like, you've got to do your thing, I do my thing. Hopefully, in 10-15 minutes, we hope we made it there and we've got gold. And then then we'll talk again.
Yeah, well, we'll meet back up later. So it's understandable that they're going that strategy. It's not usually you advocate for the not playing together strategy, but it's understandable that's where they're at right now. So Bat Rider tried to go for a deep lasso, but unable to catch. It's a BKB coming, though. And 27 minutes just passing, so that means tier 3. Neutral items, what's this bottom? That's Puck down here. He's got a haste rune, though.
It's being a pesky puck, as you know, it's the best thing he can do at this moment. Keep pushing in these lanes, be annoying. At the same time, you have DCMC. He's already trying to run down the top lane again. And I think, yeah, for Lava, you could just, I think, go pretty ham, I think, in this dire base. You know that they're just all on the map all the time. So I think you either just dive them, you try to like lasso the Venge, or even if he swaps out someone else, you just take the kill on him, right? So you're going to kill someone with a lasso. Okay, they're looking again. That's step number 1. Second one is on cooldown.
Void Spirit unable to catch the Sven, though, so DCMC, keep going back to it. You see he's playing it so well, and every time I look at his inventory, I mean, there's something new, and he's got a full Assault Cuirass now, so he's working on the Harpoon next, which certainly would be a great item, but, oh, top lane, they might be looking to engage.
Okay.
I thought about it.
Oh,
there's the engagement. Batrider goes in first, the combo to just annihilate Vengeful. Has a buyback. Rinkwell committed as well.
Still got the Aegis, so I feel like you could probably hit a little bit here. You've got like all the auras. If they do stack up to like go in your PA, you can always just vac wall, try to continue a little bit. Creeps are coming, so you can just continue to do the same thing.
This is like you were talking about earlier. If you're Lava, you can be overconfident right now. You got 2 minutes on the Aegis. Let's just sit at the tower and slowly dwindle it down. Because what the hell is Balrogs going to do about it? Not much.
Okay.
Okay, they try. Arena goes down. BKB Fathin just going very defensive there. So they do clean up the PA. But he is just going to fall back. So yeah, right as I'm saying that, go figure. You know, what are they going to do? They actually did kill the PA once.
Well, if that stops the push, then that's good. So let's see how Lava kind of go with it. Because, of course, they did have to use like a couple spells. Ice Blast, BKB, Arena. DCMC also doesn't want to have anything to do with this, as he's still on the map. Now he's coming back.
Now he's TPing back, and here we go. He hits level 20 as well, by the way. Gets that Warcry armor buff, so looking to engage. So they lose Vengeful again, who still has a buyback, though.
Yeah, buyback is still available.
He's given to Phantom Assassin, by the way, so...
Okay. Well, as long as you're not Ice Blasted, that will certainly save you if you get to use it.
Yeah. Has the BKB as well. Waiting for the right time to use that. Oh, there's a double damage rune top, by the way, but the other team knows that.
That's, well, I guess neither team see it yet, but you have 1.5 minutes. Oh, Mr. Mars. Mr. Dead.
Glimmer Cape?
Yeah.
Okay, now he's exposed. But
Ice Blast.
The engagement has been made, though. Ice Blast hitting as mentioned. Batrider is dead. But the follow-up, not really there. Sven, though, he's looking. Sven nearby. Ooh, he gets pinged down. They spam pinging like crazy. Tusk, in fact, is rolling all the way in. Blinks away before engagement takes place. Phantom. Oh, swat back in. Never gonna blow up. The stun! Is it enough? No, the cheese comes out with the BKB, and now here's the turn from Phantom Assassin. That was their opening, and it's quickly shut down. Oh, the valiant effort of Balrogs, but you know what? With the Arena, they are going to clean up the supporting cast. Even losing Sven, they still managed to hold.
All right, you have to use 2 buybacks there, but, you know, all in all, it just goes to show you, they can still kill this PA. Like, if there's an Ice Blast available, which, you know, sadly for them, it wasn't. But if you get a stun on this guy, and, like, the Tusk isn't literally next to him, you can still kill this PA.
And that's one of those fights where... mentally, if you're Balrog, yeah, you're thinking to yourself, you know what? This game isn't over yet. We actually have a chance. Like, if we get the combo, which we've done now a couple of times, we're going to see in the replay right here, at that top fight, I mean, yeah, PA is the one that got a little aggressive. Okay, sure, that gets swapped back in. You see the blow up, nearly dead, but just got the cheese off at the last second. Imagine if the Ice Blast was ready, though. I mean, if the Ice Blast was off cooldown, that is 100% a kill.
Yeah, so it just goes to show you that if you can smoke up and find this opening, you will kill the PA. But now, the other way around, she's smoked up with a DD. If she sees you, you are dead. And you're probably not the only one.
Yeah. Do not clump up. If anything, with that cleave effect in hand with the double damage rune, as coup de grace and everything else, you will be cut down quickly. So
I mean, they could look at something similar from earlier, where like you smoke up, you get to the dire base, you drop a ward, anyone you see, you just lasso. If Venge has to swap and die for it, you're still killing a Venge who's going to be diebacked, so it gives you a lot of time.
Look at Puck. Puck,
oh, they find a better
he's been
one.
running this whole time. He's trying so hard to phase shift. Yeah, I don't think he's getting away from this, right?
Nope.
Blink south. The orb. Oh, he's still alive. They
Here I am.
see him, though,
Here
and they
I'm
finally... I mean, they were chasing for a good 20 seconds right there,
Yeah.
but they finally get the kill.
Eventually, if you try hard enough, you will kill heroes. That's generally how it works.
Puck's one of the most slippery, but
Yeah.
even with him, not to be... I mean, double damage rune is still in hand for Phantom Assassin, ready to be used. Pushing bottom. So Puck has a buyback, though. Doesn't have Dream Coil, though. She did use it trying to get
Yeah.
away right there.
I mean, you still, this is scary. Because anyone might just get lassoed here. They are smoking, so they wanna do the jump on their own. But you need a... what, you need a blink spear on the PA. And it has to start like that. I think otherwise you just can't.
Yeah. Oh, or the swap initiation, right? That's what we saw last time.
Yeah, but I guess you need a coil. Oh, that
Oh,
is just avenge down. See ya.
Okay.
70
Well,
seconds.
that eliminates that option. I think they agreed, and they were like, yeah, we'll take care of that. Let's kill the Vengeful real quickly. I mean, Sven's pushing top during all this. So obviously showing that Balrogs has very little to no interest here in terms of committing. However, we might have that commitment. Puck is TPing in to blow up on Mars and Ancient Apparition. Oh, look at Sven even drop into the Phantom Assassin. Manages to get back to base just barely.
That's just, yeah, making it look easy. It's just so hard for Balrogs to fight back. Oh, DCMC. Yeah,
Keeps running
gone.
around. They're just going to call it GG. Yeah, the vision just too strong. I mean, yeah, this... Hey, I'll say this. Balrogs, they put up quite the effort considering how just runaway of a game this was from the very beginning. But yeah, Lava, all the credit to them. What a game. Started with that initial clash. They gave up the first blood, and then they get the next 4 kills, and it just, hey, that's where they started it, and they did not look back.
I mean, this is a very good like momentum boost if you're Lava, that's for sure. And if you're Balrogs, I think you are someone is definitely mentioning this level 1 fight. You're giving up like 4 kills suddenly because it just changes the entire game. Like that's what I'm talking about. Dota has like all these small openings where some guy has 2 kills, 2 assists. They're like level 1.5. They kill a few creeps in the lane. They're level 2. Then they get another kill, and like all this stuff, it just keeps snowballing more and more, and the entire game just turns so hard so quickly.
Yeah, literally. I know it's a term we use often, but especially when Tusk is in the game, you know, little snowballs coming out from Smoker, as well as, again, just the team, though. They played, you could tell they were confident here. And that's a lot easier said than done, right? Especially these TI qualifiers. You're down 1-0 in the series. Elimination on the line is you lose here. Mentally, that's got to be so taxing. That's got to be draining. And again, even with the draft, it's like, I'm sure they were very confident with their draft in the end, but there were some question marks. You know, was the Batrider second pick necessarily the best pick there? Yeah, it clearly was. It worked out in the end. That's what matters. And, you know, props to Lava once again for being confident in themselves and showing that they are here to compete. And we have our first game 3, Keizu.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's about damn time, right? You have these teams like are starting to like fight back. They make some changes in the draft, and yeah, I do think now, I think Lava should feel pretty good. I think for Balrogs, they shouldn't feel like too bad. I think a lot of this game really does write down on like this early game, and then it's just really hard later to like try and find this opening and this fight that you want to take. So, you know, next game, it's a new draft. Try to be more aware of what they want to do early on in the game, and like just play an even game from the start. Not like, you know, don't like play hard mode where you're down like 1,000 gold, 500 XP, and just making it easy for the opponent.
Yeah, those level 1 skirmishes. You know, sometimes I feel like we do oversell. You know how big those level 1 skirmishes.
Not this one.
First Bloods. This one, no. I mean, it really did. And you were highlighting the fact, especially with the PA, she had the Orbic Corrosion extra early because of it, and did not look back. I mean, 17-0-12 stat line as a carry. Obviously, very impressive, but certainly plenty of support around
for sure
as to why he was able to end up with such a stat line right there. So this comes to that, you know, that question of, obviously we like to give out the MVPs after the fact, and certainly could be a conversation for multiple, but hey, you know what? Let's give it to the Bat Rider. It was
I'm down.
there was questions there going into it, but Chris, any questions that were there, certainly shut them down quickly.
Yeah, no, he played well in the lane. Like, he would set up all the kills for the PA, which of course PA is going to help you in return. He rushed the drums, which when you have all the tempo, you amplify it even more. Then the blink, the BKB, I don't know, just the right place at the right time. And honestly, just having some different picks maybe on a support role, right? With the Dawnbreaker game 1, now Bad Rider game 2. I like when people do their own thing. Like, it shows some type of confidence, and especially when you win a game with it, that just feels like twice as good.
Yeah. Hey, see, even at the end game stat, Arcano, a level 30 Darkseer. It was the first pick Darkseer, remember, too. So talk about, you mentioned as long as you're comfortable with the hero.
Sure.
Safe to say, very comfortable with that hero. That's another one that, if you're Balrog now, you're thinking about is maybe that ban worthy. Do we go for the pick ourselves? So those mind games, as they usually are in these best of 3 series, going into game 3, going to be up there as far as what they're going to do with the drafts. But I mean, I don't know what more else is there to say, right? I mean, is there any specific changes out of Balrog as far as hero bans or early picks that you're looking at here? Or is it don't overthink it?
Nothing too crazy. Like, maybe have the Darkseer on the radar. Like, I think all the rest has a lot more to do with gameplay. I think for them it's really more about, okay, how do we want to lane? Let's put them like this. Are we strong level 1? Yes, no. If not, let's just chill. Take 1 bounty rune, give up 3 if you have to. It's okay. And just keep a clear head for the next game. Because I think these two teams are actually very evenly matched.
Yeah, and as you'd expect with a matchup like this going into the lower bracket. Again, thrilled that we get the chance to get our first game 3. And something tells me more game 3s are certainly to come here throughout these qualifiers with those 2 TI spots on the line. But ladies and gentlemen, I think we are going to be good to go on the break here and head into game number 3 just around the corner. Lava Esports versus Balrog Esports. Elimination time. One of these teams going home. One of these teams keeping hopes alive. We'll be right back.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Game number 3. The first time we've been able to say that here for the South American qualifiers of TI on day number 2 now. Looking forward to this one. This is an elimination match once again, so the loser, their trip to TI unfortunately comes to an end. The winner keeps hope alive at one of those 2 spots on the line. Lava Esports versus Balrog Esports. I'm Breaky CPK, joined by Keizu, and we are into the draft. The first pick is upon us, and we notice a couple of bans, and one of them being Darkseer, taken away from Balrog.
5 seconds remaining.
Are you there with us, Keizu?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's my bad. Sometimes, you know, you mute your microphone and you don't unmute it because you have fish brain. But yeah, we just have a couple bans that I feel like there's a lot of reoccurring bans. There's like this first phase, Nature's Prophet, some Razors, you have the Gyro, Lone Druid. There's one hero though that did make it through, which is the Invoker. We did see it banned out in most of the other games that we have casted, so I feel like if you've got a player that plays that hero, you might just want to go ahead and take it for yourselves.
Yeah, we've seen some impressive Invoker play already, and I'm with you there. You know, I'll never be against the Invoker. So a hero that we have seen banned a lot, though, to that point as well. Undying has actually been banned quite a bit himself, but yeah, left through here. So Lava Esports says, thank you very much. We'll take it. But how about that? Balrog, they're going to go the Bat Rider this time. Obviously played by Lava last time with all the little bit of criticism there. But yeah, first pick Bat Rider. This time against an Undying, you know, it feels already a bit better though.
Yeah, maybe it's also like, okay, this Bad Rider looked really good. Let's do it ourselves. I don't think it's that easy to replicate what he did last game on the Bat, but either way, you probably like what you want to do against Undying is like take really quick fights or be able to drag the fight away from the Tombstone. So I think when you can do that, right, you have Blink Lasso, you drag a guy in, Tombstone isn't going to be as good. So it does kind of check out if that's like your line of thinking.
So now the bans to follow that up. A couple more before we enter the spree of picks. But yeah, Undying, again, he's just been banned so much. We haven't had the opportunity to see him yet for ourselves, but picked up here for Lava Esports. And well, what makes Undying a good early pick or even ban worthy early on, would you say?
I think it's just that Undying offers a lot. Like what you want, especially out like the early stages of a draft, is you want solid stuff. Like stuff where it's not like, oh, they picked, I don't know, like Ricky, and it's super easy to counterpick. Where it's like Undying, you're a good laner, you help a lot of carries get through the lane, you give team fight, you help do Roche. So it's just like, it just ticks like so many boxes where it just feels so good when you pick it. And it's not just that the hero's good, but you want to also like, you want to feel it. Like when you pick a hero, you're like, yeah, this feels good. And you just kind of keep that momentum and feeling going throughout the entire draft.
So Lava Esports feeling good, not only for that, but of course they're coming off the victory in a very, very decisive victory with the game just all theirs from the very beginning to the end. So there's that as well coming into play as far as the mental state. You know, Lava Esports has that momentum. So Balrog having to bounce back now and reset of sorts as we enter into this game number 3. But final ban before those spree of picks take place. Once again, Balrog thinking about it. They are going to take out the Invoker. So no Invoker, unfortunately. But yeah, understandable ban there.
Okay, just going to take the Ember out of phase. I want to see if we'll see a couple of counter picks come into this hero. Because, I mean, yeah, Ember is definitely the type of hero where if he has a good game and he has like heroes that can play with him, like Maranas, Carlos are ones that will generally come to mind, then this hero is really damn strong. But there's always been potential on this hero being shut down. Whether it's like DKs who like soft counter and like soft beat you in the lane, or if you want to go nuclear, like, you know, you've got the likes of Huskars and stuff like that. So you got to be careful.
Well, still not going to stop Balrog from second picking it overall. So plenty of chances here for Lava Esports to address it, and they start with an Underlord. We saw him in the first game, of course, in the hands of Balrog, especially with the Fiend Gate use. It was fun to see, so looking forward to more of that. Ooh, Dark Willow coming out. That's one, again, another one we haven't really seen yet.
Honestly, I'm a big fan of Dark Willow. I think even before the buffs that you received now, this hero was good. It's just a very high skill cap hero. Like now you can throw Bedlam on your other heroes, which is like the hardest thing with Willow to do was that you had to like position yourself into it to kill heroes, but now you can do everything from range and someone else can do it for you. And also Bramble is very annoying for Ember and Bat, so love that pick, but AA has made it into every game of this series, which is very surprising to me. But honestly, it's looked pretty good in these games.
10 seconds.
Yeah, it's been on the... Well, no, it wasn't on the winning end of the second.
Not this time around, but...
Yeah. Either way, yeah, been involved in all 3 games,
Yeah.
to your point. That is interesting, especially for a hero that, yeah, really was down there on the picked list as far as qualifiers so far. But
yeah,
this series, a bit different. They're going to follow that up with the Mars. Hey, I mean, interesting here. Obviously, a lot of similarities. The last game, too. But the Mars picked up for Balrog. Obviously, they had it last game. It didn't look good, but not a lot looked good on the side of Balrog.
yeah. Just run it back. You've got the... Honestly, you've got the PA again against 2 heroes that... At least 2 of the heroes that really hate to play into PA, which is these 2 supports like Bad and AA. Let's just make sure you don't give PA the same start as last game, because that was disgusting.
Yeah, you don't want to have those first blood, the skirmishes early on. Yeah, what you said there also, you know, I think it resonates with me and should resonate with them as well. Hey, if it means... Excuse me. If it means you're giving up a bounty rune, even if it's going to be 1 to 3 bounty runes, you know, so be it. Like,
yeah, it's fine.
Don't overplay your hand just to get that second bounty rune.
Exactly.
And have happen what happened, because it truly can snowball. As again, a perfect example.
I mean,
previously.
Balrogs need. I don't mind their draft right now, but I think there's a lot of overlap in terms of okay, when you lasso or chains or arena spear, I ice blast, and that's how we kill our heroes. I think other than that, their damage, like the damage is very slow and like it doesn't come out very quickly, which means that auras and pipes are gonna be honestly detrimental to their spells. So luckily for them, they do have last pick, and their carry, it's gonna have to be someone that really dishes out like constant damage, and you just get to stand your ground. Otherwise, I think this Underlord could really have some incredible impact in this game, like already from this stage on.
So is Sven out of the question? Again, we liked it last time in the PA matchup, but is it just not as friendly of a Sven game this time around?
I mean, you could do it again. I wonder if there's like other heroes that maybe make it a little more straightforward against the PA. I don't like Medusa. I think we saw that like in the first game already, that this Underlord is just very annoying for you. Like, you've got the aura, he lanes well against you, and he builds all these auras. I'm kind of looking at what's better. I do like some of these bands come out with, like, the Slark and Bloodseeker. Like, something that's a little more fast. That's a Quake Pango pick as well.
Well, yeah, it makes the Bloodseeker ban that much more relevant, because, great against Pango, so just eliminating that option. So, yeah, really... Balrog, have to think about. I mean, we mentioned Sven. Terrorblade is still there. That's another popular option, at least.
What is? I mean, the one thing that I do feel is that Underlord covers PA pretty well. A lot of heroes who are good against PA, I think they all hate to play against Underlord. I'm kind of like looking for this gotcha pick. I'm not currently finding it.
Like, who's both? Yeah, who doesn't mind playing Morphling? Is that a good pick here?
Yeah, I was kind of looking at more, but then now you've got this Pango pick that really like makes it hard for you. Monkey is banned. I think that hero would have been really nice too. You've got a cool lane. You're just gonna go BKB. You can kind of stand your ground.
What about like Luna? Just kind of overall a generally solid hero, I guess.
I guess so. So they will just go with the TB. Yeah, I think it's well, you do have a very good matchup against PA, of course, because well, you farm well, you have really high armor most of all, and you can like stand your ground. Reflection is good. The only thing is there's a lot of other annoying things against you in this game, like an Underlord, some Brambles, Terrorize, but most importantly Pango, and you don't have these auras. So I think, I mean, I do like the TB pick. It's one of their better ones, but there's still issues that he's going to have to deal with.
Yeah. It's that mix of, it may not be the greatest setup for him as far as this game goes, but yeah, he is a meta carry hero right now. He's one of the top ones for sure. And in general, Balrog's certainly comfortable playing him too. So yeah, from that perspective, it certainly makes sense why Balrog, we talk about this. Sometimes it's just best to be comfortable when it comes to your draft, and understandable why they would go that direction. So it's going to be another support Bat Rider, by the way. You know, back-to-back games where we're seeing this kind of really position 5 Bat Rider coming out.
I mean, I do also like the fact that TB will, it helps your team always to play the map. Like the way that Ember and Bad Rider love to play, especially AA2, you want like ease of execution on the map where people have to like defend lanes. Now you can pick them off, so he also helps your team do that. But honestly, I would feel pretty good if I'm a Lava Esports player. I just won the last game. I feel like I've got a pretty good draft again. I feel like I've got a good PA pick. So yeah, I feel like momentum should be on their side.
Well, we're here to find out what truly is going to be the case, as you see, or we are loading into the game, I should say, as you're looking at us here for, again, game number 3, elimination time here from the lower bracket of the South American qualifiers. So yeah, certainly anything can absolutely happen, but it starts from the beginning, as we especially saw last game. So off the bat, as we're going in here, it's going to be a smoke from Balrog as 5 early on. How do they play this time around?
Well, we're probably not going to see more than 2 kills before the creep spawn. It's going to be my hot take.
Yeah, they're not even going to try to go aggressive. I mean, with their makeup as well, it makes more, like, you know, they had to spend last time, especially in the weight. It's understandable why they were fairly confident going aggressive, but this time around, with the Terror Blade especially, you know, you're not looking to engage.
Maybe it's also like, maybe that's why you ban out the Darks here, because honestly it was kind of the Shells that were owning them in the last game, like over this 30-second fight, you know. Just take it out, don't go for this like weird play level 1. Let's play a clean game.
No advantages early on this time around. It's going to be simply up to the heroes that you picked from the draft, and starting with the laning phase, of course. That's where we're headed with this one. So all the wards going down off the bat. As far as on either side of the river, you got Bat Rider checking things out right there, but they commit to this top rune. Uh-oh. Bramble Maze. Gonna force Bat Rider to go north, but he is gonna be fine. The Blood Grenade hitting, not gonna be a big deal. You see the illusions coming out, thanks to Terror Blade popping Reflection off the bat.
Heckin' love honestly, this spell is really strong nowadays. Like, it lasts so long, and it like deals like, you can see in Willow, it's like minus 100 to 150 HP just from some casual level 1 spell. So yeah, just definitely helping the good old friend TB with the early laning stage, but at least no kills for either side.
Of course, expect that Metamorphosis though at level 2, and then early use of it from DCMC. But yeah, going up against the Underlord, never the friendliest matchup. That Firestorm span from the beginning. Yeah. Off the bat, you take a look at all 3 lanes there.
Well, at least for mid, I think this is still... it's always been a very skill-heavy matchup. I would say that Ember has traditionally been on the winning side in this matchup against the Pango, so I would expect him to win a little bit. Bottom is the one that is, I think, the most interesting, because I could see it go either way, but I would definitely prefer to be the PA Undying. If you can find a good way to lower their HP, you get level 2 with the Tombstone, maybe a Blood Grenade, then I think you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Well, of course, as you'd expect, a lot of spam coming out on a Bastion here. Already has 12 stacks at a Decay, wearing off a little bit there, but expecting Undying to keep that up pretty frequently. With all those mangoes in hand. Typical Undying player.
Yeah, I mean, they did force Smoker out of the top lane, or at least he was forced to TP with the early meta, so definitely what you want to be doing. Just apply all the pressure when you are able to.
Courier going down, but yeah, with the meta 4, you see Terror Blade zoning out Underlord quite a bit, but now that it's worn off, Underlord can be a bit more cozy with his positioning. So, still no kills early on. As we were approaching 2 minutes into this game, we had about 10 by now in the last game. So
a little bit of a
different change of pace.
Yeah, it's a game 3 in an elimination match of TI qualifier, so really cannot fault the teams for, you know, playing more safe but also more clean at this point. This is the 3rd game.
Yeah, so Dark Willie, you talked about this hero has just received many of buffs, and although we hadn't seen it, I was looking again. She's been played about, it was like 16 games overall in the qualifier, so she has certainly been picked up, and teams have realized that she's gotten the buffs.
Here's just, honestly, it's just a very cool hero, but I think it's also one of the, you need to be some sort of, I would say, you need to be a specialist hero, because the hero is very hard to play.
Oh, knocked back there with Batrider as we're looking at the mid lane action. Ember Spirit versus the Pango. Ember 18-2, Pango 13-0 currently. So it is favoring the Ember Spirit as you were suggesting there, Lumpy. Getting some regen though.
Yeah, it will probably continue to be that way, and it is what Balrogs need. Like, you need your Ember to do well, because he's the hero that you're gonna want to play through with your AA, especially like with some Ice Blast, and probably also with your Batrider. So you want him to have a good start and help him later, as we see a good denied on bottom. Try to get it with the PA Dagger, but Creep does stay alive. And yeah, lanes are slowing down a little bit, but top lane, at least for now, Batrider and TB doing pretty well against this Underlord.
So yeah, Mars isn't really your aura builder.
Yeah,
he's is more
really
of like kind of the initiator. Well, that's what I was gonna say though. Is this a game where you have Terrorblade, like you like to have auras around him? Does he have that thought, or is it just you still go the BKB?
I mean, I think you would, as a TB, you would love to have that, but you also know and feel as a Mars that when you do that, you can't, I feel like you sacrifice too much. Like, sometimes you help your team more by being able to be aggressive rather than losing all of your aggressiveness to then like build some auras. I think Mars is like the perfect example of that.
All right, Fatson though, early on, going to be getting some upgraded boots, but keep an eye to see what he goes for. 4-minute runes are coming, and both teams do have supports nearby, but no engagement. They go to their own water runes and head back to the mid lane, so supports will start rotating back to their appropriate spots, including top lane. You got Dark Willow coming back up here as Underlord, though he was fine. He's definitely one that doesn't need to be too concerned about being in a dangerous spot up here.
Honestly, I don't think too much should be happening to this Underlord, which is similar to what I was saying in game 1. I think it's just going to be fine. So we have a Flame Break with level 2 Firefly now. Hard to dodge the Brambles. There's Blood Grenade as well.
Excel's really toying with them a bit, has that Cursed Crown though, and it's going to go south as a result. But yeah, Terrorblade has Metamorphosis, is going to spawn the illusion here and send it after Smoker, provide some harassment, but we'd like to get some value out of that Metamorphosis, perhaps even a kill attempt. We'll see if that setup comes.
I think this top lane is going really well for Balrogs. I'm not sure they should be losing it this hard with the Underlord and Willow, but I guess TB and the Axel on this bad is putting in a lot of pressure, and meta is still up. Like, it's not like they used all these early metas to win. It's like, I think that's only been one. Like, the second one hasn't even happened yet.
No, that's what I'll say. Yeah, until you just mentioned that, I wasn't even paying attention to the CS. I mean, holy crap. DCMC is 27-14. Underlord 14-3. So yeah, you figure Underlord should be able to. I mean, Dark Willow was rotated off for a little bit there, but by no means was it that long with him. So yeah, that's well played for Balrogs.
Because now this is definitely going to help your TB early on, which also helps like your Batrider to feel a little more free. Okay, maybe I can move to mid, which don't really looks like he's about to do. Your AA is going to continue to stack the Ancients, as they have in the past 2 games. They will not stop in this one. So you stack, you maybe can go for the bottom rune, and yeah, Ember, who's already winning his lane, most likely going to be a secured active rune.
I will say the
50-50.
There's stack coming out there. You see, the stack's adding up for him.
Up to 6, easy.
Oh, and the Invis. Undying picks up the Invis, so Nengo guessing incorrectly. Now might be in trouble. The Tombstone's put down. Rolling Thunder hits twice, but that looks like it's going to be it. So Ember Spirit should be fine. Going to take another knock, but no way that Lumpy is going to commit further. And he'll just TP back and eventually come back in with Remnant. So he does have one nearby, but bit of a clash here in the mid lane, and apparently we're not done just yet. Nice deny the Tombstone, but Lumpy, he did not expect Ember Spirit to be back this soon, perhaps. He's in trouble. She'll crash over the ledge, well placed, but Batrider says, yep, I can do that too. Flies right on over, gets the vision, and they do get the first blood on Pango.
That's a big one for Nengo here as well on the Ember. He does get the first blood. We already touched on it earlier, as meta is not pop, but there's a Vanguard, so he doesn't really care. But at least you just get to kill the creep wave, fall back to the jungle, because at this point it's like, okay, Underlord, you get what you want, but I'm just going to get what I want too, which is gold. And now my supports can just keep playing through this Ember, who's honestly, he's having a great start. Yeah,
so I was going to say, though, we were talking about the great success of Terrorblade, perhaps almost a bit surprising how well he's doing, but the positive thing for Lava on that is that Phantom Assassin is also having a great time here at the bottom lane. So kind of keeping up in a sense with that Terrorblade, and Obviously, not like last game, but I don't think we're going to see the, what was it, the 10-minute Battle Fury even? Or
Yeah, that was,
anyway, very quick.
No way. If we see this again, I will quit. Like, that's just incredible. You nearly just lose on the spot. Like, that PA needs to have some 90% win rate if you get a Fury at that timing. So at least this time around that will not happen. But either way, still top of the network board. So yeah, if you're Lava, that is definitely what you're falling back to, as they're twin gating up top right now. There's a lot of homies up here now.
We saw this last game as well. You're not afraid to be aggressive. Phantom Assassin up here, they want DCMC. The Cursed Crown's up, the Tombstone's put down. There is very minimal, in fact, no supports nearby.
They're so scared of the Thunder.
Yeah, I was going to say, he doesn't have it. You know, typically Terrablaze usually wouldn't level it at level 6, maybe hold it, but he doesn't have it, so.
Yeah. This is just so funny to see. Obviously, we know more than they do, but yes, he could have been holding the point. But here comes Nengo. The great kill though on the TV, as Balrogs will at least hold the tower afterwards.
Yeah, so they're going to prevent a bit more tower damage, but mission accomplished, certainly for Lava Esports. And yeah, you'd love to see the Twin Gate play. And speaking of that, they do have Underlord, so between that and Fiend Gate as well, it's going to be a factor too. Expect Lava to make use of that mobility.
Yeah. Well, there's at least a lot of stacks for now, right around the Balrogs triangle. I don't know who's really going to take that. I guess Mars can use like multiple rounds of his spells with some Ice Vortexes or maybe Ember. But looks like for now they're just going to be chilling, right? Your TB goes jungle, your Badger can take the lane to get experience. I think they're both going to be very happy of that. Or maybe not.
Oh, Excel. And in the cookie jar right there. I thought he could maybe push back this mid lane. More so the top lane, excuse me. And little did he know, I guess maybe he didn't think Pango was especially there or something. Yeah. But either way, he gets caught.
Well, this looks good.
Now they're going to push.
I like the timing of Balrogs here once again. Just help your AA to like get towards these levels. You don't have a tome anymore, so you're going to have to work on it yourself. Get some stacks up. TB is just going to continue to farm. As I mean, they should be able to slowly take this top tower. I think you've got an Orb of Corrosion, you've got a lot of heroes, so it should be okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not the quickest, but don't feel like Balrogs is going to be too concerned about defending it. DCMC, he's just fine even farming up the jungle. Ember Spirit does come up with that set. It gets here before the tower falls, so apparently they are going to commit to a little bit of a defense. Then go even another sleight of fist there, doing some more damage. Gonna pop that flame guard, so is certainly trying to defend this tower, but by himself, and they're gonna try to make him pay. Okay, he'll remnant away, and now they will get the tower kill. So I suppose just delaying it for as long as possible.
Yeah, honestly, I don't really mind it. It's like the type of thing where, okay, if you don't bring enough heroes, I will hold it forever. But if you really want it and you bring enough heroes, and I'm like, okay, so it's kind of like it's a trade and you force them to do the right thing. So I like that. But yeah, in the meantime, this PA net worth, these SA carries, no strangers to really getting a lot of gold and very quickly at that.
Yeah, just doing a great job. And again, we saw the early rotation, so he got involved in one of the 2 kills that they've had so far, and now farming up the jungle down here.
That's incredible.
Really? Oh my god, yeah, look at that.
Yeah, just keep double stacking at like every minute. It's just so much. I mean, just farm these, sure. I mean, AoE also helps people like clear stacks, right? You get the AoE damage on the ground, you slow them. It's also amplified magic damage. So yeah, honestly, I like what I'm seeing.
Well, like you said, it's not the most picked hero in these qualifiers by any means. It's a very low pick, but in this series, all 3 games, and that seems to be the biggest reason, honestly.
For sure, yeah.
As far as stacking goes, and probably the best support at doing so. And yeah, Demon playing it very well here once again. That means Terrablade's farm certainly jumps up a bit more. But yeah, Phantom Assassin is still top as the cornucopia now, and he's the Claymore and then the recipe. So getting towards that Battle Fury, probably going to be more in the 13 to 14 minute range.
Yeah, more of a normal timing. But still a very good one at that. It looks like they might go for a smoke here. You do have high levels on both your BAD and your AA, so you've got all the damage. Anyone that gets chained here, I think you are straight up dead.
Pango would be a great target. And there's the slight opening. The Ice Blast comes through, and the lasso just to make sure he doesn't get away. So that is a great target to find, as mentioned, and now they're going to put some pressure on this mid tower. So yeah, good smoke from the side of Balrogs.
Yeah, you've got the DD and the Orb of Corrosion here. So you do bring Underlord, okay, to like slow it down and even fully prevent the tower. So good heads up to be quick here, but another active rune for Ember. That's an Arcane, so that feels great. I don't think the pressure will stop, and Mars is also coming around the corner.
Underlord, Pit of Malice is down,
Okay,
but
good roots.
it's going to be enough. Speaking of Malice, there's the Arena being thrown down as well. They trade an eye for an eye so far, but now Phantom Assassin shows out the pushback out the bulwark there of Mars, takes out Ancient Apparition, but now Fatson, he's going to drop some spot. Going to be triple knock right there, quadruple knocked every which way. Make it 5, I believe, and Pango going to shred him down with a swashbuckle. So fight success for Lava Esports.
Ooh, quick on the punish. Nengo definitely overplaying there on the Ember, getting like rooted and then terrorized as well upon the first root. So handing 3 kills here to the Radiant side. I mean, you're still ahead now, but that was definitely a big deal.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, so the overall net worth lead still up there for Balrogs. It actually bounces down to 1K though. I was just about to talk about that. It's a point is, yeah, any lead that they did have. I mean, the last fight is about a 1,500 net worth swing, and this early on in the game, that is fairly significant. So, Phantom Assassin, again, he basically needs a couple more creep kills, so we are going to see pretty much that 14-minute Battle Fury. Smoke play, though, from Balrogs. Once again, we saw it successful last time. This time, it's Undying that they're going to catch, so not as prime of a target, but it's still a kill nonetheless.
Yeah, we'll definitely take some free kills to get some more XP on it. I think these two supports on the Balrog side, as in the meantime, TB does take the mid tower, Dragonlance, Yasha, just pops the meta to get that done. But I think the Balrog supports, they're going to continue to scale pretty nicely in this game. Like Bad Rider 5, we saw it last game too. You get a lot of gold with your Firefly, and once you get a Blink, just very scary, no matter what role you're playing in.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Underlord is no surprise going the aura route. It's looking like he's prioritizing the pipe first, and I believe that's actually even going to be delivered out now. So Arcano doing his part.
As yeah, honestly, it's still a very even game. You have both carries that will, well, most certainly they will accelerate their farm even more. TP's getting some items, PA now with the Battle Fury, so farm speed is going to be ramping up. He's got one small double stack here that he's working with, so at least Balrogs aren't the only ones with stacks on the map.
Yeah. Both sides taking advantage, but Terrorblade has taken over that net worth, him and the Ember Spirit slightly, but yeah, with the Battle Fury now in hand for Phantom Assassin, expect that to perhaps change, at least that's what Lava's hoping for. Phantom Assassin can start accelerating himself quite a bit. Pango, yeah, I'm about to say maybe a little bit behind, but honestly, all the cores seem like they're actually farming fairly well.
Yeah.
No one's really that far behind from what I'm looking at.
No, for sure. I think everyone is pretty happy in this game. Even most of the supports too. I think like everyone's got some small item coming in. If you're a Bad Rider, you're getting closer to your Blink. But I'm just looking at some of the like earlier team fights now in the next couple minutes. The auras are very strong. You've got the pipe, but if you're Balrogs, you're going to be able to start a fight with your Bad Rider. You're going to have Ice Blast. So I feel like if they really execute, they can always get like 1-2 kills, back off farm, and then hints and repeat.
Well, Ember Spirit putting some pressure at the bottom lane. Going to get the tower pushing, or more so the creep wave pushing with the tower. Actually, the illusion's being sent over as well from Terrorblade. But Underlord's here to quickly thwart that effort, so not much more they can do with that. How about this ward from Batrider behind the tower? Getting some nice vision to see if they're looking to defend this or not, but not the case.
They did this earlier too, where they were like then like diving each other. It's okay. Tried a nice catch here on the Ember, will not quite be, will not connect as he does get an illusion rune, so he's going to continue to just be very elusive on this map.
Yeah.
As AA is just killing some Ancients again with even more stacks.
Oh, why not? Yeah, here we go. DCMC, more so putting some damage out to allow Terrorblade to finish the job, of course.
Once again, the true support players, giving their entire body away.
He is filling the role quite successfully, so DCMC, I'm sure, giving his thanks and with the intention of saying thank you at the very end, especially with the victory. So still plenty of game to be had, though, in this one. And now we're starting to see the direction that somebody like a Phantom Assassin is thinking. Of course, Battle Fury, no surprise, but after that, could be up for debate, and he's leaning towards the Manta style.
Yeah, very, I would say just a classic choice here. But yeah, I'm just looking at both of their networks as kind of, they will just keep fighting for like the #1 network slot, but both of their teammates looking at some smoke plays right now.
Going up, trying to catch, that was Phantom Assassin all the way north. That was certainly their prime target, but able to teleport back to the tower in time, and now joined up with his own team. So Lava Esports could be looking to make an engagement. Smoker goes underneath with Shadow Realm. First crown applied to Batrider, but he's a little too far away, so trying to find some engagement on either side, but in the end, they will fall back from one another. Terribly getting pretty low here, farming the Ancients. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, but he is going to be fine as now he's pushing up bottom, but he needs to be a little careful. Yeah.
Yeah, he's playing with like a little bit of fire. Does pop up the Manta, of course. So it's going to be okay with that. But yeah, we've just, net worth is just slowly increasing. Oh, good spear back here. But who's coming? Looks like he will be okay. No shard on the AA to just drop a global blast from up close to get the stun off.
Nope. So, and the Lord escapes, and yeah, much more passive of a game for sure. 5 to 4 hero kills as we're about 18 minutes in now. I mean, and it's going as you'd expect, though. It really is following the script, isn't it? I mean, yeah, both carries, they're top in the net worth, basically identical.
Yeah.
All the cores in general, again, as I said earlier, they seem like they're farming pretty well. I mean, eventually we're going to see some sort of clash, right? Like, is there a Roshan priority, you think? Or is it just kind of both teams on the map?
Both teams are really good at doing Rosh. And yeah, this is generally around the time where either team can really think about it, right? Like, you've got Lucky Shot, Tombstone, Undying Ult, and PA. That's definitely good Rosh potential. And for Dire, I guess it's not as good, but still, you've got a TB, so
yeah,
either team can... I guess Balrogs are more of like the team that will look to play the map, whereas Lava, they will be the ones to force the Rosh, as Axel is just doing some fancy footwork, to say the least.
He really is. He is juking this Pango, but it is going to be all for naught in the end. Okay, he's even a lot. He's going for the turn kill. Lumpy needs to be careful. Actually taking some good damage himself right there, but is able to secure that kill and survive the Ice Blast. Oh, that's coming through, actually.
Okay. Actually making it like kind of close as Axel. Yeah, he's got the Philosopher's Stone, you know, he's making space, he's chilling, he knows that his TB will eventually carry him, so he can go way beyond the enemy lines and probably not feel too bad about it.
Yeah. Made him take a while at least, but yeah, it does get killed in the end, and Lumpy did finish that Blink Dagger, more so picked it up to go with the Diffusal, as I talked about earlier. I mean, again, even Pango is being down there at the bottom of the net worth and there's a cores is actually still farming pretty well. So both teams continue to look pretty good right now. As I say this, the more rune control again. It's like the same thing. Amber Spirit.
They try to catch him top. He doesn't get caught. It spawns bottom. It happened a few times now. As I do this. So you mentioned the Rosh. I think that's what Lava should be aiming for. Like when. I think right now Balrogs don't feel good about doing Rosh, even though they're ahead. But when like TP gets Skadi or like a couple more levels, I think then they can really go for it. Which is, if you're Lava now, you should be using this timing to take the Rosh yourself.
Mm-hmm. Rosh, of course, on the southern part of the map, being daytime. And still plenty of time. He will be down there. I mean, currently not really much in the area, though. It's just Batrider scouting it out. So neither team is still continuing to show much interest. I will say that the bottom part of the map is being heavily controlled by Balrogs.
Oh, Fiendskate.
Since they have to, oh, well, look at these. Yeah, Fiendskate as well as teleporting over. Claps on. They are going to catch Mars, and that's in dead as a result.
Yep.
Soon. There we go.
Definitely a little bit of no man's land. Probably not where you want to be ending up on your own. Well, this at least gives, I'll say, Lava the kind of like, you baited them into doing the right thing now. You know, they're like, okay, we got this kill very close to Rosh. Let's go. I think this is exactly what they need.
Yeah, that's right on cue. I feel like I said, we're kind of following a script right now.
Yeah.
So far in this game. I mean, the overall net worth is still favoring Balrog. We've been jumping around the 2 to 4K range right now at 3K. But this is going to be a free Roshan unless, I mean, Ice Blast.
Oh, that's a good blast.
The timing.
There's a pipe. And they still have roll.
Oh, they're fighting over here, actually. Terrorize going to be coming out, pushing back to Terrorblade, but the meta has been active. Chris Crown hits as well, but this Smoker's in trouble. Smoker just evaporates to the illusions and Ancient Apparition. Undying's also in a bad spot. He, too, is going to get caught out, so the scatter commences on the side of Lava Esports. They lose both supports, but they did get the Aegis, at least. In the game.
Oh, can he get the rune, too? Oh, he did. Honest, I love the fact that he's like trying to roll to the rune, take it, and then TP out. But DCMC was already one step ahead, so getting himself 2 kills and a Tormentor. honestly, sure, you do give away the Aegis, but you got quite a lot out of this.
Yeah, no, it feels like, I was going to say, I mean, if I'm Balrog, I mean, as I was mentioning with the net worth, I mean, look at it now. It was about 2 to 3K, now it jumps to basically doubles, if not more.
Like, they kind of knew, too, or like we were mentioning, they aren't really the ones that want to take Roche. So, yeah, they gave up the Aegis, but they gained like 3K in gold, probably a little bit in the XP as well. So, yeah, all in all, I think they're totally okay with that. As for Lava, PA is getting closer to his Ags, and they're really going to have to get to use it nicely. Like, kill a support, refresh your spells, do it again, kite the meta. I think they're going to have to play like teamfights on like a more higher level in terms of execution.
Ag's priority for Phantom Assassin again after the Manta style. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think Ag's is just a powerful tool on this hero that makes sense?
Yeah, I think it's decent because it allows you to dispel as well. Like you can take away the chains and the AA stuff. But more importantly, I think you just want to get on these backlines and kill them. So I think Deso is also not too good against TB. And I think he's itemizing more so to deal with the heroes around the TB and then kill him last. So I kind of like it.
Okay. Yeah, has that mobility between the Manta style and the Ags. It certainly will allow a bit more freedom for the Phantom Assassin to work with.
Also getting close to level 18. It's always a big timing on PA.
Yep.
Oh, Fiendskate, hello.
Fiendskate in. Rolling Thunder's already going. DCMC in trouble. He has Sunder. Can he get it off in time? He also has the Manta style. There's the Manta. He's still being bounced around. He cannot move. And down goes Terrorblade. The bounces and in general the crowd control continues. Phantom Assassin is going to be stunned to the cold feet, but he did plenty of damage prior. It's a 2 for 2, but clearly Lava happy with that outcome.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Oh, that was very nice timing. They get off the roll-up and get him stunned again. Then before he gets to Sunder, the PA Lake with the Manta as well to kind of, you know, dodge that out. So they do get to kill the TB right away. But I don't even know who got these kills in the backline. I guess a good AA blast with kind of Mars and Ember just going ham with some BKB. So still okay. But yeah, you were very happy about killing the TB here. And that was without the Aghanims on the PA.
Yeah, who, by the way, you see right there, has an Aghanim's going to be coming, has a shard.
He's got a Divine queued up, too. I don't want to get you too excited, but...
Wouldn't that be something? And that's definitely a fight that we'd like to take another look at, if possible, down the line here. But, man, that was, because that feels like one of those fights that certainly is going to be of potential of a game changer. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but obviously Lava Esports, a successful one there. Because, momentum kind of shifts back to their side with Phantom Assassin, especially making progress on those items. As you see right here, has taken over top net worth now.
Yeah, it's also the type of fight where you see that TB, he's like, oh, okay, whatever. If I have to, I'll buy a BKB. So it's gonna make him deviate a little bit there as well. It's now 60% probability for a Lava, even though they're slightly behind. But yeah, it's just this PA. It's very easy to just kite around and like take these fights. You've got the Ags. You still have 1 minute on the Aegis, so maybe they'll look for something small.
Yeah, that spot of like you don't want to overdo it, but exactly, maybe there is tier 1 bottom still is even up, so they could potentially go for that. But PA wants heroes.
1-2 dead.
Oh my gosh,
this spell it can go for more.
Classic coup de grace right there.
I like how he's playing. I think he's a very aggressive carry player, and I love it. Like from the start until now, both games, like going through the twin gates and so on, just like being aggressive on the map on his own, applying the right amount of pressure. I'm a fan. Does find the TB. BKB is available though.
Terrorize BKB will be used. Good timing. Fiendskate coming out. The Ancient Apparition.
Oh, the Ice Blast.
And DCFC, so let's fight this. Underlord, he's the one in trouble. Underlord very likely going to die. Takes a bit of time thanks to the auras, but Phantom Assassin at least gets out. Look at Lumpy.
They have a good high ground ward.
Wants to go. They jump in.
They got him.
Again going to be killed before the Sunder. Yes. They kill Terrorblade. Don't even give him a chance to Sunder with the lockdown. The BKB and ward off. Ancient Apparition as well. Great reset here coming out from Lava Esports. Batson able to make it back to base, but once again, the job is done, and there's the Aegis being reclaimed. So absolutely making more use of it.
Oh, that was really nice. Like, so they go in first, they poke a bit, they get the BKB, then they back off to this high ground, and this high ground ward that they have, and they just instantly go together with the roll and the PA. Yeah, I feel like Lava are they're kind of feeling themselves. I think after game 1, they've really, they've turned up now.
Yeah. Lava Esports, very impressive right now. And, we keep saying this, like, the net worth still suggests, even after these several fights, that Balrog is ahead, but it is almost at the point of being neutral now. In fact, with this Tormentor kill, and just in general with the state of the game, you know, maybe that is, there you go. It actually shifts officially over to Lava Esports. So Undying, by the way, getting that shard, so that tombstone actually now gonna get that benefit there. But yeah, this does feel like that swing of the pendulum now.
For sure.
Already maybe before on the side of Lava. So now it's Balrog. They're the ones that have to answer now.
Yeah, they need... Honestly, they have to wait for the TB MKB. I think at this point, like, you know that this PA is a problem. PA is kind of at its peak, and this is where... Well, you let her have the freedom until you find a timing where you can fight. And I don't think you can fight back without this MKB. So play the map, do some stuff. Maybe you can find a pickup with the bad AA, but you've got to wait like 3 minutes at least for the TB to get this item.
Yeah, there's the BKB as mentioned. I mean, there's no way. He's just memeing, right? Like, there's no way Divine Rapier is going to be...
I don't know, man. Bro, this is South America. Like, this,
right?
He might just... You know, he might just feel like, this is the item, guys. I cannot die. I go in 1-2 dead. Boom, 1-2 dead.
I mean...
1-2 3. You know, they're looking.
Underlord, more than looking, going to be pulled in, but the response is there. The Pit of Malice, BKB from DCMC once again. The arena is down, so Underlord dead. They lose Bat Rider, but the BKB is going to be wearing off in a second. Metamorphosis is still not ready, by the way. Again, he has center. Yes, he gets it off this time at the last second, but will it matter? Metamorphosis is going to be popping. It just doesn't matter. He can't freaking move. They just continue to keep him addressed and locked down. Another double kill. Let's make it, well, it's still a double kill because Bang wanted that one, but obviously another cleanup here on the side of Lava Esports.
I just love watching PA. When a PA pops off, honestly, you just see like there's daggers and fan of knives flying around. She kills one, like goes to the next. TB, like DCMC, his TP was on cooldown. Like he couldn't BKB and TP out. It was still on CD, so he's like forced to man up and fight, but you just can't.
And he didn't have Meadow during that whole BKB either.
Yeah,
it was still on cooldown for another like 15 seconds.
Yeah, now when he respawns, he won't have it with his next BKB either again. So it's just going to be the same thing where, yeah, you need to wait for his MKB, but now you wasted like a whole 1.5 minutes of him fighting and dying.
Yeah, starting to feel it perhaps. Again, they know what's on the line here. Keeping hopes alive for TI-12 is exactly that. This is an elimination game number 3. And right now it's Lava Esports with all of the momentum, especially when you factor in that dominating Game 2 performance. They definitely have a solid lead here in this one. And thinking about Roshan, as it's going to be a long Roshan.
That's a long one, yeah. Very fortunate for Balrogs. Might give them the time to eventually get this MKB that I keep harping on. Whereas I like what Undying has queued up here. Mr. Chris, he's got the blink queued up. Just go in there with the Tombstone, aka the grab ally, and just like save them. You have this one go, blink, spear, ice blast, or lasso, ice blast. Nope, you just save them.
And that Tusk snowball effect, but on Undying, really.
I mean, that just makes the rapier even better, Breaky.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe that's why. Yeah, feels very protected, very safe, and I mean, like it's still,
No, just do it. Stop trying.
I know. I'm trying to sit here like have a discussion on it. It's
stop.
Like, let's just not over. Like, if it happens, it happens.
Let him do it. It's every time you buy a rapier, it's the right choice. Don't question it.
I'm not going to question it. You're right. Mars, by the way, Heaven's Halberd, obviously a great item to have.
Holy.
Now, it's going to come into play right here because Phantom Assassin is like, yep, I see the Halberd and I'm not going to really be bothered by it.
Yeah, nice halberd, nerd. As if I care.
He really didn't care, right? I don't even think he had a chance to use it on him, actually.
No. See, again, rapier. You can just kill him quicker. Who cares about the halberd? Divine rapier, only pros, no cons.
They really want this Roshan, man, but it is a very long Roshan respawn, so they're going to keep checking, but they still have another minute before he will actually be up. Ember doing what he can to keep things from getting too out of hand in this game right now.
Yeah, he's really trying his hardest. He's 4-1-4. Honestly, I think he's been playing a very stellar game of Ember. He's only died the one time at his mid-tier 1. He's got the BKB, the Kai Sanj, Maelstrom. A lot of gold also as well. 2.5k right now on the Ember. I think he has to help his team. He needs to like try and get on this back line, like be annoying to this Undying and Willow and like, I don't know, just create an opening. Up, the Relic is on the courier, so unless he goes Nullifier. I mean, if he gets Aegis, you can bet your ass he's going to finish his Rapier.
That's Yeah, I could actually see that in an argument. That kind of makes sense.
Finally, we've converted you.
Okay. Coming over a little bit, I suppose.
Oh, you've got PTSD from losing some pubs with your carry rapier. I get it.
mean, TI's on the line, man.
That is true.
It's just a bold, but you definitely got to give credit where credit's due, and this large cojones there. If that's
But that's what you
really
need to
gonna be a
get to TI
follow-up.
in the first place. So maybe it's the ultimate test, you know.
I guess so. All right. Well, he locks the sacred relic for now. This is interesting.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Edge.
My man. I love it.
Yep.
He's the ultra nerd. He's just not wait for the right time. He's going to get...
I love it.
They do have the MKB now, so they're smoking up. Yeah, this is the GG fight right here. I don't know if they won't make it in time, will they? Okay, he unlocks because he knows he's getting it. Oh, yeah. 3K crit. I love these numbers. Don't kill the Aegis. We got it.
Oh, yeah, dear Lord. Could you imagine? No.
Oh, that would be... Yeah, I would actually cry, I think. If he killed the Aegis and they lose, yeah. But anyway, it didn't happen. Let's see.
Oh, they're to the left.
Tower
Balrogs
This
is
is,
going to hold for a flank.
Scary timing.
Wrap around Batrata. They found the
Oh, he got
target.
the Shadow Realm.
The Phantom Assassin's not there yet. He's going to have to come in, undying the target. It's taking a while to
Okay.
kill him, though. Meanwhile, Terrorblade is being bounced around yet again. Hasn't been beat just yet. Terrorblide's
You're
going to
dead.
Terrorblade dies. No BKB. The crits are real with the Divine Rapier. Again, just so much damage. Proving to be the correct call. Who was I to question? Triple kill for Phantom Assassin.
What a monster. This guy is just chilling. 11-0 in some qualifier, like lower bracket elimination match. Just buys a rapier. Just like, okay, cool. You know, just chilling there. Okay, I'm going to kill 1, I kill 2, I kill 3. 30k hero damage. Yeah, we're chilling, guys. It's an easy game.
Yeah. Man, 4,000 net worth lead, but really it feels so much superior than that. Yeah, this certainly seems like Lava Esports has everything in control right now. And they're just going to go for the tier 3. Again, 30 seconds plus still, as mentioned on Terrorblade, 20 seconds on Mars. So at least the bottom racks. I mean, their mid tier 2 is up, so they can't really go mid.
Maybe they run to top, or what's the deal here? Backdoor mid. This PA is definitely killing through backdoor on the mid tier 2 if they want to try. But I mean, even when they respawn now on Balrogs, you've got no meta for another minute, so you're going to have to wait for that.
Yeah.
I don't think you get to wait out the Aegis unless Lava go AFK for 3 minutes without hitting your building, so I don't think that's going to happen. So you have to talk about how to fight. I don't want to be in their shoes right now.
Nope, that's not for us to ultimately answer. It's unfortunately to the task of Balrogs here.
Yep.
To answer. I'll say that, I mean, Terrorblade, as farmed as he's been, literally feels like he just hasn't been able to use that farm at all in these fights. Like 3 fights in a row, he just either is just not having meta ready or just simply dies before he even has a chance to sunder. And right there, yeah, just got blown up before he could even BKB. I mean, it's like, what are you going to do?
Yeah, it is. He's just not getting to hit. Or if he is like BKB, he can't. Oh, good try on the spear. Of course, 25 talent on PA. Yeah, he is. This is what do they call it? Like ultimate form or whatever, ultimate power level, some anime
let's
shit.
go.
Yeah, exactly. It's
over 9,000.
someone in his family died. You know, like he's turning up right now.
The enrage is real.
Yeah.
Yeah, the dagger is just flying every which way. I mean, Metamorphosis is still on cooldown just for a couple of seconds, though. So here we go. This is the last stand for Balrogs. You gotta do something. What that something is, taking 2,000 crit daggers to the face is the start. Balrogs, they gotta go. Here we go. Excel, well, he's dead. He buys back immediately. Look at this. Yes, he gets locked up the plane. He's just dead. He just can't do a damn thing.
That's it.
GG, well played. Lava Esports, keep hope alive for their chances at TI. Balrog gonna be shut down.
These guys don't give a shit. They're tipping when they're destroying the other team's dreams of qualifying to TI. It's just a little dirty, but you know, sometimes you feel yourself. You're gonna ride momentum as Lava Esports. My God. Yeah, Lake has got some, this guy has some huge cojones, that's for sure. The fact that you queue up the Rapier like that, whew, my man, that's some good stuff.
The timing with the Aegis, again, it makes sense. I mean, yeah, to make Terrorblade a very farmed Terrorblade, by the way, again, even up to the very end, he was still one of the top in net worth. He was having a great game in that sense, but to make him look like just almost another melee creeper as
Man, it
support.
looked like a creep. Yeah, it's just another creep on the map.
he could not do anything. And what was that, 4 consecutive fights, it felt like he just did not do any damage in those fights. So, yeah, props to the team, props to PA, props to Lava Esports. And moving forward, you see we've got one of these earlier fights in the game. And again, this was still when about a 5,000 net worth lead at the time for Balrog, as you look at the top there. It didn't matter.
It just didn't look... just the way Lava played was just honestly superior. They were setting up fights better. I think maybe Balrogs were like a little timid. Like I feel like they didn't try hard enough to like set up these fights where Mars starts or Bad Rider until maybe here. But even then, they're not ready. Like they're not all together. Meta wasn't up yet, so it's just a little. I don't know. It's like not everyone's not on the same page, and that will really hurt you.
Yeah, again, big props to Lava Esports, especially after the first game. You know, you're thinking like, okay, this could be a case of Balrog certainly taking control and running away. But obviously, game 2, much different circumstances from the beginning. I also think this game 3 really showed that Lava. Game 2 wasn't a fluke, right? Like, because I think that could be an easy argument to make.
That's true.
Okay, they had the great early fight that went their way. They ran with that momentum. Game 3 wasn't that. This was a very even game in the beginning. They were behind on net worth, as we kept stressing for a good 30 minutes or so. But that didn't phase them. They didn't let that phase them. And you're right, this carry player, Pake, I'm not even sure how to 100% pronounce it, to be honest, but either way.
I will learn it for the next series we cast.
Right?
He deserves that much respect, that's for sure. Honestly, like, nice moves early, nice moves later, goes for the Divine. Just like a Chad move. You know, like, it's not that often you see, like, a confidence like that out of players that maybe you haven't heard of too much. So, honestly, just like, hats off to him.
Absolutely. And yeah, you see the stat line here, 14-0-8 on. I mean,
Yeah,
Phantom
I wonder
Assassin.
who the MVP is.
Okay, it's a spoiler. All right, we're not there yet. I will say that. I mean, Phantom's at back-to-back games. Obviously, he did not. I want to see the combined because what was he last game? He was like 20-0 and 12 or something. Like the stat line between these two games, is actually absurd.
Yeah, it's certainly a disgusting one. Yeah, in the last game he was 17-0-12. So yeah, go figure. He was like 31-0-20 or something in these two games combined. That's
insane. I mean, that's got to feel good. Obviously, again, credit where credit's great team support around. Phantom Assassin, impressive performance, sure, but obviously the support's doing their part. Pango, Lumpy played a great Pango mid, and of course Underlord built the auras. We saw the Fiends Gate used several times. Lava Esports looks like a solid team. Definitely a team that, if things connect, could continue and make a run here in the lower bracket. And we'll see how they do. In fact, we already know their opponents, by the way. That goes back to the forfeited match earlier in the lower bracket. Mad Kings is going to be their opponent. So Mad Kings being knocked down to the lower bracket after yesterday. That'll be a match for, I believe, even tomorrow. But there you go. That should be a good one.
I think that will certainly be a good one. Like they didn't do bad against Keyed Stars in terms of like how Mad Kings were doing. I think Lava here definitely gaining momentum after that first game. I think they looked very good in game 2, looked very clean in game 3 too. So I think this is sometimes where like a qualifier run for you can start. You have like a nice comeback, you have some very clean games, you have some very hype games as well. So just start building the confidence from here and just take it further.
All right, so the spoiler no more. Phantom Assassin, not surprising. He is the MVP of this one. Certainly, argument to be made that could have been last one as well. But either way, this hero, and if you're going up, I will say if you're Mad Kings going up against Lava Esports, obviously watching this series, I'm sure taking some
91% kill participation. Don't give this man a free PA game. I think that's certainly the story and the lesson you have to take away from this series.
Yeah. Perhaps the ban on PA initially is even have availability there. So we'll see. Again, that'll be the series. Like I said, I believe that happens tomorrow between those two teams. But Balrog, unfortunately, their journey ends here. They got to game 3. Just too much. Again, going up against Awaken yesterday, now running into Lava Esports and the Phantom Assassin today. So 2 spots, though, continue to be on the line, and that's going to start setting up our next series where you and I are going to be saying goodbye. But the great Moxie and Wagamama will be joining you all. But Infamous versus Qhali will be our next series. And I know a lot of people even surprised to see maybe Infamous in the lower bracket early on. This is an organization that has a lot of history. certainly in South America Dota. But falling yesterday to AcatSuki, who is a great team themselves. But we'll see if Infamous can stay alive against Qhali in our next series.
Yeah, they got destroyed. Like, that's the 2 times 20 minutes game that I was touching on earlier. And the player that I touched on earlier as well, Hermit, if they give this man a free liking game, I swear on my life, he will bust it out and he will destroy you. So my friends, you better watch out. The man is coming.
Yeah, the summons are going to be ready, so we'll see how they address that. But definitely excited to get that series going, and you and I will be observers from afar with everyone else. As I mentioned, once again, Moxie and Wago will be joining you all for the cast of that one. But I believe that means we're good for our break. So, okay, is there anything else before we get into it?
Not too much. We definitely like the games that we saw today, right? The first 3-game series out of a BO3. So, and yeah, I'm happy for Lava. I know how much it sucks for Balrogs to lose, but you know, it can only be one winner in every match, and I just want them to carry that feeling forward from today.
Yeah, you know that they are certainly hype after that performance, and we'll see how they carry it into tomorrow against Mad Kings. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going on that break. Stay tuned. Should be another great series coming up here from the South American qualifiers. We'll be back.
Dire's middle tower. Dire's middle barracks.
Hello, everyone. Buenos dias, bom dia, depending on where you're coming from. We have another great series for you today here for the South American Regional Qualifiers. We've got Qhali versus Infamous, and I've got the wonderful Wagamama here to talk all about it with me. How you doing, Waga?
Hey Moxie, yeah, I'm excited for another round here as we're covering the South American regionals. We've seen some interesting stuff, and I think what stands out to me is that, as per usual, kind of what I expect with South America is that you have a lot of really high individual skill level, but some of the teams look really well gelled, and some maybe don't look quite as sharp in their execution. And we're coming to that point where it doesn't really matter how good you are as an individual player. You have to be sharp, quick, and decisive as a team. So to me, another day, gonna be exciting to see the drafts, but also how fast can teams play and how can they play with intent on the map.
And with that in mind, we've got these two teams coming up, Qhali versus Infamous. Infamous has been playing together for a very long time. They used to play together as No Runes, which is a name that if you're a South America fan, you probably recognize. So do you think that would give them the advantage?
To an extent, but time doesn't always translate perfectly to playing fast Dota, the way you like to describe it, it can sometimes be like, yeah, we know each other really well and we have practiced, so it's certainly an advantage in understanding your teammates, but you can also get stuck in like an old way of playing, and it's a new patch in Moxie, and you gotta understand all the stuff very quickly here.
That's true. In fact, we can take a look at the brackets and see just how everything's been playing out so far from day one, which of course was yesterday. I feel like I'm not seeing anything too wild here in terms of the way that some of these have come out. I feel like Thunder Awaken, one of those top teams. The same thing, I thought AcatSuki was looking good, and also just the Vivo Keithstar, another team. I think it's going to come down to those three, but does anything stick out here for you?
No, I mean, nothing too outstanding, to be honest. I think that it's a little bit shocking that we had a full set of cleans in the first round in start of the brackets, but now we're down here in the lower brackets. Teams gotta really fight to stay alive here, and we'll see which teams have it to make it all the way to the final here.
So who do you think we're going to see in the final? I gave you my top three. I think Thunder's definitely going to make it. The other two for me are Vivo Keithstar and AcatSuki. I think those are the two that are going to be fighting it out.
Yeah, I agree fully with Thunder. AcatSuki, I think that the match between them and Infinity should be an exciting one, but I believe that they are pretty damn good right now. Like, I watched them a little bit more after yesterday because the games that we had were so short. They basically presented us with two 20-minute games where they just ran over their opponents. So I think that they play very sharp, and I like the way that they're approaching the patch. So I could totally see them and Thunder Awaken. As for who's going to make it in lower bracket, though, that's the tougher question for me here. Is there one that you think actually will be the one to make it back from lower bracket?
To make it back from lower bracket? I I don't know. I was looking at a couple of these guys here. I think Infamous definitely is a strong contender. No Ping and like Mad Kings, I'm not 100% sure on some of these other teams. I know that we've got a couple that are coming up from Div 2. Qhali is also one of those that's coming up from Div 2, so at least they have that experience of playing together. But again, it all comes down to how do you adapt to the patch? Are these heroes in your particular meta and wheelhouse for your team? So I don't know. It'll be an interesting one to watch as we do get through for sure.
Yeah, completely agree. It's also a tough one to say, like, oh, which ones looks the strongest when, the first round was so decisive in a lot of the matchups, all the 2-0s. But we'll see here, because this is Qhali versus Infamous. And Infamous, after seeing them play yesterday, right, we watched them against AcatSuki. They basically got caught on draft and didn't really get to play the game that much. And I went over to look at their drafts a little bit more after seeing what they did there. And while I disagree with some stuff that they were doing, like the Mirana +5, for instance, they do have a pretty good track record using it. On the other hand, though, I don't see them playing one hero in particular, and that is Nature's Prophet. Like, they have 2 games on Nature's Prophet in the current patch. And that's just a very, very strong hero that I think it's a bit of a downside to not be utilizing.
I feel like they definitely have people that can play the hero. That's not usually the issue here, even though they might not have played officials on it or, on their main accounts. I'm not sure how that all works. But I do think it was kind of interesting that yesterday they let the Nature's Prophet through twice.
Yeah.
And I feel like they can't allow that. I know you've said in the past, you're like, okay, well, you can let the Nature's Prophet through if you have a stronger hero against it, if you think you figured it out. So one of the things you mentioned was the Underlord, pick up the Underlord, have Hiko play that. And I don't feel like Underlord really suits his style of play personally. I feel like whenever I've watched him play in the past, he used to be a position 4 player. He's very, very active, very aggressive. He played a lot of Tusk back in the day. I think he moved to mid briefly too. So I just don't feel like the Underlord suits him. I'm not sure, do they ban it out? Do they pick it up? Or what do they take then? What do you think is another good solution to this Nature's Prophet? Because he's a menace. He's showing up at everybody's pubs, everybody's games, and if he's not, he's always banned.
Yeah, it's just one of many. I mean, you could also go for something more thematically suitable, like Timbersaw, right? As a hero that is a little bit more South American in his playstyle as well, very aggressive. You can make a lot happen. But there's numbers of approaches. I just think that they seemed to kind of be head in the sand approach to a Nature's Prophet yesterday with, having a +5 that can't really trade with him. That's a big issue. And then having core heroes that don't really favor playing into it as well. It's fine for them to let it through, but there needs to be, several heroes in your team that actually do well against it.
Yeah, I know you were very unhappy with the Mirana 5. Could a Mirana 4 potentially still be in the cards for them? Just because I feel like that's a very value hero. It's very low commitment and gives you vision with the arrow. If you do any sort of initiation, and then the Moonlight Shadow, I feel Invis is always really, really strong against the enemy team if they don't have supports that are able to farm up what's needed for constant sentry wards, dust, and all that.
Yeah, if they play something like the Mars on the offlane here that they've been using, Mars and Mirana is decent combo for sure. You can also run with something like Snapfire, Spiritbreaker, all heroes in their wheelhouse that I think would fit pretty well. But you could also just do what they are doing here, because after last performance, they just ban out the Nature's Prophet here and don't want to deal with it. So I think this is a hero that they don't want to rely on themselves, and we might see them ban a lot in the future.
I'm absolutely okay with that. I feel like this hero is just incredibly strong currently, and if you don't have a good plan against it, there's just no point in letting it through the draft. But they also ban out the Dawnbreaker and the Invoker. Over on the side of Qhali, these are 2 heroes that have also had a sudden resurgence in terms of their pick rate.
Yeah, both blessed by the 734 patch. Dawnbreaker, very fun offlaner and very, very active with the Echo Saber build, just fighting and smashing stuff. You always get that global presence as well with either of these heroes. The Sunstrike is a minor part to the Invoker gameplay now, but his roaming almost feels like global gameplay as well. The Ghost walking around with the Coswex, he's kind of everywhere. So not too surprising to see the bans here. Lycan Batrider being removed as well by Infamous, and the first hero is going to be Earth Spirit coming out. Another classic mid right now. He's very, very popular, super tough to shut down in lane. There are some heroes that can do it, but he does really well against even stuff like Queen of Pain or Ember Spirit, you'll be more than fine.
Yeah, it's curious that they've ended up picking him quite early. I guess they realized that they don't want to let it get banned, and it's something that RoboZ's feeling very, very confident on if it is indeed going in that mid position. But on the flip side of that, they want to make sure that Mini gets his Monkey King, because that is another hero he is very well known for. Will give them that little bit of vision, gives them a stun, and some nice team fights. So strong openers coming from both sides.
Yeah, Infamous, they went with the first phase Monkey King yesterday as well. And I think, I said the same thing then. If you have someone very comfortable on a hero like that, and specifically Monkey King, then it's a nice opening. It does limit a little bit which offlaners you might expect from Qhali to come out, because you won't see heroes that are generally struggling against the Jingu as much. So their offlane should be something either ranged or just, strong enough to stop Monkey from bullying.
So what do you think you see here? Because they did take off a bunch of the offlane choices. The Bat was one that keeps coming up now more and more. Oh, they ban out the Mirana. No Mirana this game, Waga. You have your wish.
Yeah. I'm still down with seeing general melee heroes come out if you have a support like maybe Phoenix on the lane against this Monkey King. So pretty much any offlaner is still on the table. So it's just about the combination that you draft.
We're going to also see the Darkseer removed. This is a hero that's just been a pretty steadying presence throughout this patch. And they go for a Venomancer, so that gives them, depending on which position they move him to, right? They've got a couple choices here. I know that we saw Frank the other day was playing it in the offlane, and it was fairly formidable.
Yeah. I feel like Veno is mostly relegated to the +3 nowadays. It does get played every now and then as a support, but more often than not, it's going to be that 3. So we'll see which they prefer here. Maybe this is just a flex. You leave it open a little bit until you see what he's going to go against, what type of carry you're going to be up against. But Venomancer are pretty oppressive in the magic damage and provides a lot of vision as well. So with Monkey King able to jump around, give vision from the tree dance, and Veno putting down the Veno wards as well. The vision advantage is right now in the hands of Infamous and Qhali. They would like to have some good vision as well, because when you have Earth Spirit, he's so good at ganking. He's one of the strongest gankers in the game. Ooh,
I like this pickup. I like the Grimstroke had a big change, right? Now the Inkswell, you determine when it pops. That's pretty pretty powerful, especially when you've got an Earth Spirit that's got a lot of mobility, can roll on in, and boom, there's your Ink Bomb.
It's absolutely huge, and it gets even bigger when you get the Shard as well, because then you can strong Dispel at will. You put that buff on your teammate, and for 4.5 seconds, you can't do it for the first 0.5, but for 4.5 seconds, you can strong Dispel whenever. That is so valuable. So I really like Grimstroke in the current patch. They also buffed his ulti, or fixed his ulti to now pierce BKB properly, which it didn't. Grimstroke is in a great spot. Even the minor changes that he got are not that minor. Like the speed on the Phantom's Embrace actually had a big impact as well, because now he can silence people faster.
Yeah, I feel like that's another kind of one of, not sleeper heroes, but is slowly just gaining in popularity. I think some people just really hadn't been valuing him quite as much when you've got other heroes that were looking very strong, like the Witch Doctor, the Nature's Prophet, etc.
Ooh, I like this. Yeah, this is a good approach to Monkey King. You pick, first of all, not a melee hero into the Monkey King. You pick a ranged hero, and also it's a hero with minus movement speed and attack speed to put on Monkey, so he doesn't that easily get those stacks. He also doesn't really struggle against the Boundless, since he always has Gravekeeper's Cloaks up if you stun him from Fogor, and it synergizes super well with Grimstroke. So it ticks all the boxes. This is a very nice addition here for them.
Seems like the draft's shaping up very nicely for the side of Qhali. I'm curious now what we're going to be seeing for the next pickup here in the side of Infamous. Would you opt to pick a support here at this point?
I think you need to, yeah. I think you have to go back and snag something, and still they don't have any new intel on, like, do you want to run Venomancer as a core or support here? They don't know anything about the safe lane, really, because, well, there could be the Grimstroke on the safe lane, but you could also just be paired up with the Visage. We'll see. More likely than not, though, it's going to be Grimstroke plus some form of hard carry illusion hero maybe coming out, in which case Venomancer probably +3.
Radiant team pick.
Go for the Shadow Shaman. That's another very strong hero. Currently gives them that lockdown. Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right, the Brewmaster pickup, and he's had some changes too, right?
He has, yeah. Brewmaster has become really strong, especially with the Fire Spirit now being very useful, since you get attack speed or Fire form on his Drunken Brawler. You get attack speed as well as crit chance, and when you're brewed up, you see some crazy DPS from Brewmasters. This, though, looks a lot like he's taking over that core position, right? So more likely than not, the Venomans are now going to be a support in the lane with the Brewmaster and Venom combination, and we're just missing mid-hero for Infamous.
I'm surprised that they're waiting so long to pick up the Mr. Jeans hero, considering that they already fairly well know that Earth Spirit probably going to be going to that mid lane. But I guess that's the power of a pocket pick in a sense too, right? Like you have this option to kind of be flexible, be like, get him on a gotcha situation.
Yeah, he wants a good lane matchup, and obviously he knows the Earth Spirit is there, but he also wants to have a hero that's suitable for the game. So he's getting more intel every step of the way here. Now knows that there's a Faceless Void as well as Grimstroke, so you can kind of custom tailor what exact tempo hero you're going to have on Infamous. The Faceless Void, though, they don't have the best stuff to dump into the Chrono right now, but it does give them a good way to actually mess with Infamous. Time dilation looks really, really good here, and the Chronosphere is very useful for attempting to shut down the Brewmaster before he can get the ulti out.
They're doing pretty good forms of lockdown, though, too, aside from the Chrono, right? You've got the Phantom's Embrace on Grimstroke. That's going to be able to silence. You've got the stun. Earth Spirit has his own cadre of things that he can also do. And then you have the birds. So, like, really, honestly, just a well-rounded draft coming out from both teams. Although I would give a little bit of the edge right now going over to the side of Infamous, just because it looks like their draft's going to play just a little bit faster. But I'm not sure if Kukahook is just going to be super aggressive with this Faceless Void.
Yeah, both are pretty tempo drafts, though. You see the word spam, right? Venaward and Rasta dropping his words as well, with good team fight from Brewmaster and Monkey. That looks all fine and dandy. But on the side of Qhali as well, they have that Visage, a hero that can really run away with the game. And we'll see how much impact the Earth Spirit is going to have with his early rotations. They ban out the Puck and then the Naga as well. So curious to see what they want to add as their last mid here. Some classic hero that we haven't seen banned is Ember Spirit, something that a lot of these South American teams really prioritize. It's like among the most played for most of the mid laners.
I mean, Mr. Jeans does play pretty decent Ember. Let's see. Yeah, Puck was already banned out. But so they pick up the Ember for themselves. I was wondering about that because I looked at their bans coming out from the side of Infamous, and they banned out the Storm and Pango, which is stuff that RoboZ would have liked to play. So it is a support Earth Spirit.
Yeah, that is interesting that they go for that. Of course, was always an option. Earth Spirit and Visage together is also a very, very strong pairing. So Ember coming out towards the end here, and this is a value in Infamous not reacting to the Earth Spirit by going for a mid hero. Now they know that there's going to be the Ember Spirit, and they can get the matchup that they want. I wonder what hero they want to go back to. Mr. Jeans played this matchup yesterday and did not have a good time against the Huskar when he was playing his own Ember. But question is, does he really want to play that himself? It's a little bit of a scary Huskar game against Chronosphere, I feel.
I mean, you just have to move super, super aggressive and I mean, the nice thing is you have so much vision coming out from this team, so that's a possibility. But all right, I like this. The Death Prophet is fairly survivable. Even if you get chronoed, if you already have the Exorcism off, you're still doing damage. Gives you the silence. Not bad about that. What do you think?
Yeah, I like the pick. The only thing is that it's not a hero that they have played in their official games recently, at least. They only played it twice, and they don't have a win on the Death Prophet recently. But I do think that it matches really well against the Ember, and it also pairs pretty well into this game, because you get some more lockdown against the Faceless Void. You get that silence, also fantastic for shutting down Earth Spirit. And the DP ulti here will add some much-needed damage into their draft. So overall, I'm very happy with both teams' drafts. I think it looks solid from both. They have different ideas, but I think I would give a slight edge to the draft of Infamous, probably.
Yeah, I'm thinking, knowing what I know about these players, I think that I like the draft coming out from Infamous, and I also just know that these guys have been playing for quite a long time together. Whereas Qhali, like they've got some talent that's definitely moving up. I think if you've ever watched a bunch of the regional qualifiers before or whatnot, you know Kukahook, you know RoboZ. RoboZ's been around forever. Luis Monty and Hermit, they're a little bit newer, but that is a Div 2 team, so they're gonna have to really bring it. to be able to prove themselves here. But I'm curious, though. It does seem like a very good draft. I know RoboZ's an excellent Ember Spirit, so could go either way. But right now, I think I'm leaning a little bit more towards Infamous as well.
Yeah, we'll see how they match up. It looks, by the way, like they're going to run the pairings a little bit different unless they're swapping the player positions, because I see Noasha's playing on the Venomancer, so probably going to run that together with the Monkey King on the safe lane, whereas the Shadow Shaman might be the +4 in this game, if that's how they indeed want to go with it. So that's a little bit curious. I would have expected him to be on the off lane, but the slow is very strong with Monkey King for sure.
Do you like the swap? Would you prefer to see this sort of lineup with the Brewmaster and the Shadow Shaman against the Void? Because, right, Void, before it seemed like he was going to have a pretty, not easy lane, but just more comfortable. But now when you have this lockdown, he's going to be so much more careful.
Yeah, the strong thing is that Poison Sting is very annoying for Faceless Void to deal with, right? It's damage over time that you can't really just time walk and be fine. Once it gets 2 points into Poison Sting, you are going to lose HP. So maybe this matchup is going to work out a little bit better for them as we head into a game, and we'll see Qhali go for a quick smoke here.
Yeah, it looks like they are ready to get out there, try to get some aggression out, and also be able to perhaps get that first blood. Be a nice start for RoboZ for that mid lane if they're able to get it.
Yeah, they're going to go for the classic move, go up here, smoke, and will they drop the ward on this cliff? No, they want to go up on the other, and we will see a fight here for sure.
Oh, yeah. Dropping the ward just to get some vision.
Hiko in trouble.
And Hiko, not in a great position. Stroke of Fate landing over on the slice line down. And that's going to be their first blood. RoboZ, again, very, very happy to get that start. And they're still giving some chase to Mr. Jeans. I'm not sure if they're going to continue hoping for a kill, but that's still a great start for the side of Qhali.
Yeah, fantastic start for him, and of course that does reveal that they had high ground vision the way they ran at the Brewmaster, but even so, securing a first blood on the mid is absolutely amazing. Gonna get his bottle really quick now. Give him an advantage here on the Ember Spirit.
Alright, well, not too much that Hiko could really do there with that gank, but everybody heading now to their respective lanes.
Yeah, we see a bit of a steal of runes here by the Rasta on top, but at the end of the day, it's going to be a 2-for-2 on the Bounty runes with this.
All right. Got some nice vision placed down. Coming out from the side of Qhali, they've got the one over here on the cliff side, which is going to not be easily dewarded, and of course, a little bit over here on the side, although Noasha's is just trying to give off a couple clicks here against Monty.
Yeah, just watching mid here. A nice start by Mr. Jeans. The way he's playing this is looking clean, getting good harassment onto the Ember, but with that bottle already arriving at 44 seconds in, he will be completely fine against all this harassment.
I do think that RoboZ probably has a little bit of a leg up on Mr. Jeans just in terms of skill. And I don't know if that's controversial or not, but I definitely seen RoboZ play quite a few games of Ember. And be pretty stand out on the hero.
Yeah, we'll see how they deal with that. But mid shouldn't really be too likely that we see any kills or something like that. Bottom lane, Noash is fighting 1v2, getting good harassment onto the Visage.
Yeah, he's taken down quite a bit. Although it looks like it's going to be the Shadow Shaman in the top lane who ends up going down first.
Yeah, this is one of the things with running offlane Shadow Shaman is that he has no movement speed. Even with the boots, he's 330 movement speed, so he can easily get run down. And this is why we usually see this hero run +5, and one of the downsides to the swap that they made.
I'm going to try to put some more harass over onto Cuckoo, but again, we'll be able to just time walk it out, turning their attention to Luis, but they have to be careful. Inkswell goes off. Hiko now in a very awkward position. Luckily, does have himself a stick. He's gonna survive. Oh, look at this. He wants to kill Jupiter. He has it. He gets his revenge.
Yeah, good takedown there, but it did take a lot of fighting and resources, and Void still getting his CSing happily here. Not too bothered. 8-2 for now. Same time bottom, though, that Monkey King is getting a really nice start against the Visage. Visage not really able to get too much creep going on here. 2-2 against the 6-6.
I've always wanted to be a giant.
Yeah, I feel like Noashes has done a really good job at just being able to harass Got a little bit scary there for like half a second, but Mini had a really good boundless strike that interrupted everything and made it so that they couldn't continue.
Yeah, that's a good thing about having this combination of Monkey King and Venno is that the long range support of the Monkey is already great. Once he gets a point in his Primal Spring as well, he'll be able to join for the fights. So Venno doing a good job here. His best undying role play, right? Trying to harass 2v1.
Pretty much. Coming up to the 3-minute mark, I see some fighting for these Lotuses.
Monty manages to steal it against 2 heroes. Very nice.
Well, it's all who clicks first.
Yeah, you gotta spam click a lot.
Oh, yeah. Otherwise, fairly quiet in this bottom lane right now. Let's check in with the mid lane. Looks like Robozy a little bit ahead in terms of CS, 18-4, and 12-4 on Mr. Jeans.
You see the bottle, and wow, really going deep there on
Yeah, he
Mr.
took a
Jeans.
couple hits.
3 tower hits. That hurts quite a bit. Gotta be careful.
Very expensive.
Top, we have the Inkswell ready here if they want to try and fight, but just trying to fight for a CS a little bit and then gonna back out. Not gonna overcommit. He is maxing the Inkswell to get all the damage out here. No point in the Phantom's Embrace yet.
Do you see that Monty has gone over to the side? He's doing a little bit of stacking. There's the water rune in the bottom area there for RoboZ's. I was going to ask because I feel like this is just one of those heroes that can't stay alone in lane, whereas you've got an Earth Spirit who likes to roam. Do you think that we'll still see him make any sort of movement, or do you think this is one of those situations where he's just going to kind of have to babysit mostly?
The good thing is that he's a pretty fast hero at ganking, so Earth Spirit doesn't have to leave for a long time. Now he's back and trying to help contest the pull. Not going to be able to, though. Visage doesn't do too well alone, but he can also quickly be supported by the Earth Spirit TPing in. So as long as he's ready and has, TP to save his Visage, I think it's fine.
Did you see that dive in the mid lane from Mr. Jeans? He's really just bloodthirsty.
Yeah, he's playing pretty crazy here on mid. He's gonna get the enemy bouncer in as well, so get a little bit of extra regen for himself. And I think he has a bit of a timing here where as long as the Ember doesn't have ulti, you can get away with harassing him a lot. But once the ulti is online, you gotta be careful about a TP from Earth Spirit, because it goes both ways. He can TP back to help his Visage, but if he TPs mid, you could be kicked out of position quickly on Death Prophet.
That's why I was surprised at just how aggressive, like he's taking a lot of tower shots to go and try to do this harassment. It just doesn't feel like it's really paying off all that much for him either.
Yeah, it's tough to really get too much done here. Like I said, this mid matchup is basically a farm trade no matter how aggressive you try and play it. The big thing is going to be the timing here. Catapults are up and Death Prophet is about to hit level 6. So will they swing over with an extra hero to control the 6-minute rune? We already see the Rasta on the way.
Yep, Jupiter changing over that little Watcher as well. So RoboZ knows that there's someone coming, and it looks like you are seeing another rotation here too. Multiple rotations. Exorcism's gonna get used. Mr. Jeans doing a little bit of chasing, but needs to be careful because we talked about that kick. He's got to be very, very careful. Hex off over onto RoboZ. Doesn't look like they should have enough because he does have a remnant up on the high ground, so he's gonna be able to get away.
And he got the regen rune, so even if they got some harass onto him there, he's gonna be completely fine after this. A lot of efforts used, and this Exo is ticking with no tower damage yet, down to only 25% of the time remaining, and the Glyph as well, gonna block the remaining damage.
Trying to make the most out of this Qhali, in fact, keeping it alive a little bit long. You see Jeans taking some of that damage, but just not gonna be able to get as much as they would have liked out of that first exorcism. And it was a good call coming out from side of Qhali. They realized it, they started making people rotate over fairly early, and then the TP response, just very well done. They're able to protect the tower, and RoboZ's back. He's full health. Well, maybe not now, but...
Yeah, and now you know the Exo is not available, so that limits Death Prophet's pressure and opens up Ember to maybe make ganks to side lanes without losing his tower. So that could be a big thing to look towards. Both teams going for the Wisdom runes, and we see stacks being made as well by the Shadow Shaman on his triangle here. Venno has got the intel that there are some stacks in the jungle on the enemy triangle.
I mean, these wards are just so value in the sense that you can kind of keep tabs on what's going on given any time.
Top. Faceless Void need help.
Lane. Being held in place. I don't think they have enough damage. And look at these TPs. Look at this response coming out from the side of Qhali. Look at the drop of blood grenade. Hiko trying to get away. Does not have that level 6. He is just a little bit too short here. He's gonna try to get enough off again.
He missed.
The turn around though on
He messed
Qhali.
up.
Are they gonna be able to get this kill? It's looking like maybe, but no, he's able to time walk it off. And now Jupiter has been left behind. He's still standing here. He still has Drunken Brawler if necessary. He's gonna try to get the roll. Nice block. Can the tower help them out? Is it gonna be enough? Yes, it is. Well played from the side of Infamous. Now Luis has taken multiple tower shots.
He has Urn too.
Hook is still here. They do have the Urn. They're gonna try to go back in with that Ink Swell, but it is just too late for Luis. There's the split, the level 6 we were looking for. They're gonna try to give chase here to Kuka. Can they get him in time though? This Fire Panda, he's running real fast, getting into position, trying to just stun him, hold him into place, do whatever they can. Is it enough? It's a triple kill for Hiko with this first split. Looks like Jupiter's gonna end up paying for it. But Hiko must be pretty happy. He's still got to get out of here, though. And RoboZ, he's not going to give up. But look who's here. Mr. Jeans with that Spirit Siphon, with the Exorcism. Just trying to put out the damage, trying to do what he can. He's not going to be able to get away, does it seem? I don't know.
The Urn staying alive?
Around. I thought that they were going to try to run again, but there was one remnant off to the side. As this is going on, get another fight in the bottom lane. Mini, he's sitting a little bit low, but he's going to be able to get the kill on Monte. Nuage is being chased down by Kukahook, but just sitting in all of this monkey. Is it going to be able to do it? The Chronosphere coming in from Kukahook. He manages to get himself a kill. Very nicely done.
Death Prophet is down here as well, TPing all the way down.
The Exo.
Yeah, a little bit of duration.
She still has a little bit left.
The
I
one goes.
done.
I turned around. He's gonna get him
Gets
though.
Crypt Swarm? There it is.
Yeah, he has a ward as well, so had vision, easy for him there. Wow, there's a lot to break down there, but a lot of it comes down to this poor Grimstroke who died twice in this engagement, both top and bottom. Actually, it's not over. They're going for Brewmaster again here.
Yeah, well, they have the heroes here. They've got Hermit chasing down Hiko. Hiko does not have that split. He just used it in that previous fight. He's gonna try to dodge from the stone. Not gonna be able to. He's just getting slowed down. Fairly tanky, though. Still holding on to one of those Lotuses. Will opt to pop it. He's already popped the wand charges. They're trying to body block him, and they're using literally everything in the kitchen sink. They will eventually get the kill, but it took a lot of chasing.
They give good chase, and tip comes out for the Visage as well. Bottom tower gets claimed with the Shadow Shaman ward, so this is definitely a super high tempo game. Okay, to quickly break down what happened though, the Inkswell was double clicked. Yeah, the Inkswell was double clicked on top, so that's why they didn't get the kill. That led to him getting triple kill turned around. So if you click the Inkswell, you release it. And I don't know why he would release it early there. Just leave it on the void. He would kill everyone. That was a very big mistake by the Grimstroke that cost them dearly.
Do you think it's a situation where they're still getting used to, Mr. Jeans, Inkswell with the Phantom's Embrace, to try to cut him off. This is not looking great here for the Death Prophet as they lose Nuages, but doesn't look like they want to go for a full committal, as then you'll also see Mini finding yet another kill, and he's looking for Monty. He's feeling like he should be able to. There's the double.
Wow. Yeah, this is a dangerous lane to stay in now because you can't get those TP in from Ember anymore as you lost your tier 1 tower and they just get caught out a little bit too close there. Shadow Shaman proving his worth and that extra damage from the Hex as well, adding up nicely for the Monkey King.
Middle lane, Mr. Jeans, they're going after him again. Inkswell connecting over onto Nuages, but just not quite enough damage.
Is under attack.
This is turning out to be a very, very scrappy start to the game, but both teams staying competitive. I would say Infamous doing a great job right now, though, with the turnaround on top, and now they're going to get the top tower very briefly.
Well, they are making a roll into the mid lane over onto Nuages. They'll land the steering chains, followed up again with this Inkswell. So RoboZ on a killing spree. He's got 3 kills under his belt. Bottom lane, they were smoked up. They were hoping that they could kill this Visage, but looks like he's going to be able to walk away as a little bit more regrouping going on the side of Qhali.
Yeah, does a good job staying safe on Visage. This lane is very scary, can't go too far up, but Qhali just now mid tower also under fire from an exorcism here. Already lost both their side lane towers. They need to stop bleeding these tower damages.
Oh yeah, they even go and use the wards on top of that, so it makes it very difficult for them to fight into it on the side of Qhali right now.
That's just the tower gone.
Top lane, Kukahook almost dying to Hiko here with that Urn charge. Follow up with the Chronosphere. This should be a dead Brewmaster, but it was a little close for half a second.
Yeah, very nice kill, and they have the Midas as well on the Faceless Void, so his farm looking like it's gonna recover, even though he's behind the Monkey King right now. He's having a fantastic start. The Power Trips Midas Void, his intention is clear. He's gonna keep hitting creeps now as the Chrono is on cooldown. He wants to just play in the safest area.
Deceptive rune of invisibility.
All right, well, both of the really big ultimates are down for both sides. There is no Chronosphere for another 125 seconds. Exorcism slightly shorter cooldown, 92, so they can still apply this pressure if they want to the towers, because they have taken a lot of real estate, but Mini needing to be very careful. RoboZ is invis here. Landing the chains, good boundless. It's a lot of damage, though, coming out from the side of Qhali. This is not looking good for Monkey. He tries to go for the dodge, but he just cannot escape.
And no TP there. They TP'd to the lane with Brewmaster. I think he could easily have saved them with Brewmaster with his ultimate, but since he TP'd back to top lane, very greedy move that that Monkey King has no help as he gets dove.
I feel like we haven't seen much use of the twin gates in this game, and I feel like that could be a disadvantage, right? Because it gives you so much more mobility. And you talked about, the TP's on cooldown, but if you use that gate.
Yeah, he wouldn't make it over in time, though. When that dive happens, you have basically like 3 seconds to start your TP. If you don't TP immediately, your carry is dead, so he wouldn't make it over. But for sure, the mobility between the lanes is something, but he was just getting back after dying, getting back to the lane and trying to farm.
Oh yeah, but, I don't mean necessarily for that engagement. I just mean in general. Like, I feel like some teams, they really make a lot of use of those twin gates. They're highly aggressive, especially when you've got a hero like a Brewmaster who's got split up.
Yeah, we've seen so many moves towards mid this game, so that's probably why we haven't seen either team use the gates that much, because there's been a lot of fighting around the runes and the mid tower as well, which is now rest in peace.
Well, split is up. Chronosphere is going to be up in about 27 seconds, and they just saw Kuka hook up here, so do you have a smoke play coming out from the side of Infamous as they make their way top? There's a triple smoke coming out from Qhali. They are hot on their heels, expecting them to try to do something here against Kuka. And again, 10 seconds or so until that Chronosphere is up, so they have to play this very carefully. They can't afford to end up getting Chroned here. They'll open up, though, with the Hex, and yeah, that's all you need. So they ended up getting Nuages, but I don't think they're too upset about that when they get the core. And some tower damage to boot.
Venno doing exactly what he's supposed to. Just tank the smoke gank, standing in the right position.
Oh, RoboZ, a silence. Big hit down. Yep, that is a very dead Ember Spirit. And they still have the Exorcism, so they're going to go and give chase. Luis, they can see him off to the side. Mini just kind of stunned there for just a minute, but this is not looking good for Grimstroke. He will indeed die. As Mr. Jeans using those Exorcism Ghosts, actually not looking to go hit this tower since they don't have the creep in position. We'll just casually walk through the hot tub and put some damage on the little golems, but they're gonna go and cancel out the TP over on Mini. This is a pretty big deal. It's gonna get the Wukongs off. Can they put out enough damage? Can they protect Mini on top of that? He goes for the dodge, a little bit more damage. There it is. He manages to finish him. Can he survive, though, is the next question. No, not able to.
And mid, Narius survives the dive here from the Void. Didn't get the Chrono.
Very low. Oh my god. He continuing to chase. He's still holding on to that Primal Split as well. Goes for the Chrono because they just want to make sure that Kuko can survive this, as on the back lines, Jupiter does get caught out by RoboZ.
Wow, there's so much to break down, but nice play by Narius, managing to survive there. The Pav is helping him out to block some of that physical damage from the Void. Void gonna go back and farm top now, working on that Maelstrom as well. But I love the way Infamous are playing this. This is actually so much better than what we saw them do yesterday. And like I said, they got caught on draft, so we didn't get to see them play that much. But this is looking really, really clean from them overall in terms of using your ultimates as soon as possible. Albeit like some moments of weaknesses perhaps in saving your carry, as he's died 3 times now on Mini, who has so much net worth. It's not really a hero you want to let fall.
I just think that it's funny the amount of times we've seen Mr. Jeans teleport with like a little bit less than half the Exorcism, but still making a big influence in these fights.
Yeah, he's squeezing the most out of every single Exo for sure. Always just, making sure to do as much hero damage or tower damage as he can. And we might see them go for a smoke up as well here, as he TPs towards mid, joining up the Rasta. They have a lot of tools at their disposal now, with a Blink Dagger on the Shadow Shaman as well. They're looking for Faceless Void, but he's not in this town.
Yeah, the blink on Shaman, there's a blink over on Brewmaster, so they've got a lot of ways to get the jump, and I feel like that's so
no,
incredibly
Void.
important.
Keeping
Oh,
bottom.
Kuga Hook.
Don't go for it. It's a trap, dude. Oh,
Yeah, look at
he
this.
is-
He's like, yep, nope.
He's
I'm getting
thankful
outta
that he
here.
waited there.
That could have been disastrous for him otherwise.
Yeah, still annoying for him though, because he TP'd down here with the intention to try and farm. Now he has to run all the way away from this, and they're losing the tower. But they're trying to get the most out of it. With the Solar Crest, they're going for Roche. It has been scanned out though. Infamous, do you want to give it up?
I mean, they're taking a long time to be able to do any damage, despite having that Solar Crest. They could potentially... I don't know, what do? Do you have this
I think they leave
opportunity?
it. I think they leave it and go for mid. They already got one tier 2 tower. If you get like the enemy ancients and you get, you know, some good tower damage, then leaving this Roche is okay. Like you said, it's not the fastest. It is falling, but I don't think they want to take a team fight without Shadow Shaman ulti or Exorcism. It's a little bit too risky. If you lose Roche and a team fight, that could spell disaster.
Well, looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to allow them to get this Roche. They've taken over control of this bottom portion of the map, even throwing up some wards for good vision. So, I mean, they've basically forced the enemy into a fourth of this map. They've got to be feeling pretty good about that on the side of Infamous.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, taking away the outposts really gives you a lot of control on the map as well, because now you have that deep teleport point as well. So if you want to make some moves over there, you can even have someone from the other side of the map TP in and join you. So it is a trade-off. You get the Aegis on the Ember. We'll see how much he can make happen with this now. I do think that he really wants his BKB though, because this Rasta has done a number to him, and the silence from DP also very hard to play into. The big problem here, though, is that they actually have 3 cores that are all scaling pretty well into the late game on the side of Infamous. The Brewmaster should not be underestimated in the current patch. He did go for that early Midas as well. And the Monkey King, of course, having a great game, and then DP on top of it. I think they're pretty set to take this game late as well.
Well, they found Jupiter. He's been just maybe a little bit too far forward. Does end up getting picked off, so that's a nice little move coming out from Qhali. You need to be careful. Death Prophet, they pointed out. They're like, get out of there, Mr. Jeans. You shouldn't be there. There's danger. Despite the, maybe it's just the feeling of safety with these wards, right? They're like, oh, well, we have good vision.
Yeah, good vision, but, you know, they can't really help him that easily, even though they have the outpost available. It's so scary to TP into multiple heroes when the Shadow Shaman is dead as well. So he gets out. He's very close to his full BKB now on the side of Death Prophet, and level 15 just about to hit as well. So big power spike coming up for him. Probably gonna see him take the health talent as well in this game, but yeah, he went for a 300 HP. It's so much value. And Tormentor being called. This is a move that we don't see happen that much. Right now, this is a concession. You back up to take the Tormentor, but when you go with 5 heroes backwards like this, look at the lanes. They're already starting to encroach, and that means Infamous get a chance to get closer to the towers if they want to go for it again. But seems like both teams just prioritizing getting the shards early.
I always feel like that happens. Like, Tormentor comes up, but some teams are already in a good position and they can take it. But it's not always the case, right? You don't want to be going backwards to go forwards, in a sense.
Yeah, sort of. It has to be in a sort of natural state, but Infamous, they're also going to go for it right now. They get their shard over on the Venomancer as well, which can be pretty damn good in this game. That shard against the BKB Ember, if you hit him with it and then he pops BKB, he gets stunned anyway. Very useful. Same against, of course, the Faceless Void. Not too bad.
6K net worth lead currently going for the side of Infamous. It looks like they want to put some pressure on the mid tower, finally take it down. And again, they have this Aegis for another 2 minutes. Split is going to come out in time, though, as Monty got a little bit too deep here. So they have the shackles. The Shaman was waiting, so they'll be able to take one hero off the map immediately.
Yeah, Hiko
Looks like
with
Hiko, he's
good
hunting
reaction.
for more.
Yeah, good reaction there. Insta ulting, and he might get the lift over on the Grim. It's very far away, though. His team...
I don't think they could follow up, right?
They're trying, but even with Monkey King on your team, it's tough to catch this Grimstroke that far away. Maybe?
Nah, they're gonna back off. I think that's fair. That just seemed a little bit too far. Good foresight, but unfortunately, even with Blinks and Monkey King, you just can't catch up to that guy at this point.
There's a teamfighter ulti down though, at least, forcing out that Brewmaster ulti. This is a good time to go for a smoke and make aggressive plays, so we're gonna see Qhali do exactly that. They have the BKB on Ember as well.
See Hiko, they know that he doesn't have the split available with the silence, with all the stuns, with everything they have, they'll be able to hit back fiercely. And now Nuages has been left behind, so he's also going to be a fallen comrade here.
He just has no business being there. I don't know why Hiko is farming mid when he doesn't see any hero on the map, and he knows that he revealed to the enemy he doesn't have ulti. That was just asking to die.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Looks like they're still gonna fight. Monty, again, very forward, silent, Spirit Siphon. That'll be a nice kill here, plus that Harpoon pulling him right back in. So, day 2 of the siege of the middle tower. Not working out for Qhali here.
Yeah, they're doing a great job defending their own structures. Not only attacking the enemy buildings, but Infamous really fighting for the mid control. And I love that. It gives so much access to the power runes, which can be crucial in the mid game. They already have that bottled up. Dita rune paying off a little bit there, getting the kill on their spirits.
This is big. They're going to make a smoke play into the jungle. They've got BKB and EXO on Mr. Jeans. Shadow Shaman, he's doing the hunting. He's leading the pack with the Blink Dagger. But they've just hightailed it out. They're like, we don't see anyone on this map currently other than maybe Monkey King. Let's not take the chance. Let's group up to the safety. Nice vision placed down by Nuages to see if anyone approaches. But this also puts them in a great position to take this top tower to take a fight.
Yep.
They're gonna blink forward, perhaps Amonti don't even need to. Look at that range with the Aether Lens. My goodness. Let's blink up Mr. Jeans and Nuages. He's not gonna be able to get stuff off right away, but Monty still won't fall. Nuages not looking too healthy himself. There's that BKB we talked about with the Exorcism, but it's not being used in the way that they were hoping it would be. It's more of a defensive maneuver to try to get them off their back. Mr. Jeans is walking away, gonna go grab the haste rune. Like to see him go top perhaps with this Exo.
Yeah. Getting the rune is important though, so he's gonna go join his team. They even dropped the snakes for this. They just want to get these buildings down, make sure that there's gonna be no contest. There was an unfortunate part for Lewis there on the Grimstroke where Death Prophet, Mr. Jeans, he landed a very nice silence, because Grimstroke, we talked about his shard. He can dispel. If you go on someone, then the strong dispel can actually save them. But because he got silenced, he couldn't release the Inkswell over on the Earth Spirit, so he goes down anyway to the Shackles, full duration. No way to get rid of it. Or, well, long enough duration of disable.
Is he a priority in these fights because it is such a strong ability, the Grimstroke? Is that one that you can get your hands on him quickly, that he's worth it? Or is it always going to be, you know, watch out for the void, try to get... I mean, honestly, Cookahuk should be in a position where he can just jump in and be able to chrono, right? Like, he's a very position-based hero, but...
It's generally like this. If you see, you know, some hero out of position too far away from Grimstroke, of course they're higher priority. But Grimstroke generally, he will kind of glue together the team. He will try and play close enough to his course that he can save them from these blink hexes, shackles. So yeah, I think generally killing the Grimstroke first will make the fight a lot easier for Infamous, as they know they can burst heroes then.
Well, they see Hiko over here. He went and deployed his Manta. Now we've got birds on him. Hermit creeping forward.
That Aghanim Sun Visage, so useful for scouting and also very high in damage if he gets a chance to go on someone.
Well, they were hoping that perhaps they could get their hands on him, but it looks not to be the case as Qhali continues. They've taken up residency in the bottom portion of this map right now, seeing hopefully that they could get a pick off, but looks not like they'll be able to.
And Robocy on this Ember having a bit of a hard time just getting, you know, enough done. Even though he's getting so many kills, looking at the net worth, he's still 5th in the core positions. He's 7-1-2, which is a respectable score, but he can't really farm lanes because of the danger of Rasta lurking and Monkey King possibly being nearby. So ultimately, he's just not getting as much impact here.
Feels like the tempo slowed down just a little bit. No longer have Aegis though in Robo-Z, so that opens the gates a little bit here for the side of Infamous.
Yeah, I think they just want to wait for the next Roche save so that they have their ultis ready. They're in a great spot to contest the next Roche, whereas on the side of Qhali, they need to make some moves. Earth Spirit and Ember looking to maybe contest here.
I feel like they're waiting for Death Prophet to also finish up the Shivas. It's pretty close now, which will be very nice in these fights.
Yeah, Shiva's is great because it also lowers the heal from Faceless Void. Just time walking actually counts as a healing mechanic. So if you have Shiva's, I have Skadi, Vessel, anything like that, it's gonna lower the amount of HP he gets back. So passively just reducing that when you're near him as a death prophet is really, really high value.
Dota's so weird in the way that like health mechanics work sometimes, whether it's you're actually gaining health or it's a heal or...
Yeah, sometimes it's just, you know, HP swaps like Sunder, right? Being able to use it through A ulti. It's interesting. Venomancer playing the forefront here, trying to tank the gank. They can feel that something is up right now. Everyone on Infamous playing very, very far back.
Roast just spawning. Looks like there's going to be a battle for it.
Yeah,
Everybody, look at this positioning coming out from Infamous. Let's see that. Nuages drops that little bit of a gale. Mini now forced back.
Sleight of fist revealing you on the tree. Monkey King is getting out of that one.
Interesting. They smoked up and they're backing very far into the corner.
Re-smoke.
Smoke on themselves.
Yeah.
They know that they want this Roche. Everybody wants this Roche right now.
Yeah, Qhali went for a double smoke here, smoking up after it ran out.
Okay, we're gonna jump forward over onto Nuages. They've got the silence. Exo's coming out now from Mr. G's. They're putting the damage over onto Robozy. They've got him held into place. They're gonna end up losing this Ember. Kukahook doesn't look like he wants to fight this as Hermit's on the back lines. They don't have the detection right now. Though if he wants more, he will. Yeah, okay, he finds himself Jupiter. He can't get away in the trees. He's boxed in. So they will beat down the Shadow Shaman. They're thinking better of it now. Mini chasing after Hermit, lands the Boundless. Pulls them in with that harpoon. He's gonna try to just stun everyone. It's a good ink swell. Hermit's still alive. They go drop the Wukongs. Roll in from Monty, trying to push him out to the side, but
oh no,
be quite enough. A nice Chronosphere here from Kukahook, but Mini's getting shredded over on the side. They'll get the kill. They don't have this Exo. They'll hit over onto Mr. G's. BKB's coming out. Hiko, he doesn't have the split up anymore. Nuages teleporting back up. This fight has gone on so long that he's able to respawn during this. But it doesn't look like Infamous wants to pursue. Not without the Exo, not without the Shaman, and especially not without the Monkey King.
Still unclear that any team can really go for Roche. We see Kukahook go towards it here, wants to start, but I don't think you're going to get it for free as Infamous are coming over with their heroes again, wanting to contest this.
It's going down a little bit faster this time. Yeah, look at this. They're checking. They'll drop that little Warden, try to get a bit of information. The ulti over here, Glimmer Cape coming in handy, keeping the Watchers along just for a little bit longer, but not nearly enough. Silence and that bind over onto Jeans and Hiko will slow them down just a little bit.
He has no HP on Visage right now. He has to be so careful.
Luis again. The roll through doesn't quite connect. Jeans chasing onto the back line. Wants to get rid of Luis. Knows that he is a target that he needs to get rid of, but it's not going to work though. So he gets the tip thrown out, and now he is left alone again. He does have the mantle, but he doesn't have the actual split. He's trying to just toggle through. Those are two dead. I think they get this Roche at this point, but they're gonna have to travel bottom for it.
It's bottom Roche. Yeah, they're setting up a trap here. Monkey a little
King.
bit too late though.
Oh, he gets stunned up. Oh, this could be so costly for Mini. Jupiter is nearby, but there's only so much that he's going to be able to do as he jumps over onto the back with the shackles, holding on to Kukahook. They won't be able to get the kill onto the Faceless Void. He's going to just see the Brewmaster buy back to be a part, but they've already lost Mini. This battle for Roshan has been taking like 3 minutes, it feels like.
This is some absurd contest for Roche, and they're now going to be the ones going into it. Resources are too low. Visage has no mana anymore. He's been nuking people so much that he has completely run out of his mana pool. And even Infamous, they realize they can't really take Roche without their +1 or +2 nearby. So we're going to see Qhali just back up and may even see them go for a Tormentor here as they're all in the area.
I mean, they still have the birds in the area, too. It looks like they're just going to keep tabs and perhaps re-engage, but
yeah,
with Mr. Jeans going mid lane, he doesn't... Oh, he does have the Exorcism back up again. Man, that fight took forever.
Visage can buy travels, too, and join. He has enough money for it.
Hiko, though, getting caught out. He does have the split available if he wants to try to go for it. He's going to try to run away. They've got the signs of Phantom's Embrace. Turns back around, pops the Manta. The roll forward, though, again, will ensure that Nuages will not be able to be a part of this fight. They're going right back into the pit. They've got full mana back up here on their Visage. They're looking good.
I think they've finally done it, Moxie. I think this time you can't really contest anymore. Monkey King not gonna have any ideas of going back and fighting bottom. That was a very ambitious attempt to set up a trap by the monkey bottom, but he arrived just seconds too late to drop the ulti. As he jumped onto a tree near the portal, there was a bird on the tree just saying, "Oh, hey buddy, what are you doing here?"
Yeah, you saw
Somebody
him
got caught
immediately
up.
be like, oh, no, but not able to get away fast enough as he gets knocked down. Stun. Kikahook now has the Aegis of the Immortal, so
Yeah.
they're feeling real good right now. There was a 6k lead a little while ago. It is now a 1k lead going to the side of Qhali, and they have the Aegis and Cheese, so how quickly this game has shifted.
Yeah, and this is where, you know, I think a lot of the stress for Infamous is that, oh, we're going late game against the Faceless Void. You know, nobody wants to do that. It's always an uncomfortable situation. And I think they stress themselves maybe a little bit too much just because of that. Because I think their own course could scale really well, but they've taken a lot of scrappy fights now, running in a little bit one-by-one scenarios. And I think it comes down to that desire to win mid-game and not take it late. Oh, look at Visage. He is on the hunt here, deep.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Just trying to get information, it seems. Yeah, look at this. Hiko. Glamour Cape, but they have the dust. And they have the nukes. Oh my god, he's just blown up, and so's Nuages. No
Wow.
buyback available on Brewmaster either. A very quick precision strike coming out from the side of Qhali.
That could just be your racks right there. You still have the Chronosphere, still have the Aegis and Cheese, and Brewmaster being dead for 75 seconds as he used buyback for the Roshan contest.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant structures.
Fortification's gonna come out from the side of the Radiant. They smoke up, looking for just an opening to get in.
Some deforestation here to try and find where Monkey King is. They kill all the trees with a roll, and Exo getting used. They back up very disciplined. Just see the Exo immediately, all 5 players react by running away. This feels awful for Death Prophet. This is not what we want to have happen. That means they can just go and push mid as well, and that tier 2 tower will be very difficult to defend. Well, there's even a tier 1, but that one is quickly dispatched of.
It's finally taken down, the Wanga, finally.
Yeah. Things
All
are
right, well,
crumbling really
let's-
hard here, and one of the things I want to go back to is that this choice on Monkey King to not go BKB in a game like this, where you have Grimstroke, Visage, Ember, Earth Spirit, like even against Faceless Void, it's pretty damn useful to have a BKB just to block the time dilation. He does have Dispels, of course, but I think in the team fights, he's just being controlled too easily.
Radiant's top tower
Yeah, I'll agree
is
with
under
that.
attack.
I always feel like they're also getting picked off. Like, I feel like Hiko gets jumped on super early, or they've, like, made a strike against Mini. Nuages, unfortunately, has also been one of those guys that just wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah, I mean, for Venomancer, it's sort of fine, you know, it's not the worst for him, but yeah, if you lose an important hero like Brewmaster early, then that can really just spell the end of a team fight. Qhali, though, I like this ward inside of the inside of a Lotus pool. It gets dewarded here by Qhali, as they have the gem on Visage. One of the best gem carriers in all of Dota, I want to say. When you have the Aghanims on Visage, you can fly around, deward everything, and threaten so many ganks.
Yeah, they have the gem over on Visage. They also picked up a gem, it looks like, on the Death Prophet. Looks like Jupiter picked it up. Nuages just needs to be very careful here. He's just maybe a little too close to Faceless Void.
Yeah, he wants to provide that vision, wants to drop down some wards wherever he can, but towers are falling rapidly. Now we see
So-
Hermit again sneaking in.
Radiant's top tower.
We're just so far away from this BKB for Mini right now, because he needs to also have buyback.
Yeah, he went full disperser, like he just delayed it a lot.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
See Jupiter sticking back, Mr. Jeans. Putting out a couple clicks, throws out the silence. Time dilation. Still holding on to the BKB. Mini in position. Needs to be careful though. Those birds, they've spotted them out before. They do like deforestation.
Yeah, they have great stuff to jump him as well.
Leap forward onto Nuages. Now they've got that glimmer. They just take the racks. They're very disciplined. They back out.
Yeah, I love
Impressive.
the way Qhali are executing their high ground pushes. Very controlled. They didn't get too greedy for the bottom racks push early, and then they swing around, get not 1, 2, 3 towers, and then racks top as well. Everything is just swinging so fast here. Infamous, they need to get something done, but without this You know, he's 2.8k gold on Monkey King, and I can really hear the team communication. Like, I just need BKB, and then we can take the fight. But this Disperser upgrade, I think, was a really costly move.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see it this early on a Monkey King too. Like he said, the BKB definitely feels needed. Nuage is trying to give a little bit of vision, trying to put out some of these little cheap plague wards, so that way they can.
Ooh, he got the S tier item drop there for Monkey King, getting the Penta Edge Sword. 100 attack range makes the ulti very, very strong.
Aegis has been reclaimed though now, so that gives them a little bit more wiggle room. They still have the cheese though. Oh, no, never mind. The cheese has been gobbled up.
Yeah, you gotta get your mana and your HP back.
Get that calcium for strong bones, and see the Storm Panda trying to get a little bit of information.
Yeah, he went for that Aghanim Scepter, providing one panda at all times here, able to get some scouting information, but that does mean they didn't go for the AC, and likewise didn't go for a BKB of his own if he would have wanted that. But on Brewmaster, it's understandable, going for a Manta style just for Dispel and then popping ulti. BKB can feel a little bit clunky.
I was gonna ask, is this something that you feel is situational, that he went for the companion instead of some of those other choices you mentioned, or?
I mean, I've watched enough Monkeys forever to know that the Aghanims is absolutely broken in the right hands, but usually he goes for it more as an early timing when I watch him. I think now getting the Panda like at 38 minutes in, there's enough farm that people can pretty much deal with the Brewlings quite easily. It's still value, but I think I would have preferred him going for an Assault Cuirass. He's even queuing up a Shivas now when they already have Shivas on the team, so it doesn't look like they are that planned out with their itemization, perhaps.
Tormentor getting taken by Qhali here. I'm just gonna go over to Robo-Z.
Yeah,
Ember
nice to
getting
get
the Fire Remnant upgrade.
Yeah, getting extra remnants back when you kill people is always a very nice thing. And even just the damage. Like, now we can just throw in a remnant over on the Rasta, and that will stop the Blink Dagger from Rasta. So just using that to kind of lock him down, you could possibly jump him.
So Mini has bought out. He does not have buyback. He has the
He needed to,
BKB.
yeah, he had to.
You think so? He has to
Oh,
make
yeah.
this play. It feels desperate though, a little bit.
It is, but that's the, you know, the times are dire right now. 12,000 gold lead, right? And you need to be able to win the fights. It doesn't matter if you're in the fight twice if you don't have BKB a single time.
Mini, very front forward here. Nuage is throwing out a little bit of slow. Look at the way they're moving, though. I feel like Qhali, they have really good positioning.
Yeah.
See, Void just a little bit further back every single time. He's ready to jump forward if needed.
They're playing it very controlled, the way they're sitting back. They also have some power spikes coming up. There's Lewis on his Scrimstroke going for this Hex. It's a huge item if they can wait for it. He is at 2.3k gold, only needs the Ultimate Orb and the Void Stone, so he needs 500 more gold and then he has it. Would be absolutely massive to have a bind into Hex for a next fight.
Yeah, I feel like Mr. Jeans has been working on this Sheepstick for a while now and still has yet to make any
Earth Spirit
moves
is in.
on it. Rolls on in, has a Lotus though. Nuage is backing up a little bit. Tries to land over onto Mr. Jeans. Will be able to find Nuage as Mr. Jeans already just blinking away. And Hiko now left behind by the team, thinking about going for the split. Being very disciplined though, deciding not to.
Oh, Mini escapes a pretty deep situation there on Monkey King with some nice jump outs. So they get a pick off, but it was only the Venomancer. Again, he is the sacrificial lamb. He's fine with this roll, but looks like they just want to wait for the Roche, who is gonna spawn immediately after the Q. I think he even saw it there, the end bit of duration on the vision.
They're making their way over, that's for sure. And it's almost impossible to fight into a Void who's gonna have this Chronosphere, who has a BKB, that has a cheese, even has the Lincoln Sphere too, because he just doesn't want to get locked down by some of these heroes. So I'm pretty sure this Roche belongs firmly to the side of Qhali.
Oh yeah, and this gives them Aghanims as well. I wonder if they want to put it, like, they have Faceless Void, Ember, Earth Spirit as well. I think you give it to the Ember Spirit here and get the Aegis over on the side of Faceless Void.
Sheepstick's completed now, and they went for a Skull Basher over on the Monkey King. So a little bit more damage, a little bit more lockdown on the way. But it is gonna be tough with this Aegis and double cheese on the side of Qhali.
Both the spirits have some extra toppings here for the fight. Get the cheese ready.
Nothing like a cheesy fight.
I think it would be pretty hard to fight into this for Infamous, especially if they are not aware of the Hex coming in. It hasn't been revealed yet. He's staying off map on the Grimstroke.
So Lincoln's on Robo-Z now too, or at least it's coming out currently. This is going to be very difficult for them to go break through these defenses. And they have to be very careful in positioning coming out from these two supports. Lotus immediately being placed over into Kukahook. Has the Aegis, has the Scotty.
Yeah. He's killing off the Storm Panda as well.
I'll
That
pop
Aghanims.
through. Drop a Remnant deep over onto the side from Ember. All right, Mr. Jeans, he's gonna go in. Goes in with the big silence, start chasing after Hermit Murney over on the side. Still chasing after this Visage, and they should be able to at least get this kill. Although, they're gonna have to be patient and wait, thanks to that stone form.
Wow, Mini with a big takedown there, going behind, finding Louis, getting the kill on him, and then also getting onto the Visage. Fantastic there. They did not expect him to be in that position at all on the Monkey King. He played some sneaky Dota right there.
It's what it feels like they have to do, honestly, because if they keep waiting for them to make the first move, the response is just so fast and furious.
Yeah, but losing the backline, you know, they didn't really want to take that fight, so quickly disengaging. I think maybe they could have tried to brawl it out, just having that Aegis as well on the Faceless Void, but they didn't want any of it. When the Wukongs came down on the Visage, he was left alone.
I really like this Blink picked up over on Mr. Jeans. I know that I just criticized him earlier saying like, oh, you know, he's been waiting on getting the sheep stick for quite a while, but I feel like this is a good play. I don't know if you agree or not, just because, oh boy, Jupiter, get out of there. Just because there's so many people on his team that like they need to leap forward and he needs to get in there quickly.
Oh boy, they saw him.
They still
Yeah,
really want shot.
he's gonna die here. We can keep talking about
Goodbye,
the Ember.
Jupiter.
He was a little bit out of position here, gets run down.
Just a little bit.
I love the Blink Dagger on DP. I actually think you can go for it really early as well. So going back for it now, I think it's a very valuable item to get yourself in a good position. DP is all about positioning. You drop the ulti and then you run up next to people and kill them. Blink gives you ability to jump in now with Shivas and BKB on. Very, very difficult to burst. And, you know, if you see the Earth Spirit or see the Grimstroke, you can always target them with the DP here.
It's also so nice too when you consider the fact that they've got, you know, all these Lincolns, they've got Lotuses and whatnot, but if you jump into the middle of them with a big AoE silence, that's going to be give you a little bit of a leg up on top of everything else, right?
Yeah, it forces some of the dispels and maybe sets up a good fight. You know, maybe Yules goes on cooldown or an early dispel used.
He needs to lock down Kuka, and this is going to be hard. Again, has a BKB, has an Aegis, has a Lincolns, everything here. And then the rest of his team just following up, throws on a little bit of a Lotus, waits to back him up, and they just can't do anything about this last Rax, feels like.
Yeah, the Rax is gonna go down Mini. Look for his positioning though. He's looking for Grimstroke again.
He's poking onto the back lines. A nice boundless, followed up with a huge Wukong. Louise just explodes into pieces. Kukuk has been grasped over on the side, so that is gonna be the Aegis. That's gonna get used up. Hermit waiting on the other side. Hiko going for that split. They'll turn their attention over to Kukohuk. He's gonna go after Jupiter. He's gonna find it. As on the back lines, they're focusing over here on Monty. Nuage's Wolfold, Robozy, and Kukohuk. And they still have that Exorcism coming out. Buybats coming out from multiples as it's a nice chrono, but in comes Jupiter. Hold on to Kukohuk. He says, get your hands off of my Death Prophet. As they'll kill Jupiter. Mr. Gene still putting out the damage, trying to just do as much as he can to Kukohuk, but he's just so slippery when you don't have the lockdown coming out from the Shadow Shaman. Monty gets clicked down. Hermit trying to get away. Tuco looking for an opening. Mr. Jeans, he's chasing after him, does not have that gem any longer. Will turn his attention. He eats up the cheese over on this Visage. The slows are just coming out en masse. The ghost dancing around on the silence, the siphons, the clicks. Robo-Z trying to get them off of Hermit, but it's proving difficulty, but they all get stunned. Chasing again as Mini finds the kill on Kukohuk while all this is going on. Hermit eventually falls, and it feels like Mr. Jeans, he'd like to get himself a little bit more. He'd like to put these moves over onto Robo-Z. The silence comes out. He's gonna give a couple clicks. No spirits left here, and able to get the siphon. Did have the sheep stick, but no,
yeah, the
not enough
Lincolns
damage.
as well. Yeah, he ran out of Spirit Siphons to try and break as well the Lincolns there, but finally gets out. What a crazy hold, though. That was looking like it was going to be a disaster for a moment as they jumped out with the Monkey King, and Death Prophet was very deep in, but the shard usage by the Monkey King to jump in and support his Death Prophet again, turning the fight around, managing to take down multiple heroes there. Absolutely amazing Wukongs again. Mini, the way he has approached these high ground defenses is exactly why they're still in the game, because otherwise this game would already be over. His Monkey King, he somehow manages to find a great jump around. Grimstroke had fast reactions. He blinked away from the monkey as he got jumped, but he had to blink forward, so suddenly he blinked into all of the enemy team instead. And sure, he lived from the monkey, but the positioning was just compromised at that point.
Yeah, it was very impressive because, we've talked about Qhali multiple times, just saying, the way they're moving is so good. Like, they've got your front liners, you've got Kukahook sitting pretty far in the back to ensure that, he can get these chronospheres. You've got the Grimstroke fairly nearby. Like, again, he needs to be not too far out because he's got to have that dispel. But despite all of their really nice positioning, it just feels like Mini's on this next level. He's like, okay, well, if you're going to play like that, we're going to blink on our Death Prophet, who's going to be able to jump the gun. I'm going to start poking on the very far back lines because I've got this BKB now. I don't have to be as afraid as I did. And of course, on top of that, he's got that Abyssal Blade. He's going to have himself the Aghanim Scepter too.
Yeah, very, very useful for him here as well. Getting the Aghanim Scepter, he can man fight against the Void much better. If you chrono him and try and jump him, he might still have that Aghanims providing extra soldiers nearby to just stand your ground and fight. So all things are coming up Infamous here, I want to say, because there's also something else. They almost have they will purchase it now, full Wind Waker on this Brewmaster. And Moxie, they do not have a great way to deal with it. They do not have a Nullifier over on the side of Void, going for that Lincoln Sphere. He's not going to be anywhere close to having one. And the Wind Waker can absolutely just destroy your ability to burst one target quickly in the fight.
Just feels like, again, it's coming down to a game of positioning. Also, shout out to Jupiter in that last fight, too. The Shadow Shaman just being on the edge of that chrono, being able to go and throw the shackles out with that extended range, really kept it from being an absolute nightmare.
I want to say that there's also a neutral item advantage here for the Rasta. I want to say having that ninja gear is so useful. And while Grimstroke has a good neutral item in the telescope, it's usually very high value, getting that range for everyone. I think ninja gear on him would be so much better to try and survive these Monkey King jumps, finding him as he jumps behind.
Kuka.
Okay.
That was spooky.
A little bit spooky. He got the Lincolns and the BKB though, so he's got the reactions at least, if something happens. But,
you hope that he has the reactions if you're a Qhali fan, that's for sure.
If he died there, that would be sad.
That would be so sad. Oh,
he actually does finish up the full Nullifier almost here on the Faceless Void. He wants to save buyback as well, though, so not buying it out just yet. He's ready to do it if he needs to.
This is going to be so obnoxious for support staff to deal with the Aghanims completed on the Monkey King. Just having to walk into all these little monkeys randomly and just get smacked down. Feels real bad.
Yeah, I think both that, but also against these melee heroes. They have 3 melee heroes who wants to get close. You go up and fight with Faceless Void, or Earth Spirit wants to roll onto you. That's just going to be more painful now. And those random monkeys, they do slap for a lot.
They're on the hunt, just clearing out the top end of their jungle. Everyone is on the bottom, though, for the side of Infamous. So not going to be able to find anything. They'll drop one of the birds over in the pit. It's going to be perhaps 17 seconds or so, maybe a little bit longer, but they will be able to clear out the Lotus Pool, which gives them one of those greater healing Lotuses, which always is a nice thing to find.
Infamous in a pretty good position here if it doesn't spawn immediately. There's only 30 seconds until Roche moves bottom. Right now, if it spawns immediately, that will be Qhali able to take it. But the spawn is going to be in 20 seconds. That's the worst time.
Oh, no.
It's not fast enough, but just before. Looks like they are moving towards mid, though, on the side of Qhali. They realize this positioning, they're going to lose Roshan to it. So they make a move instead. Knowing they can't contest the bottom Roche, they go push the high ground instead.
We don't have any travels on anyone either, do we? No, not on the side of Infamous. So it does force one of them home. The one nice thing about this, because he's going to be showing up during the daytime, is they do have a teleportation spot. Uh-oh.
Not again.
Oh, Nuages. Why are you there, buddy?
He had no business pushing out that mid wave that far. Good move to get that kill. And that's 90 seconds that he's dead, because he did use buyback in the previous fight. And still didn't buy out the Agnums after doing so. So he could have had the entire Agnums at least drop a poison nova on the enemy when you die. You know, make your death useful.
I hit your buttons, as Ted always says. Use your spells, lad. But that's gonna be yet another Roche here. So we have the
Aghanims on DP, cheese for Brewmaster, and the Aegis, of course, for that Monkey King. Now, the catch, though.
mini.
Quick blink.
Uh-oh, bottom. This is not looking good for Mr. Jeans with the nullifier, with the silence. So we do not
Does
have a
have
death
buyback,
for
so-
90-something seconds. Yeah, we do have buyback.
Yeah, he's at least prepared. He didn't have TP in time to get out of that, and the good catch by Qhali here. Now with 2 heroes dead, definitely just gonna beeline it towards mid.
I think you forced buybacks here, right?
Oh, definitely, yeah. And the fact that it's still 30 seconds on Venno, not having buyback available.
Yeah, 'cause that's the Sheep Stick and the Shivas and the Exorcism. Very, very value. But they're holding for the time being. They haven't made a full commitment with that buyback just yet. Wind Panda just continuing to pop the Lincolns.
Yeah. A little bit scared on the Faces Void here. I think they can just push using the Inkswell. They keep putting Inkswell on him. He can just go in and hit. There's nothing they can really do about it.
Mini lining up. Good silence though, plus that bind. Got the nullifier. Go back and forth, try to give him a little fright. Maybe try to push that BKB.
Wind Waker did its purpose at least, just lifting him up, even though it gets him instantly removed. He does protect his teammate here on Brewmaster a little bit, and looks like they are not able to force the buyback here.
a big victory.
I'm surprised, yeah. Very surprised that they didn't commit harder for a fight there.
Still have about 3 minutes left on the Aegis. You're gonna have your Death Prophet back up in about 8 seconds. Nuages is back up on Venno. So the whole squad will be up. So even though it's a 10k lead right now for Qhali, it feels a little like Infamous can kind of plan this out the way they want to this time, now that they have these sort of insurance policies.
They do have some good stuff available for them. Having the Aegis and the cheese as well is really big, and even just the Aghanims over on the DP will be impactful for next fight. But you're going up against a Trickster Cloak level 25 Faces Void with backtrack talent now. It's so hard to burst him with that BKB and Lincoln's combination as well. So Qhali, they've entered this late game where teams are very uncomfortable to fight into, Faces Void being so strong. And while I speak about him, the highest net worth, the Ember, having that free consume of the Aghanims earlier, has the 37k net worth. He's also looking really powerful.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you were saying he was having a difficult time earlier on, but he's really been very persistent. He's been very patient as well. Just laughing because, oh God.
Oh, Scepter consumed on Monkey King lowers the FPS heavily because it shows the blue effect on the clones, is what Mini is saying. I mean, he's a Grandmaster Monkey, so he knows the FPS issues here. Yeah, my in-game FPS is terrible right now. Like,
It's always been terrible with Monkey King, I feel.
Yeah, but this is like absurd.
That and when you have all the Phantom Lancers in the pit.
Like,
My game
I'm
is
usually
just
sitting.
very angry.
My FPS is usually sitting about 160 when I play. I'm currently at 60. So the in-game FPS of Monkey King has just destroyed this. I guess
Thanks,
the blue
Mini.
effect. Yeah. Why did you have to go and get Aghanims, Mini? Could have just knocked on Aghanims.
This is some next level
Come on, man.
strats here, you know? Like make them sweat in the game and out of the game.
Just buy a really good PC and then pick Monkey King and buy Aghanims first item.
Yeah.
You'll be the only
That's
one
nice.
without lag.
Next level. Why didn't anyone else think of that?
Seems like a very expensive pay to win.
We've got the Ag Scepter now on the Earth Spirit. So he's gonna have a save there.
Oh, that's actually huge against the Monkey King as well, because Monkey doesn't have Lincolns, and if he turns Monkey into a rock and then just kicks him out of his field, then the Wukongs can end, since you get that range on the kick.
Go after you go. Jump forward. BKB comes out. Big Kronos Chronosphere being used. It's not looking great here. As you can see, they immediately lose Jupiter. Hiko, though, he's trying to stay alive a little bit longer. And look at this Wukong just trying to fight through it. Wind Waker buying a little bit more time, but Mini, he's still fighting. He still has the Aegis. He's trying to finish off Kukoc, and it looks like they'll be able to get Hermit. Eventually, that Aegis will get used up. Kukoc looking really, really strong there with that beautiful Chronosphere, but just not enough damage, not unable to do it as look at Mr. G's. He doesn't know he's right next to him.
Oh, they have a
my
dust.
goodness.
Not gonna use it though.
They'll go after Monty, perhaps? Going
Pull
for
the
that
pull.
harpoon? Not able to harpoon.
Never
the
mind,
roll, though.
he's invulnerable. He's invulnerable. The role is so balanced nowadays. So infuriating to play against, even seeing the harpoon land there. That would have been a kill, but not anymore.
God, speaking of frames, my computer just exploded during that last team fight. Could you see much of anything? 'Cause
Yeah, I mean, when they drop all the abilities, when Wukong's comes down, when the Chrono comes down, it
Exorcism.
absolutely just tanks.
oh my god.
But what I want to say about it is that they did a good job using the Visage as a bait. He's a high-value target to go on, so
going
I
back
can
in.
understand.
Ooh, quick fingers on Mr. Jeans. Still rolling forward here from Monty. But not gonna be able to get their hands. Kukoc looking for an opening. Mini up in the tree line. He spots him. Jumps down, gets the hit immediately over onto Kukoc. The follow up with the soul bind over on the back lines. Mini trying to man fight. They even go and drop the wards, but it's not gonna be enough.
This combination of the strong dispel mid. Meanwhile, look at the birds. They're taking range racks, so you're losing it.
Oh no, that is not the way you want this to go down.
They kill the birds afterwards here with the Monkey King, but Visage, even in death, being useful. Silent as the grave, these birds.
Whew.
Yeah, the man fighting of this Faceless Void is so powerful, even into Monkey King having all the tools that he has. The Inkswell does a great job protecting him, and the backtrack as well. It's so tricky for Infamous how they want to actually close out the fights.
It feels like both of them are being so far tapped to their potential that it's like a hair's difference on who can come out on top on some of these fights. I don't know.
Yeah, in general, like the slightest difference in initiation makes the determination for who's gonna win, right? If you were a little bit farther back there on Faceless Void when Visage gets jumped, then maybe you just lose him for free. But that's why we see Qhali doing a really good job staying close to each other.
I feel like
And they're
Hiko's
gonna
gotta
group
get
up.
back. He's pushing out this wave, yeah. Immediately gonna TP out.
Yeah, just sending out
Got
this
the wards.
Fire Panda doing a good job. They're trying to fix the lanes, but it's so hard. They only have that one Rax, and it could be taken down so quickly by the Visage as well. You always need to be ready to defend. Mid-Quip Wave getting close now. This is gonna open up the potential for them to just rush in and take the fight, but they have to respect the Wukongs. They can't commit too hard into it.
They have an overwhelming blink on Death Prophet now too. So I guess the idea still is going to be have Mini try to approach from the backside with this Death Prophet just leaping into everyone, which is frankly terrifying, even though she's fairly tanky. But at this point, do you just wait for the
Is under attack.
new neutrals?
Yeah,
See
I
if you
think
can get the edge.
you're 3 minutes off. You wait for the neutrals. You might see them go for a snipe here on the Tormentor though. Going in.
Say so.
Yeah, that's gonna give the shard as well over to the Earth Spirit, so you can now pull allies. One more save.
Oh no, that felt kind of scary for Infamous. I'm not sure if that was necessarily the fight, but maybe they figured they would be injured.
Yeah, I mean, when you see the enemy are on Tormentor, you at least get information where they are, but their initiation is a bit tricky right now. They've done a great job on Monkey King finding a way to open the fights, but they don't have the simple just, jump in with Chrono and start the fights. The Shadow Shaman can no longer really blink initiate against these Lincoln Spheres. It's just very tricky how they started.
Double damage bottom. Monty guarding it, but they're on their way top. They need to be careful. They don't have Mini with them.
Mini has
Quite a
that.
few heroes.
Has the speed to get over there. 0 cooldown on Primal Spring. He can get over very quickly.
Lashes will show himself, as will the Death Prophet if they're looking at the creep wave. They do manage to get the hold on Hiko. But it doesn't feel like they want to go for this fight just yet.
Look at Monkey flying in as a flying courier here.
We have a refresher, so we're getting 2 Chronospheres in this next battle.
Oh boy. He's ready
Prepare
and
your
committed.
computer, Waga.
Yeah. Oh, it's
Prepare the PC.
dreading. It's dreading the team fight that's coming.
Where's my double Monkey King ulti? Let's just burn this down.
Oh God, no.
Big.
It's like they
smoke.
want to try and use the Visage Birds to force people back to mid, and they're even going over with full smoke to find Mini. Mini in danger.
Oh, it's a little bit off the mark, but they get the silence, they get the hex. Oh, they jump right on top of this Monkey King, and he's just toast.
That was such a good read. They knew that he was going to go and deal with mid-wave. They catch him. He does have buyback, but that is such a massive takedown.
Well, another 16 seconds or so if they want to go for the Roche, but they know with Mini dead, they could try to force this buyback, which would be huge for them, and then they can still make that opportunity to go Roche if they want. Pico's taking a lot of punishment. Mr. Jeans jumping forward, just giving a little bit of a fright here, but there it is, there's the Chronosphere, and they're linked up. Pico taking so much damage, as is Mr. Jeans. He goes dead. Mr. Jeans pops the BKB, but he's already dead. Nuages, they'll be the next one to fall. The buybacks are coming out en masse. They are angry that they got the jump on them, but they just can't seem to close the gap just yet. Monkey King, he's looking, does manage to get himself Luis. They need a little bit more, though, and he is silenced. Can see he goes looking, the jump forward from Mini. He wants to catch this Earth Spirit. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to quite get his hands
he's
on it.
fast,
Yes,
he's
he
fast.
can. There it is with the Abyssal. They'll wait just a little bit longer, and he will slap him.
Yeah, trying to get away from this Monkey King is very, very difficult now that he has the 0 cooldown, and that puts him even closer to level 30. Can make him hit another power spike. DP dead for 60. Buyback's coming out here.
Lots of
fight for the Roche?
buybacks.
They still have the Chrono available as well. They used the refresher immediately, and that's why the Monkey canceled his TP in there. It looked like he failed his TP, but it was actually the respect for the refresher orb on the Void. He was
gotta
like,
go
nope,
home.
I don't want to get caught in that.
They got to go deal with these creeps they're wailing on. They are getting the Stygian Desolator, though. Desolator. Ooh.
see
But
Monkey?
they do see birds. Hermit needs to be careful. Mini, he's hunting. They are in a good position right now. Throw forward immediately. Kuko grabbing Mini just on the tail end with the nullifier. They'll hold him into place, though. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough. They'll end up losing Mini. There's no buyback on this Monkey King. They'll go and get themselves Jupiter. Hiko now is trying to run this panda out, but he is going to get bashed up into place. Does have the Wind Waker. Trying to buy himself a little bit more time. Does have the Blink, too. Robo Z, though, he's fast. He's got all these remnants. They drop one of the pandas. They chase after Hiko. They go, and he is all hexed up. This is not looking good for the pandas. He gets turned to stone. They will
Wind
wait
Waker again?
patiently to crack open this pinata here, and they'll be able to do it.
2 dead with no buyback, 2 cores down, and this is just going to be them pushing. They could go back for Roche, but no need to do so. I think this is finally coming to an end for Infamous here. This game 1, such a battle.
Well, they'll grab Nuages on their way out, you know. They figure, oh, Venomancer, yeah, sure, we'll take him too. No buyback on him, only buyback on the Shaman. They'll go use the Exo. This is very, very brave of Mr. Jeans as they'll buy back now on Jupiter, but it doesn't matter. That's a dead Death Prophet, no Exo. The GG gets called, and Qhali played a really patient, very well-positioned game and take game number 1.
That was a very exciting game. It had everything, right? A crazy early game, some really, really clutch moments as well in the team fights, and just huge Roche fights, big late game as well. I mean, it's hard to even start with where to break this game down. I think the impressive part, though, is just the overall map read of Qhali. They recognized moments where they could get something done, even in a tough position. Like when the enemy team go for that Roche, they managed to split push in a very, very heads-up way. And the pick-off there, the final pick-off on Monkey King on mid lane, they knew that mid creep wave is going to push in, and we just saw him get caught out.
I mean, yeah, that was a huge just recognizing what Mini is doing. Let's punish him for it because they knew the rest of the team was top, right? Because they just had that skirmish, so there wasn't anyone there to help him out. Who do you think your player to praise would be in this game, though? Because we talk a lot about both teams moving super, super well, but does anyone stand out?
I think for me, it's going to be RoboZ. Like, at the end of the day, sure, the Faceless Void was the, big issue to deal with on the field, and, we saw some great plays overall by the Visage as well. Maybe Visage. I don't know. It's close for me. Either it's the Ember or the Visage. Either of them really stood out here. I think Visage giving that high ground vision as well with the Aghanims, finding people left, right, and center with the Ags. He definitely did more than his job as well.
Okay, so it's a toss-up between the two of those. I told you,
Yeah.
Robo-Z, his Ember is pretty good.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Definitely had a difficult time earlier just because of Jupiter being hiding in the shadows at any given time, but he made up for it in the end here. So Infamous, I feel like we're more impressed with them today than we were the other day. And to be fair, AcatSuki was the more favored team in that matchup, but how do you feel about them now after watching this game?
I mean, I love this game. This was, a lot better. I do think at moments, though, you can see why this is not one of the top teams. There are moments where they did some one-by-one feeding that, simply put, against top-level teams, you will be punished so hard for that. Like during the Roche fights, there were moments of heroes just running in alone into way too many opponents when you could easily have gone out instead or just waited for your backup to arrive. So it didn't always look the most structured, but it definitely looked pretty high level. Like they played very, very fast Dota. I love the way they played the map in the start. The first half of the game was super impressive. I think they had some issues around the Roche fights and later team fights, but the early game they played, in a lovely way, I want to say.
I mean, that was what I was going to ask next is, where did you feel like this started to slip away from them? Because they felt like they were in a very good position early on. And you mentioned the Roche fights. What about those in particular just became the huge issue, do you think?
I would say that the big issue was probably just that during the Roche fight, they didn't really have a clear initiation, right? It comes back a little bit to their draft that it's not that simple. They don't have that one hero who can just jump in and say, hey guys, I caught this guy, let's just kill him. Meanwhile, on the side of Qhali, they have that Chrono as well as the Visage with the Ags initiating, or even just Grimstroke later on with the Blink Hex as well. So they had multiple different avenues to initiate a fight, whereas for Infamous, it felt like either Mini gets a good jump and kills something, or they just kind of run at the enemy and say, here we are, can we fight? And hope that the initiation is fine.
So is it just a situation of just a problem with the draft, or is it something where just, these initiates, because you think of a Brewmaster, right? You've got an initiation factor on him, you've got it on Shadow Shaman, and of course Monkey King, although you don't usually want your Monkey King to be the first one up front because he's going to get blown up if you're not careful, and if you don't get a BKB early especially. But is it just they pick a draft that's just a little too hard to execute when they should have gone for something a bit simpler, or is it a point where they should have just definitely picked a different type of hero lineup?
I mean, I think their draft makes sense overall, but they just kind of missed their power spike. It's very early game, tempo, take towers, and then get something out of it. And they did take towers, but they kind of lost the map control just by Qhali making some good plays. And, the good plays by Qhali, here we got it. It's the MVP of the match, the Robo-Z Ember. He was 14 kills, 2 deaths, 20 assists. He played a really clean game, Moxie. I mean, you said it. He's a good Ember, and I'm impressed. He had really big impact in every single fight, to be honest.
Yeah, he knew his limits very well, and he also itemized really well, too, I think. He went for the BKB again. That's something that would have liked to see on the Monkey King over on the side of Infamous. But, he addressed the fact, they have a lot of lockdown. I'm going to need a Lincoln's. I'm going to need a BKB. These are not favorite things to pick up whenever you're playing Dota, but they're definitely things that allow you to stay alive and also be able to help put that damage out when your Faceless Void is looking for that Chrono, or you get that good pick. Having the Aghanim Scepter early, like we said too, very, very useful in being able to just make his movements across the map a lot faster.
I completely agree that his itemization was on point. Going for the second item, BKB, was important in this game. Recognizing what he's playing against, the amount of lockdown from Infamous is something that he can just shut down pretty easily with this. But also just his awareness of who to target in the fight. He ended up doing 54,000 hero damage in this game, which is an absurdly high number. Second highest was Mini on his Monkey King, doing 40,000, so pulling well ahead of that. And that's even with the fact that they themselves have Faceless Void, who tends to take a lot of damage and heal that back again. So sort of being a damage sponge, amplifying those numbers. So yeah, just generally a very impressive game by Qhali. I think they played their way back from a pretty bad spot, and that puts you in a good spot for game 2. I'm excited to see if they're going to be able to 2-0 this, or if Infamous are going to be able to squeeze out the next game here.
Well, it feels like it could be anyone's game in the next series because they both gave us a great game number 1. So we'll find out who's going to take this game number 2 when we come back after a short break. And we are back. After an explosive game number 1 of Qhali versus Infamous, Qhali proved that they, might be coming up from Div 2, but they're more than ready to take on whoever shows up against them in the series. Waga, after an explosive game 1, what can we expect to see from both these teams in game 2?
I mean, I'm just very excited to see the rest of the series and see how it's going to play out, because that was as even as you can ask for. We had a 1-hour game, but it didn't feel dragged out. It didn't feel slow. Both teams playing with intent, both teams playing to get any edge they can. That was a true battle. And honestly, I don't think Infamous played bad at all, even though they lost. I think their early game was really clean. I do think they made mistakes here and there, but literally no team in the world ever plays completely perfect. And Qhali put up a good resistance, and they did manage to edge out the win here, going into that late game territory, getting some reliable team fights around their Faces Void, managing to get those pickoffs with the Chrono towards the end. I just expect some great Dota here, Moxie. This was some exciting stuff to watch.
Yeah, I felt like both of these teams are fairly evenly matched, especially we kept going back to the positioning in game number 1. It seemed like Qhali, they had very good positioning in terms of keeping the heroes that need to kind of counter-initiate farther back. Whereas then Infamous said, okay, you're going to do that. We're going to send our Monkey King. We're going to get into the far back. We're going to get the jump, have, our Death Prophet get herself an overwhelming blink, jump into everyone. So it's very, very exciting to watch these two teams play. It was an hour-long game, but honestly, the action was going nonstop. So it felt a lot faster to me anyways. But let's get into these drafts. It's the same bands. Oh, no, the Monkey King this time. They don't want to see Mini's Monkey King.
Yeah, they're mixing it up a bit here, respecting Mini. That was a first phase pick, Monkey King, and still he has some great impact in that game. So understandable banning it out. Just respect being given over to him. So we'll have to see Mini playing something else. Infamous also going for that Nature's Prophet ban. I think this is going to be a staple for them. I don't think they're going to remove it from the bans after what we saw yesterday. 2 games back to back where enemy team got MVP on Nature's Prophet. But some other of these bans, getting rid of the Medusa and the Lycan, similar to what we saw in game 1 as well. Just some heroes that they do not really want to deal with.
I think they had Invoker as their second ban. Mr. Jeans does play Invoker, as most mid players do, of course. But I know that that's one that he's got a pretty decent win rate with. I think it was like 60-something%. Mm-hmm. So seems to be a pretty strong hero, depending on how they want to play. Might not be worth letting him get it.
Yeah, still a great hero in the current patch as well, even with the B patch nerfing him a bit. I mean, Invoker is still a true menace to go up against. He's so annoying to play against, so they're going to ban it out. Makes sense. And then they go for Treant Protector, one of the most successful supports in this patch as well. I can't believe how strong he is now after getting buffed both in 734 and then getting a B patch buff again. I expect to see a lot of Treant Protector during this TI unless there's a balance patch to nerf him out.
I mean, Qhali's going to like that because I'm pretty sure they have a Treant Protector player. Like, that's one of their favorite heroes to go use. So definitely going to be an asset for them going forward. And this pick ban thing is still throwing me off, too, the way that it's all set up. Have you gotten used to it yet, Waga?
No, I'm not fully used to it. It feels so wrong to me, Moxie. It feels weird to me seeing the uneven bans in the first phase. And it's like, wait, what? Are we missing a ban? But no, it's the new pick ban order. I am definitely not entirely, like, my brain is hardwired on the old phase. So now we have the Treant picked up, Coddle responds, and now we get a ban here out from Qhali. See what they want to get rid of. As they see the Coddle, your mind might go towards something like TB for the combination, as we're looking for a different carry here than the Monkey King this time as well.
Man, Mini was jamming out over there on camera. I will say, I love his little stuffed goose that he's got. Yeah, he's just having a great time. He's like, yeah, we got this, guys. Don't worry about it. Mr. Jesus just looks sad this entire or maybe that's a super focused phase, but he has not looked happy, like, every time the camera goes on to him.
Players just look different during focus. I look like there's nothing going on in my brain. I look absolutely brain dead. I just sit and stare at the screen. But it's funny to see the focused face of these different players.
Yeah. It's also funny to see, like, the age difference, too, like, because Qhali does have some pretty young faces on there. I'm not sure the exact age difference, but I know the Infamous gang is a little bit older with some of these players.
Yeah.
Robo's always been a kid.
Yeah. Robocy, who was outstanding in last game there, played a really, really solid Amber.
I've always
on the
wanted
Baby
to be a
Z.
giant spacecraft. I've always wanted to be a
10
giant
seconds
spacecraft.
remaining.
Okay, so the Ember and the Storm being banned out as well. What's the ban gonna be for Infamous? Feels like there's so many bans now before the picks really start. You only get one pick pretty early, but the amount of like OP heroes you can get rid of or heroes that you don't want to deal with is so much higher now than previous patches.
It's kind of disappointing in some ways just because, you know, when I was doing all my research and like looking at all the different patch notes and watching videos of everyone, you know, discussing their tier lists, it's like, man, I can't wait to see this nonsense in a professional match. But then they ban out all the nonsense heroes because they're too strong. So we never get to see it.
Yeah, it also makes it so that if you have hero spammers on a team, then it's very easy to afford a ban towards that, right? So the Monkey King ban, for instance, there, it doesn't really feel that costly to say, since you do get 5 bans before the second pick comes out from the team.
Well, with the Keeper of the Light, it almost makes you think like, oh, are they going to go for something like a Leshrek or something that's, you know, very power hungry? Could do, you know, the old classic with a Bristle, though I don't feel like he's necessarily the strongest hero currently. What do you think is going to be paired up?
I'm still going back for that TB is what I think. They didn't ban it out. I like the Coddle TB spam Chakra to get the Metamorphosis back. You can play faster tempo with it. And it's a hero that naturally goes for Manta Style, one of the great items to counter out the Treant Protector as well. Dispel is very, very good against both his W and his ulti. And I just think it's a nice 1-2 combo. They go for the Tiny, though, to start. I mean, you probably don't want to show your carry yet anyway, so just a Tiny, and that's probably going to be a support, but does have some flex potential towards mid.
5 seconds remaining.
Not your traditional heroes that we've been seeing really currently for the side of Infamous, but maybe they're going back to what's most comfortable for them.
I wonder if we'll see Qhali go for the Grimstroke again here. Okay, they go for the Brewmaster themselves. Okay.
Monty and Luis look very happy about this this pickup. Not sure what's
Yeah.
going on with Hermit's camera over there.
Yeah.
Looks like he may have disconnected, but
He's done with this draft. He doesn't want to take part anymore. He's like,
he's like,
screw
that's
you
my
guys.
hero, guys. I'm good. See you later. I'm ready to play. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, so right now the draft shaping up to look very, very good for Qhali. The Grimstroke was really, really good. It was a little difficult for him, I felt, because he was getting jumped on quite a bit, but still the Inkswell and the Dispel, super valuable. They go for the Gyrocopter. Okay, that's scary. Like an Overgrowth with a Gyrocopter in the middle of everything. Oof.
Yeah, their teamfight is shaping up to be amazing right now. They have a lot of teamfight spells. You got the Call Down, you got the Flak Cannon, which is amazing. Brewmaster and Treant also providing good teamfight abilities. And they pick Gyro with Razor being banned out as well. So one of the natural hard counters is already removed on side of Infamous. So they don't have that option. It's also tricky because they picked both their supports. Otherwise, you could go for a Bane, a hero with a really good tool against Gyro, is spamming Enfeeble on him for damage reduction. They get their Terror Blades. You know, I've been calling for it. It's very, very nice for them here, but it's a bit tricky because look at the teamfight difference right now. You have Coddle, Tiny, TB, no real teamfight presence at all. And then they're going into all this from Qhali. So you got to be careful not to get run over in the early game.
Yeah, there's not a lot of catch. And with this Timbersaw pickup, even though I understand what they're thinking with it, it continues to not have a lot of catch, a lot of latch that's going to make them stay and fight. And it's not a lot of, like, what is it called? Like,
Dire team bad.
Oh, my brain's just not working today. Reinitiation is the word that I was looking for. They don't have a lot. And now with the Zeus pickup, and Zeus is super, super strong right now.
Yeah.
RoboZ is going to be very, very happy with that.
Yeah,
This makes
Zeus
it even
is
harder.
Zeus is also making the fights a little bit easier because you provide so much vision. It's also a natural hero against Terrorblade. One of the great ways to deal with TB is get some extreme magic damage, and that is the name of Zeus. You know, that is exactly what he does, providing also that ulti to set up possibly for Treant or Brew to catch someone. I love what they have going for them here, and even having Brew already, this Timbersaw pick doesn't seem that threatening. You can just try and lift him. The Dispel on the Storm Panda is going to be very valuable in this game as well against the illusions of TB and possibly, you know, Timbersaw players, they like going for Aghanim Scepter. Not really as easily an option here since it can be dispelled by Brew.
I will say that the Disable on Lockdown on the side of Qhali is not necessarily that strong in dealing with like the timber saw. You don't have anyone that's naturally going to be really building silence currently at this point, and you do have a couple like little stuns, but he's probably going to be able to fight his way through other than the overgrowth. Do we think we're going to see the Zeus go for that? Because everybody talks about it, right? The Manta build.
I honestly think that's not even really a meme. I think it's quite strong now. It used to be garbage. It was awful, but then they changed it. They changed one thing. Lotus does not reflect the arc lightning anymore. That was the entire reason that the Manta shard build was unplayable, because if someone just bought Lotus, you would just destroy your own team and the illusions kill themselves. But now, I honestly think that build can be good. I don't think we're going to see it. I think we're going to see more of a traditional build, but I wouldn't be against seeing it, to be honest. I think it's quite great value. But more likely, we're going to see him just go for a traditional burst build. We might see a phylactery, though. It could be spicy. Does a lot of magic damage for Zeus.
That would make a lot of sense, especially when considered that both Terrorblade and Timbersaw tend to not do well with big bursty magic damage. I guess what's the last thing that's left here? Who's going mid on the side of Infamous? What are we seeing there? And they don't have the Ember or the Storm or the Puck. Puck would have been pretty nice too, to allow them for a little bit more control.
Looking at this, they need some form of hero to catch people. Bloodseeker is going to be the carry coming out. Interesting pick, actually.
So what's going on here with this?
Yeah, this was a curveball. I guess that they're throwing a real curveball here. So this is looking right now like it's just going to be a Bloodseeker on the off lane and Brewmaster support to me.
Okay.
Unless they want to run the Brewmaster's core still. But you could, of course, do support Gyro. It's whichever. You can do carry Bloodseeker, offlane Brewmaster, and then support the Gyrocopter on that lane too.
Yeah, I feel like the Zeus is the only one where I know is exactly going to that mid lane because he's just too valuable with the draft being faced up against him. Go for a Kunkka.
Okay,
that's interesting.
It does solve a lot of their issues. Kunkka gives them great team fight ability, gives them something at least. The damage reduction on the bolt is fantastic here. The X-Mark, pretty good to lock down something like Bloodseeker 2, is so fast. And it lanes pretty well against the Zeus, so it's not too bad in terms of that. I think it ticks all the boxes here and was probably one of the best heroes they could get, to be honest.
Okay, all right. Mr. Jeans Kunkka is definitely a hero that people know about and will be excited to watch for sure. RoboZ Zeus, though, was also very, very good, if memory serves. I feel like I've seen RoboZ on so many like random like qualifier teams, because South America, back before like they forced them into DPC, you would just see all of these like mercenaries for hire, and you just see them bounce around, especially mid players. You see them bounce around from all these different groups, and that was so many patches ago. But if I recall correctly, he's quite adept at playing Zeus, so because I know about that.
That's what happens. There's always a surplus of carry and mid players, so you can replace them like spare parts. You know, like, oh, this mid player didn't work out, just get rid of him, get someone else. Whereas
hear that, Cores? You're replaceable. We don't need you.
It's so true. It's so true. Actually, for mid and carry players, they need to really step up their game always to not get replaced by the hot new thing on the block, because captains and supports harder to find, especially good team captains. It's hard to replace that even, and support duos tend to want to stick together really well, whereas core players, it's more like lone wolves. You get your carry player, he could be a carry player on any team.
Well, I mean, I'm coming from the North American region, and Lord knows we need captains. Like, that tends to be one of the big things that I hear
That's everywhere, Moxie. That's everywhere.
Yeah, for sure. But also, you talk about these core players being the lone wolves. A lot of the times, let's be honest, there's a little chip on that shoulder. There's like, this team is just not working out for me personally. But when you do find that one core player and you dive with them, they are absolutely invaluable. Like, you want to hold on to that person, you want to keep building and working together as a team. So I am glad for DPC for that, because it has forced people to kind of take that extra time to stick together and build something instead of just like, yeah, peace out, this didn't work out for me.
Yeah, we head into a game and we're going to see how the teams move out here. Qhali quickly going to go towards the top area, and we can see their drawings on the minimap. They want to make a stab here, looking for a first blood over on the side of Infamous, not going for level 1 smoke up. So might be caught here. The Tiny is in vision. Oh, Jupiter.
He's looking to see if he can go and break some of the smoke, and he does do his purpose. They don't manage to get their hands on him, so a little risky, but definitely worth.
Runs away, and we see the value of that Watcher as well, right? If he ran low ground there and he didn't have the Watcher, then he would be, unaware of the danger that was nearby. So bottom 2 runes, not looking to be contested that much by Qhali right now.
So which draft are you favoring out of both of these teams? Now that you've seen them both in action, and you can see, what their skill looks like, plus the draft, how are you feeling? Which way is the wind blowing, Waga?
I honestly think Qhali by quite a lot.
Really?
I'm
right.
personally much happier with the way their draft shaped out and how they're running things. It's also, I like the overall team fight they have. I like the execution of it. There's just a ton of damage as well. It's going to be very tough to organize the fights, and sort of the same issue that Infamous had in the last draft. You have Tiny who can maybe jump in, and you have Kunkka who might be able to catch someone, but it just looks so much easier to start the fight on the side of Qhali in the big team fight scenarios.
That makes sense. Makes sense to me. I do like that they do have the Timber Saw this time around for the side of Infamous, just because this is a hero that they can kind of leave alone in the lane after it gets a couple levels, although they are in a very aggressive positioning here coming out from Qhali with the tri-lane right off the bat. So have to be careful, but...
Yeah, sticking around for a long time though, and even using the teleport to get back to the lane. We see a lot of these tri-lane starts just waiting for a first blood and then using the portal to get back, but he actually opts to use the TP scroll to go and help out the bottom lane.
So how do you feel about Monty being on the gyrocopter? Do you think that's a waste, or do you think it's absolutely fine?
I think it will be interesting to see how it's going to play out. I would probably prefer to see Gyrocopter played just in an aggressive fighting manner, so looks like he should be able to do that.
I wasn't sure because, they ended up with that Bloodseeker in the core position, and maybe that's just more comfortable for Kukahuk, but with the meta being what it is, it feels like Gyrocopter is just so incredibly strong. It almost feels, could be, said that it's a little bit of a waste to put it in that position.
It can be, but for the game it makes sense. Like, TB matches pretty well in the carry-to-carry matchup, and honestly I think Bloodseeker can be harder for TB to deal with. So this is just a switch up. He will still be a support who can, provide a lot of team fighting and burst. Whereas if he was carry, sure, it's pretty strong for the lane, but so is the Treant plus Bloodseeker here on top. They're completely fine.
I feel like neither one of these, I'm looking at all the different lanes trying to figure out where is it most likely that we're going to see a kill. And I feel like it's very unlikely, right? Like looking at these heroes, perhaps a rotation into the mid lane.
I think top lane. Yeah.
You think top lane for sure?
I think top is the one that's the most likely that we'll see someone push their limits a little bit too far. Or maybe Timbersaw, with this QW build that he has right now, finally getting a chance to catch the Treant.
Well, you can already see that Jupiter was expecting a lot of harass, has himself a healing cell, because you always have to be very mindful of that against a Bloodseeker who has thirst. Can't stay too low.
Yeah, dropping a little bit too low, and he just gets so strong on the Bloodseeker, and we can already see him just very comfortably CSing in this lane. But the same is true for Terrorblade. 18 CS for both the carries right now, but the offlaner's not having as good of a time.
It definitely feels a little quiet. I'm just seeing some slaps back and forth in this mid lane. Mr. Jeans, he's got himself the bottle online. Do you have the bottle on the Zeus? He's run out of... He's got one more charge left on it, but...
Yeah, this mid lane is, just basically a farm trade. It's very hard to get any real advantage, but Kunkka should be able to withstand the harassment of the Zeus completely fine. At the same time, you can't really deny too well against the Arc Lightning, so... both of them getting a pretty good amount of CS here in the mid lane.
Looks like we have a short pause. This top lane, they managed to go and pull the creeps over to the side. Jupiter trying to keep tabs on everything while this is going on. Trying to avoid Louis punching him in the head too.
Yeah, Lewis is so strong here in the laning stage, having the Orb of Venom and Treant being buffed up, the Nature's Grasp and Leech Seed here. He has to respect it, so backing all the way out. Can go mid and control the Water Rune instead.
Nothing like watching a tree punch a rock, right? Nature is so metal.
Nature.
We'll see that Leech Seed getting used over on Jupiter. That'll be Louise who grabs up that Water Rune, though. Slows him down with that grasp. Robozy making his way over. He's gonna hop up. They have enough damage. They've got
Blood grenade.
They need just a little bit more. Luis should be able to. It's gonna be RoboZ. Man, RoboZ getting the first blood in both these games. This one's a little bit later than the other one, but still feels good.
Yeah, it's really nice. Gonna put him closer towards that mana boots early timing, and that courier is gonna die to tree and right click on top the timber saw, trying to get his vanguard. Now, not gonna be able to get it as early, and we'll have to back up to purchase it manually as well once he has the gold for it.
And that doesn't feel super great for sure. Timber just wants to vibe, man. He just wants to hang out in his lane, hit some creeps, harass a little bit.
There's definitely a whole vibe getting gone on by a Treant and Bloodseeker, taking a bit of damage, getting pushed back. Bloodseeker has face boots, like he's actually doing pretty good damage with his auto attacks, even into a timber saw at this point.
Okay, I was like, that's interesting that Hermit TP's to the tower, but he did have himself a salve that was in his backpack that he just swapped over, so
Yep.
I didn't think he had that. I was like,
Staying completely fine and even backpacking some items there. Mid lane, we see a move here again. The gyrocopter trying to come in to maybe do
Dang
some
it.
damage.
Tower is under attack.
It's got the homing missile. They want to try to use it, but Mr. Jean's just safely underneath the tower. In fact, teleport over Jupiter just in case. And the TP's coming up top now from Mr. Jeans. You realize, Kukuk, you're really close to the tower, my friend. Let's throw a boat over on you and see if we can't do some more damage. But need to do a little bit more here. He's pretty fast. He's got the phase boots, like he said. He's still holding on to a fairy fire and, of course, that little lotus. But they'll be able to get themselves a nice kill. So quick reaction thinking, seeing the rotation over to this mid lane and then immediately going top.
That was so close that he maybe could have lived there if he used his Fairy Fire, Healing Lotus, and Magic Wands.
That's
Zeus
close.
ulti.
Oh, RoboZ!
Tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
that's that extra bit of damage, and exactly why you don't like playing Terrorblade into this Zeus.
Mr. Jeans here. Nature's Grasp, slowing him down just a little bit, but again, Jupiter nearby still. A couple more punches from Luis. Gonna take a couple tower shots, but he's still fairly healthy.
Yeah, mid we see Zeus getting a bit of an edge here with these kills and with the TP back as well there. Oh, actually, the TP play from Mini is gonna cost him extra now. Doing the Walk of Shame back to lane as Terrorblades doesn't feel too good, and that's giving time for this Brewmaster to get closer to level 6. Once he hits level 6 as well, we'll see a lot of focus come down to his bottom lane.
Radiant are scanning.
A couple
Radiant's
wisdom
middle
runes
tower
picked up.
is under attack.
This does give them an opportunity, though, if the Spearmaster's playing too far forward. But again, it's not exactly the heroes that, especially with the meta down, you can't do super large amounts to Hermit currently with the Keeper of the Light. Look at this, Monty just walks right up next to him in the trees.
Yeah, we might see a little play under tower here with double range creep, but they're just gonna go for the pull instead. Get the farm and Caudle. All he can do is sit back and blast. We'll secure some of the creeps.
Better than none, that's for sure. About 40 seconds left on the Thunder God's Wrath, so won't be able to snipe anything just quite yet.
Treant is portaling down bottom as he will see the Terrorblade farming up in the jungle here, but he was also scanned
Are
out.
scanning.
They know that he's there. Caudle is sticking around to protect his TB, doesn't want him to die again.
Surprised we're not seeing more reactions coming down.
Here comes the move. The level 6 timing is very close on Brewmaster. Zeus is already here as well.
This is pretty scary if Hermit gets that last little bit of experience. Good blinding light buys Nuasha some time. They're diving pretty hard for this, although no one else is really in the position to help him out. Yeah, there it is. There's that Zeus ulti. And it gives them the information, too, as Luis here, bottom lane, was taking a lot of damage, but now Mini, he's left all alone. He's only level 5. He does not have the Sunder. Mr. Jeans will be able to clean up on the support, but they've already lost Mini, and that's a pretty big deal. Luis still alive. He's got a toss over on Tiny. He'd go cutting down the forest, making it so they don't have any place to view, but now they've got the level 6 on Hermit. This is going to make this so much harder.
Yeah, they're using the Brewmaster ulti there to kind of protect them. Well, not using it, but, you know, the threat of the Brewmaster ulti. They don't want to dive in and take a fight here, so just going to back away. They are using Caudle to try and hold bottom. But a good takedown again. One more kill on the Terrorblade. This is really slowing down his timing and gonna give a little bit of an edge towards the Bloodseeker in the carry-to-carry matchup.
That Urn of Shadows already online. And they're just rotating right back down again over on Qhali. They grab up the Bounty Rune over on Robo-Z, refill that bottle. They walk right past Nuages. Oh, Nuages. He's like, oh, God, I do not want this. I thought you guys left. That's a very dead keeper of the light.
Yeah, he goes down, and they kind of know that Terrorblade has to be somewhere in the area farming, so they're just scanning for him. But Nuages, similar to playing his Venomancer, is, you know, just going into dangerous positions and ends up being the one going down. Sure, he died, it's a bit of a feed, but it's so much better than losing your Terrorblade.
Yeah, they're making some really nice moves over on the side of Qhali.
Yeah. Meanwhile, though, not too much tower damage being done as you have this Kunkka mid. He can't really pressure tower super fast, so with these multiple moves, you'd expect mid tower to start falling low, but it only took 400 damage so far.
Top lane, yeah, there's only a little bit of damage over here too, just because of the fact that Hiko was forced to make that rotation down to the bot lane to help try to keep the tower and his TV alive.
Yeah. Brewmaster gets the bottom tower as well now, so the map is starting to open up a little bit here, and still having the ulti available. Might see them make a move somewhere else with the brew, but you can also just see them farm and take it easy here. Don't stress too much, similar to what Infamous did in their brew's point of view.
Yeah, Gyro just got called down too, so that gives them a lot of team fight if they want to try to make these moves with the Brewmaster and the Gyrocopter. In fact, Monty sees himself Nuages again. He's like, hey, friend, what you doing? Decides not to. Oh, no, he starts to change his mind a little bit. So have to be careful when he's nearby. No meta on him, though. And Hermit rejoining.
Yeah, it's just about controlling the area. Don't allow the Coddle to get away with either stacking or farming the jungle too much. And here we see exactly the move that I was expecting. Hermit moving towards mid lane, and we see Louis tipping in as well as Monty sitting behind. This tier 1 tower on mid is being threatened really hard right now.
Watch is bursting Monty still just over here on the side. I don't know. This looks pretty hard for them, although they'll go with the boat over onto Hermit. They can stun lock him, and he can't get that split off. Toss up into the air. He is dead. No split available. Plus a big ulti from Robo-Z finishes off Nuages, so they're not going to be able to push him back using that Illuminate. Luis, he's a big tree, but Timbersaw can't quite cut him down just yet.
Yeah, you should be able to land your Timber Chain onto Tree and Protector.
That would be very
aim
funny.
straight for him.
Secret
And
agent.
dies.
Secret agent Treant Protector, technically working for the other team. It's not my fault, guys. It's in my nature. Double damage getting snapped up by Jeans. That feels good.
Yeah, the bolt is going to reveal an Observer Ward there, as they did have a Sentry as well. The ward is going to get taken down, and mid, even though they defended successfully there against the Brewmaster last time, we might see the tower still threatened. Brew is bottom though, not able to join the fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Double damage still being held on Mr. Jeans. Won't have the boat for another 18, so doesn't have that full potential, but does use the double damage, just trying to push him off. They don't want to lose this mid tower just yet.
Is under attack.
Yeah, almost saw a rupture on top there, but Timber Chain gonna get him out of the dangerous initiation there by Bloodseeker. Zeus even using a TP there, thinking you would join. And he did go Phylactery on Zeus, by the way, so
Okay.
his Q does tremendous damage now and extra slow as well.
Is under attack.
Was what we expected to see, for sure. And they smoke up. 3-man smoke on side of Qhali. Rather, 4-man smoke.
4-man, you can always join in, hop in later and join for the smoke.
Ooh, tried to use that Tumblr's try to get up onto the high ground. Not quite making it,
They
but
don't want Najas. They're like, God damn it, stop being here, old man. You're not the kill we want. So okay, they committed with 2 heroes onto him, but the real gank is still the Brewmaster and the Gyrocopter going behind.
they want Mini.
Yeah.
They really want Mini. So Nuages, again, he is dead, but
Oh,
it's not too much he can do when there's that hunting party going for you.
they didn't realize the unsmoke immediately there, so he is getting
He's
away
still here,
for now.
though. He's still here. He didn't notice it himself. Yeah, there's going to be the homing missile. They don't have the Zeus ultimate, though.
He killed
Unless
the
they, oh, they
rockets.
did. They have the Monif. They
Some nice
They
play
went-
there using the illusions, keeping himself safe, and he's not too bothered. Even with this rotation, Mini kept hitting creeps the entire time, you know, just going from camp to camp, and a lot of effort being put trying to shut him down. Meanwhile, you know, the rest of the map is being farmed up here by Timbersaw, the Kunkka, even the Qhali pushing out mid-wave as Kunkka is clearing some jungle.
How concerned are we the fact that they have not yet taken a tower at 14 minutes, especially when they have something like a Timbersaw?
Tower is under
I mean, it's probably fine for them because they don't really have a lineup that I expect to take too many towers. Yeah, you have
Toss
the
back? Nah, he's out.
Radiant's
Yeah.
bottom tower.
Blink Dagger reveal there. Not gonna get them a kill. But yeah, they do finally get the tier 1 tower top taken down, but
Is under attack.
bigger thing I want to see from them is just team fighting around this BKB timing on Kunkka. He's so close to it. Oh no, he messed up.
Oh, again, the tumbler toy. They'll fall up with the boat, though.
They
A little
can
bit of the
toss
rum
it,
buff
maybe?
slow them down just a tiny bit. Silence and avalanche. Oh no, Nuages, he's just toast again. Mr. Jeans, he can't find any room with this many heroes just on top of him. They lose 2, and this game feels like it's starting to get a little out of control.
Oh, that was such a costly small move. He misclicked his Tumberstoy in the worst angle. Like, I think he tried to jump when there was a tree in front of how he tried to jump down, and then ended up not going down the ramp. And Tiny was there, able to toss him out of the situation, but he didn't have a target to aim for. If Nuages was just closer, he could maybe have saved the Kunkka.
I know I asked the question if he felt like this gyrocopter was a little bit of a waste, but considering that he is currently 1-1-4 with like hardly any items other than like a tranquil boot and now he's got the full veil, but
He has the
he's
veil,
really
but
been earning his keep as the support. It's really been paying off for them.
yeah, I mean, Gyrocopter is a pretty stellar damage support if that's all you really want. The timing for him is going to be his shard. Once he gets that, the power spike is on, and the rocket will be doing tremendous damage. We see the Wisdom Rune here, finally going to be claimed up as well for Qhali.
Oh, all right, they find Monty. The toss back to Hiko. Mr. Jeans joining in. Gets the X off. They'll be able to pull him right back in and cut him down.
No way to save him there, really. So they don't overreact, though. They don't TP with a bunch of heroes. Just realize that that's going to be a support kill. Whatever. It probably won't lead to a big building falling, so... The move from Infamous here, though, to invade. I like the aggression. Playing aggressive as 4 kind of shields the TP.
They've got the torrent, they've got the bow, they'll fall off the avalanche, they've got to just burst them down fast enough, and they indeed have it. But the rupture's going to get used over here on Hiko. It's already gone, use the pipe, it's going to just teleport away as long as they can't get him.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's out to safety.
Not quite long enough range there on the Zeus. Yeah.
The
Gaben.
Gaben voice line.
Oh, the pubs are just littered with Gaben voice lines right now. It's absolutely insane. I love them.
I'm still mad about that 90s like overlay. I'm like, man, I spent a lot of money to make my screen not look like a 90s computer.
I used it one game. I deleted it straight afterwards.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I do not blame you. The nostalgia idea is nice, but I don't think anybody really wants that.
Oh, it gave me a headache to play with, to be honest.
All right, smoke play, and they just run down mid. Mr. Jean's revealing himself just immediately as he hits that creep wave. Nice avalanche over onto 2, grabbing
back.
Robo Z and Luis. And then just Timber Chain forward, they cut down Luis instantly, as now Hermit joining in. Does have the split, it's gonna opt to use it. Chasing over after Jupiter, big ulti from Zeus. Will be able to clean up on that Tiny. And Mr. Jean's gonna spend a little bit of time in the air, uses his BKB, is gonna go for a boat over onto RoboZ. They want to get rid of the Zeus, and they'll be able to do it. As now Mini and Nuages is making their way back over. Another rupture on Hiko. That's 2 ruptures in one fight. He's just gonna hang out here for a minute, take some time, think about his life.
I mean, he could not too bothered by these ruptures at all. The haste rune on Kunkka as well. Poor Monty trying to get out of this one, but not going to be able
You know,
to do so.
I think for a moment he was like, maybe I have a fighting chance if it's just 1v1 here. But then everybody else showed up and they're like, oh, hell no.
Square up against me, Kunkka. A fair duel. And then Tiny blinks in out of nowhere, combos you. You're like, yeah, okay.
This is where they pause and they just go, whoa, whoa, what happened to our 1v1 fight? Where's the honor? Where's the dignity? Instead, they're saying, where's our pizza?
There's no honor in Dota. It's funny how, like, Duel, the ability that sounds like it should be a 1v1, is, like, the biggest gank ability in all of Dota, pretty much. It's always outnumbering the
Don't
enemy.
give them ideas. Now we're going to have the Ags has been swapped around with...
Oh, yes, the old Aghanims, the true 1v1. I loved it.
Yep.
The one where you duel until one of them die. That was That was the best Aghanims.
I just love the Reddit post too that was like, there's just this guy who keeps banging drums at me and everyone's like, oh, Beastmaster or something? It's Legion Commander.
He forces me to play the drums.
Forces me to play the drums.
Yeah. That's a sad take.
Shard online now for a Kunkka, so we're having a waterbender.
Yeah. The early shard rush is very common. It's one of the better shards in Dota for sure. It gives you so much utility in the team fight, as well as just extra damage. 250 damage on a 12-second cooldown, 75 mana cost. Like, that alone is good enough. Move
Not
towards
much
bottom
mana
here.
left over here on Timbersaw. It does feel like they're putting a lot of pressure down in this bottom area, having 3 heroes on the side of Qhali down here.
Yeah, they're putting pressure, but they don't really have the heroes to just run at a tower. Like, their team fight is great, but so far they've also been losing just to the Kunkka being so damn strong in the fights. Him having BKB early and his boat has just really solved their team fights.
Luis
They're
going
going
for the punch, even using the overgrowth here with Hermit nearby though. It's not like he's all alone, but I'm not sure if they have enough to burst down Hermit before he can get a split off, so it might not be worth the chase. Unless they can force it out and then just safely back off.
Avalanche
Leech
lands.
Seed, another avalanche to toss up into the air. Oh my god, all right. They definitely was worth it to get that burst kill.
Get an extra little takedown there. Luis is running around in the
Still
area
wants
here.
Jupiter.
He saw
That's
him.
what he started with, is he started with the avalanche, the toss. Right back into Mr. Jeans.
Oh boy,
Says,
the full
don't you
combo.
dare pick on my tiny.
Hold back nothing, just kill that poor tree. Destroys him, and this game has been a pretty quiet game for Mini so far. He died those 2 times early on Terrorblade, but with all the action that his team is putting on, with Hiko being 6-0-0, and with Kunkka also being such a dominant force in these early fights, Terrorblade is not really being contested anymore, and he's closing in on that BKB.
Yeah, I was going to ask you because Hiko is so close to getting this Aghanim Scepter on the Timbersaw. If you were feeling like impressed with the way that he's been playing, because you said it was going to be a bit difficult, right?
Yeah, I think he's played a fantastic game of Timbersaw so far. His moves have been absolutely on point. I do think some of it comes down to, Qhali just kind of having disorganized focus on him, like rupturing him, but not really having people close enough to punish him, then rupture him again towards the end of the fight last time. It feels like they've struggled a lot, and now with that early Aghanims, it can provide you a lot of utility. He just has to be careful about using it when Brewmaster is around, because it can get dispelled by that Storm Panda.
We talked about Mini just off farming. They've got a 4-man smoke going bottom. I do like the fact that we are seeing the BKB getting worked on this time around for Mini. The hop forward though here from Jupiter, tossed back over on Hermit, but immediately you'll see that split come out. Again, the rupture over on Hiko. He doesn't care too much. It doesn't feel super great, but they'll throw Mr. Jeans up into the air. He's going to be on the back leg now as Hiko just turns around, starts trying to chop through, but they've got the BKB on Kuka Hook, and now rupture is done. They do manage to hold Hiko into place. As
Terrorblade's
Mini
here.
joining into the
He's
fight,
arriving.
finding Hermit on the back lines, find Monty again. They've got the vision, as it looks like Lee's trying to get himself away here, but it's not looking like. Are they going to be able to get their hands on him? They have X up in just a second if they want to try to go for it, and indeed they do. They get the X off over onto Monty. The torrent coming into play. Another should do the trick, and tier 1 gets taken down. So a very value fight.
Value fight already, and I think they could go for a big payoff here as well if they wanted. They could go straight into the Roche as well. I'm surprised that we didn't see an early Thunder God's Wrath there in that fight. Was there on cooldown as the fight started? Because normally when you play Bloodseeker and Zeus, you want to see that combination. Like the moment the fight starts, you just pop the Zeus ulti, speed up the Bloodseeker, he can go in and actually just run people down. But I guess it must have been on cooldown as the fight started.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Wasn't able to check that ahead of time.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're not going to get too greedy here and go for Roche on Infamous, just happily building on the advantage that they have. The Terrorblade getting absolutely huge right now. And I mean, with the way that the Timbersaw is playing right now, it's such a lovely game for him.
Another greater healing less. I always want to call them fairy fires, even though I know they're not. They just look so fairy-like, you know?
The Lotuses?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Uh-oh. RoboZ, you know what's creeping your way, friend.
They're coming.
They are indeed. If that blink on Tiny and no vision on their side, that's a pretty scary position to be in as a lone Zeus.
Yeah, looks like it's gonna be an early
Alright,
tormentor.
no, it
He
is.
pops the ulti, just safety ulti.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, you know, you can use the ulti like that, but it's still 125 seconds cooldown. It's a pretty long CD, and you really want to have this for the team fights. So this just means that they will struggle to make any move to shut down the Terrorblade anytime soon.
Well, this is really nice for Qhali because they have themselves a free Agnum Shard for their gyrocopter. So
Oh yeah,
use that to his advantage, save a little bit of gold. Always feels good when you're a support. Not that he's really hurting for gold this time around, but
Yeah, considering he did go for the Glimmer Cape and didn't buy the shard earlier, I'm a little bit surprised, by the way. Normally, like pos 4 gyro, you buy shard ASAP. You want it on 15 minutes almost. Like, you want to have the gold saved up because the damage is so massive. But going for that Veil and Glimmer, only getting the shard now at 24 minutes, I think you miss your power spike a little bit. As, of course, the damage from the Rocket Barrage will kind of fall off as the game goes on.
Dire's top
have the Agnum Scepter now picked up for Kunkka. So we have the full Waterbender Sea Captain on Mr. Jeans. Gonna have the Torrent Storm and the Tidal Wave. And the pressure is on here top. And that's another nice thing about having this treant is that when you go for a tower, you kind of have to full commit to get it done, or else this living armor just going to heal it right back up again. And that looks like they'll make what looks to be a trade down here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, at least they have the living armor to delay things, but they're not strong enough to fight into all the stuff that Infamous has. So the tier 2 tower does get taken down, and meanwhile, they couldn't really get something done either. They don't want to commit for a big fight bottom. So they're kind of just falling into this this lull of going late game, and I don't think that's really what you want on the side of Qhali, as Infamous have, in my opinion, a clear advantage if the game extends.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Looks like they're gonna go for the Roche. They're in a good position to take it. And they realize, all right, we just took the tier 2. We're feeling strong at this moment. Let's get ourselves some more advantage.
Yeah, I'm gonna see Aegis come over here. We'll probably see them take it on Terrorblade, though. Even the first Aegis here, as Kunkka is just so survivable, doesn't really need it for himself. And same can be said for Timbersaw, so that's gonna give them the option to go high ground with the meta.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh yeah, they go through the gate and they show Minnie trying to bait him.
Yeah, can just use the illusions to push out the lanes, so all the heroes can just run and chase after Qhali, who are trying to get the lanes fixed, but look at mid. This is where they want to catch Treant or Brewmaster.
They want this brew. They absolutely want this brew. X into place. Gets the split off. Luis hiding over here on the side. Gonna be able to just go teleport away. But they forced out the split, not in the way that I think Qhali wants to use it. So that means that the next fight's gonna be a little bit easier for them.
Yeah, I guess he has the shard already as well on the Brewmaster, so he's gonna be able to jump to Storm Panda here.
I mean, they see him right here. They've got to cancel out the TP, though. That's the issue.
They don't have any.
Don't have it.
No stuns on these 3 heroes, so Tiny was too far away, and Kunkka was also dealing with midwave. But that's no brew ulti now. It just feels like Qhali are not getting the value out of their massive team fight draft. All these big 5v5 spells that they drafted, they're not able to use them in the way that they would want at all.
Middle tower is under
Well, it feels like this time Infamous has been putting down the aggression, which was very much needed, I feel, after game number 2, where they kind of got a little bit too, I won't say lazy, but just more comfortable. Just too comfortable. They didn't really group up and push when they could have. Instead had like those couple little pickoffs coming out from Qhali.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, Infamous just doing a really good job utilizing the Timbersaw to the maximum, right? Having that early Octarine core now as well, his damage output is just shooting up even higher and even harder to burst.
10k net worth lead at 28 minutes, and things feel very, very good for Infamous. What do we need to start seeing come out from the side of Qhali here?
The timing basically that they're waiting for is the Agnum Scepter on the Bloodseeker. They need his Agnum Scepter. They already have the Ags on the Zeus. So he has a good amount of damage as well.
Oh, Luis. The jump in. Are they going to try to do anything with this? No, they might just give him up.
Yeah, there's no way. They are patiently waiting for the barrier on Bloodseeker. And also the Aghanims is going to be able to do a good amount of AoE damage against stuff like the TP. But though they're going to force...
The X over on Kuka Hook. Whoa, just push them back, as there's the follow-up now from Jupiter, but they don't have any way to go and cancel out that TP when he's BKB'd. So they do force out the BKB. That still feels very good, honestly. They've got an Aegis on Terrorblade. They forced out BKB. Split is back up now on the Brewmaster, but the BKB is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, Infamous are doing a fantastic job. Just keep pushing and forcing as much as they can here, be it ulti cooldowns or BKBs like this, making Qhali never really have all their tools at their disposal for a fight. And with 2 minutes on Aegis, we might see a Terrorblade want to go up on high ground.
Another X over onto Monty. Go for the avalanche, the wave, but...
Yeah, he got the backwards wave. It can happen if you use the shard on Kunkka right at the edge. It can actually push the opponent to safety instead of pulling them in. I don't know why that's a thing, but it's a thing.
Good guy Kunkka, you know, he's like, it made you look. He seems like a trickster sort of hero, right?
Yeah. I guess he has 4-step as well in the gyro, so it was 4-step, I suppose, this time. But it can also be that you push your opponent back. Kunkka working on a Hex. Full control build is coming up, and that means we're going to have that late game refresher as well. You were talking about your FPS during last game, the Kunkka water park. Jupiter? That's the 4-step to safety here.
They do have the Ags online now for the Bloodseeker too, so this fight could go a bit differently. Depending on if they're able to get a pick off, right? I feel like that's a big question mark. Here's Qhali gets dragged back. Again, good force staff though. Will prevent him from going down. And maybe use the Torrent Storm, but not quite in position to make that work.
That's gonna put some ultis on cooldown, and looks like they're not gonna get too much bottom though.
Open up with the Thundergeyser Wrath, and they've seen Nuages here. Now just trying to survive, not going to be able to, but they do manage to get Luis. Hiko in the middle of everyone. He's taking a lot of damage. See Robozy dancing around over on the backlines. Hiko's going to get a rocket to the face. He will end up dying. Now Mr. G's forced to pop the BKB. He's going to try to run away. He does have Mini nearby, but this is not the fight I think they want to take. As Mini's going to get thrown up into the air. Mr. Jeans just slowly but surely gets ripped down. BKB coming out from Mini, and that's going to be the Aegis getting reclaimed as he's going to chase after Robo-Z and try to put as much damage as he can. He might be able to get Hermit here, but there still is Monty nearby, so he's got to be a bit careful. Jupiter also just standing off to the side thinking, okay, maybe we can get an advantageous grab perhaps, but...
What a fight by Qhali. They were so far behind, they turned things around hard there, and a lot of this, I want to say, comes back to that false sense of security. Going Aghanims on Timbersaw, you think that you're unkillable, you are not. Brewmaster just used ulti, dispelled that Aghanims, the shield is gone, and then Timbersaw was actually very killable. Dies immediately there to Bloodseeker just running up and right-clicking him. He did not expect that to happen, and this is where 4,200 gold can be completely useless in a situation like that. So... I'm not a huge fan of the Aghanims when you know that the enemy have a Dispel already on their team.
Okay.
It's very much a timing thing. Normally you buy Aghanims if you think, oh, they can't buy an early Nullifier or Eul Scepter or whatever. You know, they don't have a way to stop me. But they really do. Built into the team already. The Zeus disassembling is Kaya and Sanj to get the E-Blade as well. So gets both a little bit of safety for himself against a possible Terrorblade right-click, but also adds to that magical burst that they have now. So they have the Veil on Gyro, they have the E-Blade over on the Zeus. Two of them can do a ton of damage together.
That's quite a lot of damage. They've also got a Satanic now over on Mini, so as long as he's able to hit something, might have even more survivability. Depending on how badly he gets burst down, right?
Yeah, that's true. He will, you know, stand his ground. And he did stand his ground really well in the last fight. He was the only one who was able to stay alive there and, you know, not get run down with a good use of the Sunder as well. So he's going to power spike pretty hard, but he didn't go for IF Scotty, though. He went for Daedalus and Satanic, which is, great damage output and survivability, but he doesn't have that slow. We saw Bloodseeker just run away from him in the last fight. I think not having the Skadi for some slow could come back to haunt him a little bit. There's also quite a bit healing over on the side of Qhali with the Bloodseeker, the Treant as well. Even Mech and Vessel on the team as well, on Brewmaster.
So would you rather see the Scotty instead of the Splink Dagger he's got queued?
I think you need to have the Skadi. Which item you sacrifice for it is the trickier. I think you probably go Skadi instead of the Daedalus if you want the Satanic, which I agree, the Satanic is great here, but I just think Skadi needs to be one of his items right now.
Qhali creeping their way towards this Roche pit. He is going to be moving upwards soon. They're going to do a little bit of scouting, see if they can find anything.
Dire's
And
bottom
it's looking to be a pretty early spawn as well, as we see Tormentor might get stolen here. Mini sticking around the area. Noarias, they come in with Jupiter, and they're going to be able to take this Tormentor.
I mean, with no one showing, too. All right. Raja is going to get himself the recall, which will be super useful, especially if Mini wants to continue farming, just being able to get pulled into these fights. They'll put a little pressure here on top. It's going to be 6 seconds until nightfall.
This Terrorblade is on your high ground. Someone has to defend. Something has to happen here.
And they send Luis. Just trying to scare him off a little bit, but RoboZ's also here. Just trying to do a little bit of the nuke, but he's got the Satanic, so he's going to be able to just heal right back up again. Plus, with this Caudal throwing out heals. Put that Terrorblade up into the air for a moment.
Oh, the Aghanims on Brewmaster is so good in this game. Having the lift and dispel all the time. Able to do a ton of damage to the illusions. Doesn't one-shot them, but 2,000 damage, pretty good, just with dispel.
Okay, we've got the Lotus Orb now over on Timber. We've got the Blink on the Terrorblade, and we have the Gem pick up soon, I think, for Nuages. I think it's making its way over, but...
Yeah, and they're all going towards the Roche pits. Both teams smoking over. Roche is already
I mean,
up.
someone's got to go home and deal with this, right? Like, I mean, they do have the Treant, but they have to know something's up. Like, no one's showing up. Everybody's making their way over.
Yeah, it's so
Positioning is
awkward.
key here. Double damager and spawn top, too. They didn't see that. That would have been very advantageous.
You wish he had travels on the Zeus, and he uses the ulti to reveal, but that means he doesn't have it for the fight. They can heal up, just regenerate.
And they
Actually,
know
they
the
were still
fight's
smoked,
coming
so.
to them. They absolutely know. Luis is gonna go pop. They've got the little bit of information. Trying to illuminate the jump forward here from Jupiter. He's got the Lotus Orb. They go and drop the Overgrowth. Thrown up into the air, Mr. Jeans. He's silenced. He's waiting patiently. Is over onto the back line. Minnie's just like hanging out with the creeps. Not sure what's going on there. Monty getting tossed around by Mr. Jeans. They'll finish up Louise. They go and they have the
gotta get out.
Metamorphosis. They don't want to be here anymore. RoboZ, he's already teleporting away. He does not want to be here. So the rest of the team, they'll turn their attention now to Hermit. They want to get rid of this Brewmaster. And everybody's just running away. Look at this. Jupiter in position, waiting for him to just come right back over.
It's only the Earth Panda. He can end it whenever he wants.
One Panda alone against the world. And there's just too many heroes, too much damage. They're going to be able to slowly but surely chip away at Hermit and get themselves a victory. And with that, honestly, like, they want the Roche, but they could just keep going right now.
Yeah, go towards the high ground. They have that swift blink as well, and TB just gonna blink up here and do a ton of damage immediately. And nobody's really ready to defend this. This may just be the end of their racks, honestly. The top is definitely gonna fall. Question is, are they gonna stick around in the base, or do they fall back for Roche?
I feel like with the Brewmaster not having ultimate, that's a pretty huge advantage for them. As Monty, that was very, very ballsy, my friend. They have dust. They'll be able to see you as they find themselves Louise over here. They'll cut down yet another tree. Monty's going to get sliced through. And yeah, I think they're going to stick around now for sure.
Yeah,
They'll buy
Rupture.
back on the gyrocopter. They take down the Nimbus. They're not afraid of it. He's got that flamethrower. They don't have the Metamorphosis. That's the one thing that is really going for Qhali right now. But they get to pick up the lift over onto Monty. He's turned into a little pig. They cut him down. RoboZ just continuing to spam out the lightning, but it's just too scary to get too close, especially when you've got Jupiter just with these tossbacks.
They're just getting too close when they don't have everyone around. They don't have abilities. I think they should just have let top go. Now they're gonna pay the
Oh,
price.
it's a little bit ballsy, but the X drags him back again. Minnie just continuing to stay here along with Hiko. He's got that Lotus Orb, the flamethrower doing a decent amount of damage. They won't have the split for another 18 seconds. I think you just take this other Rax, and then maybe, you know, if you want to play it safe, you could probably back off, unless you get another pick-off, and it's looking like they found that pick-off here on Hermit. He doesn't have for another 8 seconds for that split. He's waiting patiently. He's trying, going and using the BKB, going for the overgrowth. Mr. Jeans, he's being held into place. He needs more heals. He needs to try to stay alive, and he's just going to get blown up by RoboZ. They are down now. One Kunkka. Mini, though, he still has a Sunder. He blinks forward. He's trying to blow up RoboZ. He'll get Louise instead. Wants to get a little bit more here. Is he going to be able to do it? As another toss back coming out from Jupiter. He is everywhere. They get the kill on Kukahook, and I'm not sure if they're going to leave now. They call GG. Yeah. What a turnaround from Infamous.
Everything just falling apart here. They tried to take the fight too early. I think the fact that they attempted to defend the top racks at all there cost them their entire base. Maybe they could have held bottom racks, or maybe even mid racks, if they just had the patience. But Qhali getting a little bit too quick to jump the gun there and attempt to take the fight, and they just didn't have enough to fight after using all their ultimates in the previous fight on the outpost. So they end up losing their entire base, and ultimately the game finishes in the way that it felt like it was going to go the entire way. Mini was getting huge on this Terrorblade. It was just a ticking time bomb. And Qhali, for all the team fight that they drafted, I feel like they just got stunted and couldn't find a way to play, all due to Hiko on his Timbersaw.
It felt like a very big, just kind of one by one towards the end, like the beginning of the end in a sense, defending that top area. And I have to say, I thought Jupiter played really, really well this time around, just because he was always in like a really good position. He has 17 assists. Just because he was always like positioned in a great way to be able to blink forward, get an avalanche, get a toss back, and allow his team to clean up. But Hiko, yeah, you know, he caused a lot of issues there with being able, you know, we talked about the Ags, how you weren't a super huge fan of that, but he was able to recover, he was able to make use of it, and then of course when he got the flamethrower, all hell just kind of broke loose.
Yeah, he was, I mean, he did exactly what he needed to do. He was this big, reliable frontline, along with Kunkka as well, which allowed for everyone else to play such an easy game on the side of Infamous as well. The TV finding a way to blink in this fight in particular. He blinked in along the side, got the pick off on the tree, and then it was just everyone getting run down here on the side of Qhali. They didn't really have anyone who could stand on the front line against all this.
Yeah, you can see it just, that chase after poor Hermit the entire time. Just that one Roche fight. Or not really Roche fight, right? Because everybody's just rotating towards that area, but the picks came fast and furious. And again, you see the X's coming out from the Kunkka, you see the tossbacks and the avalanches. Just Infamous this time showing a really well cohesive team, which I think is what I expected from them, honestly, considering the amount of times that they have played together. But Qhali, they made them put up a really strong fight too. You know, they made it so that they had to really, you know, consider their positioning. They had to, you know, come in with a fresh attitude after game number one, which was a pretty tight one, honestly. That could be hard to break that mentality again.
Yeah. I think one of the big things that Infamous do really well, and why I like to see them play a hero like Terrorblade, is that they generally shield their carry pretty well with Nuage's playstyle. He always is in the right position to reveal these smokes, or to just tank the ganks. And Mini had such a comfortable time just sitting back and farming here. So I would like to see them play more of these real ultra late gamers, even though Mini is a great Monkey King player. Just lean into the late game more, and I think it suits their style a little bit better, at least from what I'm seeing. And Qhali, this game didn't really work out for them, even though they had moments where it looked good. The very start to the game looked pretty fantastic for them, but then things fell apart when they just didn't have an answer to the Timbersaw.
It felt like such a slippery slope, like you said, and again, the Timbersaw was a big part of that. But it's rare that you see, like, you know, just a couple series of events immediately seeing that slide in favor going to the other team. So what do they need to do for this next game to bounce back and get the victory for the side of Qhali?
I think maybe a similar story to what I was saying about Infamous as well there, because they obviously didn't have a strong late game. There was the MVP, the 12 kills, 1 death, and 2 assists Timbersaw. He was just having a fantastic amount of impact, even though I'm not the hugest fan of the Agnum Scepter. He was just so damn farmed. The Lotus Orb did a lot of work. But yeah, going back to what Qhali need to do, Honestly, I think they just found themselves incapable of doing anything because they didn't have the best tower push. Like Bloodseeker, I'm a big fan of the hero. I love him, but if you pick Bloodseeker as a hard carry, you need to have tower damage coming out from your post 2, I think. And having Zeus mid, that's the lowest tower damage post 2 you could ever ask for. So yeah, the carry, like Bloodseeker Zeus combo is really nice, but you almost need like a Death Prophet or something, or a Visage on the off lane then. I don't think Brewmaster quite cuts it to deal tower damage as easily.
I was going to ask if something like a Beastmaster might have been a better fit when you've
Or
got
Beast.
like a strong nuker in that mid lane position.
Yeah, definitely or beasts. I can't remember if they did ban out the beast in this game, but that would also be an option here. But in general, that's just, they couldn't really win the big fights, and that was what their draft was set out to do. And if you don't have tower damage then, and you also don't have late game, it becomes very tricky. We can't fight, we can't push, we can't just farm. What can we do? You know, at that point, you're kind of strapped for options. You don't have any choice. So giving yourself a little bit more outs might be an important thing for Qhali here.
All right. Well, you know, they're tied up. It's 1-1. Both of these games have been very, very entertaining, even though this one did seem like it just kind of slipped out of their reach after a series of unfortunate events. But we do get to go to a game 3. So if you're a Qhali fan, you know, hope that they can pick themselves back up again. But if you're an Infamous fan, you just want to keep seeing them rolling, doing what they're doing. But we'll find out what's going to happen after a break.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Well, Waga, it all comes down to one game. One game is going to decide if Infamous is staying or if Qhali is staying, and neither one of these teams wants to be sent home. So I'm expecting them to bring out the big guns. What are you expecting in this game 3?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think you got to go back to just full comfort zone here and pick stuff that you are, happy to go out with. You know, if you win, then fantastic. If you lose with it, at least you played your best stuff. You know, so I expect players to try and get full comfort, but I also expect similarly that we're gonna see those target bans, right? Like Mini probably won't get his hands on the Monkey King again. We probably will see that get banned out, but we did see as well in last game, he performed really well, just sitting back as Terrorblade, growing, and then becoming that ultra hard carry as well.
I'm curious to see how much they're going to deviate from their previous draft, because Infamous felt like they finally hit their stride. I actually saw a couple of my own viewers in the Discord. They were like, what happened to Infamous? I thought that, they should be really winning this stuff. And, I think some people are a little surprised with the way that they are performing. So it's nice to see some signs of life, but it's also nice to see these Div 2 teams showing what they learned during the DPC year, showing that, they are ready to, fight for a seat at this table. And I definitely think Qhali has done that in this particular series.
Yeah, I mean, especially in game 1, I think they really impressed because they were in a position where it would be very easy to just fall over and lose, and they clawed their way back into the game. Same though in game 2, they fell behind pretty early, and I think they just need to get a stronger early game so that they don't have to work from a disadvantage, because it's very hard to come back in Dota unless you have the proper tools to do so. So maybe a little bit more emphasis on the early game in their draft and in their gameplay. But we'll see exactly what the teams are going to build as we are going to head into a draft right now.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see if this is going to be just, again, I kind of like the elimination matches, because I feel like it's always just, no holds bar, like we're going to fight till the very, very end, especially because it's TI quals, right? But I'm curious to see if they're going to panic a little bit, if one team panics and they just kind of win by a landslide and it's just quick, or is it going to be like another hour-long game coming out from these two teams?
I want an hour long. I want a real battle here. I don't want any of these teams to go out without a true fight. Game 1 was a fantastic battle. Game 2, Qhali fell short against what Infamous had, but I want game 3 to be just as close as we saw game 1 be, at least. We'll see what the teams are going to cook up here. The start of the ban phase, we see Razor getting removed, Nature's Prophet, nothing new, Dawnbreaker, all stock standard for the ban so far.
Qhali feels shook because they've never taken this much time to ban out their second choice here. Before it was Monkey King, it was Invoker, it was usually pretty quick, but this time around it took them a little bit longer because they're like, do we risk it? Do we let him get this, or...
Yeah, and Infamous, on the other hand, they're just sticking to the recipe, get rid of the Lycan as well, and Medusa is the exact same thing that they wanted to remove in the previous series. Qhali, though, are you going to remove the monkey or are you going to let it slip? That's where they got to show. Because you know that Mini is sitting there thinking, look at him, he's like, do I get my hero? Do I get to play monkey? The
I
goose
like how
has
Mini
joined him.
since just picked up the goose and just put him full center now on his frame.
It's emotional support goose, Moxie. He
Hey,
needs
I'm
it
not
here for
judging.
this
I
best of
like
3.
it. I like the goose. I also love whenever you see something that shows personality too. I think, who was it? Qhali the other day had a Naruto bandana on or something like that. I was like, my man, that's a weeb right there.
He was Konoha, the Konoha village, representing.
I like it. They go and they respect ban the Timber Saw. They do not want to have to see that again. They struggled with it in game number 2, so they're making a very clear point. We don't want to see it again.
Okay.
But that opens it up for if Mini wants to grab his Monkey King. Or is it a bait, Waga? You said that you like to see them on these harder carries.
Yeah, I do actually really like that. And interesting here. So Infamous do go for the Darks here. I was going to touch on that. When they picked up the Tree and Protector here and banned out the Timber Saw, that of course protects the Timber pick a little bit, since Timber does great against Tree. But picking Monkey into this as well can be a little bit tricky. So they actually go for the Darks here as a reaction here, prioritizing getting an offlaner. And I like the choice by Infamous. Now you gotta again have the question, do we still ban the Monkey King now? Do they want to go back for it? You leave it there and don't necessarily reveal your carry as early.
Why do we not see much Bat recently in these games? I feel like Bat's in a decent spot right now.
He's decent, but he's not crazy like he was a few patches back. I mean, he did get a little bit of nerfs after how strong he was before, but still a good hero that you can go back towards if you want to have the simplicity of Batrider and Initiation. I think there's a lot of value in that, but you know, we could always see that support Bat with Darkseer combination. It was played a lot in the past, the +4 Batrider.
I also wouldn't mind seeing a Vengeful Spirit. I feel like Venge is also on the up and up recently, and that gives them, because they took out the Tiny, right? They took out the Tiny because it's one of those heroes that provides a lot of burst damage. Also, just like the repositioning. Like we saw Jupiter do a great job in that game number 2, where he was able to just get his hands on someone, toss him back, coupled with the Kunkka and the X marks the spot. Like Venge might not be the worst idea for also just using that repositioning tool.
Yeah, Venge is fantastic now. A lot of it is her damage reduction now on the Wave of Terror. It just has such a silent impact, but it's there and it absolutely can destroy the damage output of some heroes. But if you pair it up with the swap damage reduction as well, you know, it's an additional effect. But they're gonna go for the Lion instead here. So Infamous getting themselves, you know, similar. It was Rasta before, now gonna play up on the Lion, similar execution.
Dire team pick.
Okay, they go back for the Visage. It worked pretty well in game number 1. They had difficulties dealing with the birds, always having to be very cautious about, you know, if there's Visage and birds nearby. They pick up the Monkey King for themselves. All right, all right.
Steal. Okay, take it in a way.
But were they baited is the question.
Yeah, we'll see. Monkey, well, he did see his lane matchup at least, so he knows that there's a Darkseer in the game. Monkey against Darkseer is not that bad because you have sufficient range to CS quite comfortably. You are a melee hero, but just barely, so you don't take a lot of Iron Shell damage. Generally, you want to have ranged heroes against the Darkseer, but Monkey is more than fine. And building a strong teamfight combination here again is Qhali, but this time with the Visage, I like it a lot more, because that gives them exactly what I talked about. Like, even after last game, I said, you know, they need something like Visage or some tower damage, something that gives them multiple avenues. And they can take it late game with Monkey too. Muerta comes out, okay.
All right, Muerta, what are we thinking here? So
that is exciting. I mean, I have to expect that it's a carry Muerta. She can be played on the mid role as well. I don't suspect that it's going to be support, but support Muerta can be done too against the Monkey, you know, push him out of his Wukongs. I really think it's carry though.
I agree. I would think that it's a carry as well. So that's our. We've got 2 lanes established now for the side of Infamous. How are we feeling about them?
Well, Darkseer Clockwork is a pretty classic combination. They got some good catch now as well. And generally, I like what Infamous have. The downside is that Muerta, she does struggle a little bit against the lockdown of a Treant ulti, perhaps during her own ulti, or, you know, just Halberds are very good against her. But nowadays, at least, the Halberd doesn't work if you have BKB on. So that made Muerta a little bit better. Muerta was like meta for a little bit in at least European scene in competitive Dota, but then everyone figured out we just buy like 2 halberds and she's done, GG. That's not really true anymore, because if she gets BKB paired up with her ulti, then you can't stop her from DPSing.
Trying to think what the next pickup is. Interesting how they've done such a big shift too, because I felt like earlier we were seeing a lot of early just mid pickups, you know, really trying to secure RoboZ his hero, or Mr. Jeans his, although they did pick Mr. Jeans last, I think, last time, but...
Yeah, or the first phase pick, you know, for Mini with the carry Monkey King, and then going back to picking it a little bit later, picking up, you know, what we assume here is the Muerta. Kunkka comes out.
This feels like they're on the wrong... Did they mess up their banners? if the Visage wasn't there, I would say it would be the other team, but...
I mean, this looks really nice. I like the damage reduction from Kunkka against Muerta, a way to protect when she pops that ulti, because their damage is all about bursting. Look at Infamous. They have the vacuum combo from Darkseer, does a lot of damage really fast. You have the Lion with the Finger of Death, then Muerta wants to DPS during her ulti. All of this is like quick burst, and Kunkka is great against stuff like that. Also a natural BKB buyer against Muerta, which all that magic resistance really helps you.
They think that this is a position for a monkey, I think. If you look at the bans coming out from Infamous, they banned the Void and they banned the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, I guess they have, you know, experience playing against each other here, so they totally expect that to be the case. That's definitely true. It's not a bad way to run it. Visage plus Monkey on the off lane is really strong, and then that could be Treant plus some form of carry towards the safe lane here for Qhali.
What do you want to see in this mid lane for the side of Infamous? I guess is my question now. Like, they've got a lot of... I don't want to say, like, not necessarily assassin heroes, but they've got, like, heroes that are kind of one-targeted other than the Darkseer, right, with the wall.
Probably happy to see the Ember still here, to be honest. I mean, it's comfort. Again, I spoke about it, like, it's the final knockout game. You want to have comfort zone. It's comfort zone, and it's also high tempo and something that can be a playmaker. You also get the combination of like Ion Shelling the Ember plus Flame Guard, and he just bursts people with the AoE damage. So I think an active hero like that could fit really well, and they're completely correct on Infamous. It's going to be a Sven coming out last here, indicating that that is most likely going to be the +4 monkey with the Visage then. Unless it supports Sven, which I really don't think we're going to see.
South America, Waga, anything is possible. Embrace the madness. It's the Wild West out here, but you were absolutely correct with that Ember Spirit pickup, which I like, honestly. You've put a really good... just pointed out some really nice things about how it's going to work with the Darkseer, being able to follow up the Clockwork with the hook shot. Eventually we're going to see Blinks, there's got Surges. There's a lot of good things going on coming out from the side of Infamous, but this is a very formidable draft too, coming out from the side of Qhali. And honestly, like, I'm not sure who comes out on top here. Maybe Infamous, just because these are very comfort heroes, but I mean, Qhali is not to be taken lightly.
Qhali are not, and Infamous have a weakness that the BKBs are going to be so strong against the draft that they have. They have damage output that heavily is magical. That's one of the drawbacks of the Murta and, you know, Darkseer, Lion, Clockwork, even the Ember to some extent is, you know, basically a magic hero. Yeah, Sleight of Fist does some good right-click damage, but most of his damage output is still magical. And Kunkka, Sven, these are some of the most obvious BKB buyers that you could ever ask for. Like, even people who generally, you know, try to delay buying BKB or whatever will buy it on these heroes. So we'll see how the timings are going to hit here. I think the draft, I would say that I favor Qhali here. I did say that last game as well, but I do think it's a little bit easier for them once these items come out. Before then, though, I could see Infamous running away with this game if they play a nice early game.
So speaking of items, we said that BKBs are going to be pretty key for Qhali just because of what Infamous is bringing to the table. What does Infamous need to bring to the table in terms of items? What are the key things that we should be keeping our eye out for?
I mean, I personally am a huge fan of the Aghanim Scepter for Darkseer. I think that actually does so much damage in general, and getting that normal punch is crazy. But this is also a great game to just get the Greaves early. So most likely we're going to see the Aghanims be delayed a bit, get the Greaves early to get Dispel and get a ton of armor against this heavy physical lineup of Qhali. And in general, just more physical protection, like even some Pavis, you know, maybe a Solar in this game could be useful.
All right.
I've always wanted to be a giant space crab.
Well, Qhali up to their usual tricks, and Nuages is going to be the one who reveals everything here. He's going to use that battery assault. Take a lot of damage. That has to be a little careful. Kukohook also, though, taking damage. What an Earth Spike. Oh, that looked really good. But Mr. Jeans is going to be the first one to die, just barely surviving here with Sven, as he did have himself a stick, and they'll follow up with Nuages and maybe get themselves a Jupiter in the end. So 3 dead on the side of Infamous. Qhali's got to be feeling themselves right now.
What a crazy start there, and that was pretty aggressive intent to not skill the power cogs instead and just push back the enemy. He actually opted to skill Battery Assault and tried to take the fight on Clockwork, despite the fact that they were all going on him, so he couldn't really go in with the Battery Assault. He basically had to run away, and you just see why Visage level 1 is something to be feared and respected. The Soul Assumption does tremendous damage in that fight.
No, it's definitely... I thought he would have had the cogs, like you were saying, so I was a little surprised. I'm not sure when he skilled that. Did you see if he skilled it during, or was it already?
I clicked him,
oh my God,
but he
Mini?
skilled it pretty early.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
That is so bad for Infamous, and you got to be really happy on Qhali. You got all these hits, managed to kill Mini again here.
Yeah, he didn't die
Or not
first time,
again,
so he does
sorry,
have a
but-
TP here. He'll come back, but that means that the only one who didn't die on their lineup already, 30 seconds into the game, is Hiko on his Darks here. So Qhali getting the best possible start ever here.
Okay, so they're not completely, not completely out of this, but it doesn't feel good to start off a game with that many deaths on your team. As Nuage's now, oh man, go and drop down the Talling on top, try to buy a little bit more space, but already look at how low they are in this lane. This is a disaster.
Yeah, he does have 10 magic stick charge on Mini. This is the copium, you know, like, yeah, we died a lot, but at least you have magic stick charges. This already is shaping out to be a pretty hard lane for him to play. The Clockwork struggling to go up and just man fight against the Visage and Monkey King.
So what's the play here? Is this well, they're going to cut down all the trees. Apparently that is the play currently. And they still have those 10 stick charges like we talked about. Mini trying to get off as much damage as possible. With that battery assault, we'll turn back around over onto Monty. Still try to nuke down Mini. We'll go and pop the stick charges. But
Wow.
how do you kind of gain control of this again is my question.
Well, they did the first thing. They dewarded their small camp and they're getting ready to pull, but they need to wait for the creeps to spawn. And if they don't get a good spawn here as well, they might have to stack the camp before pulling. Okay, they get the wolves. Wolves are fine. So they could get back control here. Top though.
Yeah, they're putting the pressure over on Hiko. It's been a slugfest here too, as they continue to just put down all the pressure. They'll use the Hex, try to buy a little bit more space from Kukahook. Doesn't have that Stormhammer up again just yet. But this is felt like Infamous on the ropes. Bottom lane again. They put the pressure over onto Nuages. They'll get Monty this time though.
Finally something going their way. First kill, and you know they do punish some overextension there by Monty as he doesn't have the help of Hermit.
Top lane, Jupiter. Ooh, a really nice vacuum, but not enough to save him here. So now Hiko is forced to run. It looks like they're just going to be glad they moved away. They do have a Stormhammer, though. Yeah, I was about to say. They chase him down. Do they have any slows? No, no slows left over on Luis.
Yeah, some cooldowns. Got both his abilities now, but he is too far away to go on. Mid lane, we haven't really touched on it, but so far 18-4 for the Kunkka against the 14-1 on the Ember Spirit. So, you know, a little bit of an advantage towards the Kunkka, but Ember does completely fine here. And he's not expected to, like, really crush this matchup. It's more that Ember fits well into this game is why they picked it.
Some more harassment being placed on Kukahook here in the top lane. It just seems to be a lot of brawling back and forth, but...
Yeah, it's non-stop trading. Same thing bottom. They're just always looking for chance to do damage over on Mini here. His laning stage has been pretty terrifying so far.
It's a hard knock life for Mini, for sure. Josh is doing as best he can, though. He's trying to just put a little bit of space between Hermit and Mini. Just taking a lot of punishment for it. And as you can see, he's replenished, restocked from the courier drop. But there's a move over to the mid lane where they're going for these water runes. They want to make sure that Mr. Jeans is just completely hampered. And he still has 2 charges left on his bottle, but it would have been nice to get one of those water runes. And nobody's going to be able to make these rotations because they've shut down the lanes hard enough where they don't feel confident to leave.
Yeah, the speed and mobility as well. The Monkey King is so different than the Clockwork. Clock doesn't have boots yet, so making that run over, not really possible for him.
I'm trying to make a move right here. Ooh, the cogs, though, pushing back. Hermit, not going to be able to quite land that shot. Good boundless from Monty. They need just a little bit more damage, and they will get Hermit. Nuash is probably going to die here. Use the Fairy Fire. I don't think they have anything to try to... Oh, maybe. Oh, very nicely done with those cogs. We'll push back Monty, burn a little bit of that mana, and keep them alive.
Yeah, Mini able to get some good time to CS here as well, even though the kill went over on Nuages. This is still very valuable getting a kill like that over on the side of Visage. You gotta abuse Visage before he gets level 6 because that's such a massive power spike. Some stacks are being prepared over in the triangle as well here by Lion.
This poor Darkseer is still sitting like at a level 3 with no boots or
He has Ring of Health, that's it, but his Vanguard is going to come in so late that Sven is going to have ulti basically by the time you have Vanguard, and then you won't be able to block his damage anyway. So yeah, top lane is going very handedly the favor of Qhali here.
We've got 6 on Robo Z, almost have the 6 on the Ember. Uh-oh, looks like Jupiter gets caught out, spotted as he wanted to maybe make a rotation, and he is going to die here because there are already 2 supporters on the side of Qhali in position, realizing, we've got a level 6 Kunkka, like we could possibly make something. I'm sure they would have rather got Mr. Jeans, but hey, a kill's a kill.
Yeah, definitely a good approach. I mean, you also get full control on the runes here, so you can get the shield rune over on the Kunkka.
Yeah, they've had excellent rune control this entire game.
Oh, D-ward. Nice D-ward by Nuage, just realizing that the monkey has been sneakily planting one behind the tower
Robo
here.
Z, the Hex coming into play. Mr. Jeans just harassing a little bit, not looking to do a full committal.
Yeah, he's got the shield rune and a full magic 6, so he's not gonna die anytime soon on that Kunkka.
Yeah, Monty already making his way back top. He's only sitting at level 4, but they are trying to make moves on Hiko right now. He's got the surge. He's going to try to run himself back. Looks like he's safe. Monty, though, in position. He's looking maybe for a snipe, but there is Jupiter nearby. They do have to be careful if they overextend. Yeah, look at this.
For the wisdom, they want to try and steal.
You just can't be fast with this monkey. He's going to get there way too fast, although they might end up losing Luis here.
Luis, yeah.
And I guess, oh, maybe not. He's still alive. Can he get denied? Neutral creep denial. Very nicely done. But now they're going to try to make Monty pay. Kukuk's here, though. He's got his level 6 that they want to use. He's going to use that Storm Hammer. He decides he really doesn't want to be a part of it. That's just something that they're going to have to pay for the Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, they do get the double Wisdom Rune as well as Visage took it on the other side of the map. So nice claim by him there. And Monkey, a little bit of a misplay jumping in with the Primal spring straight into him there as the deny came out from Treant. If Monkey just jumped away in the other direction, he would probably have been completely fine as well.
On the right side, it does give Mini a little bit of breathing room. He has caught up in CS, very on par with the Sven.
Yeah, and he's going for a no point into passive build, so 2 points dead shot, 3 points calling. Calling is very good for farming still, so you don't really sacrifice farming ability. And I like it. This is like a more active way to skill build Murta to actually have a way to fight back.
This might be a dead Nuages here. Doesn't quite land the torrent, so no, he's actually going to survive. That annoying little clockwork.
Yeah, doesn't want to use everything on him. I guess Robo wants to try and get a bigger payoff.
They're making their way bottom now. Looks like they're going to try to make a move either on Hermit or Monty, whoever gets themselves in that position first.
Yeah.
Looks like
Hiko
Monty
top.
might be the one.
They're chasing him.
Yeah, they are chasing after Hiko. He does have the surge, though. The X marks the spot, putting him right back into place with the boat. While this is going on, Monty in the bottom lane also just getting slammed down. So they end up getting the kill on Hiko, but they'll lose Monty. And that is the first time that we've seen this Muerta go and use the Pierce the Veil. She wants to get herself a little bit more, and Jupiter, he's in position because Mr. G's also rotating bottom, realizing that that gang top should mean that they can get their hands on Hermit. Living armor getting placed on Hermit. Jean's poking away a little bit. They'll throw that rocket flare out. But they haven't quite managed to get the kill on the Visage. Not yet.
Yeah, getting one of those birds killed is pretty big too, because he still has 40-second cooldown on the resummon. So 100 gold and lowering some of the kill potential here from the Visage. Nice rotation with a haste rune by Ember. And yeah, keep your Murta happy and farming. All Nuages.
This is not looking good for him. Mini making his way over. Does manage to go and drop the cogs. He's got the battery assault too to buy himself a little space. Beware of the trees though. Monty is waiting, and Hermit is gonna get held up in the middle of the calling as they'll end up getting another kill on Hiko, but they should be able to get a kill on Hermit. Now the question is Monty gonna get greedy? Yeah, they go. They drop those cogs again, hoping that he's gonna just get a little bit too excited. But this clarity is heading on out.
Such a nice play by Jupiter to just stick around there on Lion, sit and hide in the fog of war as it was still nighttime, and surprise the Visage with a nice stun.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Monty keeping an eye on Mini here in this bottom lane. He pings it out. Doesn't look like anyone's really rotating though, because Hook seems happy to be up here, continuing to hit creeps. He's got himself the Mask of Madness, went for the Spark of Courage for his neutral item, and with the cleave, he should be going pretty quickly.
Yeah, this is a nice timing for the Maelstrom for Murata, even though she's, you know, just barely even here.
It's a big rotation coming in. There's no level 6 on this Lion just yet. He's got to be careful. They go, drop the Wukong's Nuages, caught in the middle of everything. Circles within circles. He will end up dying, but in comes the follow-up from Mr. Jeans. He'll make Monty pay. Overgrowth is going to get used as mini. Pierce, forced to just use that Pierce the Veil. He's trying to just buy himself a little bit more time here, trying to get some damage off too. Very far, not going to be enough as Robo-Z gets the final hit. Now Mr. Jeans, he's feeling the pressure right now. Torque doesn't quite connect. In comes Kukahook. He's made this rotation. There's a Stormhammer. They're cutting off all of Mr. Jeans' exits if they can. It goes right into that Nature's Grasp. A nice impale coming out from Line. They're trying everything. Jeans is trying everything too, trying to stay alive, trying to just disjoint for a little bit longer, but in the end, it will be Hermit who finishes him off.
Such a nice move to bring down the Sven as well. That was a good start to the fight, I thought, with the Lion getting cute, using his courier to reveal the Monkey King on the tree, and then getting him for an initiation there. But sadly, it backfired a little bit on them, as they didn't really have enough heroes nearby when they started the fight, and they're gonna lose not just the fight, but also a tower for it. So a little bit costly, and they have to pull back now.
I mean, it was a nice move from Qhali too, because they smoked up 2 of the heroes to make that rotation. So it felt very, very safe for the Line to make that move. But like you said, they just didn't have the men. They didn't have the numbers.
Yeah, it was basically just a matter of committing enough resources quickly enough, and they brought enough people to the fight. Monty looked like he was out of position, but he was completely fine. And by the way, speaking of Monty, he's getting a bit of time to farm now as well. After that fight, he went top and he's been farming the lane creeps as well as the jungle, so kind of treating himself as an extra core here. And with the double Wraith Band and now a Diffu only 600 gold away, he will become pretty powerful with his ulti.
It's surprising to see him go for, you know, again, you see a support Monkey King. There's a couple different ways that you can go with it, but going for a Diffusal, taking advantage of this gold early.
Yeah, even the fact that he's skipping Orb of Venom is surprising to me, because that's usually a pretty key item for support monkeys. I suppose in the lane, he was fine with just the Visage having enough slow with his Q.
Jupiter's like, no, 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 no. Throws out the Impale. Let's go Hika nearby. He'll drop a ward. Pounce down from the monkey.
Under attack.
A narrow escape for the side of Infamous, as Qhali have multiple heroes up here, and they might try to push the tower a bit.
This is interesting to see from Robo. He's going for one of the old school builds on Kunkka, going back for the Orchid, which is definitely a great item to have in this game because you're playing against the Ember. And any form of silence or catch will make Ember's life so much harder to, you know, to play around the Kunkka will be very, very dangerous now.
Dire are scanning.
Looks like Mini is going to make a move towards this top area.
Yeah, I mean, he probably wants to get going and start farming this Ancient stack. There's a huge Ancient stack right now that they should start farming. It's a 4 stack? Yeah, 4 stack right now. And he starts clearing it. Will he get one more stack? He will.
Oh, nice.
So it's a 5 stack.
Efficiency,
Good timing on
we love it.
that. Yeah. With Mask of Madness and Maelstrom as well, he clears it fast. Meanwhile, bottom, Qhali are just taking over the area and trying to push towers with the Visage, but this is not gonna go unresponded as Infamous are moving over with their own smoke.
This is interesting because it's only moving 3 heroes down to this bottom area. They don't have every friend. Lion is just in the middle lane. I guess, I'm not sure why he's in the middle lane. But hold that thought as Nuage's bottom gets jumped on and just immediately eviscerated.
Yeah, I don't think they can both farm the Blink on mid and go for this move at the same time. Lion still has, you know, a good 600 gold to go here before he has the full Blink completed. It is an important timing, but they end up just kind of feeding there. Oof, Orchid was close on Ember. Could have been dangerous.
Got a double damage and bottled up. Yeah, I was just curious because there were quite a few heroes down there. They had vision on them at one point and then they didn't reappear. So I was like, that seems really kind of strange that you wouldn't have one of your main lockdown heroes go down bottom, especially because you don't have your Muerta either.
Yeah, it was sort of a half-assed effort for sure.
See, you're allowed to say those things. I'm not.
Yeah, no, it was. It was. I mean, you gotta call it out. You know, I'm here to back you up on that. You're absolutely right that the Lion, if he was closer to Blink, if he was like 100 gold away or something, I'd respect it. But 600 gold away and your team is making a smoke move, you should be in that smoke move.
Yeah.
As a support, you can't really just be that inactive, I guess.
There's a monkey over here. Just leaps
Good
right over.
victory,
Yeah, they know. Oh, they dropped the observer on top of us. Oh, well, they should be
a
able
bit
to get
early
this.
though.
Tries to dodge, still not going to be able to do it, but there's the follow-up now. The X over onto Hiko, plus the silence, plus the bow, plus the torrent, plus everything. And poor Jupiter's like, I can't do anything. I'm just going to buy out right now before I die.
Yeah, he barely TPs out before the X mark as well. And meanwhile, on the mid lane as well, we see a bit of action there as the clockwork goes down. Visage getting involved, has the pipe, has the solar crest. Very active and very strong. I would say right now there's a lot of farmed heroes on the field. I actually think Visage is probably the strongest player on the field just by how hard he is to kill and the amount of damage he can output as well. So Qhali do a good job just trying to group around him a little bit.
Looks like Monkey King Monty's got himself the BKB queued up. Because I know that was a big thing that we were talking about, right? Is having those BKBs come online for Qhali. BKBs also queued up for Sven. And we already have the Ogre Club picked up on RoboZ's Kunkka. So they're already starting phase 2, it feels like.
Yeah, triple BKB, and they have Pipe as well over on Visage, which, you know, Visage is not really a BKB hero, but Pipe is the equivalent here for protecting against all this magic damage and will give even more survivability to your team. So I think they will hit a super strong power spike with all these things. They're also going Blink Dagger on Tree, which I think is smart, because he cannot ulti until Murta ultis. He needs to wait for Murta to use her ulti and then blink in and counterplay it with Overgrowth, preventing attacking. So it will, you know, be the best response that they have to this carry coming out from Infamous.
Do you think Infamous is trying to go for a smoke and try to take advantage of the fact that they don't have these BKBs yet, or?
It feels like they should, but right now they're playing a little bit slow despite having the Blink Dagger available in Lion. I'm surprised they're not making a move.
TPs are coming out now. Jupiter's gonna get caught by the Torrent X. Nice hook shot into the back lines though immediately. Not gonna be enough to really help Jupiter too much as Monkey King jumps down, Monkey drops all of it, and yeah, they grow and they grab themselves many, but does have that ulti coming into play. Will turn back around, chasing after Kuka Hook. Needs to put a little bit more damage off. It doesn't quite have it just yet. Luis walking around. The chase is on the RoboZ. Or rather, Mr. G's, he wants this, and he gets himself a triple kill. While all this is going down, they're trying to see if they can catch anyone else. Monkey already teleporting toward this mid lane, but Jupiter says, man, you just caused so much trouble. We're coming after you. Mr. Jeans making his way over, dodging away from that Boundless. There's a big finger coming out from Jupiter, and they can take a tower.
That was a very good timing to fight before all these BKBs come online, and they take the fight handedly. Great reaction by the Clockwork, the immediate hookshot there. I think Nuages just threw himself into harm's way and protected the important heroes in his team. He created a little bit of a barrier for the Lion to back up and stay alive and useful in the fight. But yeah, that was a very ambitious way to take the fight by Qhali, as they didn't really have all their power spikes on yet.
I think they just had the opportunity with the Torrent, right? They saw that
Yeah.
they had themselves a line, didn't realize everybody else was sitting right behind him.
Yeah, the fight also happened on like the right side of the tower, whereas they planted vision on the left side.
Yeah.
They had a ward there, but there was great vision for Radiant as well, as they had a lane ward and sentry before the fight, and that just gave them an easier way, and that's why we saw Mr. Jeans go in on the back line, getting good pickoffs in that fight, kind of just taking his targets down. Full Mjolnir on Murta now. Her DPS is absurd.
Yeah,
She's standing under a ward.
they're baiting.
Yeah.
They're baiting. They're smoked up off far to the right side. They realize that they don't have that vision. So many pushing up. They should feel suspicious about this though, right?
Monkey might reveal.
Monkey does reveal. In fact, there's the slide, but the opening over onto RoboZ immediately. They find a target. They should be able to get a quick pick off. And now they're trying to grab themselves, Luis, but I'm not sure. Nah, they can't quite land the dead shot in time.
Close.
It's another tower going to the side of Infamous.
very quick tower, and they're gonna go push out bottom. I think the call now is probably to play towards Roche, even though they might not go for it immediately here, as the respawn is pretty fast on Kunkka, but Kunkka still doesn't have BKB. Like, this was yet another engagement that they probably didn't want to take, being this close to finishing up the crucial item for the Kunkka. Maybe this is one of the drawbacks to going for the Orchid as well, as it's sort of a big item. If you had gone for something like Blade Mill first item, the BKB would have been online by now. But, you know, the Orchid is still understandable. It's very, very strong in this game too.
It's just a situation of I have so many things to buy and just not enough gold fast enough.
Yeah. Wisdom Runes being claimed here, 1 for 1, as we see the teams take it up. But look at the Roche grouping here from Infamous. They get scanned out. Yeah.
Are they laying a trap though, do you think? Because it feels like they're not running into that pit just yet. They don't have a lot of information on the side of about where Qhali is currently. I feel like it might be a bait.
I think they have to take a fight before Roche. So they have smoke available on Clockwork. He's grouping up here with Ember, gonna use it, and the scan reveals that they're not in Roche. So they should be suspicious here of it. Kunkka's still 100 gold away. This is so stressful for him. He just wants his timing.
Like, guys, can you please just chill?
Still a bracer or something, man.
Please
You need
chill.
it right now.
All right, there's going to be Rocket Flare. They're doing some scouting. No, Ajay's leading the charge. I see Kuka Hook over here. Perhaps. Yeah, they dropped the ward. Oh, the hook shot, though. It doesn't quite connect. Disaster. They need to back off and reset. Line giving his mana back over to Hiko. Let's make sure he is topped off if necessary. Well, bait with Monty.
Very, very tense situation here as both teams just posturing.
There's a little bit of a poke. It's going to be Qhali revealing themselves, so they jump onto Hiko immediately. Going to be able to draw him right back in again. Duashe just absolutely evaporates. Hiko trying to run away, but you can see the spike coming out from Mr. Jeans. 2 dead, though, for the Monty as they get the overgrowth over onto Mini, over onto Jupiter. There it is. There's that ultimate that we talked about. This is not looking great, though, right now, as they're going to end up losing everyone except for Mini, who's trying to man fight, but it's just too much. It's overwhelming with the BKB online from RoboZ, finally. That will be able to turn things around, as they should be able to go take a Roche for themselves.
That was a great initiation by Sven, just going in and then comboing with the Kunkka as well. Even though they didn't immediately burst the Darkseer, going on Darkseer prevented him from using Vacuum at all in that fight. He didn't get it out. So we see a replay here of how they communicate this, like, okay, let's go on Darkseer, guys. He's crucial. But look at the Wukong's command in this fight too. When he drops that down, the Ember runs out of mana because he's getting hit by the Monkey King as well as the soldiers. So he tries to Remnant away, but a little bit of extra mana being removed. And yeah, they just get absolutely handled in that fight. The Murta felt like she was too late to have any impact in the fight. She was just sitting back while all this was happening. That's also due to items available right now, right? She, similarly to the Sven, needs a BKB as well, because otherwise she can't go into the fight. She just gets locked down too easily.
Yeah, I was going to ask, like, how should she have approached that fight differently? Because you said that she was a little bit late in getting in there, but at the same time, you know, she can't afford to get blown up.
Yeah, I don't think that she could solve it. It's just that she didn't, you know, have a chance to do anything. So the fact that she was still there, maybe she could have tried to TP out earlier, tried to just realize this is a bad fight if Darkseer gets jumped and, you know, we don't get anything out. Ultimately, though, it all happened so fast. Qhali with a very precise initiation. And timing's time. Monkey King now, only 200 gold away, gonna finish up his own BKB here if they give him just a little bit of gold. They leave the creep wave for him, so that's gonna be his timing. BKB is up on Kunkka, on Sven. This is exactly when I envisioned in the draft that Qhali will be winning if they play around this triple timing. If the game continues long enough, though, I think Infamous can actually get to a point where their draft is pretty damn strong too. Darkseer scale as well, and Murta can get to the point where she damages through all this magic resistance.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Because it is TI on the line right now. They don't want to get sent home, so I'm sure they're feeling the pressure. And when you have a lot of pressure, sometimes you get a little bit too stressed out. Although with Hiko being caught out here, that's a huge find. Oh, does manage to cliff the Sven, so can giggle a little bit about that as he tries to get out of there. But Louis says, yeah, no, we're going to drop this overgrowth. We're going to make sure you can't escape.
Yeah, there's so much lockdown, not going to be able to get out of the way. And Sven, of course, can just blink down and farm the Ancients here as well. Meanwhile, they're trying to do some form of split pushing, but against all this catch, they can't really. In the top tower, one bonk from Sven, and that gets taken out as well.
They're getting closer and closer to the BKBs on their own cores on the side of Infamous. Looks like they just need the recipe for the BKB from Huerta, and then Mr. Jeans, he's got to get that Mithril Hammer and the recipe, but they're moving pretty quickly. So that's going to help even out the playing field a little bit, but it still doesn't help them in terms of when those BKBs are used on Qhali. A lot of their damage is still magical, and it's going to be tough to continue with the fights.
Yeah, completely agree. And looking at the way that Qhali are playing right now, they just want to take the most advantage they can of the map right now. Oh, they're angry that people are showing bottom. They don't want Infamous to get any farm. Yeah, they have a deep ward. They spotted them farming in the jungle here. Mini, location is compromised.
They've got really good mobility, though, over here on Lion. Jupiter's got himself the Force Staff and the Blink. As long as he doesn't get stun locked, he can be a little bit more risky, I guess, for lack of a better word. Try to be that super spy, sneaking into the jungle and taking peeks here and there.
That's true, that's true. It's a pretty tough hero to lock down when he has his survivability tools here.
I mean, it's hard too when you've got something like a Monkey King on the enemy team who moves so fast and gets so much vision. Especially now that he has a gem, you know, that makes you feel real bad if you're a support on the enemy team.
I like the discipline of both these teams to actually buy those early gems as well, realizing how important vision is. It's something that I sometimes harp on, especially lower division teams, like, you know, where's the gem? You know, you watch a team like minute 40 or something, just die because they don't D-ward properly, like... Buying it early, really value, and we see both teams having it already, of course.
I feel like whenever I think of early gem, I just hear T-Gov, because I feel like that's something Robson always was harping on during DPC for so long. Just like, get an early gem. It's overrated. It's underrated, rather. You know, get it, and then you have all this extra control, blah, 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 blah. And in this case, like, for sure, definitely seeing the value of it.
Yeah, it's just, you know, giving you that sense of security. However, you do need to run around a lot with the early gem to actually do the scouting, right? That bottom ward along the well area is not removed yet, and there's still wards a little bit everywhere, so Clockwork has to get out there and scout.
Well, we've got the Blink Dagger now over on Hika, so that's going to provide even more positioning. Because I feel like he's constantly getting jumped on first. And it is kind of rough, right? Like, unless you get a really good initiation from, like, the Lion or the Clockwork.
Clock. Why am I watching? He didn't deward the ward. He used his jetpack and started flying around the ward instead. Sorry.
You know, he's just, you know, you got to have fun, too, at the end of the day.
True. There's a time and a place, Moxie.
This is also true.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Yeah, looks like even with Aegis timing out here, it's going to be a top push for Qhali as they group up as 5, and meanwhile, not wanting to get nothing done, they push bottom, get a tier 1 at least on the side of Infamous.
Got more damage, though, piling up now for the side of Infamous. They've picked up the Crystallis on Mini, but they are probably going to be forced back. I doubt that they're going to come home for an assault on the tier 2. In fact, are they going to go for a smoke? They're grouped up tightly here.
I'm not sure that Infamous can really siege up on the tier 2, because the moment they show anyone, I feel like you can get jumped in like 3 different ways here.
This is true.
So Infamous, they're sticking around for now, but I feel like they have to get out of this area.
They stole the Wisdom Rune, at least, so that's a little nice consolation prize. But yeah, look at this. They're already grouping up. They're like, all right, if they keep pushing, we've got some solutions. And you can see Mini, he's teleporting home. So is the rest of the team. They're like, all right, we're good here. Let's chill and regroup, and we'll come back.
Yeah, the moment the carry TP is out there is just concede the area, and they're gonna mass TP out even to just get back to safety. And meanwhile, looks like we might see a group up for a smoke move here on the side of Qhali. Looks like they want to take the Tormentor first, though.
Oh no, he doesn't see the ward over here.
Oh boy.
Oh, oof.
He actually didn't see it there. That looked like he should have been in range, but I guess not really. Only 900 range.
I mean, he just walked away, so I assume that...
He's so close to this ward too.
I know.
There's 2 wards. He just walked right by them. He's like checking the high ground. No, it looks good.
Oh no.
Nothing wrong here, officer. Oh no.
The
That's
value that
unlucky.
he's missing out on.
That's why you gotta zigzag a little bit, you know? When you're carrying a gem, you can't just do the straightest path to where you want to go. You gotta
play Minesweeper.
scour the area a little bit. I mean, that's super big, actually. The fact that both those wards are still standing right now, when you think that it's fully dewarded.
They walk
like,
right
have
over
no clue.
them, too. Like, that's the worst part, is they know exactly where they are because of those wards, because they did not get dewarded.
Yeah. At least they're far enough out now that the wards don't really matter if there's a fight erupting all the way up here on top. But if they fall back and farm there, it could backfire.
Dire's top tower
Tier 2
I don't
push.
think they had the reveal of the blink on Hiko yet.
are fortified.
Yeah, I think he's been sitting in tree line a lot.
Yeah.
You might be right.
Attack.
You know, times are tough when you see your Darkseer with a Philosopher's Stone.
Radiant's structures are fortified.
They need to go home, though. Like, they use the fortification. They want to finish off the tier 2. All right, yeah, you see Jeans. He's headed home.
Yeah, they forced them back. But meanwhile, Myrta's still showing up here, so
Nah,
if they
she's
show
out.
anyone in base, she has to be careful.
She's out.
The timings, though, there are so many power spikes, by the way, as well. And I want to say one of the big items as well this patch, the Vindicator's Axe that this Sven is running around with. We haven't talked about it, but this neutral item is absolutely absurd in my opinion. It even got added slow resistance now in the 734. Like, this was one of the strongest carry items already, and now it's even better.
I don't know if it needs all those effects, honestly, but they are smoked up over on the side of Infamous. They know that they're in this general area. They're going to try to do a quick check D-ward as Mr. Jeans leading the siege. They go and they point out, okay, Monty's here at the very least. Careful with your positioning. Look at this monkey, though.
Monty.
Ooh, it's giving him so much information. Watch this. With here, his little jetpack trying to get out. We'll be able to hookshot over to Mr. Jeans, and this fight's pretty split, but Nuaji still takes too much damage. Kuka with the BKB just dishing it out now. You can see that this Ember having to run away. The boat comes in. Louise taking a lot of damage. Minnie with that BKB trying to find an opening, trying to get some more damage down, but looks like they've just separated for the time being. There was a buyback on the Treant, and I think there was a buyback on Nuages. So everybody's resetting. They do
focusing.
have creeps hitting their towers, though.
They can ignore the creeps for now. It's completely fine. But nobody focusing on Myrta there was a little bit dangerous for them. They need to get on top of her.
She doesn't have
These
BKB,
fights.
though, now. And she does have a completed Silver Edge, too, so her positioning can be even better as long as they don't spot her with the gem.
Both positioning and tons of DPS as well for her. It's really quite a good item.
Good item,
And,
for sure. Are they gonna...
There's no way.
No,
There's
no,
way. I don't
they have
believe in
birds,
this.
guys. They have birds. What are you doing? Oh, and the Roshan with the back,
risky.
yeah, immediately. They're like, boo, 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 boo. Hook shot immediately over onto Luis. I believe he bought back for this, so
He did,
is
yeah.
down for 70-something seconds. The chase is on. They get a little bit of the drag back on the birds, but not managing to grab Hermit himself.
That's a fantastic pickoff. Now they can actually get the Roche. I think, Qhali, you don't feel good about giving this up, but at the same time, do you take this fight? They don't look like they're sure what to do. They're going in, they're
Monkey,
going
he's
out.
looking. They can see themselves a clocky boy. But there it is. There's the
down.
Aegis. They go drop the Wukongs, but all the rest of Infamous is skirting the outside. Minnie trying to get onto the back end, trying to see what he can find, as they do manage to find themselves a lion. And Kuka, he's chasing around here. He wants Mr. Jeans. There's 3 on him. Minnie, though, left all alone to the side. BKB is going to get used. Mr. Jeans coming around. Again, they really wanted this kill on Jupiter, but it's not looking like they're going to be able to quite grab it. As Minnie chasing in here, waiting patiently for the stone form to be over. Cheese is going to get gobbled up. Kuka jumps forward again. There it is. There's a wall being thrown out onto the back lanes. Minnie trying to get into a good position, but he gets tossed up here. With all of this water, Hiko left behind. He's going to try to surge himself through the wall, get away. Minnie's back up again, but they're going to be able to go grab Hiko. And now Minnie, there it is, BKB. This fight's gone on so long, the second BKB durations here. So he's going to be able to teleport home, but the rest of his team in shambles. All bodies littered everywhere. They got the Roche, but at what cost?
I don't understand why he doesn't ever want to use his ulti on Minnie. Like, he's just holding it. They need to use it at some point in that fight. But he's, he had Aegis and ulti available, but instead just gets brought down by Sven auto-attacking him. Pop the ulti, just shoot back on the Sven. The Sven didn't have BKB anymore. I'm so confused how they took that fight. That should be a win.
Well, they're going to pay for it dearly because this tower and the racks is going down. Line's going to be up in about 10 seconds. You've got 4 seconds left on the Starkseer. Doesn't have the wall, though.
Bottom barracks are under attack.
It's scary to go up against the Sven. He's got God Strength back up. He's got a Satanic on top of it. Mini getting into position, throws out the calling, starts putting a couple of these clicks out, trying to put as much damage as he can on Hook, but he's just a little bit too far out here as Monkey King drops down the Wukongs. And there's a chase onto the back lines. Nuages are trying to be a bit cheeky. He's still alive. Mini moving forward. Another couple clicks should be able to do the trick over onto Monty, but he just gets blown up.
80 seconds. He's dead, no
He
buyback.
is dead, no buyback. Qhali, they have made all the right moves here. As they take the bottom ranks, they're going to rotate over to the mid.
Again, I don't understand though. He could have killed the Sven there as well with ulti. He's just holding
It felt too cautious. It felt like he was feeling too much of that pressure. He go nice pull here into the wall, but look at this. Look at the cleave damage from Kuka. He just gets himself a double kill. Easy peasy, no problem. Mr. Jeans, he's got the BKB, but it's so scary. Like, this physical damage is absolutely no joke. Plus the overgrowth here from Luis. They're gonna buy back now online. They're gonna try to protect Mr. Jeans if all possible, but they have the other sword. Oh, now the X, the drag back. This is not looking good for the Ember. He is dead. All 3 cores on the side of Infamous are dead. This could be the end. They're going extra safe though. This is TI on the line.
Yeah, I mean, just go for the mega creeps. There's no way that you want to throw this one somehow. You don't know about the buybacks for sure, so Ember might have buyback in their eyes, but they probably figure out by now the fact that he hasn't. This is gonna be mega creeps for them.
They're going for the
they're
tier
going
4s.
straight.
They're feeling powerful. Hook is gonna have the God Strength up again in about 3 seconds. He's got the Satanic. He's got himself a harpoon.
They're respawning though. Everyone is going to be alive. Murta is up in just
I mean, they're not gonna have Ember for another 40 though. And it doesn't seem like it. They're too concerned about it. Again, the pushback on Nuages. They'll try to follow it up as that's a big wave being tossed into a torrent. Oh my goodness, Hiko is dead. Mini's fighting for his life in the middle of all of this Wukong, but it's just not gonna be enough. That's the GGs. It is gonna be Qhali that continues in these TI qualifiers.
Qhali, I mean, their execution was really, really strong in this game. I think overall, the way that they took the fights was really impressive as well. They looked so decisive when they ran in, and look at the faces of the players here as they realize
Hermit
they
looks
are
stunned.
Yeah, he does.
It's like, I guess we won, guys.
Yeah, I mean, he played really well as well. He looks stunned, but he was 11, 3, and 19. I mean, for me, I think he's the MVP of the final game here. On his visage, he had great impact, and overall, just really impressive stuff by them.
I mean, it helps when you get like 4 heroes dead in the course of how long?
Yeah, the start the first blood, you mean?
A disaster for Infamous, and like they played up to their strength. Like you said, you know, this Visage does a ton of damage early, and coupled up with whatever else they had going on, it just was a very auspicious start for them. And I don't know, I'm not sure what's going on here with Infamous. It felt like at times it was just they were too scared. They felt too pressured. They didn't, you know, there were how many times that you were like, Mini, why aren't you hitting, you know?
Oh, he got chain torrented. The torrent storm actually got him fully chained up there. Wow. I did see that was what happened to him. That explains why he didn't pop the ulti for the fight there. Yeah, the Kunkka torrent storm, we saw it, you know, have a big impact both in this game and earlier in the series as well. Such a useful tool. And I want to say, even the shard on Kunkka is like, that was the moment right there. He pops ulti afterwards and blinks in. If Murta ultied on the first go on Sven there, he could have killed him, and Sven didn't have any way to survive. It's very confusing to me that he didn't hard commit to the initiation.
Again, a lot of it could just be pressure, you know? This was game number 3. This is the big one. This is scary. You don't want to be the reason your team loses. But at the same time, you know, it's a tough one. But I think, you know, Infamous, they put up a good fight. We definitely saw them, you know, strike back. I think Qhali, a lot of people are pleasantly surprised to see, you know, people like RoboZ and Kukahuk making their way through these qualifiers, because they've been, you know, just open qualifier guerrilla fighters for I don't know how long until, you know, we got rid of those, and then you have to go through the regional quals now. But yeah, Hermit doing a fantastic job on that Visage. Like you said, I felt like Monty, for me, was just everywhere. He was just an absolute thorn in your side. Being able to just move around so quickly, being able to get them so much information. And like you said, that Diffusal Blade really turned that fight early for the Ember, because he just had no mana.
Yeah, Yeah, for sure. I mean, there was both that, also the Orchid just forcing out the BKB on the Ember early in a lot of these fights. It made his life so tough. Even though Mr. Jeans plays a very nice Ember, I think he was kind of limited in the impact he could have in the fights just by the fact that the moment he gets within cast range of the Orchid, it will be clicked on him, and that prompts the BKB. And sure, he can keep fighting during BKB, but what about after? The Orchid is eventually going to come back, or an X mark into a Torrent, and there's plenty of chain stuns. It's very, very tough for him. And I think ultimately, Qhali just had the answers for sort of everything that Infamous were throwing at them here.
How much of a percentage chance does that change the outcome if Mr. Jeans doesn't go for that Orchid? Or rather, not.
If Robo doesn't go Orchid, well, I mean, if he doesn't go Orchid, he's gonna have something else that's useful, I guess. So I think it was the correct choice to go for it, but ultimately, it's still not bad to pick Ember into this matchup, but it's just tough. I think their draft relied on Mini to have more damage than he did in a lot of these fights. Like, we just never really saw the Murta take over and become this super strong hero that they wanted her to be.
Yeah, it definitely feels like, both these mid heroes were very, very strong, especially because they keep changing them. We had Mr. Jeans on the Kunkka earlier, then he switched over to Ember, and then they swapped, right, Robo? Switching as well. But we do have our MVP, so let's bring that up. Drum roll, please, Waga.
Yeah, I mean,
there's no drum roll. Come on, you have one job.
I'm not a drum roller. Please. This Visage, he just knew exactly what he needed to do in this game. The impact that he had from the moment that he got Solar Crested Pipe was already massive. The pipe was such a crucial item that he actually went for, and the way that he positioned himself in the fights was just crucial. I think overall you can't really ask for more impact. A lot of it comes back to that first blood fight though. If you get 4 kills before 30 seconds in a game, you usually win that game. It looked a little bit rocky considering that, but they did end up claiming the win in a pretty convincing manner. So
is this a situation where the player really makes the hero shine? Because I feel like Visage isn't in a bad spot necessarily, but I do feel like it is a hero that needs to be in the hands of a specialist to really make it look this good.
I think for sure. I mean, he's a level 28 nerd on Visage, so he's spamming that, and the lane really told that story as well. You could see that he just non-stop dished out all the damage he could onto the Murta. It gave her a pretty rough start compared to what she would want to have, but still she clawed her way back. But Visage definitely did more than you could ask for. So well played by Hermit for sure.
Yeah, well, let this be a lesson to anyone who's going to be facing off with Qhali, is that be very aware. They have a very, very good Visage player. Hermit is definitely one person that you need to keep into account. So you might want to rethink letting that through the draft, or you might want to have a solution for it. But today, it looks like despite Infamous's best effort, they're just not going to be able to continue. They are indeed knocked out of the TI quals, and Qhali, the Div 2, they're going to be moving on up as they go through these TI quals. So pretty exciting today, Waga.
Yeah, no, I think this was a very fun series, and this TI Regionals is showing to be some exciting games. I can't wait to see how it's gonna, play out fully. But that's it for our series here right now, Moxie.
Yeah, but it's not the end of the day for you guys, for the rest of the viewers. It's the end for Waga and I. We're gonna be back tomorrow. But for today, we have one more series coming up in the lower bracket, and it's gonna be a great one. So make sure that you go, grab your snacks, grab your drinks during this break, and then come right back here. You don't want to miss it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You were doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the SA Regional Qualifiers and the last series for the day as we head over to one more matchup, one more elimination series, and one team less to be in these regional qualifiers, fighting for that second spot in the qualifications because, yeah, upper bracket gets one, lower bracket gets one. It's a long haul if you're going to make it all the way from this first round to that qualification spot, but anything is doable. It is TI after all. My name is T-Panda, joined by Mr. Fear, and let's look at the bracket as we can see what's happened today. It is a 3-map series day, Fear. Sounds a lot like you, right?
That's just like me, of course. And we're having some lower bracket Dota. We're seeing the competition start to get a little more even. We saw on day number 1 here, nothing but 2-0s in that upper bracket here. But now in the lower bracket, all games have gone to 3. So we're starting to see more competitiveness, I want to say now. And that's always good to see. Whether it be in the upper bracket, lower bracket, higher quality games, closer games, definitely more enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, especially that last series that Moxie and Waga were just covering. Qhali, that was one of the bottom teams from Division 2, actually getting knocked out of the DPC, making their way further in the TI regionals and knocking out potentially the favorite in the series, which was Infamous. And we are looking at Universitario versus No Ping Esports. This is not the No Ping from last year, which was, by the way, a hell of a good team in SA. I'm not saying this one is not a hell of a good team, but it's probably not as strong as the roster they had last year. So Universitario, who did put up a bit of a fight versus Infinity, are actually looking like the favorites coming into this one. But Fear, let me tell you one quick thing. They haven't won No Ping this year. They've lost both best of 3 so far against this team.
Yeah, that's not a promising thing because that's a mental damage, right? Like you're going against a team, you're like, oh, we haven't beat these guys yet. So something about their playstyle just isn't working here. So they need to find a way to get over that, and they need to do it quickly because this is the lower bracket of TI here. And if you do lose the series, you go home. You have to think about TI next year because your chances will be done.
Yep, go home, stay home. Don't get to travel all the way to Americas for the actual TI played out in Seattle. But as we can look at the draft, maybe discuss one or two quick heroes. We don't really know too much. The data sample are still kind of small at the start of the second day, well, at the end of the second day. But one thing does strike my eye, and it is the classic Treant Protector for SA. 6-1 currently, and above the rest of the heroes, way above the others. The most played hero so far, of course, the Ember Spirit going 3-3 so far. Banned in this game, so won't be seeing that. But Treant Protector still in the pool. Not that many bans, but quite a lot of picks.
Right, and we're seeing a lot of like repeat bans. I feel like Gyro Invoker and Nature's Prophet are just removed every single time on second pick here. They just don't want to give those heroes away, and I think that's why Tree has made it through the section of Quap. Okay, and that's
Very
the first pick
mid-oriented.
Pango.
Very
Yeah, so
mid-oriented.
they're trying a new approach on Universitario here on how they want to play the game. They're just banning heroes that are good versus Pango, or they came into this, right? Like,
Yeah.
we're going to first pick Pango, and No Ping didn't really read it. This is a risky move to do, because if they ban the Pango, all of a sudden they're like, well, we just spent 3 bans to try and get this hero, and now it's banned. But, you know, in a situation like this, you haven't revealed it, you probably don't know. You're just, oh, Ember ban, yeah, it's popular. TA, we're playing South America region. Most carry players from the region do like this hero. It's like, okay, we'll just go ahead and ban all the mids here, and then we'll just take out this Pango take the Pango into the game, and that'll get countered right away by a Shadow Fiend. Yeah. Another hero that Pango doesn't particularly enjoy laning against, but it's not a matchup that is completely one-sided because it's pretty easy to gank for the Pango. And Shadow Fiend can die really easy with rotations. That is the one weakness this hero does have. He normally does win almost any lane because Shadow Fiend is a strong laner, but he has no mobility. So maybe focusing on some support rotations in this game to help out your first pick Pango could be the right thing to do.
And also, interestingly enough, I feel like Shadow Fiend maybe considering after the first phase bans is kind of the best of the rest, maybe if you put it that way. Because with the discussion we had with you at the start of the NA qualifiers was like, well, the new drafting patterns, is it just going to be banning the best heroes at the start instead of comforts and respect bans? And then you just still get to pick the next best hero that's available in the pool. And Shadow Fiend's a classic mid, right?
It is indeed, and Universitario here on their bans are just so funny. You know, you see these bans, and they've just banned 5 heroes now, all for Pango.
10 seconds.
Like every single one of these bans is to protect the Pangolier. So whoever's playing the Pango in this game is like, this game is all about me. I get to play my Pango first pick. I get 5 bans to cover it. He's got to do some work in this game because these are all targeted to help Pango out. There's still going to be a lot of like other heroes left in the pool that are just kind of like strong, because these are just target bans to help Pango have a better game.
Oh, hell yeah. And I think the player, whoever's going to be playing it, who has the widest smile, as we're looking at in the no-ping roster and here from Universitario. Okay, is there any happy faces out there? Who's the one playing that Pango? Because James, looking kind of focused here. Maybe it's Lissex. Maybe it's Lissex taking it as an off-lane Pango, potentially. Okay, maybe not. I'm reaching out here, but I'm just like, as you painted the picture, we're putting this game on you, Pango. You win this game for us because we're setting it up for you, for sure. So, just trying to get...
It's definitely a unique drafting style, right? And it's an experimentation, and we'll see if it works out, but most teams haven't tried this approach of banning for your mid at this extreme type of way. Because if you look how the bans are now, like, there's so many bans before the picks, so it kind of does make sense to go this route of, you know, just picking a core early and then dedicating a bunch of bans for it. What else are you going to use them for? You don't have that much information. So, new approach. I like the creativity. We'll just see how well it does.
Of course, the classic Rubik can be paired up with pretty much anything in the off lane. So they're like, well, we're not showing too much out of our draft. But there's a couple strength heroes in the off lane that do not like playing against this Undying, which is a smart idea to bring it up this early. That's going to not narrow down necessarily the potential picks you can go for no pings off lane, but you have to take into account that this Undying is going to be annoying to play against. It can be difficult to play against, at least in some scenarios. Night Stalker most notably, maybe, because the hero's been looking pretty good in this current patch. So I have to take a bit of a detour around this hero. And following up with that, have I seen a Techies lately? No. Am I excited to see it? Yeah, I guess.
That doesn't sound convincing.
I mean, I'm trying to make up my mind. Like, if the hero's not that strong as it was in the last meta because everybody wanted Techies, now that I see it for the first time in this patch, I don't know if I'm still riding the hell yeah, look at that, we got a strong support duo.
Well, I got bad news for you. This hero has a very low win rate and high MMR games.
Well, I guess my hunch was right then.
42% win rate in the high-level games. He is... I mean, the only heroes that have a worse win rate and high MR pubs on 7.34B are Timbersaw, Juggernaut, Hoodwink, and Lifestealer. Those are the only heroes that are doing worse than Techies now, so this is a hero that is not popular in the pubs. But Undying Techies, that was a staple of last patch before Techies got the Nerf Hammer. So we know these heroes do work together. It's just not as potent as it was in previous patches. However, doesn't really matter. It did get nerfed, but it's still, I'm assuming, going to be pretty strong here. We'll just have to see how much those nerfs are going to affect him. And we're going to have an Elder Titan pick. This one's a little interesting to me because you can get that reactive taser pretty early on as a Techies, and that sounds pretty annoying for ET in the laning stage. So we'll have to see if that one works out. But it looks like we're going to have our Dawnbreaker going into the offlane with a Rubik, very strong lane. We got our Elder Titan Pos 5 and Shadow Fiend TBD, but most likely going mid versus Pango would make the most sense because they showed Pango really early on. They banned a bunch of heroes being like, hey, this is mid Pango. I'm getting rid of like 3 mid heroes that are good versus Pango. So no Pango like, all right, we should better pick our mid right now. Otherwise, 2 more are going to get banned in the next phase. So most likely SF will be the choice to go mid here, which means we have our carry last pick available for Noping and Universitario. They're most likely going to pick their offlaner, I would imagine.
Yeah, offlane mid, if they want to flex that Pango. Or if any of my hunches are right with Lissex maybe picking that Pango for the offlane now, seeing that Shadow Fiend. Is there anything good for mid versus this SF in the pool? Is Storm Spirit okay? It's not the best.
No, not
but
really. I mean, the thing about SF is if you want to just play versus him and win, you don't really win versus here. Like, you pick a Lina, right, and go mid lane, and you can
Lina,
do okay. You'll
Lina,
farm,
actually.
right?
True.
So you'll do okay in the laning stage. But the big thing that SF is weak against is you just honestly need to gank the hero. That's all there is to it.
Yeah. And I like the
And
idea.
Lina might be the only
of
hero that can win the lane, but it's going to be even, I think, if they go that route.
And that's an interesting thing as well, that they did pick up the carry, because that's still covering for your Pango's bases. If no ping's like, well, maybe the Pango isn't going mid after all. We might still have to ban more mids on top of what Universitario started off with this game. So they're kind of, we'll throw the ball to you, and you decide where this Pango decides to be going at this point. They still have to pick before no ping, so no ping still gets the last pick of the draft. And considering the Dawnbreakers, the ETs and stuff, I don't think there's, well, okay. We're not seeing a Darkseer because he's banned first. That's what I wanted to say. That, you know, you got Sven already, great matchup going for him. But a bit of shenanigans with this draft, and I actually like it if this Pango is not mid. That's where I'm going to say I like this idea of the approach.
We'll have to see where he's going, but the Sven makes all sense. They're afraid of just getting more carries getting banned. TA was already banned. Then you had Gyro banned along with Blade. And I think when you are playing versus Elder Titan, it's nice to be a strength carry that doesn't rely on that base armor. Instead, builds armor through items or have spells that give you armor, such as Warcry in Sven's case. So you're not really losing that armor. And this is a matchup that Sven is very good against. ET can be quite good versus most carries, but a couple of these strength carries do not mind him very much here. And he does see his matchup most likely, as we talked about. It's probably going to be Dawn with Rubik in the offlane. And we're still, we're waiting for no ping, what they're going to do. They have the flex option. Universitario, they also have the flex option, but they have to pick first here. Will this Pango go into the offlane? Not a great matchup. I think the SF might just follow him in that case, because you do have last pick here. You can just put SF safe lane.
Yeah.
Should do really well in that lane. And so I imagine wherever this Pango does go, Shadowfiend will probably just mirror that.
So maybe pick Death Prophet, and then you have a flex for 2-3 on both of the heroes, and you only get to see after the the role lock-in, where you're actually going to be putting those heroes. And it's a Timbersaw. Well, that's another 2-3 flex hero. So it's left open, in my eyes at least.
To me, that winds down your carry pick a lot, and Shadowfiend already is pretty good versus Timbersaw, so maybe this is a situation where you put SF in the carry position. There's probably a handful of other heroes that can do well versus Timber as well, but you already got one picked. It's puzzling. I do think Timber more than likely will be in the offlane position here. I don't think you want to put Timber mid versus SF. That seems suicidal, but you could just follow the Timber as SF into the safe lane. But the big difference in that matchup on side lanes compared to mid lane is that you get less levels on Shadowfiend. And the more levels SF gets, the more those raises start to stack up, and Timber eventually won't be able to lane against that. So, and plus you have more spammability in the mid lane with the bottle to spam those raises on Timber. So the side lane matchup's a little different.
Yep.
So maybe you do go for something different here for a carry choice. Monkey King in the pool, that is an option you could go. Yeah, it's in the bull. They're probably thinking about potentially doing the Monkey King. It's pretty good in a game like this where you have this carry mid already. You kind of got a bunch of carries. Maybe pick a carry that is a bit more active, has a stun, tries to win this lane. So, yeah, we'll see. Shadowfiend, they're deciding, is it going to be carry? Is it going to be mid? What do they want to pick? They're going to pick Juggernaut instead. This hero does have a bit of tempo, can lane pretty well against the Timbersaw as well as he is an agility hero. It fits the lineup, and of course, this matchup's really good against the Sven in the late game. Juggernaut just gets a free Omni Slash onto the Sven, and even though you have a bunch of armor, Omni Slash just does so much overwhelming damage. If you can't disjoint it, it can just kill even a Sven in the late game.
And it is going to be Shadow Fiend versus Pango after all in the mid matchup. Juggernaut versus the Timbersaw, and Sven going up against Arzent's Dawnbreaker as we set these lanes up. So we kind of discussed the techies as well on the side of Universitario. It's not the hottest hero in the current meta, but what does the techies bring onto the board this time? You've got Pango, Sven, Timber, who love to go in and on top of your opponents. So does the techies. Undying is also going to be chilling in here. And one for all, it's a 5 melee draft. Well, techies semi-melee because you usually jump in with your blast off. So let's put a 4.5 melee draft for Universitario.
Okay, only half a ranged hero.
Yep.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of heroes that are going to be clumping up against ET and Shadow Fiend, which isn't the greatest. But you do have a lot of playmaking potential for Universitario here. Yeah, these drafts are hard to say which one is going to work out here because you're a little bit greedier on the side of no ping here on having that mid Shadow Fiend with the Juggernaut, which is a bit of a harder carry as well, and a Dawnbreaker.
Yeah.
Your playmaking potential is a little bit worse, but your scale is really good in this game. Whereas on Universitario, I think all eyes are going to be on the Pango. We talked about he got a lot of bans. He has a lot of responsibility in this game. He's going to have a hard lane, but he can make some rotations. If he gets the early diffusal, he can pick heroes off really easy across the map. As we get a 5-man smoke into a 5-man smoke.
Yeah, I'm already scouting ahead with that Astral Spirit looking around.
You know what I'm glad to see?
Go ahead.
I'm glad to see Dad not playing Morta randomly again. Like, his Morta's good, but we saw the other series, like, it hasn't won yet.
You're right.
And the hero looks pretty meh. It looks pretty meh. It has a good lane, but are you going to carry the game? But now he's actually playing a carry we've seen a lot, just very stable in the Sven, where you hit creeps, you farm quick, you join the fights, you can just be that stable carry, something that they were kind of missing in their previous series, as well as they were kind of missing a mid laner too in that last series as well. And yet again, he's playing more of a stable hero, not this Razor or Coddle niche type of mid laner. He's just playing the Pango.
And to back up your facts with some even more facts, Muerta yet to win a single game in SA. 3 picks, 3 losses. So that also probably also shows a bit that now you're playing an elimination match. It's a best of 3 for sure. You could always start game 1 with Muerta, see if it works, if it doesn't. But you're not riding on a lot of hopes in that case because the numbers aren't really speaking for you. So going for the Sven, you know.
Well, especially when 2 of those losses are from your team.
Exactly, yeah.
As well.
Exactly, yeah. So that's also probably taken a bit away from Dad. But bringing up the Sven, you've got a much faster farmer, which needs
party
to keep
hats.
up.
Party hats are going on.
I'm hearing noise. I'm hearing party
those
hats.
are the party hat noises. Dyer's party happening up, and Lizex just did not put the hat on.
But they have the majority.
He's a party pooper.
Always got to have one, right? 10 seconds
so.
as we roll out the game. Arzent and El Misho going to be on the high ground position here and instantly looking to run away. Is Dad and Austin. Austin was playing a really mean Clockwork the last time Universitario was playing yesterday. Now on this Undying, going to be helping out his Sven. Double melee, double strength, safe lane. And Dismar with this techies heading towards bottom. Going to be up against an Elder Titan and Juggernaut. Even if my fact about 5 melee heroes in the draft, Techie still boasting the longest attack range out of any Dota hero, Blast Off is the reason why I put this hero as melee, because...
was that a fact? They have 5 melee?
4.5 is a fact. That's a fact I can live with.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that lane goes. As Techie's... You know, one of those big reasons why this hero was so strong was the laning stage. And with that getting, not removed from him, but definitely nerfed a lot, that's why we haven't seen this hero too much and why its win rate isn't looking so good. But if you can get past the laning stage, this hero still does a lot of damage. with the blast off and all the toolkit that he does have, especially if you can stun heroes. But there's not a lot of stun for Universitario here to work with, so that's a little bit concerning.
Now, obviously, as well, in the top lane, Sven just will want to grab as much farm as possible, have those supports rotate into the mid lane while he hits creeps, rotates into the jungle, get some stacks from his allies. That's just your classic Sven gameplay. So that would also mean Lissex, who can stay alone in the lane as a Timber Saw. The techies can then move around, help out with some potential kills. Pango hits level 6. You have good kill potential with them. So if they can get like these early movements leading into kills and Dad gets to farm, that's the ideal world that Universitario would love to live in.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, maybe even getting a kill here could be a great thing to start things off with. But Yor lives with 40 HP.
All right. Could be a close one. That's a good start, though, for Lissex here. As you do pick this Juggernaut, which isn't going to pressure at all. He's probably not going to get pressured either. However, Lissex should have a almost free game, or definitely a free game here on this Timber Saw.
Up to some extent. It is HFN, which we do need to keep in mind that he's, you know, talented carry player from the South Americas. It has been for many, many years, but in terms of the hero matchup, sure, yeah, the Timber Saw should be fine. HFN should be somewhat fine as well. But
yeah, they'll both farm.
They will try their best, at least, to apply some aggression when they still can. That level 1 reactive armor usually isn't enough. Only getting an extra 5 armor from those full 10 stacks. And that is totally doable, especially with an Elder Titan by your side.
Yep, he'll definitely just chill here. I expect both of them to just free farm here, but you had the option if you wanted to shut down this Timber in the draft. They chose not to. They went more for just a hero that's good for the game and this Juggernaut. It's really an Omni-Slash game. Omni-Slashing Pango while he's rolling is great. We talked about Sven in the late game. Good Omni-Slash target as well. Curious to see what his item build is going to be, because I have not seen a lot of Juggernaut since they made the change to that level 20 talent. It used to heal and not factor in armor, so it was like incredibly strong. But they buffed the talent to be 60% from 50%, but it now does factor in armor before the healing, which in my eyes is a really big nerf to the hero.
Yeah,
that was a big reason why it was so good. But they did buff a little bit of his like spin talent, so maybe we'll see some of that Maelstrom get the spin talents and the shard again, if that'll be a possibility.
Yeah, the magic jug, the mobility jug, so to say. Always was an option for some of the Juggernaut players, at least in pubs, to take a different route. If you don't want to be the good old right-clicker, buff up Omni-Slash right-click damage, then you have the option of Blade Fury spin to win.
And maybe that's the route he probably should go, just because you have a Shadow Fiend, right? Maybe you don't need to be that Battle Fury hard farming carry, but someone's going to have to give. It's either going to be the Shadow Fiend's going to be a little less aggressive in his item build and be more of that Space Maker, or Juggernaut will fill the void. It really depends on who they want to carry the game. And as you mentioned, it's HFN. This guy has been very much so known for being that I am going to carry, and I'm going to carry real hard. I'm not going to make space for my teammates type of carry player. You make space for me. So most likely going to be that route.
I was looking at the bottom moments ago as Dismar. He missed the blast off of Yor, which could have potentially been a kill for Lissex, but just a bit too short. And at the same time, James, yesterday playing 2 different types of heroes in the mid lane. I remember the Coddle, which he also had in one. I don't exactly remember the second hero that he played. Too much Dota been going on. But both games, I think he played pretty well. And now doing a decent job here versus the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend's not getting away in CS. And James, actually, you know, 2 CS ahead, getting the majority of the poke onto Sebas. While El Misho
kind of pressuring him a little bit too, to be honest. This is very unexpected, as the Water Rune will be taken away. So Shadow Fiend, he has to bring a salve. This is normally what Pango needs to be doing, bring out that salve and then fuse raindrops right away. But James has gotten away with almost murder in this lane, I want to say.
Desmar sniping HFN's courier as well. That would have been his boots of speed pretty much being upgraded to the next. But he's going to be missing out on it for the time being. Top lane, bit of a brawl there. Dawnbreaker fighting all the way to the end. Can't kill off Dad. And the blood grenade again, just kind of a, a random grenade that doesn't hit any
Slap in the
shrapnel, really.
face. This might be trouble for
maybe
Dad
now we
here.
do. Yes, they can. Wasn't able to escape fully. And El Misha snipes him with the Fate Bolt. Takes first blood for no ping. That has been the kryptonite for Universitario this year.
And the Courier's going to go down here as well. He did get the tangos out, but
And maybe another kill.
Austin, he's in trouble.
20 stacks of decay, trying his best. Maybe if he just right-clicks Arzent a couple of times. But Dad is here. Ooh, 30 HP. And that's your Rubik dead. The creeps will help out Dad. And we'll get themselves a split kill for Austin and Dad. Dawnbreaker also forced to TP home. Tebas is being bullied by Desmar and James with the help of the techies. This is what they wanted to do. Get the supports to rotate around this Pango. It's not going to be a big
He
buff
TP'd to the
spirit.
gate through a gate buff spirit. He's going to hit how many heroes with that?
Okay,
Plus
that's
90 damage, but you are playing versus Timber, so even with this fat spirit here, it's not really going to yield too much. Not even get the deny there.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was interesting play from the Elder Titan. He used the gate, spirited the 2 heroes top, popped back through the gate, and just ran the spirit bottom.
That's a good idea, definitely. Some ideas for your pubs. Use those portals.
Yep.
All you really need to do is just use the portal, drop the spirit, instantly activate the portal to go back to the lane, and your spirit's going to be taking 1, 2, maybe even 3 creep waves, potentially even a couple of neutral camps. Level 3 Elder Titan.
You can grief your carry by not laning.
I mean, it only takes a couple seconds, right? But true.
You have to know what you're doing.
You have to know what you're doing.
Yeah. It doesn't apply to all situations.
Before a big spike in Elder Titan in pubs, and it has like a 37% win rate.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Closing up on
Right,
the first 7 minutes.
He can lift him to the high ground here, but it looks like Rubik is going to make sure that he knows.
And a quick
I
stack
guess
on the
he
way.
knows when the Wisdom Rune is spawning. 7 minutes. I know a lot of players do have a problem with forgetting, but these pro players do not, because they have suffered many, many losses by not picking up these Wisdom Runes, because they're a big deal if you give 2 away.
And this is the tournament to show your best, so you don't want to make too many mistakes. James, there's no spin on the Juggernaut. They saw it. He was farming it with the camp, and that is a connection with the first stun. Goes for the second. There's the healing ward placed down, which Lissex is going to snipe, and Dismar, he's going to finish off the kill. That's a second for the techies, and HFN the Jug to fall. He had the most CS out of any hero right now, but losing that life, that's going to hurt.
Well, it really hurts you, I believe, is this Pango. He got out of laning stage unscathed by this Shadow Fiend. So far, just having a fantastic early game here. And at this point, with Mana Boots online, with level 7, laning stage is done. So Shadow Fiend did not accomplish what he really wanted to accomplish here. As the 8-minute rune fight will come out, and it will just be a haste rune for Shadow Fiend, as SF is finishing up his power treads here. But yeah, big surprising story for me is look at the net worth and how much further ahead Pango is over this Shadow Fiend. It is pretty crazy.
That's over 1,000, yeah. That's pretty sick when you think about it. Even with the same amount of
stacks,
CS.
I guess.
Now 1 death on Shadow Fiend. Even though SF always has been this kind of flash farmer. No matter how many times you kill the hero, he always bounces back. But that you can't take that net worth away from the Pango, who benefits much more from this situation. SF always gets back, sure, but Pango off to a great start.
Absolutely, and this is what Universitario really needed in this game, and that 1,000 gold net worth is mainly just all from the mid lane here. Of course, Dad, similar hero to Shadow Fiend, where the Sven can just flash farm after having a bit of a rough laning stage, but he'll get back into the game, but he needs a space, right? And who's going to give him that space? It's going to be his Pango, and he critically needed to have this early game to go well for him, and it did. Whereas on the other side, on No Ping, you're definitely have a draft that's kind of stale. You don't have much playmaking potential. ET doesn't do much. Yeah, TP out. ET won't do much for you. Rubik can make some plays on the map, but Rubik has always been known to be a little one of the greedier supports. He enjoys getting his farm up.
Does feel like they're a bit
reactionary.
more defensive here. James is coming in with the Rolling Thunder to help out Austin as they drop down the Tombstone. El Micho can't do quite much here, and Arzen's going to be hit the target for the first stun. Also hitting the Elder Titan on the roll, but James, his ulti's already out.
A little bit of everything.
Yeah, not really getting damage on one singular, and look at the damage off of Yor.
249? What?
Yeah, 350 right-click damage in total on a level 5 Elder Titan. That's a rapier's worth of damage. And Arzen, low on HP
Where did he
here.
get that spirit from?
You tell me.
Middle tower is under
I don't know. I didn't see.
structures are fortified.
Full-on portal action.
Yeah, he must be abusing the portals pretty nicely here with these spirits. As you see, again, he's just throwing a spirit out on top lane and then taking the portal.
Yeah.
Really, this is a unique way to play the hero. I like what he's doing. We don't see a lot of ET, so it's really cool when you do see an ET that you get some little tricks and tips you can use for just to pick up on, I guess.
Dawnbreaker already listing up a harpoon after finishing off the Vanguard.
Vanguard Harpoon. Okay.
Yeah, very interesting item buildup. I mean, makes sense, sure, but harpoon
Vanguard for
this
lane,
early?
Harpoon. I mean, it's fine. She's just playing more of that carry style, right?
Right.
You always want to go Echo on this hero almost no matter the situation. Pairs really well with the Starbreaker. You are a right-click type of hero. You want to use that Luminosity to some effect, as it does provide healing on top of the Solar Guardian, which is one thing a lot of people don't give enough credit for, is this hero does lots of healing by right-clicks if it scales.
That is true. That is true. I was just thinking more like Echo Saber into BKB for the Dawnbreaker, but
Yeah.
I mean,
He still might do it. It's like, this isn't like a hard commitment or anything. It's just
yeah.
gives you an idea what he's thinking about. So it's going to be Echo for sure. Then we'll see what he wants to do after that.
We'll definitely see how this game evolves. Only 5 kills so far in the first 10 minutes. Dad leading the net worth with this Sven, kind of expected. And Shadow Fiend slowly catching up with the rest of the pack here. No longer that far behind. But HFN,
Pango
on this
is
Juggernaut, not feeling too good.
kinda
But
just gives
Pango
his life
actually
away.
down.
Are fortified.
Oh boy.
Radiant
Yeah, he tries to do
structures are
Swashbuckle just to do some damage and stop the push, but he was alone. And Noping just punished him heavily. And all the praise we gave him from that early game, now he's dead. His top tower's dead, and Shadow Fiend just took mid tower away from him. So a lot of, like, 3 steps forward, 4 steps back type of situation here for the Pango.
Yeah, sudden change of pace as well. Like Nopen just out of nowhere, kind of you get one pick off, you instantly open up the entire map for yourselves, and now you got to chill for a bit until you get the next pick off, which James might be allowing them, but Dad is coming in as well from the side, and that is a very low Dawnbreaker. Forced out right away.
Gave away the Rolling Thunder.
He might get the connection on James.
Kind of
he
stuck
does.
here.
Oh. Absolute calculation there with that stolen Rolling Thunder. He gets 1 extra second compared to the Pango, and he gets the stun to connect.
And just like that, that Pango that we were praising of having such a good early game, it's in the dumpster. The Pango is now, holy, look at the party hats on the techie mines. That's a thing? They're party mines. Quite interesting. All right. On top lane here, this Echo Saber in the works here for Arzen. He
Also
did get the tower down.
A Pavis brought up by Dismar. A hero, an item that has been kind of forgotten this patch.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people were building this item right when the patch came out, but there's no reason why you shouldn't get it. It's definitely better in games where there's going to be lots of physical damage, and I think this one makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Dawn, a lot of right clicks. Shadow Fiend going to be a lot of right clicking as well. And of course, the Juggernaut with that Omni Slash, having that extra physical block. It's a pretty solid choice. It's a cheap item. I think Pavis is just one of the few items in Dota right now people aren't going for because it doesn't have like an upgrade. If you look at drums or something like that, they got the nice buff of getting the Boots of Bearing upgrade. Pavis, it's just a Pavis at the end of the day. Maybe in future patches you can build it into something, but right now it is what it is. No upgrade available for it. I guess similar items like Glimmer Cape do the same thing, but invisibility is always invincibility,
Yeah.
especially as the game goes later.
Invincibility for sure. Vessel also lined up for the Rubik, and Dawnbreaker has a whole list of items. We've got a halberd and the harpoon, with the harpoon going to be the one item he's going to be finishing off first. So disarming the Sven makes a lot of sense here. I was thinking BKB just because of the fact that you got plenty of stuns. It also renders the Timber Saw kind of useless. But if your only job is to just, provide extra support for HFN in terms of your ult, you show up, you stun people, halberd up the Sven when Sven gets his jump on targets. I guess that's another way to look at it, and I'm not blaming it. It's a good idea. It's just the harpoon that I'm kind of like, is it necessary to build up that harpoon? But okay, there we go. He's changed his mind. He's going for Crimson Guard on this Dawnbreaker, and he scrapped everything else.
To start talking about Dawnbreaker, kind of bothers me that when you throw your hammer, right, you can still right click for your full attack damage.
Radiant are scattered.
Because you do the same damage with your fist as you do with your hammer. As Universitario are going to steal the ancients here.
That's a quick clear as well.
Oh boy!
Good night.
Good night indeed to HFN. That was not like two supports or anything. That was their carry teeping into that.
Oh, they recognized that, yeah, they're probably farming our stacks right now, but that was a couple more heroes than what they were expecting. Dismar, mines exploding, blast off on the target. It didn't even take half a second and they were gone.
And Shadow Fiend is going for that carry build as well. And this is where you're a little bit worried. You got a Battle Fury Juggernaut. You've got a Shadow Fiend who has a Dragon Lance. And your offlaner's a Dawn who is gonna, I don't know what's going on with this item build here. Is he just going for a casual Oblivion stuff? Surely you just finished Echo Saber, right?
Yeah, that would make sense, right? At this point.
I don't know if he's going to, because he has 1,500 gold. He might just go straight for a Crimson, realizing that maybe he needs to be a bit more selfless this game.
True.
Because he does have two hard carries.
Maybe he just wanted the mono region off of the Oblivion staff. Like, he is kind of a very big mana usage hero on this Dawnbreakers. You gotta have something, but James gonna be watching into the river. That's a quest. Oh, look at that stomp on 3, but oh no mana for Earth Splitter. If he had just a little bit more, maybe they could have capitalized on it. The
nice
lift will cancel out the blast off, but yours down on LB Show. He's gonna be the next target to fall. Universitario will take them one by one. James picking up a double, and they're still not done. Oh, they're gonna... Okay, that was not a stack, but that's just their ancient camp again farmed away.
Where Sven is now online, where if you look at the side of no ping, okay, hold on. Arson might be in a little bit of trouble as James, the rolling party hat, is coming for you.
And James on the chase. Oh, the ulti just ran out as he walks on top of the Dawnbreaker and surrounded by the gank squad.
This spells trouble for no ping here, because their draft, the way that we kind of looked at it, is it's going to be greedy, it's going to farm. Can James have a good game? He's had a bit of a seesaw of the game here. Great early game, interesting mid game, but now that he's gone over that, got a couple more kills, he's online now. More than anything, Dad is online with his Sven, and who's truly online for no ping right now? The supports say want to play Dota, but Shadow Fiend, I guess if he finishes this BKB, he'll be able to fight, but we haven't seen much impact from the Shadow Fiend so far in this game here, as he is playing more of a greedy style, didn't have the laning stage that he should have had.
That's
and
true.
Of course, HFN is just hitting away at creeps right now with a Battle Fury, and nobody wants to really fight from their side.
And you got like these, a melee right clicker, you have a ranged right clicker, both kind of doing somewhat of a same job here with Sebas and HFN. So is that really the way to go, to have just more and more right click damage, but nothing else going on the sides here? We'll see what ends up being the final result, as we see Assault Cuirass momentarily was lined up for the Juggernaut, but we'll see when he finally...
Don't look at HFN's quick buy, man. This guy's the troll.
He's debating, yeah.
He's one of those players that just puts 3 Midases on there and stuff like that. Like,
yeah, we'll see what
can never
happens here.
really
James is in a good
read him.
position here, but so is Sabas, ready to intercept. So Lissex finding even more targets here, and it's going to be Yor. But do they see the rest as they show up from the trees? Dismar down to half HP. James is on solo. The stop's going to be connecting on 2, and here comes the Requiem. The Fear will connect onto 3, but Dad's going to be coming out from the side with the blink and gets 1 down. Maybe even look for more. Arzen's going to be the target as that Dawnbreaker doesn't really have anywhere to go. Solar Guardian quickly on the side. Sabas with the BKB. James won't be able to stun it, but the Dawnbreaker's going to be going down. Nevertheless, double kill going for Lissex, and the TP out with the BKB should be able to do so, but no, not enough damage. He is out. Yor's still going to be chased up by Lissex. He's got a Chakram, but he's very, very fast with that Astral Titan buff and able to run out.
Radiant's top tower.
yeah, I mean, there's a pretty good fight there if you're looking on the side of Universitario yet again. And Shadow Fiend, even with this BKB, the best he could do with that BKB in that fight is just pop it. And then after that, just TP out. He dropped the Requiem, but that was about it. And I'm not sure what item you're looking for. It's going to be HFN at some point where he wants to join the game, group up around Roshan, but this Undying Tombstone has been doing work in these fights so far. As we're going to have a small disconnect here. Someone we haven't talked a lot about is Lessex on that Timbersaw showing up in that fight in a big way.
Yeah, we got a bit of a pause as well to reset things here, but Lissex, he might just be the next target. And they're going to be focusing on here in this top lane. Yor, he's very close. And yeah, you talked about those party hat mines, but I had a, momentary Qhali on my end, so I was able to respond. And now I just realized that we actually do have party hat mines, elephants with hats. Interesting.
Mine elephants. Metal elephants with hats, yeah. It is interesting indeed, and you're saying Timber has to be careful about this gank. It's going to be even harder, especially when you disconnect from the game and get back into it. You can sometimes lose that focus of what's happening in the game here. Hopefully his teams are there to remind him.
Close to finding him as well. Do they have any vision? Okay, now I think they are seeing some animations around there, and they've spotted him with no Timber Chain.
They can't kill him with 2 heroes like that. There's no way supports are going to kill a Timber with 20 stacks of reactive up.
Yeah, they would have needed the Shadow Fiend around.
Most definitely. And then for the Juggernaut here, looks like he's gonna, the 20-minute mark, get the Shield Rune. But now St. Ignatius completed into the Battle Fury. HFN, I think he realizes he's not going to do too much. He's still playing for that level 20 talent. If you do go for the Battle Fury build and not for some Maelstrom or Diffusal spin build, you don't really have much of a toolkit to help out. So you're kind of just farming, playing for that late game situation. Get that level 20 talent where you press Omni Slash when you're low, you're back to full health. Maybe if you're spinning around too, I still believe you should get lifesteal off it. I'm not sure if that was fixed as well in the new patch, changing how the blade dance does work, but we'll have to see. And HFN, it's like he's going straight into the Tormentor. Just with that healing ward, he should be able to pretty easily solo this one.
Yeah, should be. Yeah, looks like he's gonna be fine.
Yeah, he'll be
on a day's work, at least.
Add that to another one of the heroes that can solo the Tormentor with Ursa, Templar Assassin. And of course, if you're farmed enough, you can always do it in the late game. But those 20-minute Tormentor solos, there's not a small list of heroes that can do it.
Yeah. And you got yourself a pretty good shard. It's the Rubik Saving Lift. I was looking at some of the shards that this team has. Dawnbreaker would like to have one. The Shadow Fiend also gains a big benefit out of that Necromastery shard. Juggernaut, well, considering if you do want to go for those Blade Fury talents, then sure. That one was also good. But you want to have that Rubik Lift early on. Your big saving grace. That Roshan, though, is going to be going down. And Universitario, they're going to get themselves Immortality on the Sven. Are they?
I mean, these heroes like
though. This tech's going in. He's finding Yor down to half HP. Quick chakra and burst there, down to 500 HP, and he's trying to get the attention of No Pain. Fight me. My guys are right behind me. Just fight me. Arzent. Lissex still in the middle of everything. Crimson Guard buff being popped. And Jade. Oh, he brings the Omni Slash to the team. He's down to half. He's got no God Strength. bit of unluck, if you want to put it that way, but he definitely brought it to his team. And they're losing members, all right. They've lost 2, looking like a third as they can intercept this Timber Saw. Lissek's down. Oh no. Not the way you wanted that fight to go. You wanted to get their attention, but you didn't want to kill everybody in the process.
That was a very, very, depending how you look at lucky or unlucky Omni Slash, as it did the majority of the right clicks landed onto the Pango. It couldn't have gotten any worse for Universitario, though, and even the Timber Saw runs into the small camp, and I guess who's waiting in the small camp? The creeps that can break his passive, so he gets a break applied to him in the middle of the fight, and he's
That's
like,
unlucky.
They really just couldn't catch a break in that fight.
I kind of like, I can picture that situation in my mind. It's kind of like, okay, Techies can't do this, but imagine Pangolier has a Techie's mine in his hand, and he's bringing it to the team. What do I do, guys? What do I do, guys? What do I do, guys? And, you know, it ends up exploding in their face, and that is the Omni Slash from HFN. He's going to pop it right now.
Yep. Oh, look how many slashes are hitting the Pango, man. And the fact that it didn't bounce back to... And then, of course, you're going to see Timber get aggroed by the Earth Splitter in a second, and then his armor is going to get broken here, so now you can't generate any more stats, only sitting at 3. And he goes down as well. Probably wouldn't have mattered, but it's just one of those things where you're just like, wow, everything is just wrong right now.
Just a casual 6K net worth swing. Nothing much.
Not much indeed, but you still do have the Aegis. You didn't lose it in that fight. Dad's still incredibly strong on this Sven. And yeah, let's see what they want to do with it. But I think if you are in this situation, you're a bit nervous now on this Juggernaut, because
certainly
not Juggernaut, out of the Sven.
And El Micho in the middle of a minefield as well. Has to be very careful of Dismar. Dismar also getting hit by a couple, looks like Rubik mines at the same time, as he had those proximity mines stolen for a bit. Now he has a reactive taser. Those mines will still remain.
So he can use that taser on allies.
True, he could just pop it on the Juggernaut, yeah.
But he doesn't want it and gets Timber Chain instead. It was only a level 1 reactive taser.
Level 1 reactive taser. It's still a 2.4 second disarm. On a Sven, that's huge.
It is.
Oh my, here we go. The fight's going to be breaking loose. They got the lift onto the Undying, trying to get away. The Earth Splitter is going to be connecting, and James rolling in right on top of a Blade Fury Juggernaut, but they're looking to take this Dawnbreaker down. Silenced up, nowhere to go, taken out of play. HFN going to be chased up, but the bash comes out from James's basher on that swashbuckle. Keeps on chasing. Can they get this Jug? Doesn't look like he can, as Sebas is going to be interrupting them. And El Micho with a stolen Stormhammer keeps the Timber on the spot for the time being, but he's going to be able to run away with that Spirit Vessel. Still ticking, dropping him low, but not killing him entirely. Bit of resets on resets. Add. Couple seconds left to go. He wants the tower. He wants it. He's going to go for it. And he might just YOLO his life for it. He still has the Aegis though, but he's able to get out. Bounces back the Stormhammer. Will fly onto the Elder Titan. And you know well not to chase the techies into the tree line. So they will get the tower. They get to keep the Aegis. And they won't lose any heroes for it.
Pretty good, pretty good. But if you are looking at No Ping, they're not too stressed out about this. They're not losing HFN. He does have the superior carry to carry matchup. We've seen time and time again where the game does go late and you do have a better or advantageous matchup in your carry position. You're generally going to be pretty comfortable. Just hitting away, no pressure, and that's exactly what's happening with HFN right now. He does not feel very pressured in this game, but with that Orchid online for Sven and not having a Manta, that could be a window here for Universitario to exploit.
He got hit by 3 proximity mines and went down to 50 HP. Smoked up as well.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Exactly.
He's got a healing ward from Juggernaut, so unless you get the kill there, it doesn't really matter that much, as Jug does have that healing ward cooldown talent available.
Yeah. And a bit of a curio as well, Fear. I see a Bloodstone Timber Saw. I haven't seen this in ages.
Yeah, I mean, it works well with Kai and Sanj, I suppose. If he does go for, like, that late game Timber Saw, when at level 25 you get the second Chakram, maybe a Flamethrower up in there, you could get a decent amount of spell lifesteal off that. But yeah, I'm with you on that one. I haven't seen this very frequently. Definitely one of the more greedy builds. Doesn't help his team at all. Maybe him being a frontliner helps a bit, but we'll see how much damage you can actually do with this and heal back with it.
I can imagine, like, if you pop the Bloodstone, once you have the reactive armor Aghanim Scepter, you can get quite a big of a mana boost as well while you're doing damage and you're staying alive and getting Spell Amp at the same time with your Chakrams flying around. So I believe this Bloodstone is actually a quite smart pickup for the Timbersaw in terms of tankability and presence in the front line.
Well, we'll see. I mean, the other
We'll
option
see, yeah.
that most Timbers opt for is the Octarine Core, so it's just different. Let's put it that way.
Just built different.
He really is built different this game.
Tier 2 to fall into the top lane is going to be a freebie for No Ping. Universitario just playing around the middle and the bottom half of the map. They've got themselves a couple deep wards placed down. At least one in the top lane and another protective one inside their triangle. And you look at the vision for No Ping, they've got good ward placement here. Like this one, especially in the bottom half of the map, showing Lissex's location. You see the entrance to the triangle the whole time. An area which Universitario is going to be using a lot this game. So that's a very good ward placement. It is going to run out in 20 seconds, but if they can keep refreshing and resetting that without getting spotted out, value.
Yeah, it definitely is. And Universitario is playing the map, I would say, a bit better. They're feeling very confident, but I will say No Ping has stabilized this game quite well. Shadow Fiend up to a Silver Edge now, starting to get some good right-click damage off. And of course, HFN, he's going into the Basher. Butterfly is done. Level 20 talent has been secured. HFN stonks are definitely on the up and up right now for this game.
Well, we got a bit of a stalling moment, at least, for the time being. Sebas getting bigger and bigger on this Shadow Fiend. Still third in net worth. HFN, he's building into the Abyssal Blade, as we talked about more of these bashers. Pango already revealed his in the previous fight. And as he gets that Aghanims, this Pangolier gets a hell of a buff with the bashers and the diffusals already amping up your swashbuckles, your shield crash, dealing more of those swashbuckle hits.
Radiant are scanning.
Plenty of damage. I think Pango Ags is one of my favorites, probably after the PA Ags.
Roshan still 2 minutes away. We haven't seen a fast Roshan.
No, we have not. We have not.
It continues.
I was talking
No
about this
fast
yesterday.
Roshas here.
When's the last time we've seen the fast Roshan? It's like the answer is just nope.
Nope.
4-man
Hey,
smoke.
not tomorrow. Never.
Never, by the looks of it. 4-man smoke from No Ping, heading towards the bottom half of the map, suspecting Roche to be up. Supports calling out their Roche timers from their notebooks. It's time to go, boys. Techies already in a good position here. Dismark gets information, they're on their way. And even more mines placed down. HFN, he could spin. But he decides not to. He's just going to take every single mine away.
Okay.
I love the optimism. You know, there could have been even 5 heroes around this area, and he just goes dewarding duty. Like, sure, I'll just do it. Dismar found by El Micho, and Techies is going to need some backup. Gets the clip. He even throws him closer towards the Universitario team, and they're going to be making their way forward. Dad, ready to blink in with the God Strength, already popped up.
Yeah, he used God Strength. They have to go here.
Commitment time. He sees HFN, and he sees Yor. That's a perfect one, and he's going to get them. 2-man stun on the money. Yor going down. HFN to fall. Yor coming in with the instant buyback. LB's going to be chased up as well. Arzen, he will slow them down with a stun, but that's going to cost his life. Sebas, he's going to try and fight as much as he can. Maybe take 1 or 2 lives with him, but he will BKB teleport away, and no bash from Pango. No brains indeed by Austin, as they are out. Losing that jug.
Yeah, we're seeing this Orchid now with Bloodthorn actually having so much effect in this game, and you saw him pop God Strength. You knew it. All you have to do is just stay back on this Juggernaut and not get jumped. Especially this Finn, he needs to find you in the fights. If an Omni Slash comes off and you don't have a Lotus Orb on top of you, which they do have 1 Lotus Orb, which is nice, but you're going to pop it on your Sven, he's going to be on timer in these fights because the Omni Slash will come out. And now when I think you're in a situation here, if you're this Juggernaut where, yeah, this Abyssal is great, but maybe you just need a BKB because you need some way to get this Orchid off of you. Maybe you can start talking about Lotus Orbs as well, but who's really going to buy that for you?
Yeah, and how can you fight against this Roshan already been taken by Universitarios? No ping, don't have a jug for another 10 seconds. That's a 10-second head start for this Dire team to finish off this Roshan. They are pinging the location. It is James as well. It's like we need to protect this area. Juggernaut's coming in with the teleport onto the outpost. They Roche down to a third. Gotta hurry up. Gotta hurry up if you want to make there in time. HFN this time won't walk through the mines, but it's going to be enough of a blocker for him as Dad picks up the Aegis and a cheese as well in his backpack. HFN shows his Blade Fury has been popped. Can they catch somebody off farming this lane? You're trying to go for the quick dust play. Dismar moving out. Stomp will not connect. Nobody to be caught, Dad. Oh, maybe as I say that, Shadow Fiend in the area. Has Silver Edge. Surprise element, Dismar. Uh-oh, here's the mine go off, and there's your techie. Looks like it's going to be history for him. And Dad's going to get jumped up by Arsent as well. The Blink Stun does connect onto the Sven. He's going to get disarmed as well by the reactive taser. And the BKB instantly running away. El Misho, you found the power of the reactive taser. Keeping on to it.
Yeah,
might have gone Roche, but he will lose a hero.
Yeah, they have no BKB either now. God Strength is up with Aegis. However, BKB was forced there, so maybe you just go high ground if you're HFN. Can he be bursted is the question. I think there's a chance he can.
But no BKB. Gonna be a weird fight as well. James has already used his Rolling Thunder, and Lissex can't catch anybody. Protected by the Lotus Orb, though. Stomp does connect. Chilling on the low ground. HFN's got to be in the front. Arsent right next to him. Lissex wants to clear out the waves. They need 40 seconds for the BKB to come back up. Timbersaw gonna get jumped on. Has the Lotus popped on as well again. But he is not a target you can fight. Still has that Bloodstone. Hoping also realizes a bit of a futile effort. They got the tier 3.
Yeah, they're just dangling the Timber in front. He's the tankiest. And he has buyback. So if they do commit on him and things don't go well, then all of a sudden you can buy back. And Jug, he doesn't want to Omnisash anyone except for maybe Pango. Pango would be acceptable, but he really wants the Sven. And he wants the Sven when he doesn't have Aegis, so... You got 3 minutes with this Aegis, plenty of time to do something. You are ahead in net worth, but I just have this glooming fear that, like, No Ping is still winning this game, somehow. Just based off, like, how the scaling works. But if Dad keeps getting these like ideal perfect jumps on the HFN, silencing him before he can manage to even get a spin off, then maybe that'll be your route to victory here. But HFN is allowed to attack. He is going to be a big issue.
Sebas just a bit too far away from scouting out James in the top half of the map here. Popped his Silver Edge, even hunting for a target. And now the smoke up. They are convening here into the triangle. There is the Dire scan. Will not catch anybody, so they will continue hunting. Shadow Fiend is right close, right next to that lane. And there goes Noping's Courier. That is a Lotus Orb recipe. Lissex was already scouting out in the front line here.
It's a Hex reveal.
And the Hex revealed, yeah. That's a DD Sven, though, which doesn't look like he's going to be getting to use.
That's another item for the Juggernaut that's going to be a little bit worrisome. So I guess your path to victory here for Universitario is playing around the vision, getting these Hex Orchids off onto the Juggernaut and trying to kill him, but Shadow Fiend is building. As HFN, he will be on the front line here, but this is a little scary, I think. Oh, Hex was actually used on the Blade Fury, so...
No ping, no fear. Lissex also jumping in the front. Isolating at least Arsent on the Dawnbreaker away from the rest of his team, and now they can open up that tier 2 tower. Universitario has been able to take every single outer tower. This is the last one. Hey, just for a minute. And there's the jump. Techie's gone. Instantly deleted. And so is Almisho. But they got the jump of the Dawnbreaker of the Hex. Is it going to be enough damage, though? Yours falling to the cleave damage. Sven getting stunned up as well. HFN does get the Abyssal. And the stuns of the Sven. Sven's going to be dropping. He's saved by the grab ally for the time being. But he's going to get stunned. He didn't leave on time.
He still has
Sebas
Omni Slash.
loading up the Requiem, and there goes your Sven running in fear, healed by the cheese, but it's not looking like it's enough, or is it? The Glimmer Save pushing him away, and he's out! Arzent, there's the Omni Slash. This sec's going to be tanking this damage and breaking it as well with the Timber Chain. Are they just getting out? Are they just getting away? They were supposed to die, all of them, but it doesn't look like it. Lissex, he's out. HFN, Abyssal in a second, but no blink. Can't get to the Timber Saw. And there's the Hex to counter even. Dad coming in. They've got stuns available. They've got the silence as well. Abyssal onto the Sven's going to get Glimmer Save, but the Jug falling. And Jug almost going down. He's 500 HP from falling, but no. Arsene turning around onto Austin. Austin going to take some damage on the Undying, and he's also being vassaled up, and he will fall. But they couldn't kill the Sven. Nor could they kill the Jug.
Universitario getting incredibly lucky there. That was an Aegis fight, keep in mind, but you're starting to see the damage start to rack up here. Even SF at this point starting to do sizable chunks of damage into Dad on his Sven here. And yeah, I suppose the Timber is getting closer and starting to do a lot of damage and getting closer at 25, so maybe he can make up for the damage issues that they do have in these fights. But that was not an ideal fight, and I think you're incredibly grateful that Sven got out of there, Timber got out of there. Of course, you had to use your cheese and Aegis, but it looked like that was going to be a huge no-ping victory. And now we're getting the neutral items coming out, the 37-minute ones.
All right, let's
Tier
see
4
what we're gonna be
neutrals
picking
are
up.
online, which means we're officially into the late game now.
We certainly are. Spell Prism for the Timber, Trickster Cloak for the Sven. Very good item to have. More Spell Prisms. And the jump comes out onto the Rubik. El Misho surprised.
Radiant's bottom tower
One
is
support
under attack.
out of play. They can continue taking over the map here. At least the side of no ping. They're forced to go all the way back to the high ground.
Yep, they'll walk on over there, but I don't know if you want to do anything of that nature, like going high ground here for Universitario. Maybe wait for another Aegis. This time it's going to have a Refresher or an Agams,
Dire's structures
depending on what side Roshan will be on. So we will see.
Yeah, wait, is there a small chance? No, it has to be a daytime Roche.
Yeah.
Even with maximum 3 minutes, which is very likely in our game. It will still be a daytime Roche, but it could just be instantly rotating towards the top half of the map for the nighttime Roche pit. You're right.
All right, let's hedge our bets here on Roshan spawn timer. What do you got?
Oh man, I always wanna be the let's go the opposite way and go for 20 seconds. I'm gonna go with 110. Are you going 130 again?
I'll go, no. I'm going, I gotta be careful with this one.
You go 130, you can't win
I'm
or
going
lose.
with my heart. My heart says 2 minutes and 3 seconds.
2 minutes and 3 and 110.
That's
All
what
right.
the heart said, yeah.
You heard it, chat. Throw out your Roshan spawn timers anywhere between 0 and 180. Go. 40 minutes played, 12k lead for Universitario. Would love to get that next Roche as well, but will no ping be able to secure it for themselves? Both teams now playing both sides of the map. We're going to see them clump up.
Roche and 5.
And let's see what that Roche timer is going to be.
The
Drum
big
roll.
reveal. And 201. Oh my god, I was so close.
You're actually pretty close this time, eh?
What do you mean pretty close? I was like 2 seconds off. That's more than pretty close.
That's pretty close. Well, another long Roche spawn it is. I think we both were kind of right on that again. I guess it's not too hard to guess every time we're on. It's always plus 130. And to the bottom half of the map we go, but they might be intercepting themselves in the river. Lissex in the triangle position. The rest of them moving towards Roshan. No ping going straight up south. Straight down south even. Take the tree approach. Again into the techies' minds. Not the best place to go into the fight. I guess you've learned by now, as Dad with the harpoon brings Elder Titan closer. Arzent is there, even though he did get the stomp or some kind of stun off onto 3. Arzent. Elder Titan coming in with the buyback as well. They're going to need that Earth Splitter. He's very low on HP, and the Dawnbreaker about to fall, and he's down. Can buyback, can ulti into the fight. James rolling Thunder about. Does get hit by a stun there. Oh, he also gets the pressure, and there we go. The Harpoon does connect, but they also got themselves the Hex connected onto the Juggernaut. Is he taking any damage, though? That's the big question here. Omni Slash ripping them apart. Austin and Dad gone. And Lissex. Okay, a bit of an anime fight going on there with that Lotus Orb into the Swift Slash, but still this Timbersaw doesn't look like he's got any avenue of escaping, or can he? Does have another Hex available. Bloodstone is also there. And El Misho blinking in, chasing with the Chakram. Not enough damage to take him out. Still keeping high on his heels, but no, this Timbersaw too fast to go for. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, James, he's jumping onto Yor, and there's another Swift Slash onto James. He's going to TP out with the Rolling Thunder. Earth Splitter will miss. And Roche, well, he's going to be home.
The Omni Slash, we talk about, like, a lot of these fights are going to come down to, can you get an Omni Slash off for HFN? And if you can, that's kind of what happens. The Sven just melts, as we saw in that fight there. Perhaps maybe we can start using some grab ally plays to try and save and debate this Omni out, but they tried to burst him. The Lotuses were there, the Force were there, the saves were available, and I think that was the big thing. Like, you had this ability for a while, you had this window to burst this Juggernaut with this Bloodthorn, but now you got this cast range on Rubik with the Lotus Orb, just removing it in the fights now, and now HFN, he feels like he can play the game.
And Shadow Fiend getting that Aghanim's Blessing, tapes number 1 in net worth. Got himself.
Jug has it, actually. In
no, Jug. Oh, yeah.
Wait.
Jug actually took it away for the time being, because I saw Shadow Fiend.
Actually, no, you got it on
use it, yeah.
He just put his Ags in his backpack, but I think he just consumed it with the scroll.
Yeah. Now we have double Ags buffs up on this team, and on the other side, just the Pango. But yeah, that was 11 or 12k net worth lead, now down to 6 thanks to Roshan.
Right, level 25 talents are coming online. We do have the Juggernaut plus 2 hits on Healing Ward to kill. Very tanky little Healing Ward he has there. You have to commit a bit to kill it. And the heroes like Sven don't want to hit the Healing Ward twice, right? You just definitely want to get your burst damage in on a hero right away. Pango, he can't hit anything while he's in Rolling Thunder, so who is going to kill this Healing Ward? Timbersaw? He's like disarmed half the fight because he's using this ultimate, so lots of healing going to be coming out from HFN here, and lots of damage. This last big Jug here, it's reached critical mass now.
It certainly has. Timbersaw also getting that flamethrower from the Tormentor, now has a lot of buttons to push with that second chakram. Now the flamethrower, 5 buttons just on your basic spells, and then you have all the items you also need to click. Very utility-based. Lotus Orb sides. If you got fast
He's
fingers,
buying Ags too, so he can have another button to press.
Yeah, that too. Unlock the last button, basically, you know. Achievement unlocked. You've got all abilities now available. HFN marching onto the high ground, though. He's not waiting. He wants them back in their base. And has the Aegis. Lissex.
Look at Timber. He's trying to kill the Healing Ward. All right, he got it.
Got it. One way to do it.
3 hits.
A lot of damage does fly in, but it's not going to be enough to finish off HFN. And that tier 3, it is protected for the time being. But all of their tier 3s, minus the one that was already taken earlier on, they've all taken damage. And Universitario hasn't been able to properly push inside the base of Noping yet. They definitely have the tools if they want to fight.
It's a little bit hard into this Aegis and Cheese right now, I think. Shadow Fiend is really stacking up here to him, but I think they're going to have to fight soon, as HFN is just going to force the high ground here.
Yep, he's getting a nice Warcry buff there. Actually only getting affected by the Warcry aura from El Misho stealing Warcry. Constant +6. And then you get an extra 15 from the cast, but it's a very short range. Now he's got both of them. 31 plus 31 armor for the Juggernaut. Yep, 78% physical resist against the Sven, but they don't need to hit the Juggernaut. They can hit anybody else. BKB up on Sven as he hits the backline. He's going to be pulled away with the Lotus Orb, with the Swift Slash, and HFN continues to battle it through. He will fall for the first time. Also the jump from Dismar. Sebas going down. A triple for Dad. Maybe even more. As they can look for the Ultra Kill on HFN. Does he TP out this time? Yes, again! Where the hell are your bashes, James? Just again!
Yeah.
They're all just TPing out. but it's a triple still for this Sven and a good hold. Just talking about the armor that this Juggernaut has, but hey, we'll just hit everybody else.
Yeah, and Shadow Fiend, I don't know how he got caught there by the Sven, but that's not good because he didn't get his BKB off there, didn't get his cheese off. Very critical that they found this kill here, but really good jump there from Universitario, like ignoring the Juggernaut, as you mentioned, going straight for that backline, killing the supports, killing the Shadow Fiend, pretty much allowing you to just win the fight.
Arzent taking a quick half HP burst from that Timber Saw, forced all the way back home. HFN, he's there to protect the tower. He at least is bashing a couple times onto the Timber Saw. It does feel like James, he's just not bashing at all when he really, really needs them. Lift out on Sven, the jump on the backline. Rubik's going to be quickly burst down by Lissex. And onto the Arzent Dawnbreaker. They go next. Shadow Fiend considering, do I buy back? I'm losing members. And that's a dive on the Dawnbreaker. 2 minutes gone. HFN going to be surrounded and taken away as well.
No buy
and
either.
that's GG. That's it. You failed the push, and you failed your defense, and Universitario, for the first time this year, take a map off of no ping. Damn.
That game was in no ping's grasp, but Universitario here, they make a risk. We're going to try and go all in and try to win it, and game just... I don't know what just happened at the end there. It's like no ping's winning the game, 2 minutes later, they call GG. It's actually insane what I just witnessed there, but good job from Universitario on getting that W there. They did it through making plays. They had their backs against the wall. They weren't playing not to lose. They were playing to win there, and it worked out for them.
It worked out for them for sure. Even after a very back-and-forth game, winning for Roche fights, losing Roche fights, some unsuccessful defenses, some successful pushes out here and there, ends up being just, you know, the final fight was the game-defining fight in the end, it seemed, because that high ground push did not work out for no ping, and suddenly you've just run out of members on your high ground, like on your own end of the map. So that was a bit of a surprise ending, but Universitario feeling pretty good that they didn't have to, you know, drag this game out for a very long time and slowly just kind of siege their way into victory. No, they just saw their opportunity, they took it, and they won the game just like that.
Yeah, I think this is the fight. Yeah, they went right. I want to see how the SF died here. No BKB used. And he's just right-clicking away. Pango hits him. Ah, I see. Gets chain stunned by the techies and dies there. And I think that was like kind of the beginning of the end here. Of course, it wasn't game over after that, but SF dying there without pressing his BKB was definitely pretty big because you didn't have that additional right-click power. And then at the end here, they don't buy back on the SF as well here. As Dawn goes in, some big miscommunication from No Ping when it mattered the most here. And then, of course, HFM dying without buyback. It's not even on cooldown. He doesn't have money for it.
Yeah.
And just like that, the game ends.
Yeah, HFN is kind of stretching there as well. Like, oh, man, like... We've done some mistakes for sure this game that cost it in the end, but yeah, they were running out of firepower to defend that base. Still considering why didn't SF buy back, but it's done and dusted. That game is over. Universitario going to be taking the first game of this series, and Lissex with that Bloodstone on the Timber Saw. I think it made a huge difference. Obviously, the Octarine Core you talked about as well, which was an interesting item pickup. Sorry, not item pickup we did not see, but the traditional Octarine Core went for the Bloodstone this time and seemed to work out wonders for this Timber Saw. Only dying once, multiple times escaping with low HP, even as long as they wanted to kite this Timber, just couldn't take him down. So he also had a good game. Died with the Sven, maybe one or two minor mistakes, but as a whole, I don't feel like he made any game-losing mistakes on this Sven. I would more say like James with the Pango, bringing that Omni Slash to the team. That was probably the biggest mistake they did this game on the side of Universitario. So outside of that, pretty okay, pretty clean game in the end.
Yeah, for sure. And I think for MVP, right, we got to pick one of them. And definitely it's going to have to be Lissex, right? Like his Timber Saw was really good in this game. His ability to just like, it wasn't necessarily like the Bloodstone or anything that tipped me over the edge for it. Is in these fights, he was blinking in, hexing targets, he was initiating, doing the damage, frontlining, tanking. He did a lot of stuff for his team, and of course, Dad on Sven, close second. He played really well in this game. So, but overall, Lizx, he played exceptionally well. I think the moment he got this Hex, he was just the initiator for the team that it felt like they were just kind of lacking for some time.
Desmar maybe was handed out some of the damage dealt in this game because Noping loved to run into his mines, but he only lost by 500 total damage to the Timbersaw on that Techies. But Lizx, obviously, I'll easily say, like, the man of the match on the side of Universitario. But that means also the first game done and dusted. We got to set our sights towards the next one. And Noping will have to find some tools to calm themselves down. That must have been a pretty heavy loss. In their
tilting
eyes,
loss,
a tilting loss for sure. You gotta raise that mentality, get yourself straight for game number 2, get maybe a new draft, maybe the same draft, but execution, they got to keep their heads calm. This is the TI quality sphere.
It definitely is, and they definitely are going to have to just take a break, step away from the PC. I would highly advise, step away from the PC, do what you need to do during this break. Your draft was fine, you could have won that game quite easily, just stay calm. It's TI qualifiers. I know it's easy to kind of get in your own heads, but try not to. Just like reset, play the next game. You still got a best of 3 ahead of you here.
Exactly, and we're also going to be taking a break, and you guys, you probably should do too, as well, as we'll be back in a couple of minutes for game number 2 of the series. We are back from the break as we head over to game number 2 of this lower bracket series to finish off the day. But is it going to be the last map of this day? We'll have to find out if No Peng's going to be able to fight back in game number 2 versus Universitario, who do take the lead in this series with, you could almost say, a tiny bit of luck, a tiny bit of mishaps, and a very unsuccessful high ground push, which turned out to be their advantage.
Yeah, I mean, them going high ground there, unfortunately, just lost them the game. Sometimes it's just be that way, and unfortunately, they were going high ground, they're feeling strong, they got Aegis, lose one fight, diebacks happen, no buybacks happen because you don't have gold, and then all of a sudden, the game's just over. So, quick refresh, a reset for No Ping here mentally, because they were doing well in that game. It was pretty close up until that point, so it could have been anyone's game, even if they did manage to get a barracks there. But we definitely want to see a game that's a lot more clean, because there was a lot of misexecution, I'd say, from No Ping in that last game. One of the big ones for me was, do you ban that Pango? Because that Shadow Fiend it didn't really work. Nope. It didn't have much effect against in the laning stage or any point during the game.
And let's see what these bans are going to be looking like, because they are looking like a repetition from the last game. We saw No Ping going for the Darkseer, the Nature's Prophet, the Invoker, and the Gyrocopter, and had the first, sorry, not the first pick, but the second pick, Shadow Fiend, into the Pangolier. And it looks like things are shifting around a little bit, because it is the University team that are deciding to take their bans pretty much split in a way. They did ban out the Ember, the TA, the Quap last time. Very mid-oriented bans as we remembered. Wanted to get a good game for the Pangolier. And, most importantly, the Pangolier worked out. So the lane was going pretty good. Pango had a lot of efficiency early on in the game. It was easy for Dad to then regroup and join with the rest of the bunch. The rest was just down to execution, right? But the game plan definitely went as they planned it to. So they've got Techies, the Undying, rolling around with the Pango, hunting for kills. Then Timbersaw can tune in pretty early on with that tanky buildup of the Lotus Orb and the Bloodstone that he had picked up fairly early into the game. But what do we see from No Ping here? They have the first pick, and it was the Shadow Fiend they wanted last time.
Yeah, I mean, they were a second pick when they took the SF, but that was a response to the Pango. So this time they get the overall first pick. They get to see absolutely nothing here. So I don't know. I've seen a lot of random things on this patch. We've seen Clockwork first picks. We've seen... I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to give you random examples, but there is no hero that is just other than Tree that I've seen so far that is kind of easy to call. We saw Pango first pick last game, right? It's just like, who knows? Let's just sit here, find out what they want to choose. And as most teams are doing right now, they're experimenting, figuring out what works, what is good, what can we win a game with. And especially these type of games right here, these are TI qualifiers. These decisions are very, very important. So as you can see, they're going to spend a lot of time, even dip into reserve time before they ban into pick here.
Sebas, who's Dota buff, I was looking around for the heroes that he likes to play. The ones he hasn't picked too frequently, there's a Tiny that has a 7-1 win rate for him, 87.5%. And that Invoker
was left through.
Is in his top 5 of most played, 44% win rate though, so a couple more losses than wins. But with this new Invoker, it definitely a powerhouse to behold. And you've got yourself a member matchup. You get to always Tornado away the Flame Guard, and improved right click as you're now universal. So this Invoker should be having much of a better time versus the Ember compared to what it used to be before, where the Invo used to be Quaswex and would still have a good time versus the Ember Spirit. But now you can actually even go with the Exhort buildup, which is still pretty good on the Invoker, at least in pubs. I don't know competitively if that's the right route to go for. You'd need a combo.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know much about Invoker laning right now because I don't play the hero. So, in theory, Invoker has always been good against Ember, but I don't know if that matchup has changed very much. Of course, yeah, you can always Tornado off the Flame Guard, but I think Ember's just not going to put any points in the Flame Guard and just go more of that chain slipe type of route, which I'd like to see him pair up with perhaps, I was going to say like a Mirana, Skywrath, those type of heroes that can just easily rotate to an Ember, because if you go no Flame Guard, which he is going to go no Flame Guard this game because you can't go Flame Guard versus Invoker, that means your farming potential is going to get slowed down a bit, but your gank potential goes up quite a lot, and you need to pair a hero that can just abuse these early points and chains that he will be getting.
That is very true. What I also now look at for Noping, if this Invoker then also realizes he's not going for Flame Guard, you could just go Exhort, but you need a combo with it. The instant combos that come into mind, Legion Commander, with Dual Sunstrike. You've got Chrono Sunstrike, even the Cataclysm later on, which is going to be massive compared with that. And Faceless Void currently pretty hot in the meta, and HFN, he can play Faceless
Solving
Void.
a Rubik's Cube right now.
I am, but no, Lysix is. True, I was just looking.
I am. You are too. Damn.
I'm just reaching here, but he is definitely doing things.
Yeah, I was a little surprised by that one. I mean, I guess it keeps. Is that a pre-game type of thing you can do just to warm your hands up? Just solving a Rubik's Cube? I haven't seen that one before.
I remember back in the days, like a couple years backwards, a lot of players would play Osu while they're waiting for the game to pop up to keep their reaction speed high, because it's a lot of button clicking, it's a lot of paying attention, and then you go into the game and you're already ready to go. So
I actually played that game for a bit, then I screwed up my hand playing that game.
that can happen. Yeah.
Unlucky.
Oh, let's hope Lysix doesn't. At least he's got his brains racking right now, figuring out the Rubik's Cube while drafting with his team. They've gone for Skywrath and for the Undying, so we have Nukes and Silence and strong laners coming out of both of these two heroes. But we saw what happened last time, Clockwork versus Sky, who really won that matchup.
I think the Sky won the game, but...
Sky won the game, but the Clock won the lane, yeah.
Yeah, hey, moral victory, of course. However, it's also kind of a block pick too. I wanted to see Sky or Mirana for Universitario, but they're going to get neither of them, as one is banned and one is taken away. So really prioritizing the Clockwork here, but they still need that hero that can dump damage into both of these heroes, really, right? Like, you got the cogs, you got the chains, but you don't have that follow-up damage yet. And you have another hero that can kind of go in, but they're still lacking. They really need that spellcast, that Snapfire type of hero that can just rain damage from afar to just support these heroes that are going in. They have lots of heroes that can go in. Maybe they need a couple more heroes that can just use that space.
Yeah.
Sit in the back. So they need a couple wizards in their draft.
Couple crummy wizards indeed, but this Primal Beast, he can't really be countered anymore except for maybe through the off lane, and the first thing that comes to mind is maybe an 18th Beastmaster pick for Noping Esports. Roar pretty good against the Primal Beast. You roar harder than the other does, and the Clockwork already on your side with the big counter basically to the Primal Beast, the Shakers, the Spirit Breakers. Any hero with a long cast point can't do anything versus Battery Assault. You got both in the same team.
Another hero that we see quite a lot versus Primal is the Bloodseeker.
The Bloodseeker, yeah.
That could be
and he's actually still in the draft, true. There's a wizard.
There you go. That hero will bring a bit more damage to the table. That's what they needed. There wasn't a ton of options left, as Snapfire isn't really favored as a support anymore. In fact, just not favored at all with the changes to the towns. Nobody wants to play that hero anymore. But that is something they need. More damage from the backline. Fits pretty well here with the Ember. I really like this combination. Now that it lasts 5 seconds, you have so much more time on the Ember to do a couple remnants here or there to get in range of that Ink Swell. Or you can just pop it nicely on top of right after the chains end, right? With that silence. Being chained and silenced at the same time pretty much makes your hero just out of commission in the early game until you get ways to remove them. And the Legion, you called that pick, and it was such a good pick. Let's be real here. Like, you got a Skywrath, you have an Invoker. Legion's just strong in the meta in general right now. What a great pick.
Suits in nicely for Noping. Combo's already there. Strong laner. As already mentioned, the hero has had good success in almost any game it has been in. I haven't really seen any weak Legion commanders, even if they have a rough laning stage, even if they have a rough early to mid-game transition where they have maybe one duel victory. The hero just spikes in like absurd percentage numbers when you win 1 or 2 duels with your level 3 ult and your level 10 duel damage bonus. You get 38 damage per duel. You win 2 of them from random pickoffs, even at the start of a team fight. All you need is to find any target, Grimstroke, even the Ember Spirit. Maybe even you could potentially even kill a Primal Beast because you have Invoker and Sky in the team. And it's always value.
Yeah, do you like 2.5k gold?
Yeah.
Yeah, got you with that one. So every duel you win, you get a free Demon Edge.
Yeah.
It's kind of absurd. You're just giving away thousands of gold every time you die to Legion in the late game. Like, it is what it is, and that's why this hero is seeing such a spike in popularity, because when you do start stacking those duels, this hero becomes the carry. And as a carry player, playing versus a very farmed Legion isn't fun because they duel you, and you lose that duel every time because he just does more damage. So a lot of these heroes, like Morphling and Naga, can be good. Linken's Buyers, and of course Naga, just pretty hard hero in general to deal with. So pretty decent bans. I think Primal isn't that bad versus Naga, but I know a lot of Primals don't like that matchup, so they will ban it out, as if you do get ensnared, it kind of stops your trample. And you don't mind as a Naga to get a pretty early point in that.
Now just look at the potential carry picks here. The Bloodseeker, gone. It was a pretty hot pick for both teams. Double Ruptures, or maybe even for no ping to pick it up to counter the Primal Beast, hurt the Ember Spirit. The Silence is very handy. And since we won't be seeing...
I just don't think it's an HFN type of hero. And I think HFN... I mean, there's still a Faceless Void in the pool if you want to even more Wombo combo Invoker. But
I'd love to see it.
It's pretty decent this game. It's not bad.
I'd love to see
Maybe
it.
there's something better.
That's the one I was kind of hoping for. And they are not going to take that route. We're going to go for the Terrorblade. So we have late game security for the team, even if the Faceless Void would have kind of done something similar. But capable of punishing the Primal Beast is still the hook shot, but nothing else really going through BKB that could hurt the Terrorblade and prevent him from sundering.
5 seconds.
Yeah, definitely. You have some options here with how you want to go against this. Of course, first things first, you got to take care of the Legion in the laning stage. It's always a difficult task, and it kind of like lowers your pick. Okay, so they're going to go... We're going back to the Morta. We had one game without the Morta. They won, but they decided they're going to go right back into
Confidence
it. Pick
regained.
the Morta. I mean, it is a strong laner. We talked about how your hero pool gets limited quite a bit when laning against a Legion commander. This hero will do fine. Most ranged heroes do fine against Legion. It's the melees that really struggle because you just constantly get right-clicked, and with the new overwhelming odds, the range on that is always within your distance of you getting hit, and you can kind of bridge that gap a bit with heroes like Morta. And of course, this has the same effect of just being able to do magic damage to heroes that have massively high armor, and being able to ignore that from the Terrorblade is quite good. And so overall, I think the pick, it looks good. It's a good last pick Morta game. Last time I saw it from him, I was like, why'd they pick a Morta here? It didn't make sense. He must have really just enjoyed the hero. But this time, it's a good Morta game. If there is such a thing as a good Morta game. But if there was, this is one of them.
And this was their strongest laning duo as well. Even if it didn't win the game, the Clockwork Muerta with the cogs into the calling, a lot of damage, but also preventing any retaliation from the target that is getting hit because the silence coming from the calling. So maybe they can make this lane duo work once again on the side of Universitario Esports, and they're going to need it if they want to win this series. They're one game away from doing so, but no ping. Are the combos going to be enough here? Obviously, execution of the game itself will show to us, but what do you believe? What are you thinking? Is this a much better looking execution-wise draft compared to game number one? They've got the TV.
For no ping or Universitario?
For no.
Oh, for no ping. This draft looks pretty straightforward, right? You have your Legion commander who runs around and ganks with the Sky until of course we see Legions normally go Blade Mail first, and then they go into the Blink. So during that time where you just have a Blade Mail and you're kind of just farming, you can go play with your Ember Spirit on the Sky Wrath. Same with Undying, and of course Terrorblade's going to farm away. It looks a pretty straightforward draft here for no ping. So yeah, it looks pretty... There's no way that they can get really confused with playing like this, and if they get off to a good start, they could definitely be in a position to win this game.
Already placing down ward into the bottom half of the map onto that cliff instead of getting a deeper ward, which they might have been looking for, but suspecting that the university kids, the college team,
30 seconds to
is
battle.
going to be catching one or two of the heroes. And this Legion commander might just get caught on Austin. Here comes the calling, slowing down, silencing him up. Body blocks from either of these, not happening, but the Inkswell is there. And Arzet's going to drop, and they will get themselves first blood for the off-lane Primal Beast. Maybe even another Austin. He is somewhat low. Slow is available for El Micho. Just needs vision, and he will throw it out. This Yor providing it. Decay does drop them lower and lower and lower. He managed to buy out on the Primal Beast, but a kill will go for the Skywrath. Dad will run away with a bounty rune, making it 2. James is going to find a third, making it 3 for 1 in bounties.
I think good outcome for both teams there. I think the Primal kind of wanted to die there so he could get back to base with a free TP scroll. But yeah, at the same time, you kind of want to get that kill as well to get kind of like a rebuttal kill there. And a little bit of extra EXP going your way. So not bad. I think overall fairly even, but favoring Universitario just a little bit.
And now they're just going to be wary of their positioning here, especially with this Skywrath mage, because one good opening from Austin and Dad, and they could already do a lot of damage, kind of sustained damage. They don't really do bursty damage on either of these two heroes. They love to build up and poke and try to get people low before any of the reinforcements arrive.
Okay, so I was looking at the Primal, and it's like, I assumed that was Grimstroke's magic wand. So that first blood that he got, he invested into a magic wand recipe when he already has a magic wand.
That's actually... It was showing for a moment that it's Dad's magic wand.
Is it actually
That's the Muerta's magic wand that Lissex has in his inventory.
Picked it up?
But he's going to be chasing HFN with the Inkswell stun. Oh, and he gets a kill as well. Surprised by the damage that the Inkswell does in the end.
The biggest grief I've ever seen.
And he's dropped
He
it down
stole
to the
Dad's
ground.
magic wand. Okay, never mind.
The courier's the kid's down to the ground.
Dad's courier's there, though. He brought his courier. He's like, yo, bro, that's my magic wand.
If that was the support, if that was the support doing
annoying.
that, you'd get griefed hard. But oh, Yor, another target for no ping to maybe drop here, and they will get another.
This lane,
kill.
man, wow.
3 kills.
I didn't realize how strong this lane was, but if you're a Terrorblade, so like the heroes I was looking at for potentially to pick to deal with this Primal, most all of them have a stun. And TB versus Primal is a terrible lane. They might be able to get a kill here.
Retaliation comes out.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely helps, but at the same time, every time they go on the TB, I think he's just going to die to this Grimstroke. Plus Primal combo. He has no way of disengaging all this damage that's coming out.
They're definitely going to give it another shot, try it again as soon as that Primal Beast TP's back to the top lane as he's doing right now. Let's see if they decide to go straight for it. Stacked up for a nice 8 decay stack there for the Undying. And there comes the magic wand off of the courier for Muerta.
It's fine, it's true home.
the owner has been found.
And I wonder how much impact that had on the laning stage, just like not having that extra bit of courier use, because these couriers are slow, man, and running, and he's going to lose his courier. Oh no, Arson doesn't go for it. Thought he would just go smack it and kill it real quick, but opts not to. But yeah, like having your courier run top lane is definitely a big deal. It's a lot of time. As Austin and Dad struggling a bit here in this bot lane, laning into Legion Sky, not an easy lane by any means. However, this little bit of dive here. And so much damage to Dad. He's gonna have to do a defensive calling here. But El Micho, he wants to go in for this. Who's gonna die here? Most likely it's gonna be Austin going down, but they found the bigger target and wanted to go for Dad. Kind of like split deciding how they want to do this one, but it really just looks like they're gonna get him at the end there, as El Micho will get a kill, and +1 on top of it as he will take out the courier, as Austin is going to try his best here to just drag the wave up top, as yet another kill happens there. I think it's actually just Skywrath just deciding to suicide a little bit. Had no more resources. Why not?
Dire's structures are fortified.
And it also looks like in this situation, I will be your caster as T-Panda not here for the moment. But maybe he will rejoin us soon as the players end up pausing. A bit of a lag issue here for multiple people, it does appear. Yeah, just taking a look at what's going on here. We have the Ring of Health available for the Primal Beast in the top lane. He should be totally fine there. And I think if they do manage to stack these spells, the Inkswell on top of the Phantom's Embrace, and we saw the damage that the Onslaught can do in this game, they can easily kill HFN. But for now, the Primal just doesn't have any CS. He just has the ability to kill. And even with his 7 CS compared to the 21 and 9 of the Terrorblade, he's still higher net worth. I guess you have to keep in mind that he did get First Blood as well. So that kind of played into his favor here. And so we're going to have a reconnection here from LizX. Seems like he's been having a bit of unstable connection right now. In the last game, he disconnected a couple times too. And meanwhile, mid lane, James with that Ember against the Invoker. I wanted to see who was favored in this matchup, but it does look like it is a bit Invoker favored. Yor might be in a little bit of trouble here as he is a bit scouted out here, right? Looks like the battery assault will go off, but I think they have bigger fish to fry here as they're going in for Dad, but the dead shot does miss here. That means he's going to be stuck in a corner. He's going to be eliminated. Great rotation there by Yor there. And they're going to get +1 as Austin goes down too. So great rotation there from Universitario there, managing to pick up 2 kills right off the bat there. And on top of that, there's a bunch of creeps under the wave here, just hammering away at this tower now. You're not getting that farm. You're losing tower. And, of course, there's a siege coming as well as the 5-minute mark has approached. They're going to drag that one back. Absolute disaster here in this bot lane for Universitario as they are forced to bring Dismar down here. Inkswell will go off. They'll chase Arsen just a little bit, but he's able to just walk it off. It looks like in a dead shot, it's off the mark too. With those phase boots, he's just a little bit too fast, and he is out of there. And El Misho, during that entire time, just hitting away at that tier 1 tower bot, gets out as well. So, not a lot of good things are happening right here and now as... Do they have detection for this? They drop it now. He went in Invis to try and steal that rune. He got it, but at what cost here? As it looks like he will go down on this Invoker to the Clocker. Austin will take it up. Yor trying to make something happen as well. So a bit of good news here for Universitario being able to make things happen here. And of course, LizX with the solo kill onto the Terrorblade. We talked about how much of an issue it can be not being able to disengage against this big, angry beast here. And he's going to lose his life for it. Very squishy on the Terrorblade. You have lots of armor, but you got too much magic damage coming out here from a Primal Beast. And your health pool quite low on Terrorblade, as this is not a hero that has a very high HP pool. He's much better in situations where he has to deal physical damage. And they're just going to go in and harass him some more. He's going in for the kill here, but did you go too far for your LizX? Can he get the kill for it? No, he cannot. He's going to end up dropping here. Really feeling himself on that one, but the Tombstone and that Decay was actually the difference maker on that one. As we see, the Wisdom Runes came out. Did one apiece. El Misho got one, Austin got the other. And it looks like they'll just punish Dismar for trying to steal the Wisdom Rune. So it doesn't even get the Wisdom Rune and goes down in return. As Dad, he's got to hit this dead shot, but he's silenced right now. Will he live? Will he die? He's kind of stuck. He's dead. Ends up just getting slapped in the face by El Misho on the Sky Wrath. Luckily, that was pre-duel, so he's not going to go any duel damage, but this last pick Morta, they've already lost 2 games in this qualifier alone with this hero, having the courage to pick it again, and it's really not working out for them. At least on this early game. We'll see what it can do later on. But for now, not enjoying his time whatsoever, as he will TP back bottom. Maybe he's going to go for a deny onto the tower here. In fact, maybe he can end up just killing Arsent entirely. No, he'll just zone him out. No, Austin is here. Looks like a kill will happen onto Arsent. Thank you to Austin. And Dismar will be like, I walk down here. I'm also just claim it, as he does just steal that away on the Grimstroke. For now, they're keeping the tower alive, and rotations from Sebas coming in there. The tombstone's going to get dropped as well, and Dad, a bit of trouble here. El Micho, but that tornado should finish him off here, as James, well, he's going to try and strike back here, and it looks like they will get Yor, but in the back line, Austin is going down. They're taking a while to get Yor down, but eventually they will get him.
Dire's top tower
And then Voker with some urn charges can continue to chase as Dismar. Will this be? Yeah, this looks like it will be our first duel victory here, as Dismar will get dueled and give him that plus 10 damage and a triple kill for Sebas on his Invoker here. Off to a great start. And of course, nothing is complete without watching HFN get solo killed on the other half of the map here. Yet again by Lizex. Kind of trying to salvage that fight in any way that he possibly can. And Ember losing a lot of health trying to get through that gate. But silences do not stop you from teleportation nor do roots. So without a stun, you can just get straight through there. Yet again, Austin getting caught by Sebas with that early urn. With the EMP going off. Maybe he can get a D ward before he dies, but he's going down yet again. 10-12 is the score here at 9 minutes and 45 seconds in the game. 1,000 gold advantage for no ping. So the game, not 2,000 now, just bumped up there. The game definitely no ping favored right now, but HFN struggling quite a bit. This Primal getting multiple solo kills and just soaring ahead, kind of playing his own game here in the net worth department.
is under attack.
As he is by far the most farmed hero in the game on Lizex. With this Vanguard in hand, going straight for a Lotus Orb of all things this game. Always a handy item when playing versus Invoker and the Skywrath Mage, so we'll see how much effect that can have in this particular game as we start gathering some heroes around into that mid lane area for no ping, as they do have a catapult that they just want to keep alive for as long as possible.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Hello. Oh.
And another duel win going the way of the Elysian Commander, but Lizex going to be diving in, looking for some kills here, and he takes down one. Sebas, not much he can do. Yor, with the help of El Micho, going to be able to jump onto the Primal Beast, but the Mystic Flare going to be thrown out as well. They're going to take down the Primal Beast. Yes, they can. But the Cogs, they should be able to respond at least with that Undying kill going their way. And man, since I've been gone, it looks like it's been turned into an entire bloodbath.
It absolutely has been, especially on the bot lane from no ping here, just bringing the numbers over and over again. And honestly, no ping's been owning them, but the only issue is that Lizex has just been owning HFN, solo killing him multiple times, kicking him out of the lane, taking his tower, and now deciding to join the fights. Unfortunately, he dies there, so that's a really big loss there if you are on the side of no ping. With that Invoker going down.
Oh, the
Nice of you to join me again. I thought you were taking a nap.
Yeah, it's bouncing back and forth. That's a thunderstorm going on right now, so I did drop for a bit. It's still bouncing around a little bit, but still in action. Sebas taking Austin there, getting themselves a set of kills with both the Ember and the Clockwork falling.
Very nice indeed.
Ember not enjoying the start of this game. At least he's last in net worth out of all the cores. Same with the Muerta, who's had to do a bit of participating as well in the game. Dad's Muerta really not getting any rest. Sebas and El Micho coming in with the gank here, getting the connection onto him, and death number 5. That's a certainty. Sebas,
I mean, he's having a rough
tornado.
one, that's for sure.
Just got to Lizex, pushed away just far enough. The Skywrath still being chased around. Does he get close enough for the Inkswell? Ancient's blocking his way, slowed down with a concussive shot, and there he's making space. Space created. Make a whole new universe out of this, and a pig pole trampling, pig chasing the Skywrath. Oh,
yeah, he's gonna go down here.
They finally got the refugee. They caught him.
And they're going to instantly smoke right as well, as this pulverize cooldown is only 36 seconds, so it can be up soon. And Ember, he's got 3 remnant charges.
Oh, well. Oh, that's a nice charge coming out from Lizex. You're already down, and so does the Invoker, but James, he is relishing in the moment with this Primal Beast. Oh, talk about a beast and net worth, too.
Yeah, that was pretty good. And Ember as well dodged the EMP there with the Remnant, so helping out, needing that little bit of extra damage. They do get it. And they're TPing right into this. I'm not entirely sure if it's what you want to do. The duel goes off.
Ooh, don't get the duel win. And actually not even finding the kill in the end. He's turning around onto the LC, but that's what you get for being a beast. You don't bully it. You don't try to catch it. However, James will fall as a collateral.
Yeah, a little bit greedy there, trying to kill Sky there, tanking a tier 2 hit, which really just sealed his fate there. Probably should have disengaged. I mean, Lizx is just like, he is playing Primal Beast, but he's just playing like a beast this game. While the rest of his team, I don't know, like you're Morta 0 and 5, right? Having a really rough one. James was doing okay, but he's still in the negative score department. In fact, his entire team has a negative score right now, while he's 10 and 4. Can he do it alone? I don't know if he can, but he's trying his damn best.
And that's a total of 35 kills in 14 minutes, so that's +2 per minute. We're talking about a bloodbath. Let's see if they can keep this one up. A lot of aggression coming out from both sides. Lizx, man, 10 kills in 14 minutes. And then we got El Misha with the Sky, 9 kills as well. Some pretty insane numbers, Fear.
They're definitely quite insane. I haven't seen a game like this in a very long time. It's just like, it's really just Lizx against the world here. He is playing a hero that has quite a strong back, but is it that strong? We'll have to see. Can he buy enough time for Dad to get back into this game? I think they're going to have to start making some combinations with their support and Ember pretty soon here. Otherwise, things could start getting a bit uglier as Sebas is continuing to scale in this game with his Invoker. Talk about your Legion as well. Blink online as well as the Blade Mill. He has his basic toolkit. And of course, HFM doing what he does best. He's hitting the creeps. And he's playing a hero that uses items really well in the Terrorblade.
And now they're going to get to push this middle tier 1 tower down as well, forcing out the Glyph, but no defenders on their way as James pushing out the top wave. And Austin keeping the bottom wave busy as we talk. We have a bit of a disconnect here. This time from the player side, not from the caster desk. Looks like things are solidifying, or at least, well, not solidifying. We're getting a bit better, at least in terms of the ongoing thunderstorm out there. Apologies for that. Can't do much against Mother Nature. But the game continues.
Can't you beat Mother Nature?
Nope. I'll admit my defeat.
Okay. Fair. That's fair enough. It's a hard one to win. Man versus Thunder.
Yeah, Fear the man who has beaten Mother Nature. Talking of experience here.
Yep. I mean, I live in California.
Yeah. I was about to talk about that.
Mother Nature by just living here.
You're kind of like you're living amidst the elements. Primal fear. Well, they are going again for another smoke attempt here. 2 separate ganks by the looks of it, as they have HFN covered in the bottom lane, the rest of them showing up as well. The Invoker just protecting the top by himself. James going to teleport out of there. Dismar also going to be joining in into the mid lane. So nobody to be found in the bottom half of the map, and this is a lot of time spent hunting for kills, but I guess that's what you're looking for when you're playing a Legion Invoker lineup. You don't spend too much time farming creeps, you farm heroes with these.
Well, that's the idea, right? Yes, yet again, Lizx having... He's been, this whole series, kind of having a bit of issues with this connection, but it doesn't seem like he's lagging at all. It's just random disconnects. He'll be back. All is good. What isn't good, though, in this game, if you are on the side of... Well, I guess you could look at both sides. If Universitario, the bad thing right now is... Dad is having a rough one. He's definitely having a really, really rough game. 0 and 5 still. Probably won't change for some time. And if you're on the side of no ping here, the cores are kind of starting to fall below the net worth. They did have the top 3 net worth at one point, but this Legion walking around, not getting kills, lowering the net worth. Same with Invoker. These are the same type of heroes that want to run around and get kills. So if you can limit that from happening on the map for Universitario, then you can be in a situation where you can catch back up into this game. And we're seeing the net worth lead going back down to 1K when it was previously at 3K.
You're quite deep in here. Austin's going to scout out the Undying. Quick tombstone down. Zoning out the rest of the University team. And now that long charge from Lissex runs straight on top of El Nisho. James wants a piece of this action as well. Trying to secure the kill, but it's going to be the Pulverize to do the job.
They brought 5 heroes, killed a Skywrath. Sure, that bought him a little more time and space. Not the biggest deal, but probably wanted to see more. But speaking of getting more, it looks like Austin will get +1.
That's Austin Clockwork right there, finding another. He already met with Yor before. The tombstone was the only thing in between those two. Now there's no longer one big tomb in between, and he digs one for Undying. Talk about...
he canceled the blink.
Close.
That probably would have been a duel win if he managed to get the duel onto the Grimstroke, because that hero only has 1,000 HP. Not much at all.
Dire's middle tower is under
Oh,
attack.
Meanwhile,
The
Invoker on the
Dad.
hunt with Sky.
Ooh.
Not again, Dad.
It's a no, but there's a duel coming out from the river. This time it's successful. It's onto the Grimstroke, and that's a win. And a secondary looking off of this Clockwork. But Lissex has that early Lotus Orb, so he's able to push his friend to safety. Quick dispels. Let's see how this situation continues to escalate as they're hunting again. Sebas, he's also lined up a hand of Midas to get himself a bit of that extra scaling. This Invoker doesn't exactly farm super fast, so that Midas will be a big portion pushing towards the late game. So is HFN with his Terrorblade. And Lissex, this is a very ambitious kill if they can do it. 20 seconds, no duel. So they're just going to let him roll away.
And they're definitely running.
They're all coming. They're all on
Sabaz
the way.
is here. Lotus Orb is down for 3.
Oh, he turned around a bit too early. Maybe he could have caught them there, but they're looking
Got an
at the
Atos on
triangle,
Sky, by the
actually.
way.
Austin, that's the target they want to go for. Sebas, he's getting in there, but there's silence from the calling. And now Austin with a hook shot will interrupt them. They're all inside
You've
of
got
it.
3 heroes in
And
there.
Dad might be able to get away because of it. Austin, no. Dad will die. And Austin, he's low. Boss, even with the Lotus Orb on top, an after or a post vessel, since the Lotus Orb already popped on top of him, and Austin will drop too.
And Dad going down there.
Radiant's top tower
It's definitely rough out there for
0-6.
versus. I mean, it's been rough this whole tournament for them, Morta. I'm surprised that they still have faith in this year after losing both upper bracket games playing Morta. And this game number 2 here, it's not going very well. In fact, it's probably the worst game so far we've seen for this Morta.
I love how Roche slow motion walks towards him, and now he goes angered super fast towards the gate.
Yeah. And he's going on back into the
At the
Radiant
same time,
side.
Skywrath, that's a free kill, I would say. Lissex is having more connection issues than I am, and much lag. Lag is really not going in his way. Well, this is a dead Skywrath.
Does lag ever go your way?
Um,
I guess if you're on no ping, it kind of is.
yeah.
Pays to have
Faster
no
reaction.
ping in a situation like this.
Faster reaction speed. There goes your Sky. James on for more. Pokes Harzen, breaks the blink. Continues to go in. Oh, he actually going to duel him. He might win this one. Austin
he
hooks
hooked
up Roche.
Oh,
so
the
close, but no,
cogs.
the cogs. At least he got in the way. And they will take down Yor at the same time. HFN. Uh-oh. TB needs some help here. He takes down Desmar. Roshan coming in as well. It's Roshan and the Primal Beast. You got every single beast on top of you. And no ping. Oh, you're going to lose a whole lot of heroes for this.
I mean, he tried to sunder Dad there, but just like, that was the furthest hero away from you. That wasn't going to work. Even if you got the sunder, it's probably a lost fight for the most part. Yeah, I mean, it's this Austin Clockwork. It's just so good. Like, he unfortunately got unlucky and hooked Roshan, but quick reactions to just force right away. In the last possible, like, frame, he got the cogs off just to push the Legion back from getting that last hit and securing that duel, which allows Ember to get more slides off, more chains off in the fight. And that was that just a team wipe, or it was close to it if it wasn't?
That was 4 kills and the Invoker made it out.
Invoker made it out, okay. So it was close to a team wipe, but That is not the situation you were looking for if you were on the side of no ping there.
Here's
Austin again.
There's Elmisho fighting versus Austin with the help of Sebas. And here comes Lissex, the frontliner. He is so low on mana, though, and Austin's already down. The Tornado, oh, it does connect. The Sunstrike doesn't, but here goes LC with the duel. And Dad. Oh, poor Dad. 7 deaths.
He's got a kill, though. At least the one kill he did get was a big one on top of HMN and his Terrorblade. I mean, he's recovered in net worth. Like, his score is not pretty, right? 1, 7, and 6, but his net worth is still higher than Legions. It's higher than Invokers.
Better,
and
should
luckily, yeah, I mean, luckily for his teammates, Lizex is still really high in the net worth, and Ember has quite a good game for himself as well. As he's going to pick up a Lincoln Sphere. It's in the backpack right now. He'll move it in.
Here comes the
He picked
scan.
up one of the bounties instead of 2.
Scan of the rocket flare. Clockwork. He's going to have a hook shot available. 2 seconds on cooldown. And he's ready. But the Forge Spirit, it's on its way. It's going to reveal Austin's plans. They're moving out of the pit. Not staying. They want to maybe even take this fight outside Arzent. He's got a DD rune, and he's got a Blink duel ready. Maybe he can even finish off this Primal Beast, but he finds himself Muerta. He finds Muerta out of all heroes, and the Sunstrike's there, and that's a duel when coming out as well. That's going to be dropping a very low on XP. Gets the charge in just in time. Edge defend. The Sunder doesn't do anything, but is it going to be enough, though? He's still surviving, but he finally falls. James will get the kill, but it's 3-2 down. And Invoker, he's the last man, pretty much standing here with the help of Elmisho, and they get James, and they get Dismar. That Tornado finishes his life on a triple for the Invoker. Oh, what a fight. That was so close to going either direction.
Yeah, not able to get these Pierce the Veils off on time and dueled right away.
Damage.
And he's just dead. Yet again,
Yeah.
What was that?
No, that was all the damage Muerta did was 500 in the duel. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to see right here, like, Muerta shows up for the fight, and then instantly just Blade Mill dueled, and of course, that Cogs, yet again, it was a beautiful Cogs, but they had more than enough damage to take care of that Muerta until this Muerta finishes BKB, which luckily is coming at 900 gold, but without that, this hero might as well not even be on the map.
And unfortunate for James as well. He didn't get to do much there, but we got another fight going on here. Clockwork will drop.
So normally I say I don't mind if you make plays like that and feed, but it's not okay to die like that versus Legion.
And LC.
Yeah, because like you just give so much more than a death. You give permanent damage. And we're seeing already that this Muerta is having a hard time surviving the Legion. Add a couple of dual wins on top of that, it gets harder and harder for Dad and his Muerta here.
Yeah, and it all comes down to positioning, right? You can't just build a Lincolns right away in Muerta. You need damage. You don't have any other proper source of damage.
Maybe Ember should use his Lincolns that he currently has to give to the Muerta, but then that leaves him vulnerable. It's hard to say.
Really goes down to the situation of those fights. But surely, that Muerta will need a lot more damage this game. But you also got to have some kind of survivability in some way.
I mean, luckily for him, we talked about positioning, right? I think he can be a lot better in that department of having positioning. Because right now, Liz X is very farmed, of course, but he's going into Heart of Trosk. This is his next item on the Primal. And I think he'll be in a situation where he can just be like, hey, I'm just going to go in, I'm going to do lots of damage, and maybe they're going to have to force a duel onto him, and then after that spell has been cast, or they at least force the Legion out of the woodwork, you know, force him to show, then the Muerta can come in. But I think they're waiting for that Heart of Tarosk on Lizex here. He's getting fairly close. He's only a recipe away from it, and that's going to be like a big power spike for them if he can manage to get it.
Yeah, that's going to be a big buffer for sure for the Primal Beast. Even tankier in the front line. Much more confident throwing out that Pulverize. But he will need... I would think he would need a BKB, but I guess he's just trusting Lotus Orbs enough.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to walk in and make space for his team.
Yeah.
BKB will kind of put you on like a... It's not the best BKB game ever. Like, you have the Tombstone, doesn't really help you against that. Doesn't help you against the duel, doesn't help you versus Terrorblade damage. Sure, it's great against Invoker and Sky, but that he's going to rely on just the tank ability from the Lotus Orb, the Boots of Bearing, and then of course the raw HP from the Heart of Tarask here to just keep him alive through it. And of course, Grimstroke with that shard as well. Just throw that on top of the Primal. If he ends up getting any spells on him, he can remove it with that hard dispel. The only thing you can't remove is the duel.
And again, Dismar, he wants to get that mini TB.
There's only one spell that I know of that removes duel, and that's Slark's shard. For some reason, that just cancels the duel. The only, I don't think that's like intentional either. I think it's just
it's a feature.
You know,
It's a feature.
One of those Dota 2 features. Yes.
Yeah. They're going to be taking away the Tormentor as well. But yeah, that mini TB I was talking about for the Grimstroke, the Aghanims lined up for Dismar. Gotta use it when the Metamorph is out. Maybe use it on one of the illusions. Doesn't have to be the hero itself that he casts it on. Can just bring an illusion.
You know how I was talking about in game number 1, how I like Universitario was doing great and everything. They're winning the game, but there's this lingering sense of doom if it went into the late game. And it was almost true. I feel like Universitario this game has that late game scenario where if you get that Grimstroke Ags online, you get this really farmed Morta against the Terrorblade. We're going to see situations where maybe HFN just melts in these fights before he can even do anything.
Possible.
You definitely have your options here for Universitario to still win this game, even though you are down for now. The enemy team does have an Aegis, but you're definitely not out.
And talking about versus the Terrorblade, we discussed an interesting theory craft you brought up with the Revenant's Brooch, which transfers some of your physical damage into magical. And now that Muerta is basically... I transform all of my damage into magical, making it pretty handy, actually, in the carry-to-carry matchup if you put Muerta versus TB.
Yeah, this is definitely a Muerta favored matchup by quite a lot. But there's more than just on 1v1, right? If you do 6 slot
team
for
game,
6
right?
slot in a private lobby, Muerta would win that fight. However, there's a lot of factors here that come into play. And I think the big ones have been and probably always will be in Dota, initiation and vision.
Yeah, Dota would be kind of boring if you just line up 5 heroes from both teams and they just take 1v1s against the according role.
Yeah, I mean, that would be... It depends on what you like. There's a lot of games out there that are kind of like that.
Yeah.
Those like AFK games or whatever, but anyway.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Some of those games as well, which
Hard is
don't
online.
exist anymore.
Yep. Well, that's why Dota's the best game ever, you know? There's always so much you can think about doing better in every single game. Even if like you're a one-hero spammer, for some heroes you're just like Invoker, Lone Druid, whatever it might be. There's a lot of heroes that just, they're gonna
Good night.
Good night. You always feel like you can do something better, or you're always gonna see a new situation.
Oh, the reinitiation. Inkswell, can they time it right onto the LC? He pops his beacon, he's gonna be fine. But then again, we've got Muerta battling against Telmisho. He wants some vengeance for all those stats. And there's the Lincoln's Pop, but Arsene coming in, just baiting with that. I could duel you, but I don't actually have it anymore. And they're fighting against him. HFN gonna be pulled into the pulverize from Lissex. Can he get the kill? There's a Sunder Cataclysm coming in as well. Dismar low on HP. Lissex has to move as well. And James, he's also running out. They're all trying to get out. The TP from Dad. Dismar to die. Lissex on the runaway with that onslaught. And that Soulbind will keep HFN and Yor away from them. They had an opening.
Oh, honestly, not a bad result for Universitario here if they can defend their high ground. They did get Dad out. One of the rare fights where Dad was able to get away from danger.
And they are going to try at least to clear out the wave. Not going to go straight into no ping. TB's Metamorph is out in 5 seconds. So maybe if they smoke up right now, could be the call. Do they have one? Curry, yep, there we go.
The calling.
Let's do it.
On the Muerta.
You're on the high ground, not the target they want to find. And they're actually going to keep on going as they see HFN. Perfect target. And there we go. The charge onto the TB right there. He's got Sunder available. The Tornado's going to buy some time. Also, they're going to be coming out as well. And there's TB going for the Sunder, but surrounding Muerta, hammering away with those big hits onto HFN. HFN's going to be dropping low, but the disarm. The mass disarms. Muerta can't do anything. HFN will fall, but they will lose more heroes on the side of Universitario as Austin going to be hammered away by Misho. Frozen the dust just as well. Prevents him from getting into that regen rune. And will slowly get that kill. Sunstrike, not needed. He's down. And so is Dad with the Muerta. No ping. The turnaround, Sebas saving with that tornado. And that's a go sign.
It definitely is, but they do not... I mean, I guess Legion has plenty of damage, right? Almost at 200. Hitting harder than his Terrorblade at this point of the game. Why not? Fair and balanced.
An attempt was made there from James, but it will force out no ping. No high ground
AUI
to be
voice line.
lost.
Dota is a fair and balanced game. I agree. Or is it fun and balanced?
Fun and balanced game, yeah. And then you have Ember who says balance in all things.
True. Lots of balance in this game. 188 dual damage victory for the Legion commander.
So,
As that continues to rack up.
So, what do you think about this Invoker now, Fear? We've got to see 30 minutes of this new Invoker action. Are you impressed by it? Sebas, at least he's playing it really well.
I mean, the hero's good, yeah. It's been making a lot of rotations, but it hasn't been like, wow, this is so broken type of situation. That you just
only until it's broken you'll say, wow.
What do you want from me? I mean, the hero looks strong.
What do you want from I'm not blackmailing you here.
I mean, the hero's okay.
The hero's okay. All right. I'll go with that.
The hero looks strong. It's not broken, but strong.
All right.
It's not like Medusa vibes where it's like, what is going on, right? Like, this doesn't seem normal, right? I haven't seen anything from that so far from the hero. It's just all his spells are just quite strong. The really annoying one is if he gets to the shard, which now like sucks you into the EMP, so you can't really run away. That one's quite strong and annoying, especially when you have a Terrorblade. That extra bit of control can definitely help him out here. But one hero that has not been impressing me so far is the Muerta.
Well, yeah, I think Dad's gonna leave us waiting for quite a while until we actually.
Well, this hero, like, he had Dream Scenario last fight. BKB's were on cooldown. He used Pierce the Veil. He hit the Terrorblade, but I was looking at his damage, and it just was uninspiring. Maybe just because his net worth isn't high enough, but still, for a hero to be this vulnerable and do this little damage, not a fan.
Yeah, he needs a buff.
I need something, because I could easily see this hero with 1 or 2 tweaks making it the most OP thing in the world. It's a very special hero. But right now, he's going to try and make it work. I think he does need to get to, like, he needs the crits, right? This hero's kind of built around Gunslinger having a high % chance of proccing. But that level 20 talent will help him out a lot. Add a Crystallis on top of that with the Silver Edge. Maybe we'll start seeing a lot more damage coming out from them at that point. But we do have the Ink. What is that called? Dark Portrait.
Dark Portrait, yeah.
That one is available. I was going to say Ink Spell, but that's the wrong ability.
Bit of a different spell, yeah, that's true. You can now start making those TB illusions. You have another split pushing tool.
I'm the carry now.
Yeah. That will ramp up his farm by quite a lot.
And that illusion is just going to kill the Undying.
Okay.
And then he pings him, yeah, I mean, sure. One chain into root, and then the illusion and TB just mopping up that Undying. Sad death, very sad.
Definitely a powerful portrait, you can put it that way. Captivating the moment. Sending it to Scout on ahead. He knows he can kill Yor. Now he's like, can I kill Ilmisha with it? Keeps on running it through. It's like going all the way through the enemy backline. And it's a surprise attack from Lissex, but he's going to get silenced up. And the fight breaks loose. They've got themselves the dual win Lissex to drop. And the Cataclysm is out there as well. Well, they got a surprise, but they just were hit by the bigger guns of No Pain. That's another casualty. Losing the Ember, triple for HFN. And Arzent, he will poke Dad.
What can you do at this point if you are Dad? That's an Aegis they're playing into.
Carry me, Yor, returns the tip.
Yep.
Is that all that you can muster, Saruman?
I mean, Dark Portrait on cooldown here, so without that ability, they can't really do much. And of course, Muerta in general, not able to do much this game, but 5 versus 2 here can do even less. He can do less than a little bit, which is nothing. He can do nothing in this situation.
What can you do when you can do nothing? Indeed, Lee Shore.
I mean, at least you're doing nothing.
And there's the hook shot with the Inkswell. Doesn't even actually pop at all. So no stun connection, and Austin's almost dead. Dad, he's trying to do his best with Pierce the Veil. The duel comes through, and actually just as his Pierce the Veil was about to run out, Muerta just becomes a mortal target anybody can hit.
That's Megas, and that might just be the game.
And that's game. Yeah, that has to be game. That last team fight kind of already showed that they don't have too many tools against No Ping, and game 3, it is looming atop of their heads. Again, like the Muerta idea, they got the confidence from game number 1. They wanted to play it out. Doesn't work out at all in this game, and yet another loss for this hero. Lissex, not much he could do. Dismar forced back to the fountain. But No Ping, they are a united front now, Fear.
Yeah, they definitely are. We'll see if Ember respawning here. No, they're not even going to try, but game is over. As per the schedule called for, all 3 best of 3s today are going to that magical game number 3 here. A lot of threes today.
Surely is, and No Ping with that win, it must do good for them, because game number 1 was a bit of a mishap loss for them. They were already pushing the high ground, and they're suddenly in their own base, and we just lost in like a minute. But this one, much more cautious, much more careful. It just comes to show this Legion commander, like, I'm going to say if there's a busted hero right now on the server out of any other heroes, how fast this hero got back into this game. Like, there was a lot of brawling, there was a lot of fighting, you have great combos with it, but holy hell, he's got 256 dual damage again at the end of this game. This hero is so goddamn powerful in the right hands.
Yeah, it definitely is, and this is a game where it came a lot down to the draft, right? We talked about the execution for No Ping. It's pretty straightforward. Universitario, they kind of made that even easier for them in this particular game than it should have been. Lissex, I mean, he tried his best this game, but when your Morta starts the game off 0-5 from the laning stage, that's gonna be a rough one. And of course, the Ember, he did what he could, but yeah, you're playing against this Invoker, this busted Invoker hero. There's only a limit of what you can do in a game like this, but I just really want to say that I want to see this Morta just scrapped. We've seen 3 games of it now. It has not been able to carry a single one of them. It doesn't even look good at any stage of the game here. And his Finn looked good when he won. Like, that's a normal carry hero. Just play a hero that's pretty meta here. Play a normal hero. Win in, you don't have to win in some flashy way. And I guess that's all I have to say about that. Just play a normal carry hero. No more Morta.
Yeah, it looks like that's a thing that they really have to just kind of decide now, that this hero it's just not working. Let's go with the ones that have traditionally always worked. So maybe Muerta has some hidden potential. We're yet to still unravel or uncover, but
we've had 3 games of it.
We've had 3 games of it with the data we have. It's just not in the right place. But No Ping, happy to accept this victory on their behalf. Sebas also racking up some crazy numbers as well with this Invoker. From start to finish, the hero seems pretty good. It's not busted, seems pretty good. With Arzen's Legion Commander, that's another good hero. You got your combos as well with the Skywrath Mage. Everything is correct in this draft. I have nothing ill to say about this draft. Everything just works. I'm happy with the way that they built this draft.
Yeah, it's just a very straightforward strategy. You got your hard carry, you pick a supporting cast around him, you pick a mid who can make things happen, can scale a little bit, pick an offlaner that can stun heroes so your hard carry can kill, and of course just 2 supports that make things happen on the map here. And what I was really impressed though was just like Elmisho on his Skywrath in this game. Like the rotations he made, like while you were gone for a little bit, like he was just all over the place, like getting kill after kill on the laning stage, making rotations. I mean, he ended the score line with 11, 5, and 27. Absolute beast performance coming from him. So he gets the MVP for this game. We don't oftentimes give supports enough love, but this is definitely one of those games where the support did a lot. And I think the cores, they all played great, but there's no like huge standout performance from any of the cores doing a bit too much to be like, wow, that was like just a performance. I think the Skywrath, he enabled the cores really well here, did lots of hero damage, got lots of kills, minimized his deaths. Just a great game for him, and he even had a Hex by the end of the game, so he was incredibly farmed. 90% kill participation, look at that.
And this is the fourth game in a row where I also want to talk about the MVP decision. You know who's MVP worthy? It's Austin Clockwork again. Like, man, this guy's so good, but he's just not winning the games, which is a bit unfortunate.
You know
for them.
why?
Well, because I'm worth to carry.
I mean, every time he plays clock, he has some words in his lane. And he's beast mode in it.
Yeah, sometimes that just happens, but it's been happening for way too many times in a row now, so it's not just a coincidence. But what is not also a coincidence is we're going to a game number 3, and that will decide who continues and who gets dropped out from the SATI regional qualifiers. The last game of the night, of the day, of the evening, wherever you're watching from, after the break.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
And welcome back, ladies and gents. We're down for one final game of Dota for the nights, and then we're done with South America for the second day. And every series so far going to 3 maps, this one included. Universitario Esports and Noping Esports battling it out the full distance. Well, let's see what happens in game number 3. As the draft is already live here with T-Panda and Fear with the commentary, and ready to take you on maybe a journey, maybe a ride. That last game was definitely a vibe because there was plenty of kills going all over the place.
I mean, some had good vibes, other had bad vibes, and I think Dad was definitely not having good vibes that game.
He was on the other end of the
vibes.
parameter.
He definitely was, and we get a new draft here. First pick going the way of Noping yet again here. We'll see if they want to go for a similar strat. Because we'll often see the team that wins, like, hey, that was pretty good, let's just do it again. Seems to be a repeat. And then the team that you just lost, you have to decide, are we going to do the same thing and just play better, or are we going to change up the draft? Hopefully,
let's just play better, guys.
I mean, that's happened many times before. It's like we messed up here at this point in the game. If we would have just played a bit better here, this draft could have worked. And we'll see if it's up to Noping if they want to have the same type of game. Are they going to pick that first? No, they're not. Universitario will ban the Invoker, but that will leave the Darkseer into the pool, and they will just snatch that one up right away.
Yeah, no second thoughts on this one. The hero that has been banned in the first phase in both of the games now through and instantly taken for Noping Esports. They did, however, ban some of the lane winners. And hey, pick the Sven. Go for the Sven. You want to go for it now? Maybe it could just be the time for it. You get 1 ban at least, which could be one of the worst to just take away, maybe even the Terrorblade away from HFN, and you're good to go.
I wouldn't do that. I think it's too many counters for this Sven, and now I understand why Lizex is disconnecting. He's the only one not on bootcamp, it looks like. So,
hence the cube, I guess.
Yeah. That was completely just random fact there. Just showing the cameras out. I wonder why he's not there, but it really doesn't matter. But we will get Darkseer versus Undying. So the Undying will be taken away from Noping. They had that in game number 1. Undying Skyra supports, or Undying Techies in game 1 was on Universitario, I believe. And Undying Sky was on Noping in game 2. So what's the moral of the story here? Undying has won all the games it's participated in this series. So enter meta series evolution of like what's happening in the draft. Sometimes a hero gets prioritized, and I think this Undying, because it won everything, is like, hey guys, this Undying hero is pretty good. We won with it. We just lost to it. Let's just play it in the 3rd game.
10 seconds remaining.
Bloodseeker and the Furion both banned out, and 1 more to go for sorry, the Furion was actually in the previous phase.
Right,
so
yeah, Universitario has not banned yet.
Yeah, the double ban. Yeah, that's the one. Always confused by this new drafting order.
You get a double ban on first pick, and you get 1 ban on second pick.
That's the way to do it. Thinking about it.
So Bloodseeker +1 coming out for Noping, and then Universitario will get to a single ban, which is a little strange. You get 4 bans and then into 1 singular ban. And Tide will be the choice to be removed here. Maybe that's a sign of something to come for Noping. Yeah. Maybe HFN was just like, there's a certain hero I want to play, and Tide is really good against it, so let's go ahead and ban that one out. And we're going to see Naga banned again from Universitario. They really respect that hero and don't want to let HFN have it.
They shifted up a bit on the side of Universitario because they were very focused on getting James that ultimate mid pick with just a plenty of mid bans. But this time it looks like they're more focused on banning out HFN's heroes a little bit. We've got the occasional Invoker. You have the potential mid TA into the mix, but that's at least 3 carry bans taken out with no mid still picked for Noping. So maybe James isn't necessarily the one they want to play around. They want to get that a good carry matchup, but holy damn, are there many carries in the pool? Yes, there are. So maybe it has to go alongside with some of the bans that they have and not just ban random heroes versus HFN, which could make sense to make HFN have a bit of a worse game. Suspect he's going for something like the Terrorblade, potentially, but that will be later on in the draft as we do get ourselves a Bat Rider through into the pool. And of course, the SA Classic has to be a Treant Protector in the series.
Absolutely. I'm surprised the Train Protector made it this far without getting banned or picked. But either way, second phase, it will get picked up here. And now in Universitario, you see the supports, you see the potential mid, and the Bat Rider has a little flex potential.
5 seconds.
What do you want to go for? Is it Morto? Do you want the big Morto?
Oh dear.
They did this last
0%.
time against a Treant Protector because of the basic dispel on the ultimate, but please don't do it. Keep your thoughts to yourself, Dad.
Also,
not
I'm
talking about
looking at Dad Fear. But looking at the Undying that has also been rising in win rate. Currently 4-1, 80% win rate for this Undying. The Train Protector still sitting at 6-1. So both sides having good percentage win rate heroes. Doesn't tell the full story, but it does help you. At least these heroes have had impact. But Austin, he's not playing the clock. He's most likely playing the Undying. I think he had an all right time the last time he played this, but every time I feel like when I see this team play and I see Clockwork, I know the good things are happening from his side. Just need the rest of the team to also show up to the pedestal with him.
Yeah, they most definitely do. And that'll come through this pick here. And as you can see, they're going to chew through some reserve time to really think about what they want to do here. They're going to answer with an offlaner. I mean, yeah, it's Sky. They have like most of No Ping's draft now from the last game.
Oh. You know one thing? If Slark is versus Legion Commander, like you said, cancels a duel. Now you can make duels. Well, you can't even see the Legion Commander because of the Slark. 3 hits. But then he also doesn't get any procs from his Moment of Courage, which kind of sucks. But at least he's invulnerable.
I suppose.
To some extent.
I don't know if like the shard is a contributing factor to the Legion pick whatsoever, but maybe we'll see something in that regard. They're going to pick the Terrorblade. It does feel like HFN. I haven't seen him play for a hot minute, but other than the series, of course. But he seems to have the same style of, just, I want to be the hardest carry in the game. Give me some Terrorblade. Give me this Juggernaut with the Battlefield. You're going to farm it up. Not necessarily a hero that's easy to play into Legion Commander in the laning stage because of how the queue works and how you're going to trade, but you have a Treant Protector in your team. It's fine. It's a pretty good carry matchup. I mean, it's a fine matchup. A lot of people do like Slark against the Terrorblade because you can't just hit him without getting hit in return, so that can be nice. But I think overall he just wants to be the hardest scaling hero on the map on HFN, so pretty good choice in that regard for going for the Terrorblade.
And it also makes this team fight a bit easier, right? Because of the Darkseer in the team. You have Batrider and Train Protector, who are also initiators on the side of the vacuum wall, which isn't like your primary tool of going in. But you have potential to, or even a support Batrider. You can surge him up. You will lasso somebody, bring him far, far away from the university team, and TB, Metamorph, 3 hits. And the same thing with Train Protector. Also another great surge target if he doesn't have Blink Dagger. Send in this fast, big-ass tree, roots everybody. TB gets 3 hits. Again, profit. He's got a good lineup to play with.
Yeah, I mean, No Ping's lineup yet again is very intuitive. It's pretty simple on how it's going to execute. HFN's going to farm. The offlaner is going to buy auras to make HFN even stronger. Supports are good skirmishers, have good damage. Batrider plays pretty well. Like, he's one of the... If you consider Techies a melee hero, then you definitely consider Batrider a melee hero too, with how this hero likes to play, because you got to get right on top of your target to do Firefly damage, and of course, while you're doing that, put an Ion Shell on top of you. It works pretty well.
Final bans to kick in this final stage. The Tusk and the Puck have been both removed, and also No Ping. One further ban to whatever they want to pick, giving them a slight advantage. But then again, you also have the final pick.
They won't have a slight advantage this game, as Ember does get banned.
No, yep. I like that. Almost had long wires. I was like, huh? Yep. Got me there. Let's see what else is still in the pool. There's the Quap that was banned in the first phase, game 1. That's in the pool. Storm Spirit's uncontested. Hasn't been played at all. I'm not sure if we will. But with the Puck ban, does lean towards it a little bit. Void Spirit, it's not as flashy as it was before, right? So you can, but do you want to? And then you also have this Bat Rider, which you could put into mid, hence why they banned the Tusk, because there's also support potentially open here for no ping. And they banned the Quap, so...
I would rather have like a Leshrac or something in a game like this. You got the Treant to heal you, got the Auras with the Darkseer. Alright, whatever,
I was looking at this Tiny last game, which I was suspecting that they might pick Sebas. He is 7-1 on Tiny throughout his Dota history. So 87% win rate with this hero.
Okay.
Let's see if it carries him into another win.
It's definitely the safest pick they could have done. Whenever I see a Tiny, I'm just like, okay, it's Tiny. He is the quintessential, I'm your mid laner that's just going to walk around the map, take runes, stun heroes. Very boring, but it is what it is. It's just Tiny gameplay. Walk around, stun heroes, make things happen. It's not good or bad this game. It just does what it needs his team. He's doing what his team needs him to do, right? He needs to play the stunner that just makes things happen. And James is going to go back for that coddle that we saw in the upper bracket. It seems that they didn't lose much confidence being dropped down from upper into lower as far as their hero selections go. Still picking some of the same heroes that they even lost with, realizing this is just kind of what I'm good at. This is what I want to play. And versus Tiny, is that a good matchup? I don't know.
That one I don't know, but I know that James was pretty good with the coddle the last time he played it. The mistake was probably somewhere else in the draft. I think we know where this is going. But we have a different carry hero this time for Dad in terms of the Slark.
Yeah.
Slark versus TB matchup looks okay. You've got the Bat Rider up against you, lassos. You've got yourself saving tools in the team in form of the Legion Commander. Then the Slark itself pretty much is okay versus the Bat Rider. You can purge off a lot. And Coddle, nice distancing tool. Also, I think that it could be very handy in punishing the support Bat Rider whenever El Micho decides he wants to go in. But so many tools of initiating for no ping. We talked about Darkseer, Bat Rider, Treant before. And now there's the Tiny. You have 4 different initiators in the team. So everything is about let the TB hit. Let him stand his ground. And what was the one that the highwayman used to say? Stand and deliver. That's the one. So stand and deliver indeed for the TB.
Yeah. See a postman or something? Is he delivering messages? Probably the messenger of death this game. It looks like a very
messenger of death
game.
for sure. That's what the highwaymen are for. They will interrupt you from taking a safe passage on the road, catch you, nab you, rob you, kill you. Maybe HFN is going to be that one to do it for the team for no ping because they've put themselves in a good position now.
Yeah, if you're going to win the game, if you're Universitario, it's going to be all about the scrappy fights. Not the big team fights, because you're playing against the Darkseer, Nature's Prophet, these type of heroes that have big team fight ultimates, but you got these low cooldown spells. You got the Coddle, who's going for the Vessel, with the Solar Blind. You got the duels coming out. Slark's going to be in and out of the fights as well. So you have like a lot of skirmish potential and a lot of maneuverability. So if you are on Universitario, you want to try to avoid the team fights. You just want to kind of play the map, and I think for that to happen, you got to make sure this Legion gets off to a pretty good start. And looking at his item build, he also wants to get off to a good laning stage. So he has 6 slots of stats in there. That is quite a lot of stats.
There's quite a lot of stats indeed. But let's see if the college boys on the side of the Universitario Esports. Hence the reason why I've been saying Universitario is because if this was a Portuguese pronounced team, that would be the correct way to pronounce it in Portuguese. But Universitario, however you want to put it, let's see if the School of Dota has taught them anything, if they can win the series. As we are ready to go with the bounties, HFN with his TB alone to challenge multiple heroes. So he'll say, nope, I'm out of here.
See you later.
And 3 heroes in the bottom lane. Are they looking for a potential first blood attempt onto Dad? Let's see if yours just taking a detour straight to the portal, which could be the case. And seems like he will decide to leave. Okay, yeah. So no tri-lane setup for the lane. Okay.
I like that one. Yor is taking the detour as he goes to the top lane. Yeah. There's another one you did with Yor as well, but I don't remember. He's got a pretty fun name.
Yeah, he had a different nickname, but I'm happy he's going with the alternative ID that he's turned into his actual.
And you're starting to see why this tree is so sought after in the region right now. This level 1 Leech Seed, 80 mana. 125 heal / damage. AoE heal, by the way, but single target damage. Quite obnoxious to play against.
And great for the Terrorblade as well, who doesn't have a big HP pool. He's got 538 max HP. So any Leech Seed ticks is a win for him. It's kind of like playing with a Morphling with 300 max HP. You've got Leech Seed. It buffs him up quite a lot.
Yep, that's actually a combo we saw earlier. So the Morph plus Tree. That's something I mentioned is this Treant is kind of like the new Undying for a lot of teams.
In a way, yeah.
It just makes you win your lane. It feels like you can play any hard carry you want. So I'm not surprised when you have a player like HFN who wants to play these hard carries.
Austin.
You're going to see a lot of Undyings and... All right,
we're not going to see Austin alive. That's an Undying down by El Micho. I was just mesmerized by the size of the party hat on this Undying, but you got a party pooper in El Micho who will take first blood.
That is a big party hat once he starts getting some of that decays up, right?
And Austin, he's lost his party hat now. He's going to have to go back to...
Oh, you lose it when you die?
Yeah, he doesn't have it anymore. But it didn't get stolen by this Batrider either.
Warrior is going to get the boots in time. He will. He uses the leap just to get there in time. Meanwhile, on the top lane, you're decent amount of trouble. I wouldn't say big trouble. He doesn't really mind making trades like that. Whenever you're trading as a 5 and you're getting resources off the offlaner, that makes the carry very happy. Because now you get to freeform. And of course, they're going to have to salve, I believe, Lysix there. Half efficiency used.
I just love how going all the way back into the draft, like the Universitario team, banned so many carries from HFN, and he still gets his TB.
Yep. Man, they just thought it wasn't a good TB game, you know? It's like he plays a lot of heroes. He's been playing Dota for a long time, right? He's a veteran of the scene. I believe he's 25 years old now. I think first I remember him coming out of the scene, he was like 18 or something. So at this point, he is a veteran. He's got years and years of experience.
And Austin still has a bit to learn here. Not exactly at the same legendary level of HFN as El Micho will find another kill with the help of Arzent and the Iron Shells. Throwing around flame breaks and fireflies. He will return back to the lane. Will bring a Band of Elven skin for Dad, knowing that his courier was killed the last time. It has respawned though, but might as well use that quick delivery service. Off lane, an attempt is being made here with the Metamorph. Lysix is low and looks like he is done for. Yor will tank a couple hits and HFN will get the kill. Who isn't actually having a big party in terms of CS, but getting a kill for himself, that's a lot for the Terrorblade.
Definitely is quite nice to get that type of advantage there. And Lysix kind of just gave up on life on that one, deciding, I'll just do a little damage in return. Treant Protector, such a powerful laner. Of course, if you pop a level 2 Metamorphosis on top of that, that is some big damage. His TB slapping for 115 a hit about. With Med active.
Still battling there in the bottom lane, right under the tower, trying to do their best, but the Tombstone will be dropped down, and Arzent and El Micho, they've got to make the decision of backing out. They're staying all the way to the end, will take down the Slark, which seems to be worth it in their eyes, but Dismar with a rotation will pick up a double kill for himself, and Yor coming out the other side, or the other end of the portal, trying to do as much damage as possible. Now he's going to engage the chase with this Skywrath. Unfortunately, the Sky is going to be a little bit faster than he is. But yeah, killing off the Slark. And getting back to like what this game is looking like right now, we're looking at the right things because it is the side lanes with most of the action.
No, Dismar found by Yor.
Well, he finally, or Yor finding Dismar finally. Okay, there we go. There we go. And a tip again. These guys have been sharing their fair share of sharing tips. And El Micho diving Austin again. This story will never end well for Austin. Even with Dad coming into the rescue, he will not do much against El Micho. And James, he's coming in. Well,
okay, El Micho. Solarbind is there. Surge will run out, and I think that will be the end of him here.
Get blasted.
That was a TP scroll. I guess it's not that big of a deal. He has bots coming quite soon here. 300 goldish. Yeah, 300 gold.
It doesn't look like he's going to need those TP scrolls anymore with the Boots of Travel being finished.
Yeah.
We'll be
You
all
don't
right
even
with
bother buying a new one. He'll just-
And top lane, Lissex is also forced away. Does drop to half HP from HFN and your bit of poking around. Like, you know, the classic comment always in commentary, oh, we haven't really looked at this mid matchup, you know? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, nothing to see in the mid matchup, right?
Especially if there's a Qhali in the game. There really is nothing to see.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about the side lanes here. 9 kills, 6 minutes. Off to a good pace.
Qhali's definitely one of those heroes that just sucks any enjoyment out of playing mid lane. In fact, this is like the hero I would suggest to people. Like, if you don't play mid and you have to play mid, just play Qhali mid. It's like you kind of just bypass the laning stage.
Yep. Metamorph also used in the top lane. A couple hits onto Lissex, but he will walk out with press the attack. Meanwhile, Dad is like, I can't go to my lane because Austin, he's found the enemy. And he will lose a life yet again. Sebas with this tiny rotation, finding a kill, and the 7-minute Wisdom Rune. Looks like we finally got ourselves an honest battle with heroes that don't have stuns, and Dismar will take it away, and Yor is gone. James will pick this up.
An honest battle, heroes that don't have stuns.
Because
You know what that comes down to?
Rubik versus, say, a hero that doesn't have a stun. Okay, Train Protector, for example.
Yeah.
You know how it's going to end, right? You're just going to lift him away and take the Wisdom Rune. Well, I love
Well,
an honest
the alternative to that is actually it's just a ping test. So no ping would win that every time.
Didn't win it this time, though. Oh, but nice Avalanche connecting onto 3 by Tiny. But that's about it. The Invulnerability Rune, and with the Surge, he's out. 4 versus 3 in the bottom lane, 7 minutes in. Wild. No one dies.
Yeah, this Surge has proven to be quite useful playing versus Qhali. Single target Solar Bind, single target Surge. Pretty straightforward counter.
Yeah. Easy.
Very easy.
Smart. Does he connect the Fire Flame Break? Almost. Just the wrong direction. Not enough for Sebas to catch up. And it does seem like today's Darkseer is almost always topping net worth. Like, this is the meta we're living in right now.
First pick Darkseer, by the way.
Yep.
So, like, that's the thing about Darkseers. He's very difficult to stop in the laning stage, and he even didn't have to go Vanguard. Normally, if he's having a bad laning stage or a rough one, you'll see him go Vanguard. And once you get that Vanguard, you can't really trade with him because Ion Shell plus Vanguard means you die. Speaking of dying,
Here we go.
Austin
Shell,
might be dying as well.
And Undying in big trouble. But so is the Darkseer. Dad will find a kill on our Zent.
Okay.
And yours slowed up by the good old Slow with that Solar Bind doing work, but it's only doing so much.
Lasso's
because he's
online.
down, and a Lasso as well onto the Slark, but Dad's still finding his way through, only to find the inevitable end, which is his death. So 2 for 2. El Micho. Is he gonna kill Austin again? Not this time.
Dueled. Okay. I mean, if you... Who's the offlaner again?
I'll use the duel as well, huh?
Yeah, it was just a harassment. Was Bat offlane this game? Because he kind of has net worth, the same net worth as Legion Commander this game. But in reality, that was their POS 4. It's a yikes. This offlane, comparatively, look at this way, right? Darkseer, top of net worth, right? The POS 4 has the same net worth as your offlaner from that lane. That is a Omega yikes situation. That lane couldn't have gone worse. Well, it probably could have, but it's definitely in that territory of being a disaster.
Yeah.
As Batrider had an 8-minute lasso available to him as a support.
Power of not only the Wisdom Runes in this case, just being able to actively run down this Undying, and they're doing it again.
Power of a 0-5 Undying. That's how we're getting out of the CXP.
Arzent will get the last tick there. Dad going to be fighting with the help of James. They put down the wall, zoning out the Qhali, but Qhali doesn't mind about being zoned out. Raw long-range abilities all the way through. And Sebas
It's
trying to
available.
get to the Slark, but Slark able to get out. Just in time. Tiny going to tank a couple hits here. Dismar, level 6, the Mystic Flare. Oh, the Illumina's close, but again, the Surge. The Qhali counter. They talked about the Qhali counter.
That was me.
Misho has Lasso. Okay, now there's
Need a Nullifier and Qhali now.
They're just wasting mana, poking a support Batrider.
Radiant's bottom
How boss would
tower
that
is
be
under
if you just bought a
attack.
nullifier on the Qhali to counter the surge play?
Yeah. Yeah, this is absurd. Batrider's surpassing the Tiny soon. So how bad of a game is Sebas now having? 2 kills, no deaths, a couple assists, has been brawling.
This is the
good
Tiny
progress
problem,
to
man.
the Blink Dagger, but yeah, he's falling behind.
It's just, this is what this hero does. He just kind of falls off. Every game I see it in, it's either you're like beyond godlike and you're killing everything, or you're just kind of walking around and getting carried. And I think this is definitely one of those games where he's just going to walk around and get carried, but that's fine. You don't have to be the star of the show all the time. He just really needs to be there to just allow his team to farm. If he's like playing in their face, making sure the TV's free farming, making sure the Darkseer is free farming, he's at bare minimum doing his job that he needs to do as a mid laner this game. Just Tiny, unfortunately, has like one of the bigger reverse power spikes, I'll call it. Is like they falls off harder than most any other hero I've seen. But as long as he gets that dagger and doesn't feed too much, it's fine.
Yeah, this Batrider's getting everything. He even got the last hit on the bottom tier 1 tower above the Darkseer. Because of that little pause there. Wasn't unable to cancel his right-click animation. And
I mean, pretty much all the gold lead that is on the side of no ping is just all on the
bat. Yes, it's all on the bat. Well, it might just be a big carrying force with the team. Just got to make that net worth, prevent it from going to dead worth.
They don't have some dead worth.
Yeah, just like Naga. All that money for nothing.
We're still afraid of the hero, though.
Sure are. Lissex building up into a blade mail first. He knows that the Skywrath is there. Again, this is something I contemplate. If you have Sky, why not build Blink? But he's like, well, I just want this blade mail. I'll have that helping item before I go for the Blink Dagger. But you have Sky. He's already level 6. Isn't that all you need? Initiate with an ult, get a kill, get a duel win?
Well, he doesn't want to run around the map, that's why. Because he,
Yeah, I guess that's
he just wants to farm creeps. That's pretty much it. And if someone walks up to him for a duel, it's okay. As we said, bottom lane, we said the death of the Darkseer, and that's a big kill. That hero was top of the network.
He tried to TP out, but he couldn't count the pounce timer off at the right time. Lissex is gonna fall. El Misho, of course, he gets the kill. Yeah, I'm not even surprised anymore at this point. Yor will drop to a big Illuminate, and El Misho, he's got a lot of money riding on this Batrider. Trying to juke around, and now his Firefly runs its course, and James
All right,
will
that's
pick
3
up.
kills.
3
Really
kills
good.
indeed.
For Universitario to get the Darkseer in the bot lane. Make a quick play on the top lane.
Plus 1
Get
Agi.
2 more. Plus 3 in total. But yeah,
Looking good.
starting to get some stacks up in this game. And of course, HFN is...
Dyer's top
We won't
tower
see him
has
for
fallen.
the next probably 10 minutes. But he's farming. If anyone didn't know.
And the big difference between last game and this game, Dad, he's top of net worth. Slark off to a good start here. Despite a couple deaths, he's been fighting, he's been brawling. He's been alive when somebody dies before he dies himself, so that counts for something. It's not like he dies first in the fight, and then you're just left with nothing.
Yeah, it's mainly just been the Undying dying in that bot lane.
Yeah.
So Austin having a bit of a rough one at 0 and 5, but it's fine. It's your boss 5. I'd rather see a 0-5 Undying than 0-5 carry, right? That's like the difference between last game and this game.
Sebas has his blink. All right, stack up for smoke for a blink rotation. See if that happens. Who would join him? El Misho would be a good target to bring along. Already has the money for the Boots of Bearing, but are you a fan of burning drum charges first before finishing Boots of Bearing? Or do you just go straight for Boots of Bearing?
Depends on the game. I think this game it's really good because it gives you that... Only Boots of Bearing gives you that movement speed that cannot be slowed. And against Qhali, you pop those Boots of Bearing on anyone who gets hit by a Solar Bind and they can just walk away from it. And I think that's pretty valuable.
That's pretty valuable, yeah. So ignore
You're going to try and TP out, but he didn't get far enough into the trees there. And double TP's going to come in. Sure, it's not going to be a dual win, but it might just be a kill. Okay. That looked funny.
Pushed away onto the high ground for a moment.
Big
Like,
ass
I don't want to go
tree
there.
getting
Bring me
thrown
back.
up there.
Gaben bringing him back from there. Like, nope, your place is here.
You sure it wasn't Gaben throwing him up there?
Good. Yeah, I feel like you can't break some boundaries.
Yeah.
Gotta bring him back. And that smoke rotation that they just did with that blink, it will not connect. DD rune for Tiny though.
Dire's middle tower
And people showing up in mid. Dad under the tower. TP's coming in. Yep, that's a call. Let's fight. Who do they fight first? Dad trying to initiate onto El Micho. He's just wiggle-waggling back and forth on top of that cliff. And they are backing away on the side of Universitario. They're baiting with HFN, who wants that farm as well. Slark's moving in. And Tiny is almost in blink range, trying to stay away from the creeps so he doesn't show in vision. And now, nobody's showing in top, nobody's showing in bottom. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's multiple heroes in mid. Let's not waste this time here.
Good read there from Universitario, but the DD is popped, and No Ping is going to delve a little bit deeper here. And maybe go for this tier 1 tower. Pretty good choice here. I think this Boots of Bearing on Batrider is very scary timing. If he saves it and uses it at the right time, it could be very instrumental here on countering this Coddle.
Yep.
Wow. Thinking of Austin
We're missing it, yeah.
I miss them.
I miss them for sure. Sebas blinks in forward, finds Dad, doesn't get the Dark Pack, finally pops it. Silence on the Tiny. Mystic Flare coming out as well and doing some damage onto the Tiny, but he is moving out. Dad also with his ulti, and oh my goodness, he's so far away from the rest, and he's going to get dueled, and he's going to get killed.
And that's a dual win, too. Can't just be handing those away for free, as Sabaz maybe going a little bit too aggressive there. Trying to go in, didn't have the backup required to kill any heroes there. Maybe he was hoping to catch a Coddle or a Sky or one of the weaker heroes, but he found one of the worst heroes in the Slark. Not a kill you can really go for.
Still trying to save this tower. Tiny only just got back to the fountain, but he could TP Invis rune, which you gotta pay attention to. And there we go. Invis popped, TPing into the tier 2. But they maybe saw that with the ward.
They have
That's
this
a very cheeky ward placed down here. That's going to show a lot.
Yeah. That's given all the information they need, but he's still Invis. He found him.
Just in time, but the silence is there. Dismar still chasing him, has the toss available, and the blade mail will be popped, so some of that damage is bounced back, but not a whole lot. He got a pipe. Dad? Got the jump of the Darkseer. Darkseer drops down the wall. Mystic Flare coming out as well. He needs to juke a little bit more. Can he get the help of his allies? Austin is there, body blocking with the Undying. You bullied me in the lane. I bully you now. 1 for 1. Maybe even more. Dad has his ulti. El Micho can't do much. James ready to drop the Solar Bind. It's onto Yor. And under the vision they are. Dad, another Agi stack going away towards the Slark. And final. The third attempt on this middle tier 1 tower. They're going to be successful.
Yeah, and just to remind everyone about this matchup, this is Universitario not being able to beat No Ping, right? Throughout the entirety of the year. In this game number 3 here, getting off to a great start. And we're seeing a night and day difference when Dad is able to join the fights.
And he's able to initiate fights. He's able to kill people. He's able to be a threat. Not much.
He's able to play Dota.
They're just running away. We can't do anything to this Slark at this stage of the game. It's just a chain feed maybe at this point. You're dropping the overgrowth, keeping them busy. Dad down a half HP. Able to walk away.
HFN is here.
HFN coming in. This is the big Terrorblade. What can he do? Can they kill off the Slark? Slark's low on HP, pounces away. The Tombstone will keep them busy. Sebas still chasing Dad. Oh, you should have backed away when he had the opportunity. Now you're dead. Dad is dead.
And HFN, finally, we see him on the map. I actually, for a second there, forgot he was in this game.
Oh.
I was like, HFN has joined the game on his Terrorblade, Manta online. He's got an interesting smorgasbord, as we say, of an item build here. There's a ring of, not a ring, a belt.
Hey, this is the blink reveal. Blink reveal right here. Can they catch Arsent? If he doesn't pop his pipe, no, he doesn't. It's on cooldown.
Doesn't even need the blink. Just kind of walked up and killed him.
Straight up dual win.
But that's an extra dual one, yep. Damage is stacking up, but it's not, like, out of control by any means. He's gotten a couple dual wins, I think 2 now. not the most, and especially those lower level duels, they don't give that much bonus damage. But with that added talent. Wait, was that his first duel win?
That was his second.
How does he have 28 damage only?
Because the first duel was only 10 damage, then he got to the level 10 talent for +8.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I think he
that last
leveled
duel was
up.
only a level 1 duel. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And they found themselves El Misho as well. They just stack around him, around that Lotus pool. Things are looking very good for the collegiates. Is that the way you say it?
I mean, yeah, that is.
Okay, yeah. I'm just making up new names for the team now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if that's what they're called, but that is a word you can use.
Universitarians.
University. I don't know about that one. You have to veto that one.
At least they're fighting for their lives here. Maybe they could look for that first series win over No Ping in this year. It will be a big... it has felt like maybe a bit of a mountain to climb. Coming into this series, looks like they had a lot of confidence winning at that first game. Kind of dropping the ball on the second one. But now again, like the traditional type of picks, the more meta-like picks. And obviously a lot is riding off of James again. Like, he wasn't picked... okay, they weren't setting up this game for James to have the best mid pick possible, because they were more focused about HFN's hero pool, maybe get a couple heroes away from Arzent, and still, just this Qhali looking really good for him. 7-1-4.
It is.
Great game.
Yeah, this is exactly how you want to play the game, but Dad just used his spells here.
Around it, but still gets the...
Oh, he went back in.
Okay, sure thing. I mean, they trust Lissex maybe at this point. He still gets the blink off! He got hit by an illusion, but he just blinks away. The Darkseer wall wasn't strong enough. The attack animation didn't finish. And he just blinks through. Goes for the bat. Finds another duel when Sabas dropped low. Forced out. But they've kind of spent a lot of resources here. They don't want to face this 3,000 HP Terrorblade. Like, yeah, we're out. You use your Metamorph. We don't have to fight that.
And at this point of the game, you do have to rely on this Metamorphosis quite a lot. And more than that, you just got to rely on HFN to join the fights. Because without him, I don't think you have the manpower to kill any heroes right now. Most all of your net worth is going to be riding on this Terrorblade. So if he's not in the fight, getting kills is going to be quite difficult. So if you can disengage the meta, that's going to put you in a great spot.
Yeah, and the way Dad pounces out and then back in is like, that's not a disengagement. That's a that's a warning sign right there. But still,
Yeah.
that Lissex, if he didn't get the blink off, if that illusion finished its right click, broke the blink off of LC, could have been a whole different fight.
Next patch, wall does damage.
Yeah, that would change so many things. Like, yep, your blinks are broken.
Yeah. This hero's not quite good enough. We've got to buff him some more, right? First pick this game.
And this team doesn't even have pipe, you know, which could even soak vacuum damage. They can still blink out.
Yeah, I think Force Staffs are going to start being something you want to build ASAP. Even Darkseer is going for one. Treant luckily does have one. Most likely Terrorblade will upgrade into a Force Staff as well with the Hurricane Pike. But against this double pounce, he's going to start locking heroes down. He's going to be starting these fights, just allowing... Normally you want to see your Legion go first, but I think in a game like this, your Slark can kind of go first and let your Legion get the pick of the litter of who he wants to duel here.
And already racking up 56 damage here in the pretty early parts of this game. Going on for the BKB next, Lissex going to be an even bigger threat. And just wants to find the Batrider, really. Like El Misho or Yor, either one of these, Batrider would be the best pick off. That's a support with a big team fight ulti that you can just strip away. Doesn't have that much defensive tools.
Definitely does not here. He's going for that shard next, so that's going to be another good tool to be able to just, like, kite out the Terrorblade. This is one of the reasons why some players do like the Slark into Terrorblade matchup. Just the ability to just hit him without worrying about Sunder, without worrying about his right click, and being able to give your teammates that same ability in the Shadow Dance definitely helps out a ton. We'll see how he can utilize that, as he will be pretty close to it if he does decide to go for it.
Now
But
we
it is
got an
queued up,
E-Blades. James
On
has an
Qhali?
E-Blade on this
Yeah.
Qhali. That's going to hurt.
That is annoying. And that is going to be... I think it's mainly just going to be used for damage for himself. Just to kill heroes like the Terrorblade, get some blast damage going there. He has a BKB on top of the vessel. A lot of magic damage coming out from this Keeper of the Light here. And they're going to the Rosh. They want to defend this Roshan here.
And this is a non-smoke engagement coming out as well from Universitario. Can they get there in time? They're actually set themselves out of the Roche pit. Dad already showing himself in the lane, and Austin, he needs to get the deep wards out, and he will. There's a DD Tiny. Oh, that is scary.
He sees him.
Austin walks in. Oh, he gets out with a Force Staff. Located where he is, and no ping. Firefly running out soon. No Metamorph used just quite yet. HFN holding on to it for the last possible moment. El Nisho, he's got himself Dismar. Dismar going to get pulled away with the lasso all the way back to the back.
E-Blade.
The E-Blade. The E-Blade will keep him safe, and he will be fine. Batrider taking a big ulti here, Dad. He's down to half HP as well, but HFN, he's in a prime position to throw in the damage, and that's a lost duel. El Misho will take it. HFN hammers away. And man, the TV's positioning in that fight, just pristine. Doesn't need to go anywhere, doesn't need to move anywhere, constantly dealing damage, racking up 3,000 and a duel win and a Roshan.
Like, you can play the game as good as you want to. You can win these like small engagements, but can you kill HFN this game? That is going to be the question. As yet again, he's choosing to be one of the hardest carries in the game, and kind of showing that last team fight, they didn't have a way of dealing with him. I thought that E-Blade save was going to be clutch here, as you're going to see. The lasso goes out right onto the Skywrath here. The Glimmer Cape was pretty clutch there. Then after the Glimmer Cape, you get this perfect E-Blade, allowing them to get some counter initiation, but you don't have any ability to touch this Terrorblade.
Talk about what happens next. There's no Metamorph to fight back, so this is a prime opportunity for Universitario to maybe find some kills for themselves. Darkseer is the first target to be locked down. E-Blade with the vessel will burn down. Sebas is also running away as Dad and James hunting for more. One teleport successfully out. That's going to be Yor with the Treant getting away. And TB also split pushing that mid lane, forcing out the Glyph defensively from Universitario as they only get a Darkseer. Can they get this tier 2 in the top lane, though? Doesn't look
Every
like
fight
comfortable.
where HFN isn't there is a good fight for Universitario. They are playing this skirmishing lineup, and these are honestly things you can't be doing right now if you are on no ping. Like, there is a limit to how much HFN can carry in this game, and especially when you're giving away dual damage. If that stacks up too high, then all of a sudden this Legion might be able to deal with the Terrorblade. So you got to be careful on which fights you're choosing. You got an Aegis on the TB. You're technically losing the game net worth-wise. Not by a lot, though. You have an Aegis. Meta's up. Just play with your Terrorblade at this point. I think that's your best route of... I don't even want to say getting back into this game. That's just the best way to just play the game. Because as we can see, if HFN's in the fight, you can win the fights. And now he has a Daedalus. If you thought he was hitting hard before, whew. One lasso into this man, and he will be shredded if the E-Blade is not there.
They are going to take this bottom tower for free. The security of the Aegis, the security of the Metamorph. That's a Daedalus TB as well, so he will hit very, very hard. We saw that last fight as well. Slark had to cover himself up with the Death Shroud at the very start of the engagement, just to try to save the Sky a little bit extra as he was thrown in with E-Blades and Glimmer Capes, but that also left the Slark kind of vulnerable.
Auto. Did they see him on bat? The ward was a little late, or he would have jumped him.
Still might go for it. El Misho. Oh, sorry, Dismar in a position where he might just get lobbed, but the Batrider gets silenced before he gets anything done. His duel is gone. And HFN, he's going for it. He's trying his best. Dad will pounce away. He's stuck in the trees. They finally got themselves that pesky ward placement as well taken out, but It's a quick duel win into an instant retreat.
Yeah, Misho, he had such a good early game. We talked about how farmed he was, but really struggling now in this mid game here to find the openings. If he would have dropped that ward a little bit sooner, he would have caught that Qhali, and this would be a completely different fight if Qhali's dead at the beginning. But instead, he pops out of the trees, shows himself, and of course, good reaction by, I believe, Dismar to silence him immediately after he blinks in. But that's only because he left the trees. He should have stayed in the trees. You know how it goes.
All the way from TI1. Should have stayed in the trees.
Still applicable to this day.
Tight game. 5-6K lead now, actually, going for the way of Universitario. But it's only economy at this point. His Terrorblade is still a force to be reckoned with. HFN unkilled. He is out of the two players who haven't died this game. Sebas on the Tiny is the other. Two big calls.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
A lot of money
actually.
ready on them.
This Tiny is so poor, but yet hasn't died.
And let's see if this is his death number 1. Moving straight in with the surge. And there we go. Lisix always found him with the Mystic Flare, but is it enough damage? It's going to be a close attempt, and he gets out. BKB forced death to safety. HFN, the vacuum coming in as well, Dad. He's trying to do as much work as he can. The Darkseid is going to be dropping, and that will be 1 kill again, but holy Sebas gets out somehow. They just didn't get the damage ASAP.
I thought we cursed him wonderfully there, but he decided he is not going to die today.
Compete says nah.
Nah, bro.
Does. Still unkilled.
The unkillable man here.
Yeah, I love that nice red bar for the TV there. Just pure physical. The only hero who's only done physical damage this game.
I mean, he doesn't have many other options unless he buys a Radiant.
I know. Just glorifying that nice red bar in between all of the ocean of blue.
I mean, TV's the hero that definitely sees a lot of red, too. Very murderous intent.
We got a nullifier up on the Slark. And an incoming smoke as well. They have located Austin. I'll take that one if they can't find anything else. HFN, 3 hits, he's gone. Melee right-clicking, 650 crits. That's painful.
This is very painful.
To think about, they don't have a lot of armor on the Universitario team. 3 in the Sky, 5 on the Undying, 9 base armor on the Legion Commander, plus the Blade Mail helps out a bit. Qhali is 10. They're all very soft targets for this TB to hit, if he gets to hit.
And that's really just going to come down to his initiators. His Tiny, who's been playing really good this game, and of course the Bat Rider. As HFN is like, alright guys, let's go high ground. Undying's dead.
And that goes in. No fear against no ping.
With a nullifier.
That indeed. There goes the Metamorph. Time to work on those racks. Hiding inside that Darkseer wall. And there we go. The duel is there. The HFN, he's gonna blow up. This TB is gone. Big, big kill for the first time. The big Terrorblade has been felled. And the Tiny! How did he not finish that teleport? Where was he going? Felt like an outpost TP to me because that was not directed towards the fountain, for sure.
And I feel like that may be the straw that breaks the camel's back there. You had your Tiny, unkillable up until this point. This Terrorblade, your hopes and dreams have been riding on this man here. You go high ground, you die. Now, all of a sudden, you're feeling mortal here. You got the nullifier, HFN spamming the ha-ha-has. Maybe if he gets off his Satanic, that's a completely different fight there, but I'm not sure if he even had it on him or if he just bought it. Either way, it doesn't go off.
I need to see the replay from that last fight. Where was Tiny TPing to, and did somebody TP there before him to increase the teleport timer? Because it felt like forever.
I mean, you go for a greedy play sometimes, you get punished.
Both
Play it
heroes.
safe, you just double tap it. But if you want to TP, you gotta click somewhere, especially if it's to a tower. I mean, which outpost could he possibly misclick? Like, they don't have many structures available, and none of which are...
It has to be an objective that somebody else TP to. But anyway, The full
We're gonna
picture
see
of
the
this
replay here.
HFN. Great read from Lissix and Dad. Just get the straight up jump on him.
Yep. And now they're at a point they can duel the TB and feel confident in winning it.
Nope, that's just a regular TP into the fountain. It was just taking forever. All right.
You just slowed it down because it was that intense. You're just really banking on the fact that like, this Tiny can't die. You know, this is the one good thing he has going from this game is that he hasn't died.
But that would have been huge, actually, if like that extra half a second added, if you were teleporting into like, say, a tier 3, a tier 4, another building, and somebody else TP'd there just before you and you're going on the same spot, you got a longer teleport, and that could have been the difference between life and death. But no, it was just a normal teleport into the fountain, and it didn't finish on time. But the jump on HFN, that was definitely the right call, because that's 4,000 HP, and they're still able to burst through it. That's kind of insane.
You know what time it is?
Go time?
It's nighttime. And that means this hero, Slark, gets a big advantage. This hero operates the best at night because he does have night vision for reasons unknown, but because of that, he gets their team a lot more information here as the big objective is up. It's a big boy. It's Roshan. It's Dire. And it is nighttime, so if you want to come here on Slark, you're going to have the vision
they're not
advantage.
here on time. This is disastrous for Universitario. They're going to lose the Undying, and they might even lose the Skywrath. James trying to save him with the E-Blade, but they're lacking tools here. He even brings the Courier. Please hit the Courier. Okay, I'll take the Courier as well. That's a gem. Oh my god. That could not have gone worse.
Yeah, I was watching Slark bottom farming creeps, and yet they're still trying to defend Roche. Probably not the play, as they're discussing right now. Hindsight is
You were leading this game. You were leading this game, building confidence out of that last team fight, and now you lost an objective, you lost a gem, you lost your supports, and this is just money going the way of No Pink side. And this Terrorblade getting experience, everybody else is getting experience out of it. Level 15, talents all over the board. They found the Slark. Oh, where does it end? Lissix, did he just duel an illusion? It looks like he did. But Arzet gets healed by the Cheese. Cheese taken away. Lissix trying to get the kill. The Vessel. Maybe it's enough. No, it's not. The Illuminate. Oh, he dodges it just in time. Lissix now surrounded by hostiles. And Dad, he's going to get lassoed up. The Legion Commander somehow making a way out of here for the time being. Arzent is dead. And maybe they can turn this fight around. Sebas being bounced by Dad. Dad goes for another kill. The E-Blade onto the Dream Protector. Not the Terrorblade. He's on the way out. How? Well, I mean, I guess they just got the Perseverance to pull it through, but 3 kills against the Cheese Aegis. Cheese burnt, Aegis unused because no Metamorph to fight back with.
I need to see a replay of that. Like, is it possible that Slark Shard cancels duel even if it's on your team?
It seemed like it hit an illusion. Oh, HFN! Aegis has been lost, and a pounce is ready for Dad.
There, by the way.
And no protective abilities. Duel on him. We're going the other way around. South American Dota in the lower bracket providing some content. And for Universitario, are they smiling at all? Dad, he's super focused. He's like, guys, let's finish the job. No
I think that's exactly what you should do. Like, don't.
And Dismar's got a party hat on. He feels it. He feels it.
That's a pretty good party hat timing, as they don't have creeps right now. So I think you are probably only getting 1 set of barracks for now. You could just go swing mid, which I think is definitely you got to finish that barracks thing. That's living armor. But you do have 20 stacks of agility. That's 80 agility stolen on top of the 13 permanent agility.
Solid.
So go ahead and smack this down. And the question is, do you want to go back or not? You don't have an Aegis. If you get lassoed back or something of that nature, you could die. So maybe it's just the call to just, we'll hit it for now.
They have E-Blades,
14
they have
seconds.
Force Staffs, they have Glimmer Capes, Death Shrouds. And there's the jump in.
Toss him back.
Gonna need something for him right now. The BKB's there, but the duel coming out from Liss. fight the Ancient right now. They can't target Elmisho, but they will look for the fight here. Metamorph popped as well. HFN, he's trying to repel every single invader, but he's disarmed right now. And finally getting to throw a couple hits. It will take down Austin. James is on the runaway. HFN gets that Scotty slow. It does connect. The dust is there. And this he needs to BKB. He needs to run away. HFN still wanting more. Dad throwing in the nullifier. And another E-Blade thrown on the way to the TB. York gets taken down by Dismar at the back line. Trading 1 for 1. And a Metamorph, that's not gonna be good enough.
They only get done dying with that Metamorphosis, so I think when it goes down, you could just reinitiate here. Undying, he'll be back soon.
He's got a rapier.
I think you just wait for Undying, and then you go. Yeah, he's got 2 of them lined up, Nullifier and a Rapier. I mean, they kind of do need a Nullifier with all this E-Blade action. I mean, this Qhali in the back, throwing the Scythe of Ice up, throwing out the Lincolns, throwing out the E-Blade. This Qhali's 6-slotted. He even has to put his Spirit Vessel in his backpack. He's just too damn rich.
I guess this is the part where Qhali starts saving money for a Moon Shard for his Slark.
Yeah.
HFN.
Might as well.
Drops the slow on the Qhali. Instant jump there from Elmisho. Very close, but not enough. And Dad, he jumps on the Terrorblade and gets cliffed. But he's got a pounce available.
Died.
Oh, he actually harpoons himself out. Arsene still gets the blink out. Still on the chase here. Illusion's doing work. Dismar does drop low. Sebas able to blink out. Arsene, he's trying to get away, but the duel will connect with the Nullifier, and that will be an end for the Darkseer. You're hiding on the high ground position. He's got 4 staff, and he 4 staffs back home. Sliding all the way from those cliff sides, and Sebas gonna get jumped up by Dad. Dad looking for another kill here.
Rapier's online now.
Quick Hex coming out as well. Treant Protector will buy some time, but still getting jumped on again.
Coming on the courier.
Dad is doing so much damage right now, and he's building up Essence Shifts. He's at 128 plus agility right now. And bringing the creeps into top lane. Desmar, he's bringing in the troops. He's bringing in the reinforcements.
HFN with the Rapier now. Metamorphosis in 18 seconds. That might be too long. You might be against Mega Creeps by the time your meta is up.
Yeah, no glyph. Elmisho, he didn't get the lasso last time. Will he get it now? He will go for the Legion Commander. And HFN is there, and big slices of damage thrown in. Still needs a couple seconds more. Metamorph, it's available now. Duel coming up from Lissex onto Tiny, but now the Rapier going into action. Lissex surviving? No. Or is he? He's still up.
He's being
surviving.
controlled.
And they're taking them down. No ping down. No ping dead. HFN, the Rapier to drop on the deck. And GG. Can't fight back. Even with the hands of the Rapier, it's not enough. They're out.
Yeah, and that Qhali in the back line, just throwing out E-Blade after E-Blade, throwing out the hexes, just making sure HFN with that Rapier can no longer do any damage there.
Yeah. And the first time Universitario this year gets to beat No Ping Esports and in the TI qualies and knocking them out of the tournament. You could see the happy faces on them after that game ended. Dad, he wasn't smiling in that bottom lane push, but he was definitely smiling as they finished that game with a 2-1 victory.
Yeah, and so far, Dad, when he's not playing Morta, wins Dota. He looked really good on this Slark. His Sven looked really good too. The 3 Morta games we got to cast of him. Ugh, I don't know. Like, if they keep that hero, just like the urge to wanting to pick it at just a minimum, or just and completely remove it from their vocabulary, that would be a pretty scary team to play against, I think, because we get to see what Dad looks like when he's not on Morta in this series. Unfortunately, in the upper bracket, we just saw the Morta version of Dad, and it was like, it went kind of like game number 2 went here. But when he's playing these Slarks, he's playing these Svens, he's looking damn good as a carry player.
And this was not an Austin show this time. This was Lissex, James, Dismar, and Dad. So the final 4, they finally rose up to the pedestal when it was needed off of this team. And everything just clicked. Those really good duels coming out from Lissex, and the instant...
No, he didn't duel an illusion, by the way. It does work that way. If you use Depth Shroud on your own Legion Commander dueling, it'll cancel the duel.
Ah, so it's not just the hostile one, it's also the friendly one that also breaks it.
The most anti-synergy ever.
Hey, every day you learn
they still won the fight,
it's a good day to wake up to, right?
Yeah. I mean, they say you learn something every day.
An important win, for sure. Not only just staying in the tournament, but like mental-wise. Traditional drafts seem to work. And James on this Qhali, man. topping net worth over a TV. That's something.
It really was. This Qhali was very, very good in this game. Of course, the laning stage, very quiet, just kind of farming away. Dismar doing pretty well on the Skywrath, I want to say, as well. And after the early game that this Undying had a pretty respectable recovery here. But Austin did not enjoy his early game. Let's just put it that way. He went 0-5. This Bat Rider, man, he was so good on Bat this game, but like something in the mid game, he just like, you can have a great early game, but if you can't translate that into a good mid-late game, he was almost invisible in this game. We didn't see too many plays from El Micho on this Bat outside of the early game, even though everything was set up for him. So I was a little disappointed by that. But it is what it is. It's kind of a hard game to play as well. You're playing versus a Legion Commander and a Slark as a Bat. So of course, your options for lassos, it'll get into your head a little bit, right? Like, is it going to get dispelled? Is it going to get dispelled? And all of a sudden, you put yourself in a bad situation.
But a bit of like the consistency as well from El Micho, like you said, like, and we saw he was dominating the early game. He was bullying Austin, but you have only one good way of going in, and that's the Bat Rider jumping in. They couldn't kind of go like Treant just links in, overgrowths the whole team, TB gets to hit people, Tiny tries to blow somebody up. It had to start up with El Micho beginning the fight. And then you have the other side that they have E-Blades, they have Force Staffs, they have Glimmer Capes, they have a Slark Shard. So it's down to him being super consistent from start to finish. And if that doesn't happen, Universitario, they instantly have the upper edge. And let's just give the MVP to James, please. He deserves it. He's earned it.
Yeah,
thank you.
11-1 on that Keeper of the Light there. But more than anything, look at that inventory. We saw in that last team fight, HFN, Meadow is up in 10 seconds, just picked up a brand new Rapier. He pops that Metamorphosis instantly. Has to just get E-Bladed. Doesn't attack at all. When the E-Blade ended, what happened? He got Hexed directly after. By the time that E-Blade's done, that Hex is done, his whole team is dead, and you're just a lone Terrorblade against the world there. But that's kind of the situation that NoPing put themselves into, putting all their hopes and dreams into HFN, and James here just completely nullifying the farm of this Terrorblade with his own farm.
Indeed, that is the key word here. As they will take the series victory for Universitario Esports. NoPing, they are out of this tournament. And pretty much, you know, the last game of this day, I would actually say pretty exciting game. It was fun to watch and fun to talk it through as well, like one of the small quirks going on between these two teams. And in general, this entire day of SA Dota, full 3-game series out of all the best of threes. We'll take a look at the bracket in a moment, so you can look for yourselves what the matchups are going to be looking like going on from here. But do you feel like this is still the first round of the lower bracket? You've got a lot of time to still prove to the audience, prove to yourself, prove to your team that we are TI ready. It's still very far. It's still a distant dream, even if this qualifier is going to be over in like 2-3 days.
I think given this spot that you're in for these lower bracket teams right now, I mean, of course, there's always a chance, and it helps so much that there's 2 slots, but I'm still looking at these upper bracket teams right now. Do any of these teams down here have what it takes to beat these upper bracket teams? As of right now, it's going to be an uphill battle. I'll be honest with you. However, momentum is a crazy thing. TI nerves are real. So maybe if they can, one of these teams down in the lower bracket gets a good run going, they get some TI magic on their end, maybe they can beat some of the more favorite teams, these Infinities, these Thunder Awakens, like AcatSuki teams. Maybe they can take a game off them and take a series, because the best team, we'll see who it is, but they get qualified immediately if they go from the upper bracket, so there will be no lower bracket duel into fighting someone in the grand finals. All you have to do is make it to like the grand finals, and then you're qualified.
The top 4 seeds in the upper bracket, we've got Thunder Awaken, we've got Keystars, AcatSuki, and Infinity. And in the lower bracket, as we finished off our 3 series, Lava Kings, Mad Kings, Qhali, and Universitario Esports are going to be battling for elimination and continuation in the tournament. And this is the schedule for tomorrow. So, ladies and gents, write those times down. Upper bracket is where we start things off with. And at the end of the day, we already know the upper bracket finalists, basically. The 2 teams, of which one will go to TI. it is a certainty after tomorrow. But the lower bracket, still a grind. There's still round 3, quarterfinals, semifinals, and then the finals. So there's still plenty of Dota to go ahead.
Yeah, there definitely is, and there's going to be lots of amazing Dota to come, and of course, long awaiting for the upper bracket games here. The lower bracket, they're fun. I always like to just go into them. A lot of these teams are not very polished, maybe they're not scrimming as much. There's plenty of mistakes, as you can visually see, and there's a lot of action because of that. But for these upper bracket games, these are the teams that were close to beating, or they took a game off here and there against their EGs and Beast Coasts in the South America division. So they're good teams, right? And we're going to see how good they are and how much form they're in, because we know all of them, they're probably boot camping, they're practicing really hard. This is a reality for them to go to TI, and we're going to see some of the best Dota from them.
That's definitely what we're looking for. And ladies and gents, as we close out the day, that was our final game of Dota. There's plenty of Dota to come here at the SA Regional Qualifiers tomorrow. So don't miss out on the upper bracket matchups. Those are going to be pretty big ones, because that's already pretty much going to tell us who is looking to go to TI. Not guaranteed, but 50% close to it at least. And still, if you lose that upper bracket final later on in the tournament, you still got a second chance in the lower bracket finals. That is in the future. So don't miss out tomorrow. This was T-Panda and Fear with the commentary. Thanks to the earlier casters as well for the series. And tomorrow, more SA Dota. So until then, ladies and gentlemen, take care of yourselves. Good night and bye-bye.